Liha was an outstanding Special Forces sniper. He was famous in the barracks for his unfailing marksmanship. Although he was only a first-class sergeant, Liha surprised his superiors because his shooting skills far surpassed even veteran Special Forces soldiers. They had an upcoming sniper test, and Liha was training seriously with all his might, determined to win the competition. But heaven loves to play jokes on people, because right before the test took place, Liha had an accident. Unfortunately, his legs were severely injured, leaving him unable to walk. And then today, in a daze, Liha seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear. "Don't you wish you could walk again? If you make a pact with me, I will let you walk." That mysterious force reached out its hand in front of Liha, and he tremblingly wanted to place his hand on it. "Can you really help me walk again?" As their hands were about to touch, Liha felt as if he was free-falling. And more importantly, he landed firmly on his own 2 feet. This feeling was too real. Not only did he fall from the sky into some godforsaken place, but he was also standing firmly on his own 2 legs. Then, Liha heard a melodious voice. At the same time, a beautiful red-haired girl appeared. Outsiders are always welcome. Blessings to those who set foot in the central world. Liha's ears were ringing. He temporarily couldn't understand what she was saying. But at this moment, Liha suddenly felt a chill all over his body. It turned out he wasn't wearing any clothes. The young man immediately panicked. But the red-haired girl just chuckled. "Men from East Asia always strike this pose, huh? I've seen it many times, so don't worry. Now tell me your name in this new life. In this world, the central world." After thinking for a while, he decided to keep his real name, Liha. He also kept his real appearance. The girl was a bit surprised. In this world, people could change their face, height, or even their race. But Liha was the first person to decide to keep everything exactly the same. "Are you sure?" she asked again. "Yes," Liha replied firmly. "I want to feel like it's real. Standing on my own 2 feet like this, I want to walk through this world." "Understood. Traveler from another world, Liha, congratulations on taking your first step into the central world." She waved her hand, and a simple set of clothes appeared on Liha. It was as magical as a fantasy world. The girl also told him that Liha could achieve anything he wanted through this place, and she would wait for the day they could meet again. Just like that, Liha was thrown into a free fall again. Originally, Liha was sure he would land on his head. But after a while, nothing happened. He timidly opened his eyes. Then he realized he was standing in the middle of a square. People were bustling back and forth. Everything around him felt incredibly real. Liha spread his hands and observed closely. Even the calluses on his hands were exactly the same as in the real world. Liha recalled what the red-haired girl had said earlier. Being able to change his face, body, and even race was indeed a tempting offer. However, he just wanted to feel the time when he could still run and jump. Liha stomped his feet a few times. Then he started waving his arms and kicking his legs around. This feeling was just too real. Even though he couldn't walk in reality, he could run and jump freely here. The fact that his legs could move made Liha tremble with emotion. And while he was still immersed in this feeling of happiness, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Are you that moved? I've met a lot of people in Candle Castle, but this is the first time I've seen someone as simple-minded as you." The blonde man introduced himself as the one who helps newcomers adapt to this Middle-earth world. It sounded fancy, but Liha realized he was just a tutorial NPC. "So what do I need to know to adapt to this world?" Liha asked. Seeing that he was an enthusiastic player, the man was also excited. So he started pointing out a few things to note. First, everyone knows that humans can't run continuously forever. Without proper rest, you won't even be able to move. That's the stamina stat in this world. Next, the man pointed to a beautiful girl holding a basket of apples standing not far away. Then he made an unreasonable request for Liha to go and touch her breasts. At first, he thought he misheard, but then the man mechanically repeated the request. So Liha pinned him to the ground and started cursing. "Hey, you bastard. That's illegal." It turned out NPCs in the game could be trolls too. The guy was just giving an example to tell Liha that Middle-earth also has morals. If you commit a major crime, you'll be banished to the countryside and fined. And the one who receives the money in the tutorial is this NPC. "I just wanted you to know that," the guy said. Liha curled his lip. How noble. If he had actually done what the guy said, he would have dug his own grave. Haha. You catch on fast. The blonde guy waved his hand with a fake smile, but deep down he was dying of regret for not scamming Leah's money. Then the guy told him to head to the northern training ground. There, Leah would learn new lessons for beginners. Leah looked north. There was indeed a very long road. So he stretched his body and then ran at full speed down this road. For others, running fast did nothing but make them tired. But for Leah, it was different. Only moving his body freely like this made him feel like he was truly alive. Leah ran and laughed out loud. Even other players who saw this thought he was out of his mind. Leah kept running until he received a notification. He had acquired a new passive skill called Fast Runner. Because Leah ran so fast just now, the system automatically triggered 0 stamina consumption, unlocking this skill. Its effect at level 1 was the ability to run continuously for 5 minutes without consuming stamina, while also increasing movement speed by 7%. Leah didn't expect to gain experience points and a new skill just by running. But he was really happy. In that case, he'd run straight to the training ground. When he arrived at the northern training area, Leah felt a strangely familiar atmosphere. It was just like when he was in the army. In the training ground, many players were also practicing with wooden dummies. Leah picked up a wooden sword, ready to experience the feeling of being a rookie again. But what surprised him was that when he prepared to attack, his body moved automatically. It seemed this was called the combat assist system. Leah turned to observe the other players. Indeed, they all seemed to swing their swords very awkwardly. He felt as if the combat system was controlling all the players. But Leah didn't like this. He wanted to regain control of himself. So Leah gripped the wooden sword tightly. He thought to himself that he just needed to treat this as reality and actually attack the opponent. With that thought, Leah struck again. And this time, he actually broke the control of the combat assist system, smashing the wooden dummy to pieces. The other players who saw this were dumbfounded, because Leah's strike was much more powerful and decisive than theirs, even though he was just a newcomer. That's awesome. You smashed the dummy to pieces. Did you really use the same attack as us? The one we just learned here? Why couldn't we do it? Share it with us. What move did you just use? The others gathered around to ask. But in fact, Leah just used the beginner's attack like them. The difference was that he used his own willpower. After defeating the dummy, Leah received a new system notification congratulating him on completing the training without making any mistakes. However, the system also advised him not to be arrogant because talent often comes with a price. It also sent him a small reward of 3 strength points and 2 intelligence points. Leah felt the system was right. Standing out too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all, talented soldiers were always the first to be picked off in the past. After finishing this tutorial, Leah was transferred to the class selection interface. And here, he met the red-haired girl from the beginning again. Earlier you spoke as if it would be a long time before we met again, but it hasn't even been a day. Leah greeted her first. That's because Koreans consume content too fast. You probably play games all day, right? Anyway, model student of Candle Castle, what kind of weapon do you want to choose? Following her words, a pile of weapons appeared in front of Leah. Choosing a weapon goes hand in hand with choosing a class, so he had to be very careful. Leah guessed there would be many types of weapons, but he didn't expect this many. The girl said that some people even hesitated for a whole day before making their choice. The first thing that attracted Leah was a staff representing the mage class. But just as Leah reached out to touch it, the red-haired girl advised him to calm down and take his time observing his surroundings. Leah followed her advice, and it seemed he found something more suitable for himself. It was a hunting rifle. Without hesitation, Leah immediately reached out and touched the gun. You know what kind of gun this is, right? The AI girl asked playfully. But Leah really did know. Moreover, he was very knowledgeable about it. It wasn't a modern rifle at all. Although I don't know the exact model, I'm sure this is a flintlock musket. Invented in the late 1700s, born even before Napoleon. Leah rattled off, making the girl gasp in admiration. As expected of a model student. Your perfectly correct answer proves that you are quite knowledgeable about guns and more suited for the marksman class than anyone else. Leah fondled the gun for a while. It indeed had a flint and a powder pan. He guessed its ammo was lead bullets or iron balls, so he wanted to test fire it once. And the girl naturally agreed. Then she provided Leah with black powder for priming, black powder for loading. an iron ball, and a ramrod. Leha reached out for them. Thank goodness there are at least some advanced things. He felt extremely excited to touch a gun again after such a long time. First, he poured the priming powder into the pan. Then he poured the loading powder down the barrel and stuffed the iron ball in after it. Next, he used the ramrod to pack the powder and ball tightly. The whole process took a full minute, making Leha collapse. He really missed the advanced guns of the 21st century. Moreover, this musket was very heavy, weighing up to 4.5 kilograms. It was no different from lifting weights. Well, since he had finished loading, he might as well test fire it. Leha raised the barrel, aiming at a distance of 40 meters. After he pulled the trigger, a thick cloud of white gunpowder smoke billowed out, stinging Leha's eyes. But the most serious problem was that he missed. In the real world, Leha had never missed at this distance before. The red-haired girl giggled and told him to read the manual again, because the accuracy of a musket at 40 meters was only 50%. Leha wasn't convinced. He decided to try another shot. It was still that loading process that took over a minute. This made Leha want to cry tears of blood. But the girl felt that for a beginner to fire one shot in a minute was already very good. Leha was truly discouraged. He wanted to check out other ranged weapons, but the remaining options were only bows and crossbows. Moreover, their attack power was weak. Leha felt this world was too harsh on marksmen. The musket indeed had high attack power, but its attack speed was much slower than bows and crossbows. What kind of ridiculous condition is this? He grumbled. It's to balance the combat assist system, the girl replied. Then what if I turn off the combat assist system? Leha continued to ask. I said the combat assist system needs to be balanced. She repeated her previous words. If the player shoots manually, will the accuracy increase? I said, the combat assist system needs to be balanced. By the third time, she seemed very annoyed. Obviously, they couldn't find common ground in this conversation. Leha realized this was something the system wouldn't allow him to know. That meant he had to find the answer himself, just like in real life, instead of asking NPCs or the system. Although the start was a bit rough, Leha decided to figure things out one by one. If he could fire 10 shots a minute or increase the accuracy to 80%, the terrifying attack power of this musket would be fully utilized. Leha was very distressed. Shooting was indeed his strength and passion, but if he couldn't overcome the firing rate and accuracy of this musket, it would become useless. Therefore, Leha really didn't dare to gamble his future. After a mental struggle, he made his decision. Leha would give up the musket and instead choose the mage class to be safe. However, just as he was about to touch the staff, his body was sucked out by an invisible force. Leha! Leha! Wake up! Leha! He heard someone calling his name urgently. Leha was still panting heavily. When the gaming headset was removed, he saw his mother's worried face. It turned out she saw Leha groaning so intensely that she unplugged the gaming console. That's why he was forcibly logged out of the game, just in time to temporarily avoid choosing a class. Are you okay? Are you really okay? Leha's mother rubbed his head like a child and kept asking. Of course I'm fine. Next time, just press the exit button to wake me up, Mom. His mother nodded, then told him to rest properly while she went out to work. Luckily his mom was there this time. Leha felt the opportunity to make money was within reach. He just needed to choose his class carefully. But thinking about this, he started to worry again. Because the AI girl said he had to complete the class selection to log out. So what would happen now that his class change process was interrupted? So Leha decided to go on the game forum to check. Indeed, many people had also been forcibly logged out due to power outages like him. Then they ended up with a class they didn't want. If they wanted to delete the character and recreate it, it would take 4 to 5 months to reset. After reading this, Leha felt what just happened wasn't luck, but the biggest misfortune of his life. He consoled himself that he had already touched the staff earlier, so when he logged back in, he would definitely become a mage. But when he logged back in, Leha had become a marksman. He really cried tears of blood, and the other players thought he was crazy. They hadn't even heard of this class existing. But once you ride the tiger, it's hard to get off. His mother had spent 10 million won to buy this machine. Only an idiot would wait another 4 or 5 months to create a new character. Marksman it is. After all, this wasn't Leha's first time holding a gun. After accepting this cruel class, he immediately learned 2 skills, musket mastery and bayonet charge. Musket mastery is a passive skill. The more you use the gun, the more proficient you become, increasing accuracy and reload speed. Bayonet charge is an active skill. You can attach a mana bayonet to the musket to charge. Used as a last resort in battle, it converts 30% of the musket's attack power into melee attack power for 15 seconds. But this skill costs 50 mana and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Liha once again fell into the abyss of despair. What the hell is bayonet charge? His max mana right now was only 50 points. Yet this skill consumed 50 mana per use. That meant if he missed his shot, he could activate the bayonet skill, but he could only use it once. And if he still missed the stab, he was dead meat. Long time no see, musketeer. Amidst his despair, Liha heard a voice from above. He knew it was the tutorial NPC again. But Liha was in a terrible mood and didn't have time to listen to him ramble. Just get to the point. What do I have to do? He interrupted. Perhaps it was the NPC's first time meeting such a grumpy player, so he was a bit startled. Then he issued Liha a new quest: hunt the mutant rabbits. Specifically, mutant rabbits had appeared at the entrance of the beginner village, Candle Castle, destroying crops and harming animals. His task was to hunt and collect 10 rabbit pelts. The reward was plus 10% intimacy with Candle Castle NPCs, plus 10% intimacy with Candle Castle guards, and 50 copper coins. Everyone has to do beginner quests, and Liha was no exception. When he arrived, there were quite a few other players hunting mutant rabbits, and Liha quickly found his first target. It was a seemingly harmless rabbit grazing on grass. He immediately took out his musket and skillfully loaded it, though it wasn't much faster. Then Liha aimed carefully at the rabbit and pulled the trigger. The gunpowder smoke was as thick as ever, temporarily blinding him. Liha really hoped he hit it. After all, he only shot from a distance of 35 meters. But unfortunately, Liha still missed this time. Moreover, that bullet completely enraged the rabbit, seeing it charging towards him at breakneck speed. Liha desperately tried to reload at max speed to counterattack. However, despite his best efforts, he couldn't keep up with the rabbit's speed. And so, Liha was kicked in the gut while he was still pouring powder into the pan. This little demon looked small, but its strength was terrifying. As expected of a mutant rabbit, Liha couldn't die a humiliating death while reloading in a beginner quest. So he decided to grab his gun and run at full speed. But unfortunately, the thing chasing Liha was a creature that could reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour within a range of 0 to 20 meters. And his attempt to outrun it was completely futile. The damage of AK-2 assault rifle is 1,960 joules, while the impact of a kick from a mutant rabbit is already 1,100 joules. That means getting kicked by it is equivalent to taking half a rifle bullet. Seeing Liha getting beaten up by the mutant rabbit, the other players were very concerned. But they were all beginners, so they didn't have time to help him. Liha could only struggle on his own in this dire situation. By now, Liha's HP had dropped to half. If he didn't do something, he would definitely die in this easy quest. So in his most desperate moment, Liha stood up. He treated his gun stock as a baseball bat, and the mutant rabbit was the baseball hurtling towards him. Then Liha executed a perfect home run, sending it flying into the sky. After it was done, he leaned his gun on the ground, too exhausted to stand properly. Phew, guns aren't just for shooting, you demon rabbit. Liha panted heavily while watching the rabbit's silhouette become a tiny dot in the sky. However, this was only a temporary measure, because right after, the rabbit came back, even more enraged. The gun in Liha's hand weighed 4.5 kilograms, so his movements were quite clumsy. And as expected, he took another kick from the mutant rabbit. Neither side yielded, fighting so fiercely that the earth shook. The other players watching this scene felt depressed too. Is there really a way to hunt rabbits like that? Seriously, if you have a gun, wouldn't it be better to play as an ADC? They said that because they didn't understand Liha's suffering. After a long struggle with the rabbit, he finally managed to take it down. What made Liha most miserable and heartbroken was that he didn't land a single shot. Forcing a marksman to fight monsters in melee combat, the system was clearly discriminating against him. Watching other players with swords defeat mutant rabbits in just one move made Liha unbearably jealous. But he decided not to surrender to this system. Liha wanted to be the first person to beat the game using a gun. So after logging out, he looked up historical documents, meticulously studying the factors affecting the trajectory and bullet speed of that musket. First, he needed to measure the effective range. Because it was a smoothbore gun, it was hard to maintain stability when firing. If people in the past used it for combat, Leha could definitely find a breakthrough with this gun. Calculating the trajectory, the maximum range was about 350 meters. But the problem was the wind. It was impossible to create bullets with identical flight paths down to the millimeter. If he activated the combat assist system, he could only fire one shot per minute, and the accuracy was a mere 50%. Leha scratched his head in frustration, unable to find a way to solve this. At this moment, his mother suddenly opened the door and walked in, bringing a plate full of fruit. Seeing her son focused on studying and looking much more lively, she was very happy. She felt that buying the gaming console for him was a brilliant decision. She should have bought it earlier. After his mother returned to her room, Leha continued his career of researching the musket. Since his mother had spent 10 million won, he couldn't afford to be lazy. Even if he couldn't become a high-ranking official in the military, he had to at least become someone who earned a lot of money for his mother. In the game, just 20,000 gold could be exchanged for 2 billion won. By then, maybe he could get surgery and walk again in the real world. So after some research, Leha logged back into the game. This time, players in the mutant rabbit hunting area kept hearing gunshots. They seemed surprised that there was a gun in this area. After getting closer to check it out, they saw Leha seriously loading and aiming at a wooden target. This time, the reload speed was shortened by 3 seconds, so he looked quite happy. But in the eyes of outsiders, Leha was nothing but an idiot. Because he could only fire one shot a minute, while that time was more than enough for them to hunt a rabbit. He'll probably quit the game soon. Who goes around shooting trees instead of hunting rabbits? Let's just ignore him. They muttered to each other and left. Leha didn't care about what others said, because he was still seriously calculating to find the rules of using this gun. Leha had just done a small experiment, and it was quite similar to his previous calculations. At this distance, the bullet marks were quite close together. The accuracy should be higher. After all, its destructive power was quite high. One bullet had a power of over 1,500 joules, so he had to use it thoroughly. Right now, Leha's inventory had enough bullets and gunpowder for 23 more shots, and he quickly found a target for his next practical test. Leha seriously estimated the distance to be 130 meters. The wind was currently blowing west at 5 meters per second. This wind direction blew towards the target's position, and he had mapped out the appropriate trajectory. Leha started loading. And just as the rabbit realized someone was about to attack it, he seized the moment and fired. No different from previous times, thick gunpowder smoke billowed out, temporarily blinding Leha. But this time, Leha had a very good feeling that he hit it. Indeed, he did hit it. But the bullet only grazed the rabbit's hind leg, once again forcing Leha into a situation where he had to use his gun stock for melee combat like before. After a tough struggle, he managed to trip the rabbit. Leha wasn't discouraged and continued trying with another target. This time, he actually hit it. Moreover, he instantly killed the opponent with his bullet on the first shot. Leha was extremely excited because the distance from here to the target was at least 100 meters. It seemed his research wasn't useless. Ding! He immediately received a new notification. Thanks to his recent achievement, Leha unlocked an achievement and stepped onto the Hall of Fame. He excitedly opened his character panel to check. Just with this achievement, he had gained 8 levels. That was the good news. The bad news was that the flint of the musket was destroyed because it ran out of uses. So Leha had no choice but to turn on melee mode. If his gun stock could talk, it would probably cry tears of blood. If he kept fighting in melee like this, the gun stock might break in half. Also, because he had been in the rabbit hunting area using his gun stock to fight for the past few days, other players gave him the nickname Bloody Gun Stock. They all didn't understand why this young man had a gun but didn't use it to shoot, instead doing such crazy things. Of course, Leha didn't want that to happen either. It took him a whole minute to load, but only 8 seconds to melee and catch a rabbit. Compared to shooting, direct combat was much faster. It was just more tiring. Fortunately, he managed to catch 10 of them and complete the quest. Leha also leveled up as a result. The other players gathered around to congratulate him. In their eyes, Leha was the weird guy who had a gun but fought mutant rabbits in melee. However, watching him hunt rabbits like that was quite entertaining. When he returned to the square, many curious eyes were fixed on him. The nickname Bloody Gun Stock was already famous in the beginner village. But Liha didn't care much. He was in a hurry to report his results to get rewards for shopping and training. When the NPC handed him the copper coins, he asked, "Those vicious rabbits must be easy to catch, right?" Yeah, I found them really easy," Liha replied, lying through his teeth. "Do you want to go catch more?" he asked again. But of course, Liha didn't want to experience that miserable feeling ever again. He received 50 copper coins exactly as the quest notification stated, along with a 10% increase in intimacy with Candle Castle NPCs and a 15% increase in intimacy with the Candle Castle security guards. Although 50 copper coins wasn't much, it gave Liha a lot of motivation. He was determined that in the future, he would earn lots of gold and silver, then exchange it for real money to repay his mother. After that, Liha took the rabbit meat to sell. Madame Lu, who was always at the Sacred Grill restaurant and belonged to the giant race, offered 7 coppers per rabbit. Then this NPC made a proposal for Liha to stay and help her restaurant a bit, specifically to grill meat and provide ingredients. As he expected, this was another new quest. The objective was to cooperate in developing a new menu for the Sacred Grill. The requirement was 5 pieces of unspoiled rabbit meat and 1 piece of black-furred rabbit meat. The reward was a special bento box from Madame Lu's new menu. "What is a black-furred rabbit?" Liha asked. "Oh my, among those aggressive rabbits, there's one with black fur. Its taste is absolutely exquisite, so you must try it," Madame Lu replied. Liha guessed this guy was probably like a black pig. But since it was a special rabbit, hunting it would surely be harder than the white ones. Even though there was no monetary reward, Liha still decided to accept this quest. Madame Lu hurriedly grabbed his hand and instructed him that he just needed to hang the bag on the tree at the south gate, and that rabbit would catch the scent and come. Then, he just needed to poke it once and it would be done. Moreover, it only came out at night, so Liha didn't need to waste his energy during the day. Not stopping there, she pulled out a kitchen knife longer than a katana and threatened him not to try and trick her with some bad meat, because those who dared to mess with food had all perished under this knife. Yes, of course. Who would dare mess with you? Even if Liha had bad intentions, seeing that knife would make him drop them. So he had 50 coppers from the previous quest reward plus 77 coppers from selling rabbit meat. A total of 1 silver and 27 coppers. Liha took this money to buy gunpowder and lead bullets first. But the cost of weapons was much more expensive than he imagined. A pouch of gunpowder was 10 coppers, a pouch of priming powder was 5 coppers, and a lead bullet was 3 coppers. The total amount he wanted to buy cost 1 silver and 26 coppers. The shop owner said that because the prices were so steep, no one played as a musketeer these days except for an idiot like Liha. He truly collapsed. 1 shot cost 18 coppers. Where would a soldier get that kind of money? Playing the game like this made it hard to earn money. He didn't know how to get the funds to keep going. Why don't you just sell it? If it's this expensive, who knows when you'll go broke, the owner suggested. But marksman had already become Liha's class. He couldn't just abandon it. However, he felt he still needed to find another way. If he only hunted rabbits, he would lose money. 1 rabbit sold for 7 coppers, while 1 shot to hunt it cost 18 coppers. Not to mention the high chance of missing. Actually, if he didn't have bullets, he could still use the gun to beat the rabbits. But if he did that, the rabbit would look very mangled and the meat would be somewhat ruined. If so, when he brought the meat back, who knew if Madame Lu would use that knife longer than a katana to slice him up? In the end, Liha had to empty his entire fortune to buy weapons and ammo. And the money he had worked so hard to earn was reduced to a single copper coin. On his way out of the weapon shop, Liha couldn't stop regretting that he hadn't chosen the mage class earlier. If he had, maybe by now he could use magic to fill his pockets. Then, Liha suddenly thought of something else. Are there specific conditions for giving quests? Earlier, the captain of the Candle Castle security guards gave him a quest after seeing his level. And Madame Lu gave him this job because she saw the quality of the rabbit meat. Could it be that a certain factor was needed to trigger a quest? Like meeting a requirement set by the NPC? Just as he thought of this, Liha heard his stomach rumbling loudly. Good lord, even the feeling of hunger is this realistic. The developers of this game are too scary. Moreover, Because he was hungry, his HP was reduced by a whopping 40%. If this kept up, he wouldn't have the strength to hunt rabbits. So Leah stopped by a bakery. He also wanted to see how realistic the bread in this game world could be. As Leah pushed the door open, the bakery owner said they were already closed. This game was brutally realistic. During business hours, you could do whatever you wanted, but once the sun set, you couldn't buy food anymore. Leah tried to persuade her by saying he was starving to death and would leave immediately after buying just one loaf of bread. And she agreed. But then something unexpected happened. Among the remaining bread in the shop, the cheapest one cost 3 coppers. And his total assets were down to a single copper coin. The owner said she hadn't been making much lately, so the 1 copper bread had sold out early. The main reason was that the mutant rabbits had eaten all the wheat, so there weren't many ingredients left to make more. At this moment, Leah suddenly realized that if an NPC was facing difficulties, it meant they wanted players to help them with something. If he tried asking about the wheat shortage, he might trigger a new quest. So Leah seriously proposed, "Following the request of the security captain, I've wiped out a few rabbits. So if I help you wipe out all the rabbits and you give me some bread, wouldn't that be a win-win for both of us?" "Oh my, really?" The bakery owner cheered. Just when Leah thought he had succeeded, she poured a bucket of cold water on him. Today, about 20 strangers came here and said the same thing. "But the rabbits run very fast, so you probably can't help me. If I make a deal with you about that, wouldn't my shop be ruined?" Leah was speechless. The NPCs in this game really had logical reasoning skills. They even outplayed players like him. But he didn't want to give up yet, because he was a broke guy who couldn't afford bread. So Leah flexed his not-so-ordinary identity. He said he had received a request from the owner of the Sacred Grill. Therefore, he was not like the passing travelers who had previously proposed hunting rabbits for bread. Not to mention, Madame Lu had also asked him to catch a black-furred rabbit. Upon hearing the words, "black rabbit," the bakery owner's attitude completely changed. But then, she dealt Leah another critical blow by saying he looked too weak to have the strength to catch a black rabbit. Moreover, if he was capable of catching it, he wouldn't be so poor that he couldn't afford bread. "Sorry if I was a bit harsh," she continued. What a master of the carrot and stick. Although heavily wounded, Leah was determined to hold on to the end to get free bread. He pulled out the bag Madame Lu had given him earlier to catch the rabbit. He didn't know what was inside, but the smell was truly horrendous. The bakery owner didn't even dare to get close to the bag. "Oh my God, this strong-smelling thing is definitely made by Sister Lu. So you really are a capable person that Sister Lu trusts and gave a job to." It seemed this smelly bag really worked. Although Leah tried to stay calm, he was blooming with joy inside. The bakery owner seemed to trust him and asked Leah to do her a favor while on his way to catch the black rabbit. The system immediately turned the bakery owner's words into a new quest. "I heard that a type of herb grows where the black rabbit leaves its droppings. It enhances the flavor of the bread. But this must be kept an absolute secret. Because if customers knew the bread contained herbs grown from animal droppings, they might not continue supporting the bakery." And Leah's quest objective was to collect 3 of these herbs. His reward was an herb-sprinkled bread and 30 copper coins. But the most important thing was the name of this quest: Risking Your Life, Gathering Spices. Just hearing it was enough to feel how dangerous it was. Leah thought the developers of this game were crazy, so the NPCs were equally crazy. To ask him to risk his life just to gather spices. And that life was only worth a bread topped with herbs grown from rabbit droppings and 30 coppers. "Can you do this side quest for me?" Seeing Leah stay silent, the bakery owner urged him. To be honest, he was a bit nervous. Earlier, this girl mentioned a concept called Black Angus, which seemed to refer to the black-furred rabbit. She explained that the pitch-black rabbit was extremely aggressive, so people called it Black Angus. And naturally, its attack power was also terrifying compared to normal white rabbits. Well, for the sake of making a living, Leah had to accept this quest. However, he was very hungry right now, and if he didn't put something in his stomach, he would probably faint right here before reaching the black-furred rabbit. Leah tactfully brought this up to her. She threw him a look full of suspicion. "You want my bread? But what if you eat it and run away?" "Don't worry, I'm very reliable. I will definitely bring the herbs back for you." The bakery owner thought for a moment and then made a decision. Based on her decision, the quest details also changed. Specifically, the The reward of 1 herb-sprinkled bread and 30 coppers was increased by 3 sweet croissants and plus 15% intimacy with all NPCs in Candle Castle. However, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Along with the increased reward, the quest difficulty was also upgraded. Specifically, Leah had to bring the herbs back to Annie's bakery within 12 hours. If he failed, his intimacy with Annie, the bakery owner, would decrease by 20%. At the same time, his intimacy with all NPCs in Candle Castle would decrease by 10%. Leah almost screamed. She only gave him 3 extra breads, but the difficulty increased so much. And there was a time limit too. Not to mention, if he failed, his intimacy would drop, which would greatly affect his future in the beginner village. In return, Annie gave him the 3 breads in advance to fill his stomach. The bread was delicious, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Why was this game even harsher than reality? Leah cried tears of blood while eating the bread. But not long after leaving the bakery, he received a new notification. He had learned a new skill called trade negotiation. The effect of using this skill was the ability to change quest conditions and trade items with NPCs, increasing intimacy by 20%. That was the reason why the quest Annie gave him could be changed earlier. Thinking about it, returning within 12 hours seemed a bit difficult for Leah. He hadn't even figured out what to do yet. And right at this moment, Leah heard someone shouting loudly, looking for party members. Anyone hunting the black-furred rabbit, come here. Seeing people with the same goal, Leah immediately wanted to join. But the other players looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. Then they asked what Leah's class was. He replied that he was a long-range sniper. It sounded impressive, but as soon as they looked at his gear, they knew he was a low-level player. Trying to use us to get carried? Find someone else. Just looking at your shoes, I can tell you haven't passed level 5. The black-furred rabbit is a boss. Do you think we'd let a useless guy like you tag along and drag us down? Leah was furious. These people actually ignored and openly despised him like that. However, from the way they talked, he learned a new piece of information. That is, if you die in this quest, you can't retry it. So it was inevitable that they wanted to find players of the same level for safety. Leah was a bit puzzled. His quest conditions didn't mention that if he was defeated by the black-furred rabbit, he couldn't retry the quest. Could their quests be different? So he asked, what quest do you guys have related to the black-furred rabbit? It's a pelt quest. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? If so, go somewhere else. Leah let out an oh. So it really was a different quest. Then they couldn't travel together anyway, even if the other party didn't look down on his low level. Leah started calculating. It seemed there were many quests issued related to that black-furred rabbit. For example, finding meat, herbs, or rabbit fur. If so, there must still be people in town who needed other parts of it. And the more quests he collected related to it, and completed them all at once, the more beneficial it would be. So Leah went back to town. He used the exact same sentence structure as when talking to Annie to persuade many other NPCs to give him quests. For example, the woman at the tailor shop asked him to collect rabbit fur to make clothes. The blacksmith at the weapon shop asked him to get its claws. And the jewelry shop owner asked him to bring its eyeballs back. Leah collected 3 new quests. His skills and level also increased as a result. If he caught the black-furred rabbit, he would get all 5 things they needed in one go. What a profitable exchange. But the prerequisite was to defeat it first. Now there were only 2 hours left until dawn. Leah had to take advantage of the rabbit's active time. Otherwise, it would all be for nothing. So he carried his gun to the outskirts of town. To be honest, Leah's level right now was indeed quite low. Only level 5. Moreover, his HP, stamina, and attributes were all pitifully low. Not to mention, it seemed he had used his musket stock too much to bash rabbits, so now it was a bit loose. If this gun broke too, he would go bankrupt. While Leah was getting a headache thinking about this, he suddenly saw a backpack on the ground. Leah reached out to pick it up, and he heard a somewhat familiar voice. The bag has been pretty heavy for a while now. Drop it. If we keep this up, we'll all die. It's not time yet. Let it get a bit more enraged. Just 30 more seconds. The archer is in danger. Hurry over there. If this keeps up, he's dead. Leah recognized this as the party recruiting members at the fountain earlier. It seemed they were having a hard time with that fierce rabbit. When Leah peeked out, he saw their archer was already dead. The remaining members were tense to the point of stiffening up. They've drawn all their weapons to fight. The one in the lead seems to be a shield-bearing warrior, handling defense. In the middle is a priest, and at the very back is the squishiest one, the female mage. As a party, they seem pretty stable, but in reality, they're having a lot of trouble with that rabbit. Specifically, when the fireballs launched from the female mage's staff, combined with what looked like powerful control magic, they still couldn't make the rabbit flinch. Liha, hiding in a nearby bush, watched intently. So that's the true power of the mage class he missed out on. The casting time to create a spell is only about 15 to 20 seconds, 3 or 4 times faster than his clunky gun. As for that party, it looks like they're paying the price for being overconfident, because the tanker is already dead. With only 2 squishy members left, no matter how strong they are, they can't beat that monster. The best option now is to give up and run for their lives. Under the bright moonlight, Liha got a clear look at the black-furred rabbit's interface. No wonder Annie called it a black Angus. This rabbit is bigger than a cow. He still hasn't shown himself, wanting to observe the situation first. At that moment, the 2 survivors started to flee, cursing up a storm as they ran. They blamed each other, saying that because the spells missed, their tanker and archer had to run. But wait, there's clearly one rabbit chasing them, yet there's another one still standing over the tanker's corpse. It was then that Liha realized with a shock that he was facing 2 opponents. One was terrifying enough, but now there are 2, doubling the difficulty. Back when he was catching small white rabbits, he was already in a world of hurt. Getting hit by a black-furred rabbit now would probably break all his ribs. But Liha couldn't give up here. He had accepted 5 quests. Except for Madame Lou's barbecue restaurant, the other 4 required him to bring back items within 12 hours. If he fails now, he'll be penalized with a loss of intimacy points. For quests, a total of 40% intimacy with the NPCs. If that happens, Liha probably won't have a way back to the beginner village. He decided to take a gamble. After all, he's a musketeer. He has to make use of his gun, right? If he can actually hit a vital spot on that rabbit, he might be able to take it down in one shot. Liha remembered his time as a special forces sniper in the real world and encouraged himself, thinking he was originally a great shot. Because this game world was created with such detail that it could be mistaken for reality, he could totally hone his shooting skills to their peak. Liha raised his gun, then opened his character information panel, and put all his remaining free attribute points into agility. At this moment, his agility score had risen to 55 points. Then, Liha stood up straight. He faced the 2 black-furred rabbits that were furiously chasing the other party and shouted loudly, "Hey, you 2 stupid rabbits." This way, Liha felt a mix of anticipation and tension. Agility is at 50. According to the system, agility only increases up to level 9. The strongest attack power won't get any stronger than this. Instead, if I miss, it's all over. One shot. I have to take it down in one shot, no matter what. If I miss, everyone dies. All right, reloading complete. I just need to put the bullet in. Just then, a frantic voice cried out, "Help! Help me! Save me! Over there! Over there!" The scene before him made Liha panic. Wait. Why are you both running this way? If you both run here, what am I supposed to do? One of you, run in a different direction. Lin Huoyin just kept running and screaming. "Hey, you bastard! If you're going to save us, do it already." Then she and Heller started arguing. "Why are you talking like that, huh? Are you trying to get rid of me? If you don't like it, you run." Their noisy bickering was getting on Liha's last nerve. Maybe I should shoot that girl instead of the rabbit. My ears are bleeding. In the end, he had to calm himself down. Easy now. It's okay. Just wait. Wait until I've confirmed the target's range. Then Liha began to focus on the target before him. 85 centimeter. The moment Lin Huoyin and Heller were about 80 cm away from him. Until the distance of the 2 black Anguses to him was only 75 centimeter. That meant they were getting very close to the other 2. When they were only 50 cm away, the black Angus's claws suddenly shot out. Yet Liha patiently waited until his firing range shortened to just 45 cm. That was the precise distance he had been waiting for. They're here. Immediately after, Liha fired without a moment's hesitation. The bullet grazed the side of Lin Huoyin's face and flew past her as she stared in astonishment. The next second, it accurately embedded itself straight into the head of the black Angus. Witnessing that scene, Lin Huiyuan couldn't believe her eyes. Is it dead? She was so shocked she forgot to run. What was that just now? In the moment Lin Huiyuan was still dazed, Heller, who was next to her, was caught by the remaining black Angus. Its ferocity made her so scared her legs gave out. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Huiyuan. Li Ha had appeared beside her at some point. What are you doing? Run. After that guy, it's our turn to get killed. Right now, only one thought was in Lin Huiyuan's head. Did I see that right? That monster was taken out in just one shot? How could he do that? Is Heller a goner? Meanwhile, Li Ha was also having a massive headache. When can I reload? So Lin Huiyuan just let him drag her along like a puppet. Who the hell is this kid? As for Li Ha, he could only charge forward blindly. I'll reload when I get some backup. At this rate, I'm going to get eaten. Anyway, I've put some distance between us and that rabbit. A little more distance, and I'll have time to reload. As he was calculating, he suddenly felt the atmosphere around him change unexpectedly. The black Angus behind them abruptly threw its head back and let out a long howl at the sky. Their steps didn't falter, but the mental shock was immense. This was a situation Li Ha had not anticipated at all. Did it finish eating already? He lamented silently. Am I going to die here? Before the two could even think of a response, Lin Huiyuan suddenly appeared right in front of them. The moment she saw her, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Huiyuan's face. She quickly turned to Li Ha. Get down. Her sudden action startled him for a moment. Well, what? The next second, a thin wisp of smoke unexpectedly flew from Lin Huiyuan's hands. Along with it, countless ice spikes appeared all around her. After that, Lin Huiyuan's storm-like attack began instantly. Her target, of course, was the giant black Angus over there. While Li Ha was still trying to understand what was happening, the ice spikes had already pierced straight into the black Angus. Then, the next development surprised him even more. It's frozen. At that moment, Lin Huiyuan suddenly spoke up. Quick, tell me your name. Hurry. Li Ha looked at her, stunned. Why are you asking for my name? Lin Huiyuan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. To party up. Hurry up and say it. I have to pay you back, you know. Although he wasn't sure what was going on, he replied, Li Ha. Then she began a series of incomprehensible quick actions. Okay, party process complete. A ring of fire on Lin Huiyuan's hand could be seen glowing brighter and brighter. Now then. Next, she unleashed a full power attack straight at the black Angus. Die. As a high-level player, the power of Lin Huiyuan's skill was no joke. In the blink of an eye, she had completely subdued the black Angus. Only now did Li Ha dare to breathe a sigh of relief. We got it. The system announcement echoed at the same time. Level up. This result left Li Ha extremely satisfied. Great. Leveled up. But then a thought suddenly occurred to him. Didn't that item get burned up too? Lin Huiyuan had walked over to the black Angus. Let's see. Item, oh item. Her voice made Li Ha panic. Are you planning to take that item all for yourself? Lin Huiyuan looked at him calmly. Of course. I'm the one who burned it. Li Ha immediately got angry. Then what about me? Hearing that, she pointed into the distance. TCH. The one back there. You can have all of it. Finally, Lin Huiyuan gave him a mischievous smile. That's fair, isn't it? After collecting the items, the three of them continued on their way. Except now, Li Ha was extremely bewildered. Why? Why are they following me? Just then, Lin Huiyuan suddenly spoke up. My name is Lin Huiyuan. Li Ha replied coldly. I didn't ask for your names. But she paid him no mind and continued. And that's Lin Huiyuan. He could only give a perfunctory reply. Ah, yes. Seeing this, Lin Huiyuan became even more eager. You don't know Snowflower Archery Lin Huiyuan of Hong Kong. He was a bit speechless with her. Do you know Ha Li Ha of the Republic of Korea? Lin Huiyuan immediately became interested. Who's that? That guy. But he brushed it off. We don't know each other, so we're even. Whether it's you or Lin Huiyuan, just hurry home. I was happy to hunt with you all. Li Ha's attitude made her even more curious. Something's a little strange. How could he take down a black Angus in one shot? That thing's body is so massive. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't even seem to be level 7. At this moment, Lin Huiyuan, who had been silent until now, suddenly reacted. She said just one gentle sentence that successfully made Li Ha freeze. The herb is over there. Because Annie's voice still echoed in his head, Remember, don't tell anyone. Li Ha's whole body stiffened. He slowly turned to face Lin Huoding. Where did you get that herb? Right now, Li Ha was in a complete panic. How does she know? The bakery owner told me not to tell anyone. Did the quest fail? Only Lin Huiyuan was still clueless. What's a herb? Lin Huoding kindly explained to her. It's a quest item. The thing this person is looking for. Then she turned to Li Ha. It's okay. It's fine to tell other players. Hearing that, Lin Huiyuan suddenly glared at him. Don't tell me you were afraid we'd steal your quest item? Lin Huoding next to her added fuel to the fire. Perhaps. She thought for a moment, then continued. I saw it from a distance. You hit the Black Angus with one shot. This was what she had been wondering about all this time. How did you do that? This was also what Lin Huiyuan wanted to know. That's right. That rabbit had 100% health. How did you catch it? Faced with this question, Li Ha had no choice but to play dumb. I guess I just got lucky. While he was feeling awkward, several notification panels suddenly appeared before him. The content mainly listed his latest achievements. Seeing the words on the screen, Li Ha couldn't hide his joy. The quest was a success. A moment later, Lin Huoding enthusiastically dragged everyone to a nearby restaurant. To celebrate our safe return, let's have a toast. Li Ha couldn't refuse her enthusiasm. Cheers. Taking this opportunity, he asked the question he was extremely curious about. But who are you? Even the NPCs bow to you, and everyone makes way for you. Lin Huiyuan was a bit surprised by this question. You really don't know? Her eyes flashed with pride. Huoding is ranked 5th in Asia, and 9th in the world. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Fireflower Archery, Lin Huiyuan, and this is Snowflower Archery, Lin Huoding. These words left Li Ha a bit confused. Calling someone who runs away Fireflower? Isn't that a bit much? I'd find it a bit embarrassing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Huiyuan immediately got angry. Hey, that's what the job class is called. What am I supposed to do about it? But Li Ha, far from being scared, laughed even louder. Haha, that must be so embarrassing. After a bit of joking around, Lin Huiyuan suddenly remembered. All right, so who are you? How did you catch the Black Angus? Li Ha was silent for a moment, then answered casually. I shot it, so it died. This attitude of his angered her again. You want to die? But Li Ha remained extremely calm. I'm telling the truth. Do I have to tell you that? Instant death. While the two were arguing, Lin Huoding suddenly spoke up. Level 6. Minor adjustments to the hit rate through skills. Even with a critical hit, it's impossible to take it down in one shot. Other than instant death, there's no other explanation. Hearing this, Lin Huiyuan cried out in alarm. He's level 5. A level 5 caught a black rabbit. Li Ha, however, was concerned about something else. How does she know my abilities? My items and skills too? Now Lin Huoding answered her sister's question. The rabbit died instantly on its own. She continued her analysis. To catch it with a single blow, the aim and firing power must reach 90. This was the first time Lin Huiyuan had heard of this. 90? The strength has to be 90. Lin Huoding repeated again, besides strength. She slowly emphasized each word. The level must be 90. Hearing that, Li Ha suddenly remembered the notification panel from before. So that job description was talking about level? On the other side, the two girls were still enthusiastically discussing. Critical hit. Assassination stats are at level 70. Suddenly, Lin Huiyuan glanced at Li Ha. Is it possible? Lin Huoding, beside her, nodded. Their suspicious behavior made him unconsciously jump. Possible what? What's possible? Lin Huiyuan's expression suddenly turned serious. All right, Li Ha of the Republic of Korea. Do you want to join our force? Li Ha truly had not anticipated this situation. What? Lin Huiyuan boasted once again. The master of the force is Huoding, the world's 9th-ranked player. Our force is pretty famous, you know. Li Ha hesitated for a moment, then said softly. You know I'm level 6. Lin Huiyuan acted as if it was no problem. You can just level up. He continued to bring up his weaknesses. I'm only equipped with basic items. But she still felt it could be resolved. I'll get you items. So Li Ha reluctantly continued. I don't know how much money you have, but... However, Lin Huiyuan immediately cut him off. A lot. She tried every way to persuade him. The master of the force is the world's 9th-ranked player, Huoding. You get what I mean, right? But unfortunately, she had found the wrong person. I refuse. My mom said if someone offers you candy and you follow them, something big will happen. Your mom raised you well. Lin Huiyuan couldn't believe her ears. He's refusing such a good opportunity? Li Ha replied comfortably. The conditions are too good. It makes me a little uncomfortable. She still wouldn't give up. Our Huiding is the master. But he didn't care at all. Even so. And so, their conversation continued for a while longer. Do you know what rank our force is in the world? Probably pretty high. What? Finally, Li Ha explained slowly. I have to look into this and that, you know. When you go to the market, you only need to check out the first shop. If another place is better, you have to go back. Since he had put it that way, Lin Huiyuan didn't press him further. All right. It's better than biting off more than you can chew. If you change your mind, contact me. Add me as a friend, okay? Li Ha readily agreed. That's fine. Then Lin Huiyuan slowly stood up. I'll pay. Huiding, let's go. And also, she turned back and said in a sincere voice, thank you for saving me. Then Lin Huiyuan quickly walked to the payment counter. Keep the change. Hurry over here, Huiding. As for Li Ha, he was feeling extremely awkward under Lin Huiding's intense gaze. Aren't you going? Suddenly, she spoke. See you later. He had just opened his mouth to reply. All right, see you. When she continued, Appa. Suddenly hearing that word made Li Ha freeze for a moment. Appa what? Only after the two girls had left did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. My God, the people are like a storm, and so are the quests. Well then, now it's reward time. First, Li Ha went to see Code. Looking at this blood-red eyeball, it seems you really did find it in one day. He immediately put on a standard smile. Next time you have a job, please feel free to give it to me. She quickly replied, of course. You caught a black Angus in just one day. The second person Li Ha went to was Latico. It's really a black Angus claw. I can make a good weapon with this claw. Seeing him so happy made Li Ha feel happy too. Please create an excellent weapon, boss. After completing these two quests, he received a level up notification. Level up. Next, Li Ha went to Sandy's place. That's right, that's it. The color of the fur is so beautiful. Thank you, Li Ha. It would probably make a beautiful cloak. Well, and here is your special reward. He hurriedly accepted it. Thank you very much, ma'am. At this point, Li Ha was extremely satisfied with what he had achieved. It's true that hard work pays off. Then, he went to Cutie's place. Excuse me. Please come in. At this time, she was alone in the shop, Annie's bakery. As soon as she saw him, Cutie's face lit up. Oh my, Mr. Li Ha? Please come in. He was also extremely happy to see her. Hello, miss. That is. Cutie immediately handed him what she was holding. The cake is freshly made. Would you like to try a piece? Li Ha hurriedly refused. No, it's a bit expensive, so. But she immediately protested. You don't need to pay. Are we such strangers? He could only think to himself. We are, in fact, strangers. In the end, Cutie still successfully made Li Ha sit down. Please eat some cake slowly. It seems you haven't had breakfast. He had no choice but to obey her. Oh my, then I'll eat well. The actions of the two attracted the attention of other players. Have some milk too. What's with that NPC? She's even giving out free samples? Now Cutie hesitantly started to speak. So, where's the herb? That herb. If she hadn't reminded him, Li Ha would have almost forgotten. As soon as she saw it, Cutie forgot everything around her. The herb. The herb is here. Li Ha truly couldn't understand her feelings. I hadn't even finished speaking. Why did you interrupt me like that? Does sprinkling that on make the cake really that good? Cutie was still immersed in her joy. Can't you smell this rich aroma? People who like cake will buy it just from the smell. Li Ha felt even more confused. It's just a plant that grows where rabbits poop. She immediately became serious. Shut your mouth. Poop. Li Ha's eyes widened in astonishment. What? After finishing his food, he continued on his way. This weirdness is so tiring. I ate the cake, but why do I feel like my blood was drained? Off to the last shop. Cutie saw him to the door. Goodbye. The next destination was Madame Lu's place. Oh my, our Li Ha is back. So the rumors of your success are true, huh? Li Ha tried to hold his head high and look at her. There are rumors of my return? Madame Lu replied with a nonchalant expression. That's right. I heard you went to the tavern yesterday too. There's nothing I don't know in this Candleton. I've already heard the news of your successful hunt. Hearing that, Li Ha understood. So the rumor has spread throughout the whole neighborhood. After that, Li Ha didn't ask any more questions and just handed her the items. Aren't you going to check the meat? Madame Lu smiled gently. If our Li Ha did it, the meat must be delicious. He looked at her and silently marveled. The intimacy level has risen to 70%. Currently, Madame Lu was very happy. Oh my, this is black-furred rabbit meat. She handed Li Ha the money while exclaiming, oh my, I should probably give you a special reward too, shouldn't I? Wait a moment, I'll make you a lunchbox. Hearing that, his mind immediately went on alert. There's more. Thinking this, Li Ha cautiously probed. Making a lunchbox will probably take some time, won't it? Madame Lu winked playfully. It'll be done in no time. But, hearing that, Li Ha understood immediately. It's a chain quest. As expected, she continued, Li Ha can surely do it. I need the meat of the golden eagle that lives on the back mountain. And so, he had another job to do. Final quest, attack the golden eagle boss. Li Ha was very excited. Level 10, the final quest of Candleton. He was just a little confused. But is the reward this time really a lunchbox? Madame Lu explained further to him. Candleton is a village in a very remote area. So it takes 2 stops to get to the city. For that, we really need golden eagle meat. 2 stops, you know. So do we need this premium item? To do big things, you have to. Oh, you know. Hearing that, Li Ha could only force a smile. Is that so? Then we'll need the golden eagle. In reality, he was cursing wildly in his heart. The person who made this game even included corruption. Only Madame Lu was extremely cheerful. Oh my, it's done. She seemed very excited. It's done, it's done. But Li Ha was a bit hesitant. Should I eat the whole reward? Then he smiled at Madame Lu. Haha, thank you. Suddenly, a flash of surprise appeared in Li Ha's eyes. He suddenly rushed forward to stare at the lunchbox. This is... The very next second, the system provided detailed information about this item. Li Ha couldn't believe his eyes. Agility +1, stamina +1. Oh my god, how is it? Madame Lu smiled at him. It's not just a normal lunchbox, right? At this moment, Li Ha was extremely joyful. Moreover, if the reward is of the excellent type, the item's effect is tripled. A 7-point increase in stamina is actually worth 170 million. Even selling it cheap would get over 60 million. I'll take it and sell it now. While he was engrossed in his calculations, a strange object suddenly caught his eye. So what is this hanging tag? Li Ha curiously bent down to carefully observe the thing dangling from the lunchbox. On it were printed a few bold words. Special item, untradeable. In an instant, he felt as if the whole world was collapsing. Can't be sold? This can't be sold? It's not equipment, so it can't be equipped. Just then, Madame Lu suddenly spoke up. Not bad, right? Sob. Li Ha's attitude immediately changed. Bad? Madam, is this premium? He comforted himself. Well, there's no other way. This is a big harvest. Life is too humble. It's like it's playing with me. Now Madame Lu gently reminded him. Then, go catch the golden eagle. Li Ha solemnly promised her. I'll bring it back right away. As fast as possible. Then he left in a state of high excitement. All right, I've completed all the quests. At this time, his character information panel had changed significantly from the beginning. Li Ha began to plan for his future. Other related quests will get me to level 10. Let's gain 2 more levels. If I can catch the golden eagle, I can leave the beginner village. Next, he decided to enjoy Madame Lu's lunchbox. This smells so good. Let's try a bite. As soon as he tasted the first bite, Li Ha felt the whole world around him transform. He was so moved that he couldn't stop eating. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Thank you, creator of this game. What kind of motivation is this? I feel like I could catch a few more Black Anguses. From now on, it's all about leveling up. After finishing his meal, Li Ha felt full of energy. All right, time to hunt. With my possessions, do I have to buy more bullets? The musketeers are all dead. These game developers. So he had no choice but to stop by the general store. Hello. The intimacy has increased, so he'll probably give me a discount. As soon as he entered, Li Ha saw Louis lying on the sofa. I'm here to buy some bullets. But he just replied indifferently. Come in. This attitude made Li Ha a bit dissatisfied. Is it that much trouble to greet a customer? With a 15% increase in intimacy, you greet customers lying down like that? But he didn't forget his purpose. I'm here to buy bullets. Before Liha could finish, Lewis interrupted. Are you here to buy 8 sets this time? Seeing you've changed your outfit, you probably won't buy 7 like last time, right? 1 set is 18 copper. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to bargain. If 1 set is 18 copper, can't you lower it a bit? He still maintained a cold tone. That's right. How can the price be changed? And so, the anger in Liha's heart flared up again. Speak a little more politely. However, Lewis didn't even bother to look at him anymore. What's a musketeer anyway? Suddenly, Liha noticed the pile of old inventory placed in the corner. In this village, I'm the only musketeer. Even if I spend all my money, I can only buy 37 sets. I should probably leave some reward money. After thinking carefully, he decided, first, I'll buy 23 sets. Let's see, 23 sets for 4 silver and 14 copper. Sob sob. Now Lewis's attitude was more amicable. Anyway, buying 23 sets is better than last time. As he was speaking, he suddenly moved closer to him. What's that smell? Lewis's action made Liha a bit flustered. I ate a meat lunchbox earlier. But he still wouldn't stop. No, this isn't the smell of meat. He shouted in panic. Where are you groping? Lewis became even more frantic. I'm going crazy. What is that smell? This time, Liha was truly scared by him. No. First, please take your hands off me. But Lewis was still lost in his own world. Cake. This is the smell of cake. It's clearly not an ordinary cake. Hearing that, a thought flashed in Liha's mind. Wait, cake? Could it be? He immediately opened his inventory bag. Oh my, in my bag, there's a cake sprinkled with herbs. As soon as he heard that, Lewis's eyes lit up. Herbs? Herbs sprinkled? Share some with me. I'll buy it. Is 50 copper okay? Liha coldly refused. To get this, I had to do a lot of things. And it's only 50 copper. He hurriedly increased the offer. Then 1 silver. But he was still not satisfied. 5 silver. Is that okay? Hearing that, Lewis angrily turned and walked away. You thief. I'm not buying it anymore. I'm not eating it anymore. Liha looked at him calmly. Is that so? He just gave a mischievous smile. Activate bargaining skill. Once this skill is activated, the chance of persuading the opponent increases by 21%. That is, Liha started to speak again. Is the taste of the herb cake that good? However, Lewis had no reaction, which made him very confused. Did it fail? But the very next second, he timidly spoke up. Finding the herb-sprinkled cake must have been very difficult, right? Liha smiled with satisfaction. You want to know how difficult it was? Lewis continued to negotiate. 2 silver. But he brushed it off. I'd rather save the cake and eat it myself. So he had no other choice. I'll add a few sets of bullets. Liha continued to press. How do you sell your bullets? 23 sets for 4 silver and 14 copper. He left Lewis speechless. For a person to haggle, it's a bit. Finally, Liha set the price. 5 silver. He still tried to haggle. If not, I'll give you a 5 copper discount per set. But he just repeated the same sentence. 5 silver. Lewis grumbled in dissatisfaction. The discount only goes that far. Seeing this, Liha changed his approach. Then 100 sets of bullets. Hearing that, he immediately got angry. You thief. He glanced at him. Thief. What? So he quickly backed down. Nothing. Lewis looked extremely miserable. 70 sets, okay? Please. Just 70 sets. Seeing this, Liha didn't make it difficult for him anymore. 70 sets. All right. In that case, I'll just take 70 sets. In return, please deliver them for me. Lewis suddenly felt like he had just been tricked. I understand. After the exchange was complete, Liha's mood became extremely cheerful. We've grown up. I made a deal. I have to work hard to earn big money. If I can do that, how filial I would be. That is, he took advantage of his free time to relax. Let's learn about the quest and see what's happening. Immediately, a mechanical voice sounded. Hello everyone. This is today's Middle-earth news. Reporter Hanking HH. What's the news today? Today's Middle-earth news has a lot of surprises. Liha ate his noodles while constantly marveling. Middle-earth news is even on the news. At this time, the program on TV was still continuing. The first news is the fluctuation in rankings. And there's another interesting piece of news. There's a rumor that Snowflower Archery Lin Huoding has appeared in Candleton, a beginner village. Oh my, Lin Huoding. But that's not all. Lin Huiyuan, who is said to be the second member of the Lin group, ranked second in Hong Kong, was also there. The Linlong group? That's the top group in Hong Kong. So why did these two come to a beginner village? Yes, according to our investigation, they came to hunt a certain Korean player. Hunting someone in a beginner village? You said Lin Huiyuan was very flustered? That's a lie. Who was flustered? I guess they met in the beginner village because there are few people there. Snowflower Archery Lin Huoding is a very outstanding player, isn't she? The comments on the news report appeared like a storm. But I heard this matter hasn't been clarified yet. But now Li Ha was no longer in the mood to listen. And I even had the nerve to show my face. As if understanding his mood, the news report ended with the sentence, "Even if you regret it, it's no use." He thought to himself, luckily. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the news continued. But there's information that at that time, another Korean player appeared using a long weapon like a gun. A weapon like a gun? The witness said that person was definitely not an employee of Rana. We're curious about that Korean player, aren't we? Will the player using the long, gun-like weapon return to Candleton? Now Li Ha officially collapsed. I'm so screwed. That shocking news report forced Li Ha to stop eating and dive into his computer screen. What is this all over the internet? The scene of the three of them talking together was posted with a sensational title, "The Lin Sisters Appear in Candleton," which left Li Ha stunned. This is from that time. It has over 1.8 million views and 72,000 comments. This video was just uploaded 2 hours ago. That alone was enough to drive the crowd wild, mixed with anti-fans who hate them. As he scrolled, "I'm going crazy. Is that a person or a doll? Kakik must have had surgery. The Lin sisters didn't have plastic surgery. Haven't you read the news?" And then more problems arose as suspicion from the public poured in. They brought a ton of questions and bluntly judged Li Ha. Why is a high-level Korean player in Hong Kong? But are you sure he's a high-level player? Or is he intentionally dressed like trash? The more he looked, the more outrageous their words became. All attention was focused on him. Meeting the Lin sisters dressed like that? Kaka, probably just some mutt from a corner. It left him not knowing how to react other than to let out a dazed laugh. Not to mention someone mocked the musketeer class, and then plastered labels all over Li Ha's head like newbie, crazy, and even beggar. He could only be in chaos before the brutal power of the keyboard warriors. Luckily, people think this is a fake video. That is, ignoring what was happening on the screen, Li Ha was lost in a mess of thoughts that spilled from his mouth. I know the Linlong Guild is famous, but there's very little information about the Lin Sisters Guild. If I joined that group, I'd probably level up fast. Then he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself. But the conditions are too good. It makes me a bit suspicious. Seeing Lin Huiyuan's personality, if I refuse, there's probably no turning back. However, all those troublesome issues didn't hinder or stop his actions. But I have to level up on my own. And so, no matter how hard it was due to the problems with loading the gun and aiming, Li Ha still successfully completed the quests. Here is the fox family you asked me to catch. Even Gak was extremely surprised. Already? At the same time, the system panel popped up with a series of news. Completed the Smart Beast quest. Intimacy with NPCs in Candleton increased by 10% and with the security forces by 15%. Received 50 copper and a pair of leather shoes. This left Li Ha a bit disappointed. No level up? And before he could catch his breath, Gak led them into a quick conversation. It's a bit difficult to ask for another favor right after you've finished a job, but for someone with your abilities, Li Ha. Wolves. How did you know? The foxes went to contact them. I'll go catch them. The next second, the system panel also popped up with the content of having to eliminate 10 of them and attractive rewards. Actually, I already knew. I looked it up and knew about this quest beforehand. When he pressed accept, there was another surprise. A weapon use voucher? There's this too. Gak, with a thoughtful attitude, said, "It's time to repair your weapon." This was a great help for new players like Li Ha. "I'm about to fix my shaky gun," he shouted. "Then I'm off." He replied in a serious tone. "We're counting on you, Li Ha." Soon, he arrived at a place with a sign warning of a wolf-infested area. Then he tiredly entered it alone. Li Ha grumbled in frustration. "From here on, I have to find teammates. But finding a partner isn't easy. It's a bit difficult with just a level 8 like me. But if I can form a team, imagining the scene of everyone busy killing wolves while he was busy loading bullets, leaving him to fight alone in despair after 2 minutes. The owner of a 50-50 hit rate with a long reload time sighed. I knew it would be like this. Thinking too much doesn't help either. Liha then showed clear, positive hope and self-confidence. 2 or 3 wolves chasing me is tiring, but if I separate them, it's doable. After that, he crawled low to the ground and calculated as he approached the danger zone step by step. 100 foxes cost 13 sets of bullets, so now I have 71 sets left. I'll finish the wolf quest with 11 shots. Get to level 10 and catch the golden eagle too. After lying in ambush for a long time with nothing happening, Liha broke out in a sweat. Aren't there any lone wolves? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Magic missile. He paid attention, his eyes widening. Oh ho, a party player. Right ahead, a gentle magic lady said. I've lured 3 of them. Tanker, he asserted. I'll control it. Another teammate exclaimed. Combat will begin in 3 seconds. And then, the entire team coordinated so smoothly that they could simultaneously cast a series of support skills. Stomp, magic missile, energy ball, mirror magic. It couldn't help but make a solo player like Liha's jaw drop. So admirable. The wolf is really frozen. In a flood of sorrowful tears, he still had to crawl and scrape his way out. So sad. I have to find prey before I get hurt. Meanwhile, the other group was still incredibly lively. Missile, energy, magic. Amidst the yelps of the wolves, after long, agonizing moments of waiting, a target with its soft fur finally appeared right in front of him. Its eyes glowed with a dangerous red light, staring intently, as if it had already grasped the movements of its pursuer. Unexpectedly, it was a chance to find a place to vent comfortably, and Liha was overjoyed. Found it. Without a hint of hesitation or any wasted movements, it was clear he was highly determined. I'll show you the results of my training. After biting the bullet pouch, he skillfully poured the gunpowder and loaded the bullet into the barrel. The third step, of course, was indispensable, using his breath instead of a ramrod. Finally, the last step was to tap the butt of the gun on the ground several times to ensure there were no gaps between the flammable materials. By the time he finished the long series of operations, the wolf had already been dealt with and was basking in the sun. Liha officially moved on to the aiming step. Confidence shone on his face as he remembered the regimental commander of the 95th Rifle Regiment he had seen in a movie. Control your breathing and shoot straight, kid. He couldn't help but exclaim. Thank you, Commander. For many days, I've been able to load a bullet in under a minute. And then all distracting thoughts flew away with the smoke he exhaled. Without any more hesitation, Liha decisively squeezed the trigger and fired the flintlock. The shocking shot tore through the wind, aiming straight for the still-chilling wolf, stunning it and making it curl up its body. It's unclear how much time he took, but the final result was enough to make Liha jump for joy. Great! Just as he was celebrating his first success, the appearance of a second wolf made his face freeze. Caught one. Unlike before, this time it clearly recognized the human who had killed its companion, and its killing intent soared. A chill ran down his spine, making Liha hesitate slightly. Another one? Where was it hiding to show up now? Reflecting on how he once had to use a long-range weapon in close combat, his mind was forced to work at an extremely high speed. The flintlock's durability won't last much longer. I have to avoid getting close to them. The action in his hands was quickly executed as soon as he made a decision. I have to reload in 1 minute. The 4 movements he had just performed, though relaxed, were no less decisive. Now, they were performed at twice the speed. Bite, pour, blow, and tap. With his talent and experience, a series of gestures were done in a hurry, and luckily, nothing got stuck. Damn it, I have to aim quickly. But when Liha reached the 5th step, he couldn't help but freeze because the wolf in front of him showed no movement at all. This puzzling situation raised questions and so many judgments that he had to swallow hard. What's wrong? Why isn't it charging at me? Could it be? Finally, the wolf moved its limbs, but it circled around instead of charging straight at Liha. This action clearly proved his theory. That thing is trying to avoid my aim. These foolish wolves. They know how to dodge bullets? It's hard to hit a moving target. If it suddenly moves left or right, even at close range, I could miss. Or should I just stay quiet, Let it go far away, and then provoke it? No, I can't do that with the one I just caught. After all was said and done, Liha took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and made a decisive choice. It's all or nothing. The next second, he ignored the flintlock in his hand and directly fired a volley with his mouth. Bang! Bang! It seemed like a meaningless threat, but unexpectedly, the wolf's body froze as if it had received a signal. Then, it bared its bright, even set of teeth, arguably the most beautiful in the wolf species, in a mocking smile. Then, so confident that it exposed all its weak points on its beautiful body. With human intelligence, Liha seized the opportunity and immediately pulled the trigger. A deafening shot rang out, followed by a cloud of smoke. It was purely a game of wits. The scales of victory gently tipped in his favor with a startling crack. Facing the lifeless wolf, Liha let out a sigh of relieved joy. Oh my God, it's finally dead. Meanwhile, it still hadn't processed what happened. I clearly attacked after it missed. Receiving the notification that his musketeer skill had increased to level 2, Liha couldn't help but exclaim, reacting to a gunshot made with my mouth. How foolish. Should I praise it for being smart enough to delay? The wolf, even in death, gritted its teeth in anger. You made that with your mouth. Filled with excitement after taking down 2 monsters in a row, Liha was still busy carefully checking left and right. No more wolves, right? Then he carelessly forgot about what was behind him and focused on the prize before him. All right, time to collect the items. In the end, the silent approacher spoke up. Wow, how did you take it down so quickly? Hearing that, Liha was startled, then quickly calmed down and turned his head. Another player? At the same time, he forced a smile. That is, unexpectedly, after just facing a wolf monster, he was now confronted with players who were clearly more terrifying and sudden than the ones before. Right after facing the grandeur of Lin and Gong, it took a while for Liha to regain his composure in a state of utter panic. Ah, giants. Monsters. The series of movements performed at lightning speed scared the other two just as much. Lin had to step forward to stop him. Wait, we're not monsters. I'm a player. A player. Gong quickly shrank back and stammered, Don't shoot me. And then, at this moment, lightning struck as Liha startlingly remembered. They are Lin and the giant. I've seen them on the homepage. When those words fell, Liha turned and walked away leisurely, not bothering with anything else. So they're not monsters after all. This made Lin hurriedly reach out his hand, while also being unsure of his attitude. Hey, what the? Wait a minute. Finally, the atmosphere returned to normal when Liha took the lead with a forced laugh. Sorry, I thought another monster had appeared. He then acted very haha. It's okay. We get mistaken like that a lot. Gong was a bit slower. It's okay. Not even a few minutes later, Lin showed a killer expression. Are you hunting alone? Liha broke out in a sweat. Yes. In return, he got a lesson from him. You caught 2 wolves by yourself. This made him secretly terrified. What's with that fierce expression? His way of speaking and acting is so polite. Not stopping there, Lin directly approached him with a proposal. I'm just asking. If we're the same level, let's hunt together. Liha was more nervous than ever. So scary. Don't come any closer. Why is his laugh so creepy? He was a bit surprised and hesitantly confirmed. Cooperate. Though he looked like a robber, he was actually representing them and formally presented. We've been assigned a quest to catch 3 wolves. But our level is 9, so it's a bit difficult. He even stabbed straight into Liha's heart without any hesitation. You also take a minute to reload. If a monster comes during that time, wouldn't you die instantly? Thanks to that, he was also less panicked around him. He speaks so politely. So they saw me reloading. This person is right. I was just lucky earlier. There's not much of a level difference, so there probably won't be any losses. So after some thought, Liha gave a hee-hee smile and turned the question around. I'm only level 8. Is that okay? It was Lin who was surprised and let out a sound. Your level is even lower than ours? Hee-hee, I thought it was higher. It's okay. Let's hunt together. Then he extended his hand towards the sword heller. I'll lead them to you 2 to attack. The giant will tank and resist. Once he controls it, we'll take care of it right away. Hee-hee. Liha couldn't help but feel. Sounds like a balanced team. And then he exclaimed, Thank you for letting me join. My name is Liha. He began to introduce himself. I'm Yin Ning, also known as Venomich. I'm a poison expert. The person next to him continued. I'm Jing Gong, level 9. Faced with such a man of few words, Li Ha asked with some doubt. Jing Gong, what's your profession? His heart was a little confused. Strange, why do I have a sense of familiarity? At the moment the man scratched his face, looking embarrassed when the topic was brought up. That is, he suddenly seemed to be enlightened when he saw the thing on Jing Gong's head. Wait, that crow. It's really him. Finally, the long-standing question was resolved. It's the Brit who was forced to take a truce. And so, the man's prominent dark history was exposed. You're the giant who became a Brit just because of a power outage. The one who called me Baldy around the fountain 10 times. This made Jing Gong jump. You're Korean? But I only ran 9 laps that time. The next second, he fell into a state of autism and went to plant mushrooms. It's okay. I'm used to it. Thanks to that, I also received alms. After that, the lizard Bill Lin, also a poison expert, happily said, I'm from Vietnam, from Ho Chi Minh City. As soon as the words were out, Li Ha quickly scanned the team with Jing Gong as the sword heller tank. Another drug user. As for himself, though slow, his attack power was strong. Cooperation is fine, but if there are losses, I'll probably suffer more. In the end, a strange team where the members felt both miraculous and pitiful for each other was established. Why not? Let's give it a try. That's right. Hee. Let's give it a try. Not letting time go to waste, Jing Gong's hell crow, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, charged forward. Sick. It completely made Li Ha tremble with suppressed laughter as he suddenly imagined the innocent voice of a 3-year-old child. I can't concentrate. Why do I keep hearing it as like? Meanwhile, Bill Lin had already charged forward with a powerful special move. Poison Spit. Clearly, this splattering scene made it impossible for Li Ha to focus. I'm going crazy. I can't laugh even looking at this. The wolves dodged and growled. How dare you spit on us? Adding to that was the clumsy dance from Jing Gong, forcing him to be strong. Don't laugh. If I laugh, my hands will shake. If I miss, I'll waste a minute reloading. After all the hardships, he successfully gave the wolf a headshot. But as soon as this one fell, another one charged forward with overwhelming killing intent, its bloody mouth wide open. Unfortunately for it, Jing Gong had entered a serious state and gifted it with an extremely brutal 1,000-pound punch. To be extra sure, Bill Lin followed up with a sword strike to the head right after. Witnessing 2 of their comrades fall in succession, the remaining wolf could only growl threateningly and didn't dare to advance. Unfortunately, Li Ha, from far away, had already successfully reloaded his flintlock, and so he sent it off to a distant place so it wouldn't have to wonder whether to charge or not. Eat this. He successfully upgraded his musketeer skill to level 3, and then evaluated himself. The hit rate is pretty good, huh? Immediately after was the announcement. You have leveled up. Bill Lin saw this and came over to exclaim. Hee. Congratulations on leveling up, Li Ha. He replied politely. Thank you. It's because our group's hunting speed is so fast. But he was quickly cut off and said with a serious face. It's because Li Ha's attack power is so strong. And Jing Gong is a solid tank. This made the man embarrassed. No, it's because my body is big. As for him, he had to secretly praise. He's so good at communicating. Next, seeing that everything was done, Li Ha spoke up. I've completed the quest. I should go report it. But he was taught by the experienced Bill Lin. Even if you report it, it's useless. Report it after you get to 89% experience, and your level will increase. Once you reach level 10, you can go catch the golden eagle. Well then, instantly, the whole team cheerfully raised their hands, filled with determination. The 3 of us don't need to waste time moving anymore. We can just go straight to the golden eagle's place. Let's level up together. Time passed quickly, and their team's fame soon spread far and wide. Evelyn noticed. Hey, look over there. The motley crew is here. Clara Roy was surprised to hear. The motley crew? At the same time, Jing Gong suddenly let out a roar that echoed to the clouds. Next, he completely proved himself to be a genuine tank and healer. He and his hell crow shouted in unison, heal. Richik, heal. Chick. But Evelyn's group commented, what's that guy doing? Unexpectedly, it didn't stop there. Lin suddenly popped his head up and spat phlegm at two wolves, causing even more surprise to her group. What's that thing now? Of course, it wasn't over yet. Liha rose straight up from the reeds and successfully sent them to their doom. Evelyn finally understood. There's a gunshot too? Clara Roy remarked. This is the first time I've seen a musketeer. Before long, their eyes were still glued to the ever-growing pile of wolf corpses in amazement. Their hunting speed is so fast. It looks a bit strange, but it's good, isn't it? Are they that strong when they cooperate? The silent series of events replayed itself lawfully under the clear blue sky. Gather them up. Heal. In the midst of the battle, Lin was truly amazing, with each step as if he were strolling in his own garden. Each time he activated his special move, another wolf fell. Poison spit. His expression didn't even waver a bit. Poison spit. Liha, with his extensive experience, had entered a state of automatic reloading while his mind was dazed. The party composition is a bit strange, but it's a strong group. Jinggong praised him. That lizard, you're really amazing. Filled with endless suspicion, the man slowly raised the question, how can you poison while walking? He then put on a performance. You just do it like this. As a new player, Liha wasn't very clear and had to ask, is poisoning while walking that amazing? Jinggong explained. It's like running with a cold cup of water without spilling it. He was also bewildered. How is that possible? Suddenly, a series of memories of when Liha met the two Lin sisters flooded back. Come to think of it, Lin Huiding also. She could also cast spells while moving, as expected of the world's 9th-ranked player. However, he clearly recognized the difference here and his eyes widened. Wait. Remembering Lin's level, which was about the same as his, and seeing his actions, Liha had a question. Is that lizard using a tanker's skill? After a full day of continuous work, the whole group gathered in a safe, open area with Jinggong breathing out. I'm exhausted from healing. Lin was still full of energy. You've worked hard. How much experience have you accumulated? The man checked and replied, 69%. Despite his lizard face, he proved the saying, handsome is a feeling. Anyway, we just got the Golden Eagle quest, so we need to be level 12 or 13. Let's level up first. Until Liha's experience reached 87%, Liha fell into deep thought. I read that you need to be level 14 in a 4-person group. If it's a 5-person group, it's level 12. That's the appropriate level. But he wants us to try when I reach level 10? So all 3 of us just need to reach the new level. Can we catch the Golden Eagle with just 3 people at level 10? Before he could think for too long, Lin spoke up, cutting him off. Shall we continue? Liha replied instantly. Yes. He thought to himself, no way. Maybe I'm worrying too much. And then, the color above their heads finally changed to a starry darkness, ending a long, long day with a joyful cheer from him. Experience reached 88%. He felt both lucky and sad. I'm out of bullets. Jinggong saw Liha and couldn't help but worry. I'm only at 28% of level 10. Leveling up is a bit hard. Lin wasn't annoyed at all. I'm at 42% of level 10. Should we go back to the village and re-equip? As for him, he thought, as expected, everyone is close to level 10. No matter what, the group had achieved their goal. So Liha grinned and said, let's go. After a while of cheerful walking, the group finally reported to Gak. We've brought back the wolf family. Even he was surprised to see their group. Oh ho, Liha. Your teammates are here too? What a special combination. At the same time, all of Lin's calculations came to fruition with Liha's bright face. Great. I leveled up. Now I'm level 10. But then a red notification appeared right before his eyes, leaving him stunned. After returning the items to Gak, the system panel immediately displayed a notification of quest completion, along with the achievement of becoming an honorary member of the security team, with rewards of +2 to strength, agility, and intelligence. This made him wonder. Intimacy is at 100%. While he was still engrossed in admiring the glowing aura surrounding his body with excitement. Amazing! The people around him were curiously whispering. What was that effect just now? It wasn't a level-up effect, was it? In this awkward situation, he awkwardly squeezed his way out, so fast that he didn't even notice the rewards he received. So embarrassing. I'm out of here. Then he hurriedly said, excuse me, let me pass. Bill Lin saw this and called out, "Wait, let me come with you." Sitting on the grass not far away, Li Ha let out a soft sigh. "Since it's a beginner village, everyone's attention is on me, huh?" Bill Lin chuckled. "There's no other way." After a moment of curiosity, he had to ask, "Everyone saw someone receiving a reputation reward for the first time, so that's why. But how did you get 100% intimacy?" Hearing that, he immediately became suspicious. "So this lizard." Then he asked out loud, "How did you know?" He immediately became flustered. "Well, that red light is a sign of a reputation increase. I found it online, that's what people said." In that moment, a doubt arose in Li Ha. How does he know my intimacy is exactly 100%? But on the surface, he still acted indifferent. Oh, so there's information like that online too? Determined to find out the truth, Bill Lin then wondered. Even if you complete all the quests, the intimacy only goes up to 60%. How did you get 100%? He could only scratch his head and laugh it off. "I don't know either." Huh. Then he suddenly remembered the time he faced the Black Angus, completed the related quest chain, and used the bargaining skill. He felt relieved. All that hard work was worth it now. After some thought, Li Ha slowly offered a guess. "It's probably because when I was level 5, I was doing the rabbit-catching quest and many other things, so I got it." Jing Gong then asked curiously, "Did other NPCs give you quests too?" Bill Lin was so shocked he dropped his weapon. Seeing that reaction, the man asked in a daze, "Lizard? What's wrong?" He quickly bent down to pick up his item in a flustered manner. "No, it's nothing." Next, he looked at Li Ha with suspicion. At level 5, he even caught a Black Angus. Sometime later, after finishing an item exchange with Lewis, he could only sigh. "It's really expensive, but if I use that method, I can catch it with just 40 sets. As soon as he saw him, Gak called out cheerfully, "Li Ha, I have one last favor to ask." He immediately asked, "The Golden Eagle?" This made him slightly surprised. As expected of an honorary member of the security team, Li Ha was excited. "I know everything, so please give me the quest." In his mind, he was still skeptical. Why is his personality so hasty? Nevertheless, Gak still smiled and gave him the quest, Ruler of the Mountain at the Castle. "Here you go." Looking at a part of the reward, he was a bit confused but then pressed accept. Intimacy has maxed out, so now it's time to increase my contribution to the kingdom. As soon as he left the city gate, Li Ha turned to ask his teammates, "Did everyone get the quest?" Jing Gong raised his head and answered concisely, "The crow has eaten its fill." Bill Lin replied quickly, "I'm ready too." He tightened the luggage on his shoulder. Well then, the group looked towards the hill in front of them with excitement. "Shall we go greet our beginner graduation exam now?" At that moment, another team was arguing loudly as Li Ha's group passed by. "Failed again. Only the tanker died, right? What do we do? Do we wait for the tanker to revive? Are you crazy? It's only 48 hours. Why would we wait for him?" Sophia questioned. "You ignored it and left without learning from the wolf-catching quest?" Morel retorted angrily. "It was chasing me. What was I supposed to do?" Ella then blamed. "You let everyone hear. That's why the tanker died." Seeing this scene, Li Ha remarked, "The atmosphere is really intense." The argument showed no signs of ending, with words flying back and forth and no one willing to back down. "You're talking to me like that? Where's your address, huh? You bastard. What about it? Is saying sorry enough?" He just sighed to himself. Instead of arguing, they could just find a new teammate. After walking a bit further, a man's clear voice suddenly rang out. "Come and see the items." Players gathered in a dense crowd, no different from a market in the middle of a field. HP increasing kits for sale here. 30% increase for 10 minutes. Selling fire arrow scrolls, 80 copper total. Selling 25% recovery items. Mighty tanker. I'm looking for a teammate to cooperate with on magic. Seeing this scene, Li Ha was a bit shocked. So chaotic. Bill Lin calmly explained. Because if a group has a bad composition, they need to be fully stocked with items. Jing Gong burst out laughing. Isn't our group the weirdest combination? Huh. Hearing that, he couldn't help but remember the scene from before and felt a little worried. The people who were arguing earlier were also a group of 4, and their tanker died. They had a full defense, attack, and recovery team, but still failed. Do the 3 of us have enough attack power? With this concern, he suggested, should we find more teammates? But Bill Lin immediately dismissed it. Who would want to join this group? This level 10 combination already looks chaotic. Faced with that reaction, Li Ha just bowed his head in thought. I can only use that method when I'm in front of the boss. While lost in thought, a reassuring voice suddenly rang out. Don't worry too much. He was startled and asked, what? At that moment, Bill Lin smiled faintly and turned his head back with a meaningful look. Do you know why I chose such a fierce-looking character? That sentence helped him let out a soft sigh of relief. That's right. There must be some reason why that lizard is so confident. When the three of them arrived before the barrier, Jing Gong spoke up. Well, now we're putting our faith in you, Li Ha. Let's go in. Bill Lin also chimed in. Hey, we're counting on you. This made him feel a weight on his shoulders, but he still gritted his teeth. Then shall we go? Meanwhile, on Lin Huiyuan's side, she was struggling in a breathtaking battle. It's dark. From a distance, a terrifying roar echoed. Vicious wolves with glowing red eyes tore through the wind, charging straight at them. In that moment, Lin Huiyuan unexpectedly stepped forward to shield her, her hand raised high with determination. Sis, get back. Then, a cold chi swirled in her palm as she cast her skill. Freezing fog. In no time, all three wolves had been turned into cold, gray blocks of ice, standing amidst the thick fog. Seeing this, Lin Huiyuan, full of excitement, cheered, Let me finish them. However, Lin Huiyuan shook her head and refused. Save your mana, sis. Anyway, killing these guys won't give us any experience. Hearing that, she just let out a sigh and stood there dazed. If we don't get experience, what's the point? Then she frustratingly realized the reality. You told me to save my mana. Lin Huiyuan calmly instructed. This way, you won't waste even 1%. She became even more skeptical. Is it because your level is high? She just shrugged. Help me burn the landlord. Hearing that, Lin Huiyuan happily praised her. With you here, the quest will probably be done in no time. But she still calmly reminded her. Even so, you have to finish it for me. She was excited. I know. As her feet moved forward without a hint of hesitation, she suddenly urged, let's get this done quickly. Faced with a sky darkened by swarms of black crows, Lin Huiyuan calmly called out, Sis, use your strongest magic. As she channeled her power, Lin Huiyuan still hesitated slightly. Here? How can I hit them from so far away? But she didn't bother to explain. Just do it. Behind her, her entire body had begun to resonate with the surging spiritual power. Ice power. Raising her head high to look at the dark clouds rumbling and swirling violently, she whispered, Extreme Frost Vortex. Attract target. As the foolish flock flew straight into the ice tornado, she decisively concluded, Target is entering the frost vortex. The accumulated power grew more and more intense, with all the energy converging into a single point. Aiming straight at the target, Lin Huiyuan also widened her eyes, concentrating all her spirit and direction forward. Then, she unleashed tens of thousands of brilliant lights that seemed to want to tear space apart. Blizzard. It transformed into countless arrows that shot out, embedding themselves straight into the crows. After just a few breaths, a giant body was torn apart, lost its balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Finally, it lay sprawled out, completely still, as if all its breath had been swallowed by the darkness. While the dust was still swirling, she calmly approached the heavy corpse and turned her head back. Finish it, sis. Without further delay, she opened the system panel again to quickly scan the list. Let's see the next target. As for Lin Huiyuan, she was busy unleashing her firepower to harvest experience. Fire arrow. Meanwhile, Li Ha's group had already stepped inside the barrier with the system's voice echoing. You have entered the quest area. Along with the conversation next to him, Jing Gong, you have the body slam skill, right? The man wondered, body slam. As he opened his data panel, he muttered, I have it, but I can't use it during a fight. Bill Lin smiled. It's okay, you can use it. This made Li Ha feel a little suspicious. He knows everything, even other people's skills. Suddenly, he turned and suggested, Li Ha, you can just follow behind us. The words made him pause for a moment. I'm in the back. However, Bill Lin didn't answer directly, but just gave a smile full of hidden meaning. You'll see. Seeing Bill Lin's strange reaction, Li Ha became even more confused. What is he planning to do? Suddenly, his eyes widened, glowing with the cold look of a lizard, and he let out a decisive roar. Poison spit. Immediately after, streams of disgusting mucus shot out from behind him, leaving him stunned. What is he doing with his body? When everything had settled down, Bilin pointed straight ahead. Let's go. Jing Gong will use the body slam skill, and Li Ha will hide behind. Hearing this, he was skeptical. What if the wolves come this way? But he asserted with confidence, let's see. They absolutely won't come this way. Clutching the gun in his hand, Li Ha felt even more uneasy. This is a wolf-guarded area. If 5 wolves attack at once, the whole team could be wiped out. We still have to shoot down dozens of golden eagles. What are we doing? As they took a few more steps, a ferocious wolf suddenly appeared before them. They're here. Li Ha immediately reported. Lizard, there's a wolf up ahead. Bilin just curled his lip into a confident smile. Oh, please. I told you to leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight up to the pack of beasts, making Li Ha want to go crazy with anger. What are you doing? Why are you going out there? Then he wondered, while the wolves are eating him, should we run away? But despite the panicked calls, he didn't even look back and slowly approached the monsters, getting closer and closer. They began to smell the strange scent emanating from Bilin's prepared body. When he noticed they didn't have any aggressive reactions, he gave a sly smile. Kiki, I knew it would be like this. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Li Ha hid behind Jing Gong. What do we do? Meanwhile, Bilin still looked at the pack of wolves with interest and slowly explained. The AI was created to be almost like reality. So the wolves will see us as their food, but they won't touch food that would kill them if they ate it, right? As he spoke, he wiped a layer of mucus still on his body and emphasized. Moreover, I have a certain level of poison resistance. Now you know why I chose this race, right? Not stopping there, Bilin conveniently opened a practical application class right there. Because he's using the body slam skill, Jing Gong looks like a tree, and Li Ha is shielded by the poison smell, so it's very difficult for them to notice. Hearing this, Li Ha couldn't help but be amazed. So he's using his race's resistance value. He knows the exact skills and professions of others. He's a player who targets loopholes and finds the weaknesses and similarities of others. He couldn't help but ponder. Did they collect real-life transformative abilities and represent them like this? Something in the sky distracted him. Why is there a black crow? Is it part of the game's background? It seems its target was them. It even spoke in a golden voice. Come with me, master. At this moment, Jing Gong was stunned into realization. All right. The wolves saw this and raised their heads, their fierce eyes glowing in their red sockets. The scene immediately turned into chaos. Jing Gong. The black crow. The black crow. Call it back. 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 Call it back. Who would have thought it would happily circle around? I'm going first. While everyone was still unsure of what to do, the wolves quickly found their prey in the direction the crow flew and headed straight for them. Having just escaped danger not long ago, now being surrounded by danger again made Bilin furious. If I had known, I would have hidden that crow. In front of them was a dense pack of wolves, baring their teeth hungrily. Li Ha could only swallow dryly and mutter in fear. So many. More than 20 of them. Jing Gong adjusted his clothes, his face showing a hint of guilt. Sorry, everyone. This is my fault, so I'll take responsibility. While I hold them off, you guys run to the door and go. Hearing that, Bilin turned and hesitated. Thank you, Jing Gong. But the man shook his head and refused. No, it's my fault. Don't worry about me. Go in there, find another defensive player, and complete the quest. Then he strode forward majestically. See you all in 48 hours. Seeing that, Li Ha gritted his teeth, a feeling of annoyance rising in his chest. Anyway, I can't let you die like this. We just started playing together. I can do something. The man, however, looked embarrassed. You mean well, but you don't have to worry about me. But Bilin acted as if he didn't care. What are you talking about? Don't worry about anything. Only Li Ha was muttering continuously. AI close to reality. AI close to reality. Then he thought, if we find a loophole in the system, wait, could it be? Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up and immediately intervened. Jing Gong, don't attack them. The man was slightly puzzled. If we wait any longer, the wolves will attack first. Anyway, Li Ha exclaimed, It's a shame for us to part like this. It was clear he had an idea and declared, live together, die together. Seeing this, Bilin stared with a confused look. Do you have a way? A musketeer can only shoot one. However, he didn't say anything. The silence only made the suspicion in him churn more violently. What is he doing? Is he putting 2 bags of bullets in at once? Anxiety welled up, and he quickly blurted out a warning. You're already out of bullets, and you're still. But Liha didn't care. All right. Immediately after, he pointed the barrel of his gun straight up at the dark sky. His movements were decisive, as if cutting off all hesitation, and he warned, Hey, everyone, cover your ears. Just a moment later, a deafening explosion echoed, tearing through the silent night. The violent sound of the explosion shook the entire space, making Jing Gong stagger. I can't hear anything. Bilin's face turned pale with alarm. What are you doing? As for Liha, he only managed to cough a few times. It's over. There was no turning back now. Glancing at the pack of wolves, he felt bitter. So we're all going to die together, huh? But something unexpected happened as the beasts all froze. He immediately shouted, urging them on. Let's go. Bilin was startled. What? What was that? So, Jing Gong was confused. Why are they running away? But Liha didn't have time to explain. Let's get out of here first, and I'll tell you later. As they ran with hurried steps, almost at a sprint, Bilin panted and demanded an answer. What on earth did you do? He replied quickly, out of breath. I tried transforming too. Hearing that, he became even more confused. Transforming? Liha still gave them a vague answer. This will be shorter than applying poison or using the body slam skill. Hearing that, Bilin frantically called out from behind, Wait for me. After the group had run for a long distance, they finally dared to stop. We escaped those wolves, right? Jing Gong panted, exhausted. Yes. They're not chasing us anymore. However, Bilin was still not at ease. Really? What was all that about? Then, in a moment of clarity, his pupils widened in astonishment. Could it be? After that, he asked in a serious tone, Was it the smell of gunpowder? Did you chase them away with the smell of gunpowder? Jing Gong's eyes widened. Wow, really? Only Liha maintained a calm demeanor as if nothing had happened. This game is supposed to be realistic. The smell of gunpowder is hard for humans to bear, so it must be the same for wolves. This made both Bilin exclaim, Amazing! No way. In his heart, he felt pleased. That was close. I thought both bullets were going to break. They praised him profusely. So good. Your knowledge is great, and your profession is special too. Suddenly, while walking, Bilin asked a strange, off-topic question. Liha, have you ever tried playing in Middle-earth? Hearing this question, he was surprised. Then he turned back to confirm. We're playing in Middle-earth right now. Realizing his mistake, he stammered an excuse. That's right. Then he quickly pushed him to change the subject. That's right. Let's go up here, shall we? A suspicion immediately arose in Liha's mind. This lizard. Why does he seem so suspicious? At that very moment, Jing Gong called out, Everyone. The man shyly made a suggestion. I'll call that crow back here, and then we'll go, okay? Everyone, please look away. Hearing this, they both tilted their heads, each asking a question. You can't use the skill if we watch. Outsiders can't watch at that time. This made the man flustered. No. It's just that using the skill is a little embarrassing. Seeing his awkward reaction, the two became even more cruelly excited and clamored. Then let us see. Record a video. The man was bewildered. What are you guys planning to do? Under that pressure, Jing Gong trembled as if he was about to cry. I know. It's a bit embarrassing, but the two didn't care and just smiled gleefully. We're having fun now. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the man solemnly called out, Crow, summon. After speaking, he pulled out an elaborate dance routine, his mind thumping like a disco. The scene made Liha and Bilin clutch their stomachs and roll with laughter. What is that? I'm going crazy. That's great. The man could only clench his fists and endure. If I don't do this, it won't come back. To the imaginary music, Jing Gong danced and explained, Worshipping nature is a condition for a Brit's existence. Tears streamed down the man's face, but he still tried to finish the whole routine. Especially the summoning, it requires sincerity. Observe this. Bilin was skeptical. If we watch this, That crow will come back. Li Ha sympathized with the man. That crow is really too much. Two streams of tears flowed down. Jing Gong choked out each bitter word. It's done. The summoning is also my dignity. Not knowing how to comfort him, he forced a smile. The crow is back, so let's go up there now. And so, the three of them headed straight up the towering mountain shrouded in mist. Looking at the magnificent target before him made Li Ha excited. Finally, we meet the boss. Finally, after a long journey, Li Ha's group reached their destination. Is that the Golden Eagle? Bill Lin stammered in reply. As you can see, Jing Gong was speechless. The astonishment was clear on Li Ha's face. Why did the game developer make it so big? What kind of eagle is that? From a rabbit the size of a cow, now to an eagle the size of a light aircraft. Next, a monster the size of a building. From the sharp eyes of a sniper, he could roughly estimate. If the small one in the back is about 2.5 meters, the big one must be at least 4 times bigger. The conclusion was that he was stunned. Anyway, it's over 10 meters. Meanwhile, Bill Lin and Jing Gong were discussing. Now I'll scout it out. I told you about its attack pattern, right? Yes, I've learned it. Good. At first, they will land and attack us. If it catches Li Ha, it might just rip his shoulders off. Be careful. This made the other two break out in a cold sweat. How many lives will this game cost? Not stopping there, Bill Lin slowly emphasized. Then they will stay high up and scream loudly. If you get hit by the sonic wave, just think of it as getting a bone stuck in your throat. Li Ha jumped. Eaten alive? Jing Gong asked. When I'm sitting in the tree, I also have to prepare to attack, right? In return, he got an answer from him. Yes. If their health drops below 30%, they won't be able to fly anymore and will attack on the ground. The Golden Eagle's eyes flashed. All of you die. That is. Bill Lin continued with his plan without a break. At that time, Jing Gong, you must use the marble skill at all costs. If you're still alive by then, I'll start by drawing the attention of the small birds. Unexpectedly, Li Ha, with a confident and determined smile, declared, you don't need to do that. Let me shoot the boss directly. This made him extremely panicked. You want to shoot it first? He calmly replied, but Bill Lin insisted on sticking to the plan. If I lure them one by one, it's safer to catch the small one first. He was then asked back by Li Ha, are you sure it's safe? This caused confusion from him. If we lead them one by one, we have enough strength to catch them. Why would it be dangerous? Jing Gong also wondered. The distance is too far. How can you hit it? To save time, Li Ha decided, let's see. The estimated distance. Finally, he got an answer with a very calm expression. About 90 meters, right? Finally, Bill Lin was so angry he turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Li Ha, what 90 meters? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, the man was confused. You really measured that much? Of course, nothing is ever certain. Li Ha placed his full trust in them. It could also fail. So Bill Lin, be prepared to use your skill. He was so angry he was fuming. Of course, he continued, and Jing Gong. The man pointed at himself in confusion. Me. With that obvious expression, Li Ha uttered a strange request. You, come over here and lie down. Jing Gong was confused. What? He explained more clearly. You crouch down, and I'll place my gun on you as a rest. Even the man couldn't help it. What? This guy. In the end, it was Li Ha who got his way. You can do it. I don't need to use the bipod. Jing Gong said, I'm happy to do it. He even pushed his luck. Can you hold your breath? Breathing will make you shake. The man didn't know what to say other than to grumble. Do you want to take your last breath? Is that my inner voice speaking? After all, Li Ha successfully adjusted his flintlock on Jing Gong's back and aimed straight at the prey. It's moving from 95 meters to 110 meters. Every flap of its wings makes it rise about 2 to 3 meters. It would be safer if the bullet speed was a bit faster. All right, I've regulated my breathing. With so much experience and real-world combat practice, and a mix of things, he made his move based on his judgment. Aim for the position the Golden Eagle is about to fly straight to. Fire. The next second, Li Ha quickly lowered his gun and announced to his team members, I fired. If it comes down, get ready to use your skills. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared next to him, enough to stun him. Like? No way. After a moment of silence between the three of them, His two teammates broke out of their stupor and cheered excitedly. You shot it in just one shot? Amazing. So amazing. Truly amazing. Only at this moment did Li Ha understand. Is that so? It died in one shot. Just as the golden eagle was about to be sent off without understanding what happened, the source of the situation still couldn't believe it. I know I'm the one who shot it, but how is that possible? At the moment the monster officially hit the hard ground, a series of system notifications appeared. The ruler of the mountain of the castle, the king of the golden eagles, is dead. Obtain the wings of the golden eagle. You have leveled up, and your musketeer skill has increased to level 4. Clearly, not only Li Ha, but also Bill Lin and Jing Gong received congratulations for defeating the ruler of the mountain of the castle. The king of the golden eagles is dead. Reward, strength, agility, intelligence, stamina, and fortitude all +1. The man wanted to let himself go with the wind. Li Ha, this is the second achievement I've received. So many attribute points. Bill Lin smiled like a flower blooming in spring. Is this real? Getting an achievement in just one shot. He couldn't help but reply, I'm so happy. He lamented to himself. I have to get the meat before this place closes. Finally, the notification, you will be automatically logged out of this dungeon in the next 30 seconds appeared. But by then, Li Ha was already done collecting the eagle meat. By achievement, I got 2 achievement panels. The first green message was about the achievement of one-shotting a D-ranked golden eagle. Strength, agility, and intelligence +2. After scanning the whole thing, he couldn't help but wonder, should I quickly make way for the next person? So I'm level 11 now. The second frame was about the C-rank sniper achievement. Agility +6, stamina and intelligence +3. He even got the calm under all situations skill. Li Ha understood clearly. I must have hit it while it was flying up. That monster was 100 meters away. After checking everything, Jing Gong spoke up. Shall we get out of here? The gate is open. He then looked over. However, at this moment, another notification popped up. The achievement panel closed, but there's another one. You are the second person to receive the sniper achievement, so the original effect is increased by 200%. The attribute points are also doubled. Li Ha's eyes widened. It's the Hall of Fame. Titu, Bill Lin urged. After confirming the eagle's corpse, let's go quickly. He came to his senses. Let's go. Filled with excitement for the unknown future, the group was immersed in joy. Finally, we've graduated from the beginner area. When they returned to Candleton, Jing Gong was so happy he was jumping on one foot. All stats +1. I haven't received any achievements since my summoner's intimacy reached 100%. Li Ha commented from the side. Is that so? So you've been promoted to F rank now, huh? After a while, Bill Lin decided to directly ask the question he was wondering about. How did you do that? So suddenly, it made him confused. Do what? He emphasized each word. How on earth did you shoot it? How? Seeing another player, Bill Lin lowered his voice. One-shotting it like that. It wasn't a small thing, it was a boss monster. Jing Gong was the one who stood up and asked, What's wrong with you? Isn't it good to take it down quickly? But he was refuted by the man, word by word. The issue isn't killing it quickly or slowly. It's that with our level, with our strength, it's an impossible feat, it's a boss. Even people of our level would take a while to take it down. Are you hacking the game? Even Li Ha could only force a laugh. Everyone, don't stand next to me. He lamented to himself. I didn't expect to be able to do that either. Bill Lin, with a look me in the eye and answer expression, said to him, So really? Was that a critical hit? Li Ha was embarrassed, but honest. It was luck. I didn't know it would die instantly either. If I were that lucky every time, I'd probably be level 50 by now. Even though he affirmed it countless times, he still gave a suspicious, glaring look that made him flustered. If I knew how I shot it, that would be great. The way you're looking at me is making me even more scared. However, this didn't last long as Bill Lin spoke first. I'm sorry. I was a bit excited about something I've never seen before, so I was a bit. Jing Gong ran over and chimed in. Me too. It feels like winning the lottery, right? Li Ha smiled happily. Me too. But in his mind, he had a suspicion as he thought about the system mentioning he could make it so no one realized he had fired a gun. It must be because he saw that first motto earlier. That's why Bill Lin reacted that way. I'll remember that motto well. Despite all the doubts and difficulties, He successfully reached the quest turn-in point and was recognized by Gak. I really have a good eye. Thank you, Ha. He grinned in response. Thank you, squad leader. And then a notification about his contribution to the Kingdom of Pubble increasing by 300 and his level increasing for completing the quest. Next was a special item from him. This is a letter of recommendation to the Brown Bear Musketeer Academy in the city. It's the best training ground on the continent. Upon receiving it along with 90 copper, Liha thought to himself, isn't that the place that trained musketeers during the British Empire? Gak continued, it seems you've grasped your weakness, but I believe the academy will give you sharper observation skills. He seriously accepted these words. Then he fell into deep thought again. Weakness? That's right. I received the title of knowing my own weakness. So that's why he said that to me. So that means there will be a few more achievements. Suddenly, he hesitated slightly. Ha. Gak's next action directly stunned him and snapped him out of his thoughts. He couldn't help but be startled by the sudden intimacy from an NPC. So, he seemed to use all his strength to hug Liha. Thank you so much for everything. You've become a talent for our kingdom. This made him not even need to check to be sure. The intimacy must be over 100% now. And then he spoke up. I should be the one thanking you, squad leader. Every meeting will quickly fade. By the time he left, Liha felt a bit nostalgic. It feels like being in the army. The surrounding players were chattering. What was that just now? NPCs hugged too. That's the first time I've seen that. A free hug. Ignoring them, he focused on his two companions. Where will you guys go? Jing Gong and Bill Lin respectively said, my next destination is the Emerald Forest. That's the training ground for Brits. Mine is the Heartwood Forest, near there. Finally, it was Liha. I'm going to the city. I yell something. The man had to exclaim, what a pity. We were like an unbeatable team. This gave him an opportunity to tease. You're coming with me. With me? Jing Gong stammered. Hey, what? It's a blessing to go with you. This stirred up emotions in Liha. It's not like we'll never see each other again. We're friends now. A strong team with empathetic teammates had thus come to an end for the sake of each person's future. We'll meet again next time, Liha. Travel safely, Liha. He also happily shouted. Everyone, work hard to level up, and let's team up again later. He continued to watch until the figures of both Bill Lin disappeared. Then he let out a sigh of relief, excited to have some time to check on himself. Finally, I'm alone. He commanded the system, character status. Looking at the 3 achievements he received from killing the Golden Eagle, Liha couldn't believe it and burst out laughing. Haha, is this real? Looking at the sniper achievement, he couldn't contain himself. I'm the second person in the world to get this achievement. To be sure and to understand better, he commanded, character panel. Then he became more suspicious than ever. Is this a dream? This can't be real. I only focused on agility, but my strength and intelligence also increased by over 30. Next, before all the content right in front of him, Liha was endlessly amazed in his head. According to the stats, the total points converted from achievements and titles is 114, and I still have 40 points to use. I'll save the points for now. I should go find the new skill I just got, right? Looking at the Calm Mind skill, which helps prevent hand tremors, he was a bit disappointed. It would be great if 3 seconds were changed to 30 minutes. The Apprentice Musketeer skill gave Liha the same feeling. It's so vague. A 0.5% increase in leveling speed is too stingy. But anyway, everything was just beginning. Liha quickly dismissed all negative thoughts. No, I can't be greedy about this. Now that everything is confirmed, I feel more relieved. If I work hard, I'll probably get better. All calculations were set aside for the next task. First, I need to report the quest completion. He shouted with great vigor and excitement. Hello, ma'am. In return, he received intense enthusiasm from the other party. Oh my, who is this? It turned out to be Madame Lu. Liha, who knows his own weakness. You've already succeeded in your hunt so soon. He was taken aback by this attitude. Yes, I succeeded. He cried out in his heart. Don't call me by my title like that. And don't get so close to me. She maintained a bright smile and teased. Oh my, so fast. You're not tricking me, are you? Liha switched to a sycophantic expression. Tricking you? Madam, you've helped me so much. In reality, he understood. If I tricked her, I'd probably be chopped into pieces. After a thorough inspection, even Madame Lu had to exclaim, "Excellent ability." Li Ha held out his hand. "It's not copper, it's silver." And then she said, "Wait for me to make a lunchbox. Do you want to meet the chef, Kyomi? He's sad that you haven't met him yet." He was stunned. "Is that so?" Madame Lu emphasized each word. "Because it's hard to meet someone like Li Ha. He's been sharpening his knife while waiting to meet you." Although in his heart he was screaming, "Why are you sharpening a knife to meet me?" he still managed to say, "Then I must meet him." As soon as he uttered that sentence, she immediately shouted an announcement. "Kyomi, Li Ha is here." Who would have thought he would appear with such a threatening line? "So the meat is here?" It scared him so much. Did he just call me meat? The second after admiring Li Ha's product, Kyo praised it with the most honest assessment. "Good. It was really worth the wait. This is high-quality meat." His face turned extremely pale. "Don't look at me and say things like that. Look at the eagle meat and say it." That is, who would have known there was another NPC besides Gak who expressed emotions so passionately? "Thank you so much. I knew someone would bring such delicious meat to us. You must be a meat lover, right?" He even made a somewhat blind and stubborn comment. Meat lovers are probably not bad people. At this moment, all the breath and soul in Li Ha's body almost wanted to leave him. "First, let me go, and then we'll talk. Save me." In the end, Kyo let go of Li Ha, but suddenly brought up another issue. "I want to ask if you have any intention of learning to cook." This made him stunned for a long time before asking back, "What?" Li Ha suddenly froze, realizing something he had missed before. "Wait, cooking? Increase production skill? There's no chef profession, is there? There are only combat-related professions. But it's not like there are no production jobs, because some people choose the warrior class to become blacksmiths. I heard those jobs have a pretty good income." He fell into deep thought. Wait, if so, is cooking a basic skill or a production skill? It looks close to crafting, so it's probably a production skill. Could it be a skill related to butchering, gathering, farming, or fishing? I can learn 2 types. Choose skills that are beneficial for making money or helping in battles. Cooking is a bit ambiguous, but if I learn it, I can sell food, which helps raise ability points. I need to think more so it's not a waste. Then he nodded, immediately agreeing to Kyo's enthusiastic offer. "All right, no problem. So now, please let go of me." He burst out into hearty laughter, his face full of satisfaction. "Oh, good. A wise choice indeed. A one-day practical mini-cooking class. You have to confirm your participation, right?" Li Ha's intuition sounded an alarm. He had a bad feeling. "Participate? What?" Kyo spoke again with a divine voice as if preaching a doctrine. "Cooking is creation. However, creation starts from the basics. Ha ha ha. It's only for one day, so it will be very busy." Seeing the quest content appear, Li Ha let out a sigh of relief. "Anyway, it's a game, so I can learn it in one day." "One day? I thought it was every day." His expression suddenly became much more serious. "All right, I'll stand by and support you." Li Ha was dazed. "Support?" Kyo said with a firm voice, full of confidence. "Isn't the fastest way to learn cooking to cook directly? I will teach you enthusiastically." Li Ha started to get a little interested, smiling faintly. "All right, let me give it a try." A moment later, as he was slicing ginger, he recalled his time in the military. "I also worked for quite a long time during my military service. I can cook. If it's simple dishes, there's no problem. Besides, enduring it for one day is fine." He immediately noticed his inattention. He pointed his finger and shouted instructions. "What are you hesitating for? When you peel it, peel a thin layer. Start by beating it before peeling. What are you doing? You've ruined the meat. Should I cut off your finger as an example? What is this garbage? It's going to turn into poop after eating anyway. So you're making poop from the start? Are you doing your best? You don't need to do your best. Just cook it well. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. Damn it. Is this grilling? Is this what you call grilling? Bring a priest here. If you cast a spell on this roasted rabbit, it might come back to life." Kyo clutched his head and screamed tragically, his voice cracking in a crisis of despair. "Oh my God. Did I agree to teach this thing how to cook? If I could go back in time, I wouldn't have accepted it even if they cut my tongue out." Li Ha had heard so much his ears wanted to bleed. "If I shoot an NPC, would this game be too weird? I want to shoot him so bad. So bad." He gritted his teeth and endured, trying again and again, patiently not giving up. Until finally, A barely acceptable work appeared on the table. Hyo took a fork, speared a piece of steak, and brought it to his mouth to taste. Let's see. He chewed while savoring the flavor. Liha's patience had worn to its final limit. His heart was full of killing intent. If he insults it again this time, I'll shoot him. I'll really shoot him. I'll shoot him and then quit the game. Fortunately, this time he met the requirement. Hyo nodded in praise, but didn't forget to praise himself. Excellent. To be able to cook like this in just one day. It's because you had a good teacher, right? The system immediately announced, learned cooking. You can now use ingredients to make food. Liha's energy was depleted. His eyes were sunken, his face pale. I've endured it all day. Just one last time. All right, endure it. He forced a strained smile, which could be considered polite. Thank you, sir. I'll be leaving now. He was worried because of the quest's rule. If vitality drops below 30%, there's a penalty. Liha's legs were trembling, his steps unsteady. I didn't expect to be so drained of energy. Madame Lu, who was sweeping, stopped her movements when she saw him. Oh my, are you leaving now? Liha panted in reply. Yes, I am. Is it already closing time for the shop? She thoughtfully reminded him. Then you must take the lunchbox with you. He suddenly remembered and reached for the lunchbox on the table. That's right, I have to take the lunchbox. But she quickly held it back. Oh. Liha wanted to collapse. Mama, what's wrong? I can't even move. Madame Lu stated her purpose. I have a favor to ask of Liha. Oh ho. As soon as he heard that phrase, he shivered. A familiar premonition appeared in his mind. Another quest. She gave a bright smile, her tone as if not allowing refusal. You will accept my request, won't you? Oh ho. Liha wasn't foolish enough to agree without knowing the details. If you don't tell me the content, how can I accept? Taking out a lunchbox wrapped in red cloth, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became strangely gloomy. Do we even need to be like that in our relationship? That action made him suspicious. Another lunchbox. Just then, the system announced a quest. Franchise opening expenses for the Sacred Grill restaurant in the city. Please deliver this letter and lunchbox to Madame Zhou in Eelstock City within 1 month. It came with a success reward and a failure penalty. Liha quickly skimmed through it. This is a delivery quest? How is that easy? Why is the success reward like that? The final chain quest should have more to it. The failure penalty seems heavy. He cautiously confirmed with Madame Lu again. It's over as soon as I deliver it, right? She nodded firmly. Of course. Liha still couldn't feel at ease. Madame Zhou, your sister isn't a man-eating monster or a kidnapper who hides people in some dark place, is she? She burst out laughing, building a friendly image for her sister. Oh my, she's just a kid living in the city. Why would you say that? He didn't believe it at all. His heart was full of suspicion. Then what's so difficult about this quest? As expected, just as Liha had guessed from the beginning, Madame Lu frankly revealed, people. Liha was surprised, his eyes wide with a mix of doubt. People. She suddenly let out a heavy sigh. He still wasn't completely convinced. He bent down to study the lunchbox in his hand. Is there an assassin chasing after this to steal it? She used a light tone to joke, but her words were no different from a horror story. That's not going to happen. Oh my, are you okay? A strange murder case targeting the grill's lunchbox. Liha was so scared by those words his hair stood on end. Don't make up stories like that. Madame Lu was completely unaware of the seriousness, casually correcting as if it were nothing. I was just kidding. Just kidding. Just for promotion. Oh ho. He was angry but only dared to curse silently in his heart. But why does it look so real? Then he calculated his next route. A straight line to the capital is about 500 kilometers. Just walking all day would take 10 days. The road probably isn't smooth. Of course, it's not just a straight path. It will take at least 15 days. If I'm unlucky and have to climb mountains, it will take over a month. In reality, it would only take about 4 days. Anyway, I have to go. The Musketeer Training Center is also in the city. I wonder if I'll run into any trouble on the way. Then Liha spoke up clearly. I'll accept the quest. Madame Zhou immediately explained clearly. Liha, thank you. This is a lunchbox made from golden eagle meat. This is the lunchbox to be delivered to Madame Zhou. He was still a little worried, so he cautiously asked, but will it spoil on the way? She quickly reassured him with a confident voice. There's preservation magic in it, so it can be preserved for 3 months. Oh ho. Of course, it can't spoil, but the taste can't be guaranteed. Don't tell me you're planning to ruin the dream of the second sacred grill branch with bad food, Liha. Her face was dark and scary, making Liha tremble. Ah, no. How could that be? Ha. Hearing the answer, Madame Lu was relieved. She placed both lunchboxes in his hands. I'm counting on you. Oh ho. He could only force a laugh. Yes, ma'am. And so, he began a dangerous, unpredictable quest. Before setting off, Liha curiously opened the purple lunchbox to try it first. As he ate greedily, he praised, "So delicious. Even better than the Black Angus lunchbox. It's relieved all the fatigue from cooking all day." At the same time, his stamina increased by 1 and agility by 3. It was named Special Excellent Lunchbox. The effect did not disappoint. Liha, full and satisfied, leaned back in his chair, rubbing his round belly. If I could make this and sell it, it would be amazing. His attention was suddenly drawn to the other lunchbox. He picked it up, turning it over and over to study it. I'm so curious about this one. Since it's a reward lunchbox, it must be much better than the Black Eagle meat one, right? It doesn't have any smell either. Let's see what it is. Item information, rare lunchbox. Contains all the secrets of the grill. Any creature that eats it becomes a slave to Madame Lu. The only state-sanctioned drug. Liha was so shocked he broke out in a sweat. Ability level increases by 20 times? Is it tradable? He frantically looked around to see if anyone was there. Are you crazy? And it's a rare item too. First, I have to hide it. Where can you find an item that gives you 4 levels just by eating it? Then he couldn't help but think about the value it held. This, how much can it be sold for? Liha immediately opened the network panel, searching for prices through everyone's sales posts. His mind raced at high speed. 1 gold is mainly sold for 200,000. Excellent grade increase. Movement speed plus 15. One-handed sword with an agility bonus of plus 6. That's crazy. 14 million? Madame Lu's lunchbox has no profession restrictions. It doesn't need to be equipped. It's an item that can increase ability points just by eating it. For an item of this caliber, the price is very high. Liha swallowed hard, his hand holding the box trembling with excitement. Even if I sell it cheap, it's over 100,000? I could sell it for 1 million. 1 million in real money. He looked up at the sky and muttered, 1 million. That's 1 million. The treatment cost is 20 million. Now having 1 million means I've earned 5%. But then he sobered up and considered. Calm down, Liha. A sniper getting so excited like this. If I sell this, the 100% intimacy will be destroyed. As soon as I arrive in the city, I'll be treated badly. But in return, I get 1 million. If I abandon the quest, my relationship with the NPC will worsen and everything will end. I never thought about quitting this game. But now if I quit, I get 1 million. Damn it. Liha clutched his head, silently struggling. The amount of money was so large it made his heart tremble violently. Thoughts tore at each other in his brain. Unable to hold it in any longer, he shouted out to vent. But the success reward should be something good too. Just attending the opening ceremony is too vague. Will that reward be worth 1 million? Or should I just sell it and betray them? Liha gritted his teeth, trying to hold on to a shred of morality. No, I can't betray the program. He remembered Madame Lu's friendly attitude. Our Liha, please eat the lunchbox while it's still hot. He brainwashed himself. It's just an NPC. No matter how realistic it is, it's still just a program. What does it matter? Liha looked up and sighed with remorse. She said to be careful of people. So it wasn't about being careful of others, but being careful of myself? So contradictory. Just as he was at a dead end, the door opened. Kim Yu walked in and asked gently, Son, why are you sighing when you're so young? Is something wrong? He regained his composure. Mom, you're still awake? She nodded slightly, her eyes full of concern. I'm getting some water. You're not sleeping. What are you still doing? He reassured his mother. I'll sleep soon. Don't worry, Mom. She thoughtfully reminded him. All right. I have a guest tomorrow night, so I'll be home a little late. I've already made some side dishes, so make sure you eat dinner first. Thanks to his mother's unexpected appearance, Liha's mood also lightened. What am I worried about? Let's just think simply. I can think more about it later, right? Anyway, I have to go to the city. In the game world, Liha pushed open the door of a shop and called out, Shopkeeper. Louis jumped at the familiar voice, stammering a greeting. Liha. Ah, no, Mr. Liha is here. He rubbed his hands in anticipation, a sycophantic smile on his face. Oh my, what product have you brought me today? Liha shook his head and explained, the herbs aren't growing much lately. I'm looking for them, so please wait a little longer. He also understood the basics. Of course. It's not easy to find. He came this time for another purpose. Where's the wholesaler? Louis felt a pang of guilt, quickly raising his coffee cup to hide his tension, muttering, the sun has just risen. I'm going crazy. They should be on their way. Would you like some coffee? Liha smiled politely, not suspecting a thing. I'll have a little. In reality, he misunderstood Louis's intention. He's trying to mock me, but is trying to hold it in, huh? He skillfully changed the subject, asking about something else. Do you sell maps? While making him a cup of coffee, he replied, of course, I do. He probed the price. How much is it? He recited it fluently, as if he had memorized it. A map of the Candleton vicinity is 83 silver. A map of the entire kingdom of Favlin is 5 gold. Liha didn't expect it to be so expensive. 80 silver to 5 gold. Louis glanced towards the wall, where an item was covered with a cloth. He slowly explained, maps are originally high-end items. Of course, they're expensive, so high-end that they have to be covered with a cloth. Liha considered, so that's why people online print out area information and paste it all over the place. So the fact that this game even has a proper peninsular map for sale isn't a joke. Let's skip buying and selling for now. I'll buy it later when I have money. Suddenly, there was a sound. A person pushed open the door, their voice clear and bright. Shopkeeper, the goods are here. Louis greeted him cheerfully. Oh my, Bobble. You're early. He placed a crate in the corner. I heard you're introducing someone to me today. Bobble turned around, a radiant smile with teeth so white they were dazzling. A salesman can't be late, so I came early. Liha quietly faced him, his eyes scanning him and silently assessing the opponent. So it's this person. The two had just met but shook hands warmly, with trusting eyes and comfortable smiles. In just a few short sentences, they had completed what looked like an important transaction. Hello, I'm Liha. I'm Bobble. I heard you buy a lot of bullets. I just want to buy at wholesale price with delivery. I'll deliver them carefully from now on. I'm counting on you. In contrast to their cheerful atmosphere, Louis stood to the side with his arms crossed, restless and uneasy. Bobble carefully confirmed the request one more time. How much do you need? I've brought 500 sets for now. Hearing that, Liha was stunned. That much? No matter how wholesale it is, 500 sets is over 50 silver. Louis frantically jumped between the two, interrupting in a stammer. Hey, I need to arrange the goods a bit, so please wait over there for a moment. But before he could push him away, Bobble muttered in confusion, it's only a few silver. Louis's movements immediately stiffened, his face contorting with unconcealable guilt. Liha didn't hesitate and teleported in front of him. How much is it? He honestly quoted the price. 1 set of gunpowder is 4 copper, and bullets are 1 copper. Liha's eyes were cold as he looked at Louis, as if he were looking at a dead man. 4 copper, and it includes delivery? And you were going to sell it to me for 15 copper? He stammered, trying to justify himself. No, that is. His face became incredibly scary, and he moved closer threateningly. So you were going to sell it for 15 copper? He was sweating bullets, trying to explain. No, sir. It's not like that. I have to make a living too. Without a moment's hesitation, Liha opened the door and walked out, leaving a cruel remark. Go find the herbs yourself. Let's see if you get bitten to death by a rabbit. Louis collapsed to his knees, grabbing his leg and crying pitifully. Liha, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'll compensate you with something else, so please let it go this one time. Liha glanced at him with killing intent. Something else? He quickly nodded his head repeatedly. Anything. Having the upper hand, the veteran sat with his legs crossed on the chair, leisurely asking, do you have a flintlock? Louis was troubled. That's at the weapon shop. He continued to demand, what about armor? He still found an excuse. That's at the tailor's. Necklaces are at the jewelry shop. His tone was laced with ice. You said you'd compensate with anything. Was that just talk? In the end, Louis had to grit his teeth and bear the pain. All right. Choose one thing from this shop. Liha pretended to be kind. Then I'll just take the cheap one. I choose the map of the entire kingdom of Favlin. Hearing that, he was severely shocked, his face pale. 5 gold, converted to real money, is 1,000,000. Lewis's tears flowed like rain, and he cursed in pain. That's so valuable, you robber. He calmly stood up. Well then, go find the herbs yourself. Oh my, I'm leaving. Cornered, he had no choice but to agree. You damn bastard. Okay. After reaching an agreement, Liha left satisfied. Bobble even sent a reminder. Next time, just deal with me directly. He estimated the cloth bag in his hand. This much gunpowder and bullets should be enough. Liha remembered his guidance. If you use the shared safe bank, payment will be faster. He felt it was quite similar to the real world. It's like online payment, huh? The receptionist completed the procedure and announced, "Your account has been opened." With nothing else to do, he suddenly remembered. It's been a while. Maybe I should call Ki-young. So he immediately opened the communication channel. Ki-young. She quickly responded. Appa, still not asleep? Liha smiled and asked. I have to earn money. What are you doing? She answered distractedly. I'm hunting with my guild members. Liha was flustered and scratched his cheek. A guild? I'm so jealous. I'm level 12 now, so I have to go to the city. Want to meet up? This news startled Ki-young. You're already level 12? You caught the golden eagle? Liha's tone was a bit boastful. I caught it just like that, kid. Ki-young was happy for him. So fast. Anyway, congratulations, Appa. Live well in the city. Wait, Appa, you're in Candleton, right? Have you seen Lin Huoding? Liha nodded nonchalantly. Yeah, I've seen her. Ki-young was quite sulky. You should have contacted me. Liha felt embarrassed. Are you in their fan club too? Actually, Before he could finish, she shouted angrily. Oh, really? I have to take down that evil person. Then she realized she had misspoken. No. Is something wrong? Liha's face turned pale. Wait, what happened? Ki-young isn't a kid who swears like that. What's wrong? A strange sound suddenly came from the other end of the line. Really? No way. My guild has a bounty to take down those two. Didn't you know? Really? If I knew they were there, I would have gone to take them down. He was confused by their reaction. Are you guys talking about those kids? Taking them down. Ki-young was agitated. Kids? They're crazy, Appa. You've never seen her use magic, have you? How can that cruel person be a kid? They're evil women. Evil women. I was with my guild's mages, and suddenly we were frozen. Everyone saw it, everyone felt it, but we couldn't move. She smiled while breaking everyone's neck one by one, like breaking the head of an anchovy. We couldn't log into the game for 48 hours, so our items and levels all dropped. After having our necks broken, we couldn't access the game for 5 days. If I catch her, I'll cut her into pieces. Liha could only sit there and endure the volume that felt like it would burst his eardrums. After venting enough, Ki-young calmed down. Appa, I'm sorry for swearing. He showed understanding. It's nothing. I know what happened. So you guys are fighting. Ki-young added, it's not just my guild. Lin Huiyuan spends a lot of money. Once a big business enters an alley, everything is ruined. There are 5 guilds, including ours, allied together to fight those crazy people. They're about to be ranked 5th. Liha frowned seriously, a hint of worry in his eyes. It seems this involves some high-level people. If I join the Lin Sisters Guild, I'll have to turn my back on Ki-young. He was silent for a long time, finally letting out a soft sigh. I know. I'll call you back later. On the other end of the line, Ki-young was still obedient, her voice clear and warm. Go ahead, Appa. Liha's heart was heavy. He drew a clear line. A game is a game, reality is reality, but why is it so complicated? Maybe I shouldn't go anywhere for now. He ran his hands through his hair, so frustrated he felt like he would tear everything apart. My head is going to explode. I'm happy to receive an offer from high-ranked people, but what am I supposed to do when my cousin is like this? Thinking about it now is useless. I'll go to the capital and solve what can be solved. I'll worry about it when I have time. Liha shook his head slightly, deciding to temporarily set aside his worries. He focused on opening the interface. He tested the function of the newly acquired item. In just a moment, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, This is amazing. This is a GPS. It can't find the route, but the position and direction are accurate. When I was in the army, I was so tired of reading maps. Can it be zoomed in? If you give a map to a sniper, the game is over early. Liha was fully equipped. Total assets, 27 copper. Flintlock gun, 3 cakes, a lunchbox that might or might not sell for 1 billion, and 100 sets of bullets and gunpowder. He set off, humming a happy tune. I know the way, so there's no problem. I don't have money, but I can get sponsored locally. 3 hours passed. Liha's steps were still as light as the wind, his body showing no signs of fatigue. What would I do without the fast-running skill? It's been a long time since I've run. Suddenly, a warning sign appeared ahead. The bold letters caught his eye. Warning, area with frequent ambushes. Liha stopped. This is a forest with many monster attacks. I have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear shout echoed from behind him. Battle start. Target, brown bear. Kim Moran immediately activated the Taunt of Death skill, holding a large shield horizontally in front of her chest, directly meeting the pounce with claws as sharp as knives. The screech of metal echoed throughout the forest. The oso growled in anger, its roar deep and guttural. Its bloodshot eyes glowed fiercely, as if wanting to tear apart anyone who dared to invade its territory. Taking the opportunity while Kim Waran tried to stall for time, Gina Kim charged forward. She held her dual blades tightly, her back flashing silver as she rushed straight at the monster. They're more ferocious now. The green snake has appeared. The two coordinated smoothly, with a solid defense and continuous attacks, making the battle tense. Beside them, a monk stood still with his hands clasped, chanting. Liha watched with his arms crossed for a moment, then shook his head and turned away, thinking to himself, so everyone has diverse professions. Just 2 shields, and it gives up attacking. Suddenly, the surroundings became chaotic. Desperate screams echoed. Bear! The brown bear is here. If I get caught, I'll die first. Uninvolved people quickly scattered to the sides, their faces pale. Let's run. Hurry up. Let's get out of here. Recheck your equipped items. Kim Waran recruited on the spot. Recruiting members for the attack team. If you can cooperate, please sign up quickly. Immediately, a few people joined the group. We're signing up, Gak the Great instructed. Everyone, gather in one place. This situation left Liha dazed. Where did they come from? Was this all planned? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A black bear? To take down the boss, you probably need a raid party of 20 people. Without hesitating for long, he decided to retreat. But if the raid party doesn't get along, I'll be attacked by the boss. I'll just give up quickly. But when catching the bear, there's a melee tank, so it won't affect me, right? On the other side, they were still shouting. I am General Kim Waran. Please join our team. We have already gathered 3 teammates. That strange name inadvertently caught his attention. What a unique name. Don't regret it, just follow your own path. The knight in thick iron armor quickly stepped out to command. The boss has appeared. Tanks, please move to the front. In the end, Liha couldn't resist. He secretly hid behind a rock. I'll just watch for a bit and then go. I'm too curious. They quickly assigned tasks to each person. Let's get into position before it arrives. Kim Warren acted as the team leader. You attacker over there. Don't hide behind your teammates like that. Stand in order. Melee attackers, please stand a distance behind the tanks. Liha's lips moved, letting out a soft sound of admiration. For a hastily formed team, the composition is pretty good. Main damage, healer, melee attacker, tank. All the standard roles are here, so the ratio looks good. A bit of a shame there are few mages. Kim Waran announced loudly. It's here. Prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Liha leisurely maintained a safe distance of about 70 meters, squinting to observe. Let's see the boss's face. I'm hiding this far away, so I'm definitely safe, right? At that moment, a person in the team raised their bow high, the arrowhead glowing brightly, and shouted, I'll lead it here. From a distance, a giant brown bear stomped its feet heavily. The heavy impact made the ground shake as if it would crack. It opened its giant mouth wide, its roar echoing throughout the forest, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind. The group at the front line quickly lowered their center of gravity, trying to withstand the terrifying pressure. Even Liha, who was very far away, felt his hair stand on end as the shockwave hit him. His whole body unconsciously trembled before the indescribable threat. My God, no way. Even from this far away. Suddenly, the system coldly announced, Agonia Oso is roaring. Unable to move for 2 minutes. HP reduced by 10%. Speed reduced by 30%. A sense of unease shot straight into his chest. Normally, the safe magic distance is 55 meters. I got hit even from this distance. The giant body of the Oso stood tall on the battlefield, its breath heavy and labored like a drumbeat. Lee Ha's whole body trembled uncontrollably, yet a forced smile appeared on his lips, as if he were encouraging himself. Crazy. It's as big as that rabbit. It's a bear. Lee Ha tried to muster his strength to control his fear, but his stiff legs wouldn't listen. My legs won't move. Damn it. Damn it. Why does this damn feeling have to be felt even in a game? It'll take another 2 minutes to resolve this strange state. The Oso still stood there imposingly, its eyes flashing fiercely, its breath hot like fire, adding to the heavy pressure. If before Lee Ha could leisurely watch the show, now his body was tense, his heart pounding as if it would jump out of his chest. I hope those guys catch that monster before I return to normal. The roar of Agonia Oso. The system displayed the time. You cannot move for 2 minutes. Not just Lee Ha, but Girl and many others were in the same situation. Their bodies trembled, their feet as if rooted to the ground. He roared, his voice hoarse and urgent. Tanker, hurry up. The bear is looking this way. Dispel it here first. As the giant brown bear approached, panicked screams spread through the air. It's here. Oh. A giant foot stomped heavily on the ground. Kim Warren knelt, raising his large shield to block, struggling to withstand the claw swipe. The force of the impact was so strong that his feet sank deep into the ground, his whole body trembling as if it would break. The members called out worriedly, "Hey, leader!" But Kim Warren was still knocked back, sliding on the grass, leaving a deep trench in the ground. His face was drenched in sweat, but his eyes still burned with determination. He roared a command. I can still take 2 more hits. Tanks who have been dispelled, form a group. And attackers who weren't hit, go help the other attackers. It's coming again. The Oso's giant hand swept across, wanting to crush Kim Warren. In an instant, Gak unleashed his life-saving skill. High protection. Its blood-red eyes flashed. It slammed its next swipe down on Kim Warren's shield. The sound of metal rang out. After the terrifying impact, the shield was severely dented. As for him, his whole body froze, his breathing ragged. Taking the opportunity before the monster could strike again, he shouted an order. Attack. Immediately, tens of thousands of arrows left their bows simultaneously, tearing through the wind like a rainstorm down on the Oso's head. However, its giant hand suddenly burst into fierce flames, incinerating all the arrows in midair in a flash. Ashes flew everywhere. At the front line, the defensive line with their heavy shields stood firm, trying to protect their comrades from the mountain-like pressure. Kim Warren urgently commanded, "Melee attackers, stand by for support. Tanks, get in position." While the battlefield was tense to the point of suffocation, 2 long minutes finally passed, and Lee Ha was freed from the penalty. He happily moved his hands and feet. Oh ho, if they do well, they'll catch them, right? On the other side, everyone was still fighting without a break. Leader, I need time to cool down. Next group, up. He peeked out from his hiding spot. Everyone's already less tense. Nia's son stood leisurely outside the battle, observing and chatting with Lamia. At this rate, it'll be caught soon, right, Lamia? Lambia, her hands still gently waving to maintain her support magic, replied with a laugh. Should I record a video? A battle video like this could earn some money. In stark contrast to their leisure, Kim Warren at the front line was sweating profusely. Everyone in the back, prepare to cast. When its health drops below 20%, we'll all attack at once. Otherwise, it will use another effect, and that would be dangerous. The 2 who were reminded pouted in annoyance. Let's just see how it goes. We're about to catch it. Let's take it slow. We're not playing, we're managing the MB. While the Oso was heavily injured, its giant body groaning and unable to move, the groups took a short break to catch their breath and exchange glances. Everyone, get ready. The attacker is using a lot of strength. What's with this atmosphere? Hurry up and catch it. The weakness of a hastily formed group is showing. Kim Warren clenched his fist, activating all the remaining power of his shield. His shout echoed across the battlefield. Everyone, get ready. 21% left. The Oso's giant claws tore through the wind, as fast as lightning, stabbing straight into the shield. He gritted his teeth, his body tensing to withstand the violent impact. From behind, An arrow shot through the wind, embedding itself straight into the beast's shoulder, making it roar in pain. Immediately after, a fierce flame erupted from under its feet. Kim Waran was startled and on alert. He immediately commanded, 20%. Attackers, all out. The Oso's HP dropped to 19.9%. It went berserk, its whole body swelling, its eyes blood red, its mouth wide open, growling and shaking the entire space. The heat radiated so intensely that Johan's hair, even from a distance, caught fire. She panicked, screaming and waving her hands to put out the flames. Fire magic? A bear using magic too. Charlie's metal shoulder guard didn't escape its fate either. In just a moment, everyone was engulfed in fierce flames, their bodies charred black. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. I'm on fire. Hello? Run. This isn't normal fire magic. The chaotic scene was engulfed in red. Kim Waran gritted his teeth, sweat mixing with ash and dust. Finally, he had to give the order. Damn it. Retreat. Everyone, get out of here. Those who had caught fire were rolling on the ground, their skin burned black, begging in despair. Take me with you. Help. Help me. He ignored their fate, leading the way out, coldly announcing, disband the group. If you don't want to die, run. Kim Waran's gaze suddenly swept across, catching Liha still hiding behind the rock, motionless as a wooden statue. What are you still doing there? Didn't you hear me say to run? He was startled, his heart pounding. I didn't attack. He gave a friendly smile and corrected. I didn't participate in this battle. I didn't touch it, and I'm still fine. Seeing this, he reminded him before leaving. In this state, Agonia Oso will kill everything it sees. It will take several days to kill it. You should go somewhere else and hunt. Liha was deeply shocked. It takes several days? Quickly, it's 10 days. His steps were hurried. Slowly, it's over a month. Anyway, we're out of here. He frantically called out to the scattering crowd. Hey, wait. You provoked it and then just run away. What am I supposed to do? Aren't you guys going to catch it? He clenched his trembling hands in worry. They said it would take over a month to get through? Oh my God. Can they turn the situation around? If I can't get to the capital, I'll sell everything, whether it's Kim Waran or a broom. Ah, no. I have to think clearly. Don't look for a way out. Liha took a long breath, trying to stay calm, and began to list the possibilities. Let's see what the options are. 1. Find a raid party. 2. High-level players will come and deal with it. 3. Sneak away from the fire bear. He tore at his hair in frustration. None of them will work. I can't sell that expensive lunchbox either. If that's the case, I have to go with another option. In the end, he chose option 4. Let's just get it done. Liha drew his gun and resolved to fight to the death. Anyway, if it takes a month, the quest and selling the lunchbox will be ruined. If I can't form a group, I'll just handle it myself. Its health is below 20%, so I have a chance. That group is tanking it below, so I have enough time. He stood up straight, took a deep breath, his eyes wide and focused on the giant monster in the distance. 70 meters. With a southeast wind, the minimum speed is 2 meters. All right. Liha decisively pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot tore through the night. The Oso flinched, its instincts warning it of danger. It roared, turning its head back. That very movement inadvertently exposed its weak point. The bullet embedded itself straight between its eyes. The powerful penetration made the giant body stagger. The smoke from the still-hot barrel of the gun rose. Liha coughed dryly, his trembling hand clutching the gun's stock. In his heart, he was screaming silently. It hit. It hit its head. At a different distance, Kim Waran was walking and rubbing his chin in thought. Maybe I should form a new raid party? 6. No. If I form a group of 7, there might be a chance. Just then, a girl called out loudly. Mr. Waran. Mr. Waran. He dismissed Lamia. Hurry back to the village. There's no time for idle chat. She explained in confusion. Ah, no. Please look behind you. Just now, the person hiding behind the rock shot something. He was slightly skeptical, turning his head in that direction. Shot something. Suddenly, Kim Waran was filled with regret. Is that a musketeer? If I had known, I would have let him in the group when we were forming it. Since he didn't witness it, he asked Lamia for the situation. Where did he shoot? Did it hit? She answered honestly with a tone of admiration. In the head. Right in the middle of the head. He quickly calculated the benefits. With this musketeer's attack power, he's good at the game. If I form a proper group and let him in, we might be able to catch it. Another person exclaimed in amazement. Over 70 to 80 meters. How did he hit it? Kim Waran also silently agreed. To hit the head from that distance, his skills are good. Neil's son muttered, half doubting, half interested. If we group up with that person, we can probably catch it. Lamia was eager to try. There aren't many people left, so we're short on positions. But Kim Waran suddenly turned and walked away, his cold voice cutting off their hope. Stop talking nonsense. Let's run, she asked in astonishment. He already hit it in the head. He didn't seem to care much. That's impressive, but that's as far as it goes. Neil's son was stunned. As far as it goes. Kim Waran calmly analyzed. A musketeer takes a minute to reload. He just shot, right? Within the next minute, he'll be dead. Li Hao was completely unaware of their discussion. He was still standing there, stunned and unable to believe his eyes. I hit it. Right in the middle of the head. So why is it still alive? The Oso's forehead didn't even have a scratch. Its eyes glowed with a fierce light, its killing intent overflowing. The cold system voice rang out like a death sentence. The roar of Agonia Oso. The bear is in a state of terror. You cannot move for 2 minutes. HP and stamina reduced. Li Hao cursed in frustration. Damn it. I shot it in the head, and it's still alive. His body trembled, and he struggled to move, but it was useless. Cold sweat poured down like rain. His pale lips muttered in despair, I'm done for. Moreover, that monster is targeting me. In front of him, the giant monster had changed direction, its whole body ablaze, stomping towards Li Hao. Li Hao gritted his teeth, forcing his trembling body to resist the effect of the Oso's skill. His hand trembled as he tried to pour oil into the gun's chamber. Damn it! Pour faster. At that moment, another player lost his composure, screamed in panic, and turned to run. The Oso immediately roared, and a violent flame erupted, consuming him. In a flash, the person's body was burned to ashes. His charred face still held a final expression of terror. Horrified screams echoed across the battlefield. Don't come here. Run. Put out the fire for me. Cries for help came from all directions, mixed with the sound of chaotic footsteps. The giant monster paused, its blood-red eyes scanning confusedly, unsure of who to attack first. It was in that moment that Li Hao gained a precious bit of time. It's not coming straight for me. Because of that penalty, my hands are shaking too. But if it takes 2 minutes to reload, it will kill all those people, and then me. Casting aside all dignity, he shouted desperately, his voice hoarse. Help me. The two-way leader from before. Can you hear me? I'm confident I can attack it, so please come and tank for me. But even after doing that, no one appeared. Li Hao was so angry he trembled, gritting his teeth and muttering. Damn it. They ran away already. A glimmer of hope vanished. He couldn't count on the others either. Other than the heart-wrenching screams. Help me. The Oso roared, and wherever it stepped, fierce flames erupted, burning everything in its path. Any unlucky player who got too close was turned into a human torch. The distance between it and Li Hao was shrinking. At this rate, I'm going to die. His heart pounded wildly, his breathing ragged, but he tried to suppress his panic. His trembling hand clutched the gun. It's okay, Li Hao. Don't be nervous. Let's try one more time. Let's see if I can hit it in the head twice from this distance. There was only one target to aim for. His eyes locked onto the figure of the Oso slowly approaching, its giant body burning like a walking volcano. Li Hao cleared his mind of all distractions, ignoring the screams and the chaotic scene around him. In his ears, there was only the sound of his own pounding heart. The gunshot tore through the space, shaking the entire battlefield. The shot made Kim Waran stop in his tracks. He immediately turned his head, his eyes wide with terror. Again, the Oso was hit by the bullet, its giant body staggering back half a step. Witnessing that scene, Neil's son had to admire him. Crazy. That person hit it again. Lamia exclaimed in admiration. It hit the head again. How is that possible? This is the first time I've seen someone attack like that. How can he do that? He always hits the target. Amazing. Kim Waran's expression became serious, his eyes darkening as if he were lost in deep thought. His two companions, however, were openly excited, constantly trying to persuade him. Mr. Waran, are we really leaving? He's already shot it in the head twice, so it must have very little health left. We just need to go finish it off and share the items. He gritted his teeth and feigned righteousness. You people talk so casually. The other players are almost all dead. After that, it will deal with that person. Miyaso reminded him of the opportunity that was clearly before them. That's why I'm saying we should go help him before he dies. Lambia expressed her trust. If Mr. Waran tanks. Kim Waran's veins bulged in anger, knowing their scheme. If I go in now, I'll be the first to die. One of my shields is already broken, so it's hard to tank. Are you guys planning to use your bodies as shields? The two felt guilty and didn't dare to argue. He stuck to his opinion. I feel sorry for that person too, but we're going back to the village. This time for sure. Lamia still felt regretful. So we're abandoning that person? He snorted in annoyance. I already warned him earlier. He's the one who didn't run and stayed there shooting. They paid no attention to Kim Waran, intently watching the battle. Sir, the fire bear is burning. The last attacker is dead. The musketeer is running away too. He turned his back and urged impatiently. Let's go. We have to go back and find that person. We'll form a new raid party within an hour, then come back here. He silently calculated. All right, we'll call in other talented musketeers and then go collect the profits. There's no other way. Life is all about timing. After returning to the village, the atmosphere immediately boiled over. Is there really a fire bear? The boss. But I heard catching a fire bear is really hard. Did you see the broken shield? They're the only ones who survived. We have to catch it before it regenerates its health. Kim Waran began to recruit members again. We are gathering a team to attack Agonia Oso. We're about to catch it. Line up in order. Immediately, someone applied. I'm an attacker. I can attack accurately. The numbers were quickly filled. He announced, we're all gathered. Let's go immediately. 30 minutes later, night had fallen, and darkness covered the forest. Kim Waran nervously and cautiously reminded his teammates, we're here. Everyone, be careful. We don't know when it will come out. As they walked, they marveled at the scene. Before them were the charred remains, the ashes still smoking. Claw marks were deeply etched into the ground. Wow, as expected of a boss. Crazy. What kind of footprint is as big as a pot lid? But where did the fire bear go? Kim Waran assigned tasks neatly. It probably killed all the players and moved to another location. Everyone, be careful. Since it's big, it should be easy to find. If you spot it, shout immediately. They split into small groups to check the area. 2 hours later, the waiting atmosphere made everyone tired. Mia lost her patience, stomping her foot and complaining. This is so annoying. Where is it? Denoy frowned, suppressing his anger. That's right. Did they lie to us? 3 hours later, Lucy and Junie, covered in leaves, approached Kim Waran menacingly, their voices filled with indignation. Where's the fire bear? You said it was as big as a black rabbit, so why can't we see it? You dog, you're a liar, aren't you? He hurriedly defended himself. No, I'm not lying. Kim Waran tried to de-escalate the situation, his voice trembling but still firm. It was definitely here. You all saw the traces of the battle. It probably has low health and went somewhere to hide. They angrily decided to trust him one last time. Let's search a little more. If it's not here, the leader is dead meat. So annoying. Really, we're not even hunting. What are we doing here? The atmosphere became tense to the point of suffocation. Kim Waran gritted his teeth, cold sweat drenching his back. His mind was in turmoil, constantly cursing to himself. Damn it. Where the hell did it go? That musketeer couldn't have caught it. What on earth happened? For hours earlier, Liha stood stunned in place, muttering, this is crazy. The giant Oso roared, and streams of violent fire shot out, burning anyone who dared to stand in its way. Every time the monster took a step forward, Liha's heart felt like it stopped for a beat. I shot it twice, and it's still alive? It's still alive. First, I need to calm down and run. Fortunately, at this moment, the penalty was lifted. He immediately left in silence. As his eyes scanned the area, he angrily saw the group of 3, including Kim Waran, coldly turn their backs and leave. The anger in his heart flared up. He gritted his teeth, fuming. Those guys, they're running far away. Why start something and then run away? All right, complaining won't change anything. Liha took out a piece of paper and tore it with his teeth. Then he quickly stuffed it into the gun's chamber to create a spark. All his actions were neat and decisive. I have to run and reload. Just like in practice. I've practiced this dozens of times. Just do it like in practice. Just like in practice. The heavy butt of the gun slammed onto the ground, making a sound that seemed to mark a life or death milestone. Reloading complete. Done. He turned, raised the gun, the barrel glinting coldly in the chaotic night. One more shot from a long distance. This time, I have to hit it. The fire bear dies. There. But at that very moment, Liha's taut nerves almost snapped. The Oso's white teeth were right upon him, its giant fangs about to swallow the entire gun barrel. His pupils contracted, his heart stopping for a moment. Already, a punch like a sledgehammer slammed straight into his stomach. Liha's entire body was launched off the ground. His body spun several times in midair before hitting the ground so hard that the earth and rock shattered. The sound echoed in his ears like crushed bones and flesh. His internal organs felt like they had been scrambled. The pain was so intense that Liha's face contorted fiercely. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, hot and trickling down his chin. Damn it. It hurts more than I imagined. With 20% stamina, it hurts this much? His vision, covered in blood, gradually blurred. Luckily, I'm not dead. Damn it. Why is my vision like this? Is it because of the pain? I can't see that damn bear anywhere. Liha decisively closed his eyes, mustering all his remaining willpower, forcing himself to calm down, using his hearing instead of his eyes. I don't hear footsteps. It's that big, and it can even hide its footsteps? That thing seems like it really wants to kill me. I can't feel the heat from that bear. Is it because that's the limit of 20% stamina? Focus. Focus, Liha. If I get hit again, I'll probably die. But its stamina is low too. If the fire bear appears, one shot will end it. A blind assassin is a bit funny, but a blind sniper. Cornered, Liha was not as panicked as he had imagined. A cold smile touched the corner of his lips. A blind sniper, huh? That's interesting. A very small sound, like the friction of a foot brushing against grass, reached his ear. The gun barrel immediately swiveled in that direction. There it is. He shouted loudly, as if encouraging himself on the brink of life and death. Calm down. In that life or death moment, Liha unexpectedly took a step back, leaning back to dodge the thunderous punch by a hair's breadth. The gun rose instinctively, his finger pulling the trigger. A deafening explosion tore through the air. The bullet embedded itself straight into the Oso's neck, making the giant body freeze. Blood spurted violently, dyeing the fur on its neck red. It staggered slightly, then stomped heavily on the ground to maintain its balance. Liha couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it's still not dead? This damn monster. This damn bear. The Oso's eyes glowed blood red, fiercely locking onto the prey before it. Its breath came out like hot fire, a tide of killing intent. With no way out, Liha tightened his grip on the gun's stock, the blade gleaming coldly. His breath was heavy but resolute. Melee attack it is. Liha held his weapon with both hands and charged forward. He put all his strength into plunging the blue-tipped point deep into the fire bear's thick, aggressive hide. His teeth clenched tightly together. Liha grimaced and hissed. Now then. He continuously stabbed deep into the bear, red blood splattering as he roared. Go to hell. After using all his strength, Liha was also exhausted. The gun connected to the sharp bayonet, still stained with blood, trembled slightly with his body's movements. A few seconds passed. Liha lay unconscious on the grass, opposite the fire bear, which was covered in its own blood. Then, Liha suddenly woke up. His eyes opened wide as if he had seen a ghost. He scrambled to get up, raising his head to observe and think, did I lose consciousness? If it hadn't died, I'd be a goner. Damn it, where's the fire bear? After a while, Liha was able to stand up, and at that moment, he received a stream of congratulations for leveling up from the system. His face went blank as he asked, what? He read it clearly but still couldn't believe it. I'm level 9 now. Before, my musketeer skill was level 1, and my bayonet attack skill was level 2. Liha stood there puzzled for a while. Then he saw the fire bear's corpse lying on the grass with its tongue out, and understood. So the musketeer's skill usage has increased to level 9. He excitedly climbed onto its back and shook it vigorously. Not bad, this bear. You seem to like the terror of a long-range attacker. Huh? Time to share the items. As he dug around, He chuckled happily. It's not a normal bear, but a boss bear, so I should get a decent amount. Suddenly, the system popped up an information panel. He read it, and his mouth fell open in shock. Hall of Fame? I'm the first? All attack power plus 10%? If I combine it all, the total stats will be 45 points. Liha's face was dazed as he tapped away. Character information panel. The system immediately gave him a long list. After reading it, Liha was even more shocked. Remaining points, 135? I'm not seeing things, am I? I've reached the standard score for level 30. This is a 27 level jump. Let's see. I can even beat a level 50 by myself. Liha excitedly tapped away continuously. The numbers jumped up as he muttered in delight. All right, stats are done. The final result. Liha was now a long-range attacker on par with a tank. Agility 168, Stamina 62, HP 1350. He told himself, the only thing left is... Looking at the pile of items scattered on the grass, Liha stood with his hands on his hips and cursed himself. This is crazy. I'm going crazy. He tried to grab a few items, but then reminded himself. The owners of these expensive items are all gone, so just leave them. If I wanted to buy them, it would be very difficult. No, someone else will probably pick them up, so I have to take them. I'll make good use of them. Liha muttered for a while, then went closer to the bear to loot it again. And finally, to deal with this one. Fire bear items. A moment later, he pulled out a thick, warm red fur cloak. It's called the Excellent Cloak made from the hide of a fire bear. Defense 115. A moment later, he found a pair of elemental boots made from the hide of the fire bear. Defense 60. The combo set also included an excellent hunting cap made from the hide of the fire bear. Defense 50. Liha's eyes widened as he read. All three are excellent grade. Even without a weapon, this is amazing. He looked at his sweat-soaked body and continued to mutter. Even the clothes I'm wearing now aren't as good as a single fire bear cloak. Oh my, I've made good use of this set for a while. My stamina has increased to 70, so I have to wear it right away. He happily touched the thick fur on the cloak and praised it. It also fits my body shape. My luck is so good on the first day. After a few minutes, Liha had put it on. Clothes make the man. He now looked much more charismatic and stylish. With a new cloak, Liha's spirits were also much higher. Straight to the capital. During that time, a new player received harsh curses. Player Kim Waran, look at this. I won't return the item you dropped. Is it right for a leader to run away and leave everyone to die? Wow. So he intentionally let the other members die? He left them there, and then came back to take all the items. What else could it be? Kim Waran read it, and could only slam his fist on the table and curse. That's not it, you stupid. The sarcastic comments continued to pop up. It's not a flower, it's a sprout. No boss bear, and no items. A waste of time. Have a conscience and return the items to the players. You scammer. Kim Waran cursed out loud in anger. I'm going crazy. This is so unfair. When I couldn't find that fire bear, they said I killed those people to take all the items. I have to find it at all costs. If I can't find that damn thief, I'll be the culprit. If that happens, I can't play the game anymore. After cursing, he tore at his hair. Which bastard was it? Is he hiding around here? That musketeer couldn't have caught that bear. At this time, Liha was carefree, humming a happy tune, completely unaware that Kim Waran was secretly plotting a cruel plan. Just you wait. I'll take your life. He was as happy as a child, running around on the grass and thinking, this item set has 30% fire resistance. With this, even if Lin Huiyuan uses magic, I can withstand a part of it. While happy, Liha suddenly became flustered as he imagined Qi Young's crazed face. Let me catch those guys, I'll cut them into pieces. He told himself, all right. Lin Huiyuan, Lin Huiding. What a headache. After wandering for a while, he suddenly remembered. The map. Let me try to find where I am. Emerald Forest, Heartwood Forest? Both places are far from the city. Where is Mount Jianshi? I don't see it on the map. Are they in another country? While he was looking around, Liha's stomach protested. He held it and sighed. Hungry at a time like this. If I want to eat, of course. He picked up his gun and aimed deep into the dangerous, bear-infested area of the forest. I have to go hunting. Liha held his gun firmly, his eyes darting around the nearby area. Let's see. There seems to be one here. Less than a few minutes later, He was overjoyed to see a figure lumbering out. Found it. Li Ha lay down on the grass, his head slightly raised to observe. 60 meters. No wind. As the bear detected him and was about to charge, he was faster and fired a bullet right into its stomach. Li Ha looked at it with a bit of pity. If it goes down in one shot, it's comfortable for both sides. It must hurt a lot. Sorry, buddy. I feel a little guilty, but unfortunately, you're just a monster. But when he looked closer, he found that the bear was completely unharmed and wondered. The bear isn't charging? Li Ha lay still and exclaimed in admiration. The effect of the king bear's hide is real. Amazing. But this time, he was determined to send it on its way. The sound of the gunshot mixed with a desperate voice. Return to the spirit world. Finally, the bear collapsed. Li Ha ran over happily. Bear meat. Bear meat. At this hunting speed, I'll probably be level 30 before I reach the city. As he was preparing to butcher the bear, a small bear cub came out from the nearby bushes. It had a cute face and a small body. Seeing it, Li Ha couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, what is that? What's so cute?" The small bear cub whimpered and came over to cling to Li Ha's pant leg, letting out a few sounds that made him freeze. Done for. Li Ha clutched his chest and muttered, "So dangerous. I feel guilty and find it adorable at the same time." He sat down helplessly, holding its paw and crying. Damn it. How can I kill it? Not only did he spare its life, but Li Ha also gave it food. Are you hungry too? I'll feed you. Bear meat. No, that's not right. How about some bread for now? Seeing it bow its head and lick away, he teased with a smile. Delicious, right? You must be very hungry. How embarrassing, little one. After eating, the bear lingered, not wanting to leave. So Li Ha stood up and scolded it lovingly. I thought it was going to eat my hand. No. You go away. Before I get attached to you. He told himself. If I want to get to the capital, I have to hurry. I'll have to hunt many more bears later. I'm sorry, but let's not meet again. But the little bear still clung tightly to Li Ha's leg, its clear eyes looking up at him. Li Ha helplessly collapsed and punched the ground. Stop being so cute. Where did you learn to tilt your head like that? Is it instinct? He let out a frustrated sigh. Damn it. Then he picked up the little bear and looked at it with doting eyes. What am I going to do with it? I have to take it with me. At this time, Li Ha and Qi were talking. Qi, have you reached the capital yet? I'm on my way. I'm so tired. Be careful. The bears are strong. My level isn't high enough to run away, so I have to keep going. Okay. Li Ha thought to himself. The bears should be careful of me. After that, he and Qi couldn't help but discuss further. You're not asleep yet? I'm still a student. I have an exam tomorrow, but I plan to grind all night. I still have to go on a raid. What about tomorrow? The raid is still more important. He sighed to himself. Those priorities. Dee would love that. Should I stop him? In contrast to Li Ha's current mood, Qi was very carefree. But why are you whispering? He replied perfunctorily, his eyes fixed on Kuma in front of him. It's nothing. Can I raise an animal I catch? Those words reached Qi ears. An animal? Are you planning to buy a horse? Li Ha immediately denied it. No. There's a monster in the shape of an animal in the garden. She seemed to have a general idea. Are you planning to tame it and take it hunting with you? If your profession isn't a beast tamer, you can't tame it. Basically, they think of humans as enemies. There's no way to completely dominate it, Appa. Meanwhile, one of Li Ha's legs was being hugged tightly by Kuma with delight. Is that so? I've been feeding it and treating it well since it was young. What's wrong with that? Qi caught the key phrase. Since it was young? You saw a baby monster? Finding a baby monster is really hard. Each monster individual has a different HP value, but the experience points are the same. If it's young, the HP, benefits, and experience points are the same. So what? It was gently licking his face. What do you mean, so what? But the next sentence made Li Ha freeze solid. As soon as it appeared, I was lured in. HP, benefits, and experience points are the same. The information was too hard to process, so he decided to end the conversation. I'll talk to you after I get to the capital. After walking for 5 days according to Middle-earth time, he was frustrated. This cute animal lured me in. Qi on the other side replied cheerfully, Amazing. I have to spend money to buy a scroll. You've worked hard. Hurry up and let's meet. Li Ha gently put Kuma down. All right. Now he was squatting with his gun, facing it. I'm going crazy. I've caught all its parents and siblings, but I don't have the courage to catch this little one. If I leave it here and go, it will be hunted by someone else. What should I do? Ignoring the chaotic thoughts in his head, Liha decided to ignore everything and pick Kuma up. Oh well, I don't know. I'll figure it out later. In the end, he followed his instincts and prepared to set off. Let's go, little one. Kuma excitedly raised its front paw. The next day, as the sunlight shone throughout the forest, a bear had just growled when a bullet pierced its head. As soon as it was defeated, the system also announced a level up, which made Liha a little happy. Great. Now I'm level 24. The leveling speed is pretty good. Leveling up fast is good. But how did that monster grow so fast? 2 pieces of meat and a set of claws. Not bad. If I sell all the weapons I get, I'll make a lot of money. As long as I get through the initial stage, everything will be fine. While Liha wasn't paying attention, he was ambushed by a green creature. Musketeers are worth it. Well, what was that? A snake? Snakes are ganging up to bite me too. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to feel the scene before him shake. At the same time, the system panel popped up and announced, "You have been poisoned." Liha quickly read it carefully. For 3 minutes, every 10 seconds, HP is reduced by 50. If it's 50 every 10 seconds, for 3 minutes, that's a total of 900? My HP is only about 1,300. Bitten by a snake and dying from HP reduction? Because it's a grassy forest, I can't see the snake. When he saw Kuma grab the monster with its sharp teeth, his mood improved. Oh, you caught the snake? Not bad. Amazing. Amazing. You caught it because you were worried about me, right? Kuma was struggling with it. Cuckoo. While Liha was full of praise and satisfied with it. You're a special kid. The snake was sent to its doom by Kuma, looking none too pleased. This scene made his hands and feet a bit clumsy. You're eating it? What's wrong with eating it? Anyway, you've grown so much. It's not a bamboo shoot, but you've grown a lot in a short time. Kuma's weight made Liha's body tremble from the heaviness. You've really grown. At this growth rate, I'll be riding you soon, right? Maybe. The next day, Liha was able to sit on Kuma's back with ease. I can ride it. In his heart, he couldn't help but be amazed. This fool. Anyway, in reality, no one raises an animal with such a fast growth rate. That's right. If that were the case, there would be no bears to hunt. The growth rate is slower than the hunting rate. Moreover, this little thing was almost attacked more than 6 times today. There's a chance it could be killed in an instant. I need to give it some kind of symbol. Liha then hung a sign around Kuma's neck with the note, "My bear doesn't bite." Even so, he wasn't at ease. This is still not enough. Isn't there a more eye-catching sign? My neck will probably hurt by the time I get to the capital. Maybe I should put the bear in a box? I'll think about it later. And as expected, as soon as he and Kuma entered the city gate, he heard shouts. Monster! A monster! Liha quickly waved his hands to explain. It's okay, everyone. Don't be afraid. This is a gentle bear. It doesn't bite people. It's just a little bigger than a normal bear. You can see for yourself. But Zaman was still hesitant. Is that so? Just then, Kuma suddenly opened its mouth and gently bit Liha's head. Although it was an act of affection, to everyone else, it was extremely dangerous. The bear is biting someone. Liha Bell was a bit flustered. A boss bear? It swallowed his whole head in one bite. He quickly warned, run. And in the blink of an eye, the street became deserted without a single soul, leaving Liha feeling helpless. Everyone ran away again. Well, it's understandable. It's too big. How can I explain it? It grew to the size of a tank without any food. Isn't that a bit much? There was no other way. Well, going back to the village would be too tiring. Let's go. As they entered the forest, whispers began to spread. It's true. The person riding a bear. Is he riding a bear instead of a horse? Riding backwards? No. Riding a bear to shoot a gun? All of this reached Liha's ears. A bear as a horse? He then bent down to ask Kuma, Little one, can you run any further? As if understanding his doubt, its expression suddenly changed. Then it took off like the wind, making Liha scream nonstop. You can run. No. I didn't expect you to understand what I was saying. If I had known, I would have tried it sooner. After finding a comfortable position, he gradually adapted to the speed. Let's just go to the capital like this. But you have to run on a path with no people, okay? Kuma was a bit confused. Wah. And in just 2 days, Liha had sent Kuma to its destination. This is the capital, Eelstock. His eyes focused on the bustling prosperity of the capital, Bell. The lunchbox, the Musketeer Academy, it's time. It's probably going to be busy again. At this time, the area outside the city gate was very lively with countless people coming and going. As for Liha, he was stroking Kuma's soft fur. You've worked hard. We're almost there, so let's walk. He thought to himself, this way, we won't cause a commotion. Although he had planned carefully, the crowd still couldn't keep calm when they saw them. There's a big monster over there. A bear? It's huge. We'll probably have to form a group. This situation made him feel helpless. It's already chaotic. I just got down and everyone is already crowding around. Everyone immediately raised their weapons with a wary look. That's a boss. A big boss bear, right? Can't enter the gate under level 60? That monster. One hit and you're dead. Is there a group that can catch it? Catch it for us. Liha tried to explain. I raised it since it was a cub, so it doesn't bite. Can't you guys listen to me? Ignoring his words, a battle formation had already been set up in front of the gate. Tanks, please step forward. Prepare for the boss battle. I'm a city guard. Begin defensive formation. NPCs are joining the fight too. He was somewhat surprised. NPC city guards? This is getting bigger. On the other side, physical and magical attacks were also ready. Prepare to attack. Mages attack first. No matter how much he explained, no one cared. Liha gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. I told you it's not. Everyone, just listen to me for a bit. Don't move. If you attack, I'll shoot all of you. Despite that, Mag didn't stop. Fireball. Wishy was also concentrating her power. Ray of light. As for Liha, he was concentrating as much as he could to aim, his face tense and covered in cold sweat. The target was none other than the giant sphere crystallized by the 2 magical sources. Once he had identified the target, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet then shot out at an incredible speed. Just as the bullet was about to collide with the sphere in front of everyone, Liha's expression suddenly became surprised as he saw something. A dazzling light suddenly emanated from Gra's hand. Shield. Immediately after, it condensed into a giant shield and quickly blocked the bullet Liha had just fired. Not only that, but he also activated another magic. Dispel conflict. Then he aimed at the giant sphere floating in the air. The following scene was so brilliant that Liha and the others watching had to squint their eyes. And in just a moment, the shield and the sphere both shattered into small crystals in front of him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The stranger riding a bear? But Liha didn't care, because he was looking at something else. It turned out that the appearance of Drone and the tourist had attracted his attention. Put down your gun. His tone was extremely firm. No one is allowed to cause trouble in the capital, Eelstock. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper nonstop. Anti-magic? That's the Secret Knights. Gra was approaching Liha and gently advised. Put down your gun, stranger. This situation was caused by a misunderstanding, so I will not punish either side. He didn't forget to issue a warning. But if you shoot again, his right hand ready to grab the hilt of his sword at any moment, I will not forgive you. Hearing that, Liha pointed at where Mega was standing. They attacked first. Digrom replied, I know, but it's clear that you're the one who caused the misunderstanding. That's why I'm treating this as if it never happened. In the end, Liha decided to compromise. I know. I won't shoot anymore. Diagram gave a thumbs up in praise. Thank you for your cooperation. The capital strictly prohibits the use of attack magic without permission. However, you used magic for the safety of the citizens of Eelstock, so this incident will be considered as if nothing happened. Well, disperse. You're blocking traffic. Disperse. The crowd left, constantly discussing. That's the first time I've seen a fireball and a ray of light. Those magics were already powerful, but the knight's nullifying magic was even more amazing. Liha was busy dusting off Kuma. That was close, huh? It still didn't understand anything. Gra then turned his gaze towards them. Stranger over there, could you follow me for a moment? That sentence made him a bit annoyed. What now? You're not going to tell me to follow you and then suddenly eliminate me, are you? Or are you going to guard me and then assassinate my bear? And using the name of the Secret Knights, too. Gra then introduced himself to increase his credibility. Me? I'm Sir Gra. I promise I won't harm your bear. Is that okay? Li Ha reluctantly accepted. That's fine. He was a little confused. So, what's the big deal? He then turned to talk to the person next to him. Sir Drone, I have obtained the stranger's consent. Please guide them. Drone replied, I understand, Sir Gra. He was silently assessing. Is this how the entire knightly order greets people? After that, Gra raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. I will lead the way. Li Ha unconsciously scratched his head. He then led Kumo along. Let's go, little one. Meanwhile, he was tilting his head to observe the shield. In that defensive attack earlier, he cracked my shield. Who is he? Now, Li Ha's expression suddenly showed a look of confusion. It turned out that the system panel had suddenly appeared. On it, it mentioned a newly achieved accomplishment, as well as a reputation compensation for gaining the respect of the C-ranked Guardian Knights. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. An achievement? The A-rank Guardian Knightly Order? As expected, they're not ordinary people. A good relationship. Gained the respect of the Guardian Knights. So does that mean I have the respect of the Knight Commander? Until now, my general reputation on the continent was 30. Just with this, I got 50 points. Just then, Duran, who was walking, suddenly stopped. This is as far as we go. This made Li Ha a bit confused. Why? He turned to look at him. What are you going to do with that bear? The sudden question made Li Ha flustered. That is. Duran quickly reassured him. You don't need to be so wary, stranger. You're an honorary member of the castle's guard, after all. Gra was calmly approaching. So I don't think you'd come to the city to cause a commotion. Li Ha's tone immediately became surprised. What? You know about that too? He replied cheerfully. Of course. I know enough to protect this kingdom of Favlin. Hearing that, Li Ha's face showed a thoughtful expression. His contribution to this kingdom is great. Huh? Or maybe it's his reputation. Then he tilted his head and whispered. So that's what it is. It turned out that all of Li Ha's previous actions had been monitored by Diram and Gra. Oh, he tamed that bear cub? He's not even a beast tamer. He's come this far. Anyway, I know it doesn't attack people, but it's too big. Will it become a fire bear? Agonia Oso, that's also possible. Now, Gra was resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Although I know it doesn't attack humans, it's not allowed in Eelstock. Just like what happened before, even if it's fully tamed, it still has the potential to cause chaos. Li Ha was a bit hesitant. Then what should I do? He then reminded him. Bears have a bear village. Isn't that reasonable? He also understood the meaning. You want me to release it? Gra answered frankly, yes. Li Ha still had doubts. If I do that, can I enter Eelstock? He quickly replied, yes. In his heart, he was deep in thought. If you ask if the bear has been tamed, there must be some sign to know that this monster has been tamed. NPCs can't tell, and players can't tell either, so this little thing will be in danger. In the end, Li Ha made a decision. I understand. I'll release it. Gra immediately showed his joy. Thank you for your cooperation. He also promised, then I'll release it right away. As Li Ha was leading Kumo away, he suddenly called out. Wait, stranger. No, honorary member of the Candleton Guard. Gra frankly expressed his own doubts. What is your name? This question made Li Ha smile unconsciously. Li Ha. Then he answered more specifically. Musketeer Li Ha. Hearing that, Digron placed his fist on his chest. Mr. Li Ha. Then a pair of white wings suddenly sprouted from his back. I will remember it well. Gra had also flown up. Interesting. No, a good name. Well then, have a pleasant journey. That image made Li Ha extremely envious. Cool. As expected of someone with equipment. He continued his journey. Let's go, little one. After some time, Li Ha had gone deep into the forest. From here, you can probably get back to the village. Under the gentle moonlight. He was being hugged tightly. Now let's say goodbye. I don't know if it understands me. This is for the best for both of us. Ugh, don't do that. Hurry up and go. Li Ha urged while remembering their memories. Hurry up and go, you little thing. Then he decisively turned and walked away, ignoring the sad look on his face. Suddenly, it bared its teeth and let out a growl. And in the blink of an eye, Kuma suddenly rushed forward and bit Li Ha's hand hard. He immediately criticized, that hurts. You little, why did you do that? As it was licking the wound for him. Both of them suddenly glowed with a dazzling light, making Li Ha have to close his eyes. What is this now? At the same time, the system panel suddenly popped up. As soon as he saw it, his expression showed a look of astonishment. Well, what is this? On it was a reward and congratulations for obtaining the D+ rank soulmate title. As Li Ha was intently reading the content, he suddenly noticed another notification next to it. Another one? This system panel stated that he was the third person to achieve this soulmate accomplishment. If he met enough criteria, there would be a new reward. This made Li Ha's heart pound with shock. Soulmate. Now, seeing Kuma's sad appearance and the system's notification, he understood. Oh my. All right. I won't forget you, little one. Live well. Don't get hunted. Just looking at your body, I know you'll be the one hunting. A little smaller than a boss. Then Li Ha turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Take care, little one. Under the gentle, illuminating moonlight, he would walk alone in the forest. In his heart, he was a little confused. What's wrong? I'm in a bad mood. I wasn't this sad when I said goodbye to the lizard and Jingong. At the same time, Kuma had also gone a long way. It suddenly let out a long howl that startled Li Ha. Following that, the system panel appeared again to remind him that the Soul Link skill had started, and gave an explanation and effect that greatly surprised him. I can summon the soul of my soulmate. Li Ha couldn't hide his excitement. Summon the body before death? Can I summon the soul after death? Even with limitations, I can see it any time, right? Looking at its performance, its rank can be upgraded, so grow up quickly. That message seemed to have reached Kuma's ears. Grow up quickly. Li Ha's words echoed. You can do it. After a long journey, the bright sun seemed to remind him of the time. It's already afternoon. How far have I gone? It took all night to get here from there. I haven't even entered the gate yet. Li Ha looked straight ahead. Anyway, I've made it back to Eelstock. As he stepped inside, the bustling crowd made him feel a bit disheartened. So crowded. How am I supposed to find Ki-young in this? Just then, Ki-young suddenly messaged him. Appa, are you in Eelstock? Li Ha immediately replied. Just got here. Why are there so many people? She explained cheerfully, people who don't have jobs in the game gather in the city. Did you forget that there are 1 billion players in Middle-earth? Li Ha then focused on searching. Where are you? Ki-young quickly reported her position. I'm at Gate 5. Aren't you at the South Gate? I've been waiting for you since this morning. He then looked around. Where is the South Gate? Ki-young was a bit hesitant. Where is the South Gate? Li Ha suddenly realized something. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to find it here? As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately replied, not through the communication screen, but right behind him. It's always like this. The South Gate isn't on the continental map, so you have to rely on your luck. You have to look carefully. Hearing that, Li Ha's face fell. If you're here, if you're already here, you should have said so. This little. Ki-young didn't resist and stood still, taking it. It's really fun when you're this annoyed. Tien, watching from a distance, was helpless. That's a musketeer for you. Sasuke was a bit speechless. I heard he's not even level 15. Suddenly, Li Ha's gaze froze. Now that I look. Now, he noticed that Ki-young was wearing a brand new set of armor that was incredibly dazzling. Both her arms and legs were covered, emitting a sparkling aura. Overall, it was a very perfect outfit. Li Ha praised. Nice gear. High level. That compliment made Kazi-young very proud. At this level, I have to be equipped at this level. But, Appa, did you put money into the game? That question made him feel a bit confused. Ki-young then offered a guess. Or did you steal someone's account? Li Ha quickly explained. I got it from hunting. While she was constantly marveling, someone walked over. I can't believe it. At most, you probably caught a wild boar, right? The other person suddenly extended a hand. Hello. I've heard a lot about you from Ki. Then he introduced himself. I'm Hein. Li Ha turned his head with a look of doubt. Heard a lot about me? And replied politely. Hello. I'm Li Ha, Army Sergeant, formerly a sniper. As Hein was about to praise him, he was silenced. She praised you as someone with great potential. Ki-young's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Ah, when did I say that? This lively scene made Li Ha smile unconsciously. Ki-young is a good person. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Is this? It turned out to be Sasuke, who had walked over at some point. This is the armor you get from catching the boss bear, right? It seems to be from that ago, something bear. He rubbed his head and confirmed. That's right. Agonia Oso. He constantly marveled. Oh ho, amazing. You caught it so soon. I'm Sasuke. Li Hao was a bit curious about this name. Are you Japanese? Sasuke then explained. No, I just took that name to be impressive. My profession too. Their conversation made Kyung very confused. A boss bear? Agonia Oso? What's that? He tilted his head and looked back. You don't know? The community has been in an uproar about it lately. How can a single attacker shoot down Agonia Oso? As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke seemed to realize something. Wait, Agonia Oso? He suddenly recalled the information he knew. This is a set of 3. Huh? How can a beginner equip something like this? While Sasuke was lost in thought, Jiaichul was making introductions in another corner. This is the guy I told you about before. He's that level 5 kendo instructor. Li Ha extended his hand to greet him. My name is Li Ha. Ken replied cheerfully. I'm Ting. Then Jiaichul gestured to the group. If you're curious about anything, just ask me, Hyung. I asked everyone to take time out of their precious schedules to come help you. We need to pick a hunting spot, so let's check your level first. What level are you? Is it high? Hearing this, Li Ha's expression went blank, as if he hadn't processed the question. Hyung. He didn't hide anything and answered frankly, 25. Jiaichul's group stared in unison, completely stunned. They suddenly huddled together, whispering in front of a bewildered Li Ha. He's over level 10? He caught a golden eagle a few days ago. Didn't he say he just came to the capital? He sounded different when he was talking earlier. Then Jiaichul abruptly turned his head, looking at him with suspicion. 25, you say? For real. In contrast to him, Li Ha's face was quite calm. Well, yes, I've been hunting. While Jiaichul tried to digest this fact, hunting, huh? Hien was stroking his chin thoughtfully. A few days ago, you were only level 12 when you caught the golden eagle. How did you gain more than 10 levels in such a short time? Then he extended his hand. We'll be seeing each other often from now on. Let's be friends. Li Ha agreed without hesitation. Immediately, a friend request was sent and quickly accepted. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Then I'll add you too. Me too. He replied humbly. The honor is all mine. After the introductions, Hien and the others decided to say their goodbyes. Now that we've all said hello, we'll be on our way. Jiaichul was a bit surprised. Mr. Kim, you're leaving now. As soon as he finished his sentence, the man replied while using teleportation magic. That's right. See you later. He waved cheerfully. Everyone, head on home. Watching the streaks of light fly away, Li Ha couldn't help but exclaim, that's so admirable. They can go home without even walking. Jiaichul immediately turned back, looking excited. Tell me your story. My treat. He smiled lightly. All right. This **T. Where should I begin? Haha. A while later, at some pub, Jiaichul was so shocked he couldn't control his volume. Really? You caught that bear, boss? Li Ha leaned back comfortably in his chair. You leveled up that fast because you caught that thing? He was in constant awe. That's amazing. Yeah. Actually, the basic attack power of a musketeer is already high. No matter how many shots it takes, there's enough time to fire. It's also possible that the place I shot it was a critical point. Li Ha didn't know this. Is that so? He continued his analysis. Although it's called an attack team, that team might have been hastily organized. If they called the wrong people, and someone got separated, the team would have been useless. So that's how you were able to shoot it slowly? As far as I know, a musketeer's base attack power is 233. It would definitely do some damage. Even if you can only fire one shot a minute. It's still terrifying. Anyway, it was in a low health state, so I believe you could have caught it. He was a little doubtful inside. Is it because he's a former sniper? But he was still very impressed. I'll admit, you caught it. But you're really good. We have an archer in our guild too, and he can only shoot once at a distance of 66 meters because his bow is too long. He shot once, couldn't finish it, and had to switch to combat support mode. Li Ha, though eating, was listening intently. Isn't the basic range of about 60 meters? Jiaichul explained. Normally, if you turn off the combat support system, you can't aim properly. Since the system guides you, you just have to line it up. But it's strange. The basic range of a musketeer is 40 meters. That boss, did you kill it in one shot? He took a sip of beer. 3 shots. At the end, I used the gun as a sword and fought it. Jiaichul was even more stunned. What? That's unbelievable. A 40-meter range, a 1-minute reload. The bear just stood still and let you shoot it 3 times. Liha's demeanor remained perfectly calm. It's because I turned off the combat support system to hunt. His voice, out of shock, lost its volume control again. You turn off the combat support mode? What? Liha replied nonchalantly. So I could get used to it. If you turn the system on, the hit rate is only 50%. You can't hunt like that. Now, Jiaiqiul could only marvel repeatedly. My Hyung is amazing. If so, the basic range increases a lot, right? Can you guess by how much? He took out his gun and made an aiming motion. 100 meters. And I hit its head 3 times. The more Jiaiqiul heard, the more frustrated he felt for finding out so late. Why are you only telling me this important information now? Liha immediately shot back. You only just asked me. This **T. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table as if he had made up his mind. Mr. Liha, do you want to join our guild? This sudden invitation left Liha unable to react. Liha didn't make a decision right away, but just smiled. What if I don't join your guild? We'll see. Jiaiqiul, seemingly not expecting this answer, was so shocked he slammed the table. What? What? He looked like someone who had no intention of responding. Seeing that attitude, Jiaiqiul relentlessly promoted his guild. Our group is very famous. Haven't you heard of the Starlight Guild? He summoned the guild's cloak. It has 3 stars. You don't know? Have you heard the leader and the high-level members of the group talk? Liha was a bit confused. I don't know much about your guild. 3 stars. Is it the 3-star Starlight Guild? Does your guild fight against the Mongol army? After regaining his composure, he sat down and sighed helplessly. You're making things difficult for me. Do you remember Hien, the guy you met earlier? He's the leader. He's so talented, he's even been on cable TV. Jiaiqiul's tone suddenly became excited. His rank in Korea is 8th. This left Liha somewhat bewildered. 8th. He immediately expressed his admiration. No joke, right? He uses magic. Boom. Just like that. And the monsters are toast. Liha still had questions. What about his world rank? Jiaiqiul was a bit hesitant. Around 40th, I think. I'm not sure. He was still very nonchalant. Is that so? It seemed Jiaiqiul was still not quite satisfied. Why is your reaction so lukewarm? He's ranked 8th in Korea and 40th in the world. Aren't you surprised? In his heart, Liha suddenly remembered the figure of Wajong, ranked 9th in the world. Then he suddenly changed the subject. And what's your rank? It seemed Jiaiqiul didn't want to answer this question. Why do you need to know so much? Liha was a bit helpless. Don't beat around the bush like that. He didn't intend to hide it anymore. In Korea, I'm in the top 100. When you mention that Master Tank, everyone in the hunting grounds knows him. From now on, call me Master Gi, the invincible tank, huh? This arrogant demeanor made Liha feel annoyed. Maybe I should shoot him once. Then he smiled sarcastically. You barely made it into the top 500 in the world, huh? Jiaiqiul still appeared very proud. Making it to the top 500 out of a billion players is still pretty good, you know. If I gain 2 more levels, I'll be in the top 200. I'm not inferior to anyone. Hearing that, Liha's tone became one of astonishment. Level 198? Your level is higher than I thought. Jiaiqiul was a bit speechless. Is that all you're surprised about, my level? First, let's just eat. Later, I'll take you on a tour of the city and then to the academy. I should give you a tour before we go hunting, right? Liha quickly raised his hand in an okay gesture. Aren't you going to give me money? Jiaiqiul could only sigh. You haven't forgotten about that, huh? At the same time, in the office, Finn was waving goodbye, preparing to leave. Well, see you later, guild leader. Hien smiled in response. Have a good hunt, Mr. Tian. Sasuke also spoke up. See you later. As soon as the office door closed, the welcoming expression on his face immediately vanished. Anyway, he's just a dry old man, isn't he? He crossed his arms in agreement. That's probably right. Hien pulled out a chair. I wanted to talk with him for a bit. Then he sat down, resting his hands on the table. Around here, is there anyone? As soon as he finished his sentence, Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned blue and emitted a bright light. It quickly spread beyond the area of the house. He remained standing still, sensing. In just a moment, Sasuke's power had checked every nook and cranny, leaving no spot untouched. Then, he calmly announced the result. There's no one. This answer was within Hien's expectations. That's right. There's almost no one in this central region who can't be detected by my reconnaissance skill. Then he glanced over meaningfully. You see? Sasuke replied, yes. He's changed all his equipment. But I think his build and weapon are similar to the person in this picture. Hien was carefully observing the photo on the table. This guy is really him, huh? He didn't hesitate to make a guess. It's highly likely. His level is also 25. But I couldn't peek at his other things. Hien was a bit confused. You couldn't see his stat window? Sasuke calmly analyzed. It seems he's not a beginner. He continued to probe. What about achievements? His tone remained unchanged. I couldn't see that. Hien wasn't too surprised. I knew it would be like this. Damn it. They've hidden it, haven't they? They're probably planning to raise him up to slaughter him later. Right. Now, his face looked incredibly fearsome. They've researched this thoroughly. Those rotten bastards. Did they approach him because they knew he was related to Jiaichiol? Are they planning to raise that bastard to get close to Jiaichiol or infiltrate our guild to get information? I can't believe they'd go this far. I don't need an answer to know that already. I'm just a bit annoyed because I don't know what he's planning to do. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. I saw his title. This statement piqued Hien's interest. A title? What title is it? He immediately provided the information he knew. He's using the title Fearless. The name was quite unfamiliar to him. What does that title do? Sasuke explained further. It's a title that increases attack power. You have to catch a monster 20 levels higher than yourself to get it. At this moment, Hien was resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Lin sisters seem to really like him. That's why they're indulging him so much. In his heart, he silently affirmed. The Korean who received an offer from those bastards, it must be him. A Korean using a musketeer character at that level. It can only be him. It's definitely that brat. Then Hien calmly analyzed. It must be that Lin Huazhong and Lin Huayan approached him and are supporting him from behind. Sasuke hesitated again. But we still haven't seen his stat window. Hien remained very resolute. Let's just think about this normally. A few days ago when he left Candle Castle, he was only level 12. He didn't even hunt, just went up to the city. And yet, now he's level 25. And he also got the item from the bear boss. To say he wasn't being supported is just impossible to believe. Those rotten bastards. Sasuke then offered his personal opinion. It's also possible that he hunted it himself. Hien suddenly slammed the table in anger. Get a grip, Sasuke. How can you still be talking nonsense? How could a level 12 catch Agonia Oso by himself? Even with your abilities, you couldn't see that guy's stat window or achievements. It's certain that those dogs used a magic item to prevent it from being seen. Does that simple face guy look like someone who would buy an item to hide his information? And if the Lin sisters caught that Agonia Oso and gave him the item, then that brat and the Lins had already teamed up. I recently heard that those bastards went to the southern Yelt region to catch the bear boss. Because it's a randomly spawning boss. Increase the bounty on those Lin bastards. And tell Jiaichiol to keep a close watch on that idiot. Sasuke quickly replied, yes, sir. Every step Hien took was filled with fury. Don't leave everything to Jiaichiol. You check that dog's location yourself. You've already added him as a friend, after all. He immediately replied, yes, sir. Suddenly, he whirled around and demanded, Sasuke, use an item so your friends can't track your location. You can't reveal your position. Now, Sasuke was calmly stepping into the formation. I understand. Hien controlled it. Let's go. Humph. What expression should I have now? A gentle one. He tried to find a word to praise him. A very good impression, sir. But Hien was not at all satisfied. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense. No, I have to say nice things. Shall we go then, my friend Sasuke? At the same time, in some alley, Jiaichiol was constantly marveling. I'm a bit surprised you managed to buy a map for 5 gold. Li Hao was focused on observing the map. This is the weapon shop. This is the general store. He was a bit skeptical. How long are you going to stare at that map? Li Hao explained. This is basic knowledge for a sniper. Confirm and understand the terrain, then mark it. Seeing that he had finished looking, Jiaichiol immediately turned to lead the way. Let's go now, Hyung. I'll show you where the Musketeer Academy is. Li Hao suddenly remembered. Have you thought about what I said earlier? He walked and discussed at the same time. That Sacred Grill quest. Before, when I reached level 100, I also went back to the beginner village to hunt for quests, but I didn't know about that one. Li Hao was a little curious. What's it like to be level 100 and go back to the beginner village? Ji Chiol hummed happily. That lunchbox thing? It's probably an item that can't be sold. Huh? I've never heard any rumors about it. Even if they got that quest, they probably ate it already, right? If it were me, I would have eaten it too. Those words made Li Hao very thoughtful. Even if I search the entire map, I can't find the second branch of the Sacred Grill. Ji Chiol also said there's no such shop here. According to Ji Chiol's prediction, no one has received this quest yet, or they received it and ate it midway. They probably played the game without paying attention to the branch opening invitation or the affinity penalty. They didn't return to the hunting village, and they could do other quests to increase affinity in this city. They probably thought that way. But what if I complete this quest? The second branch of the Sacred Grill, in Li Hao's imagination, was extremely lively. The second branch will open, right? Then the map of this city will change, right? Just then, Ji Chiol's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. No one will be able to complete that quest. I'm level 198. If I ate that quest item, I'd probably reach level 202. To level up 4 times, you wouldn't get 2 achievements even if you hunted for a week. Li Hao was a bit confused. At that level, he tried to explain in the simplest way possible. Leveling up is no joke. If it's like this for someone at my level, what about the higher ranks? Time is money, but in the Central Lands, it takes more than 100 days to earn money. Anyway, you have to eat that quest item. Li Hao was still lost in thought. Ji Chiol was about to make a suggestion. Hey, how about we just... He immediately perked up his ears. Ji Chiol's next words made Li Hao freeze. Sell that thing. Actually, at your current level, gaining another 4 levels is insane. You can't carry that lunchbox around until you reach level 200. Are you keeping it for the effect? He frankly admitted, that's right. Ji Chiol's tone revealed hesitation. That thing, it sells for a lot of money, you know. More than you think. This made Li Hao ponder. Ji Chiol is right. If I can sell this, I'll have money for medical treatment and living expenses. Meanwhile, he was still focused on disseminating information. If you post it on our guild's page, you could also get offers from high rankers in our country. Just put it up there and wait for your luck. Hearing this, Li Hao replied decisively. I know. Ji Chiol sighed with understanding. Right, there's no other way. But Li Hao suddenly spoke up. I'll think about it more. That unexpected answer made him feel extremely angry. Ji Chiol's tone was clearly annoyed. I knew it. You don't plan on selling it, do you? Li Hao explained. I know. I just want to think about it more. Hearing that, he immediately stopped in his tracks and started scratching his head. What else is there to think about? This is so frustrating. Li Hao was again making an aiming motion. A sniper can't shoot immediately upon seeing a target. Please keep the lunchbox a secret. Ji Chiol replied comfortably. I'm a business student. I'm a bit sharp when it comes to calculations. While the two were talking, someone suddenly appeared and interrupted them. Fancy meeting you here. It turned out to be Digong and Dugath approaching. Li Hao. As soon as he saw their attire, Ji Chiol couldn't help but be astonished. The knight's order. Then he pointed towards the opposite side in a panic. What did you do to get the secret knight's order after you? Li Hao's expression remained perfectly calm. I didn't do anything. After that, he sent a message through the system. This squad searches for and arrests serious criminals, inspects and monitors elements dangerous to the Dovin Kingdom. Ji Chiol was still in a state of panic. That's their job. Li Hao was not worried at all. You're acting like I started a rebellion. Then he sighed helplessly. All right, let's say hello. This person is... Li Hao's next words made Dugath freeze in astonishment. This is Sir Co Shindongat. Hearing that, Digong put his arm around his shoulder and burst out laughing. Aha! Ji Chiol, on the other hand, lowered his voice to a whisper. Is he Korean? Li Hao turned around. It seems the NPC knows him. Now, Digong introduced himself. I am CD Rome. Then he gestured to his side. This person is Sir Shaun Dugath. Dugath, with his arms crossed, replied, I am Sir Dugath. He was still repeating the earlier mistake to tease him. Co Shindongat you. He tried to explain, I am Sir Dugath. Now, Li Hao finally understood. So they put Sir before the name. It's not their last name, but Sir. Ji Chiol sent a message. You're really good at creating humorous situations. He was a bit confused. What's so funny? What's going on, Sir Dugath? Dugath immediately replied, "Do we need a reason to see you? We were just passing by and saw Mr. Liha, so we came to say hello." In his heart, Liha was very suspicious. How can I believe that? He then brought up the previous matter. "If you're asking about the little one, you don't need to worry. I released it in the southern forest." Hearing this, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Of course, you must have done so to be able to enter the city. Thank you for your cooperation." Then Dugath looked to the side. "This person is a member of the Starlight Guild, right?" Jiaichul rubbed his head shyly. "Yes, sir. I am Master Ji." He didn't hesitate to praise him. "We are well aware that your guild is working very hard on the western border. Thank you for bringing honor to the Dovan Kingdom." He awkwardly shook his hand. "Ahaha, we're just actively hunting to earn experience points." After chatting for a while, Digong raised his hand in a farewell gesture. "Well then, we'll be on our way. See you later." This made Liha very surprised. "You two came all this way just to say hello?" Suddenly, Dugath smiled meaningfully. That's right." Watching the two figures leave, Jiaichul repeatedly marveled. "That's the first time I've ever talked to the Secret Knights Order." Liha seemed surprised. "The first time?" He started to get cocky again. "Maybe they came to greet me because I'm so famous? It's because they know our guild so well." Suddenly, Jiaichul realized something. No, wait. They didn't come to greet me. They came to greet you. How do those people know you?" "It's my first time talking to them too," Liha explained. "They came to confirm things because of the bear." His tone was clearly bewildered. A bear. Memories of the baby bear suddenly flooded Liha's mind. That. Then he recounted everything that had happened. "I met it back then. It's nothing." Jiaichul had grasped the general idea. "Now I understand. An NPC with a reputation of 150 didn't recognize them, yet they greeted you first. That's a bit strange." Liha stopped short. 150. He was feeling very skeptical. "My current reputation is 80. Why isn't your reputation over 150? At level 198. Hearing that, Jiaichul became agitated. "What are you talking about? To increase reputation, you have to hunt until you're exhausted. You only get a little for stopping monsters. So how did you increase it by 80? Liha continued to be shaken. "My head hurts. I just did quests and it went up on its own." He explained carefully. "Hyung, that reputation quest has a level limit of 200, but I haven't even received it yet. Did you discover a faster attack route?" Liha quickly denied it. No, that's not it. Basically, I just did quests according to my level." Jiaichul rubbed his head helplessly. "Your leveling speed is so fast, and you've accumulated reputation too. It's true. Should I call you special or amazing? I'm looking forward to what you'll do next." He then mentioned his own current situation. "Your Hyung here borrowed money to play this game." Jiaichul remembered. That's right. And you also borrowed for medical fees. If you borrowed money, then you have to start with a profession skill." Liha listened while observing what was in front of him. This building, this house, which looked old and poor, made him feel very disappointed. "This is the Musketeer Training Academy." Jiaichul frankly commented. "It's a bit shabby, isn't it?" Liha immediately retorted. "It's completely gloomy, not just a bit." He then boasted. "For reference, that brilliant building over there is the temple of the god Arlo. That's where we train." This made Liha feel very envious. "Talk about job discrimination," Jiaichul added. "Because there are many other professions like holy knights and monks, it's very large. Here's 2 gold first. And these are the things you need. The clothes you're wearing now, you can sell them later when your level is higher. It might be a bit troublesome when you become famous." Being suddenly gifted with so many items left Liha unable to react. "Thanks, my brother. 2 gold. Is that 4 million in real money?" Before leaving this place, Jiaichul didn't forget to remind him. "If anything comes up, just contact me. I'm off to do a quest." He replied cheerfully. "Thanks. See you later." As soon as he finished his sentence, he immediately stepped forward. "Well then, let's go inside." As he opened the door, what met Liha's eyes was a dark and silent space. "Is anyone here?" The broken tables and shattered bottles scattered on the floor left him a bit speechless. This place is like a haunted house. Why did the game creator treat musketeers like this? Couldn't they have treated them a little better? Just then, someone unexpectedly appeared from a dark corner and fell down. "Don't move." Brow made a request. "Don't answer. Just breathe." If not, your head will fly off. Feeling the gun barrel behind him, Li-ha couldn't help but be astonished. Not an ordinary shooter. Such perfect camouflage. I didn't even hear that person's breathing. At this moment, his eyes were sharp. You can only move your mouth. If you move any other part, your head will fly off. Who are you? He replied calmly. I am a musketeer, Li-ha. Brow continued to probe. Sent from where? Li-ha answered honestly. I wasn't sent from anywhere. But I have a letter of recommendation from the guard squad leader Gat at Candle Castle. After listening, Brow still gave the order. Move forward exactly 3 steps, then turn around. Exactly 3 steps forward. If not, your head will fly off. Now, Li-ha was silently analyzing. If I take 4 steps, it will affect the hit rate. If I take 2 steps, I can grab the gun. This is a way to thoroughly probe and control a musketeer. He continued to request. Put the letter of recommendation on the floor. As he acted according to the command, he calmly analyzed. The powder horn is empty, so even if you're holding a flintlock, it's meaningless. Brow maintained his gun-holding posture. I've tried pulling the trigger. Just like that, step back 3 paces. Li-ha was a bit confused. If I step back 2 paces, my head will fly off. He ignored the question and moved on to another matter. Looking at you like this, you must be a stranger. He was holding up both hands. I am a new musketeer who just arrived. As soon as he finished his sentence, Brow immediately listed a series of information about Li-ha. You're a member of the honor guard at Candle Castle? You also have an achievement of hitting a target at a distance of 100 meters. He wasn't too surprised. He grasped my achievements quickly. It must be because he's an NPC. After observing for a long while, he holstered his gun. Follow me. Now, Li-ha was looking around the room. Are there no other people here? Anyway, this is a training academy. But why don't I see any office staff? These words made Brow become annoyed. Academy? Stop talking such nonsense. Sit down. His body reflexively and quickly sat down in a neat posture. In his heart, he was very bewildered. This familiar atmosphere. Why am I following orders? He suddenly thought of something. Right, it's like enlisting. Enlisting? I'm a soldier. All right, thinking of myself as a soldier is fine. It's more comfortable that way. I've forgotten the military environment. Brow suddenly spoke. Gat praised you a bit too much. You are also diligent, always working hard, and giving your all for Candle Castle. You could become an outstanding marksman protecting the Dovin Kingdom. So he said it's all up to me. This is the first time he's written a recommendation letter like this. Li-ha rubbed his head shyly. Is that so? I'm glad. Suddenly, the recommendation letter was crumpled by Brow and thrown straight to the ground. Everything he said is meaningless. It's just nonsense. He only talks about effort, but musketeers don't need effort. What decides it is talent. That's right, shooting can also be shortened by effort. Hearing this, Li-ha not only didn't feel pressure, but even smiled. I understand what you mean, sir. Brow sneered. You understand? Interesting. Are you proud that you can hit a target at 100 meters? He immediately denied it. No, sir. As soon as he finished his sentence, he quickly got up from his chair. If you already know, then talking should be easier. Brow's gaze coldly looked down. Get up. He carefully observed Li-ha holding the flintlock. Try pulling the trigger once. Li-ha was walking behind Brow with a thoughtful expression. Since it's a flintlock, I guess I should pull the trigger? Does he want me to take a proficiency test right away? But if your level is over 10, aren't you supposed to be admitted to the academy right away? Why a proficiency test all of a sudden? Suddenly, the system panel appeared. On it was his new challenge, pass Brow's exam, along with the failure condition. This made Li-ha a bit surprised. An academy entrance exam? So, they won't let me write the content. And there's also the fact that if I fail, I'll be rejected from the academy? Even the reward is a question mark. Brow tilted his head back. What's wrong? Scared? Li-ha dismissed the system interface and replied nonchalantly, no. Now he had stepped outside. On the contrary, Li-ha's gaze was directed towards the training ground. I'm really looking forward to this. At this moment, he was carefully inspecting the flintlock. A professional training academy is a place you have to visit regularly until you reach level 200. They don't tell me what the failure condition is, and I won't be admitted to the academy if I fail. Are they telling me to give up? But for a musketeer, if I think about the nature of a sniper, I can understand this. This is a quest that tests your willingness to give up. A sniper is not an ordinary shooter. A reckless challenge not only endangers the sniper, but also his own troops. So the answer to this quest is to give up the quest. Taking one step back to advance is an important task for a shooter. That is the test. However, my answer is that I don't like to choose. Anyway, in this situation, Liha's eyes gradually turned green. I don't want to lose. Witnessing this scene, Brow, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst out laughing with interest. Nice. Your expression is quite interesting. He was still carefully observing the area in front of him. This is the training ground. He immediately replied. If you don't pass, you can't use it. As soon as he finished his sentence, Liha's mind began to analyze. This is the basic structure of a shooting range. Basically, from the firing point to the scarecrow, is the basic range of a musketeer if the combat support system is not turned off. After giving him time to observe, Brow quickly presented 3 test methods. Penetrating shot, center shot, quick shot. You can choose any of them. If you fail, you will be eliminated immediately. Instead, if you give up now, I will teach you the basics again. Hearing this, Liha immediately felt a bit hesitant. I know how to hit the center, and I also know how to shoot quickly. But what is a penetrating shot? Then he decided. I choose to hit the center. He was still a bit confused inside. It's better to choose what I'm confident in, right? Just then, Brow suddenly smiled meaningfully. Center shot? Interesting. Liha suddenly raised his hand. I have a question. He looked skeptical. What is it? He frankly stated his question. How many people have taken this test before? Brow answered very briefly. Liha became even more confused. Only 2 people have challenged it. He immediately repeated those words. Challenged. Brow's expression immediately became serious. The successful ones, there were only 2. This made him unable to help but be astonished. An automatic shot at 40 meters has a 50% success rate, but only 2 people have succeeded? Liha continued to probe. So what is the total number of challengers? Brow's tone was clearly sarcastic. You mean how many cowards gave up and how many fools failed, right? It's nothing, just over 1,000 fools failed. His expression gradually stiffened. The number of game participants is over 1 billion. It's impossible for only 1,000 people to have failed. Out of 1 billion people, there must be at least 5,000 musketeers who came here. The pass rate is 0.004%. Just how difficult is this proficiency test? Isn't it just about hitting a target 40 meters away? Seeing Brow enter the training ground, Liha became even more certain of his speculation. That's right, 40 meters. Is that scarecrow the target? But he didn't even glance at the object specifically for target practice next to him. He casually walked past it, which made him start to feel that something was wrong. What is he planning to do? It's over 45 meters. Liha was extremely bewildered. Wait, it's already past 50 meters. Where is he going? Now, Brow had stopped in front of the training ground's fence. Instead, he immediately estimated the distance between the 2 of them. 55 meters. It's not an impossible range to shoot. What is he going to have me shoot? There's no target there. Liha's expression suddenly tensed as he realized something. Could it be? His gaze was directed towards the feather that had just been stuck on the wall. Seeing Brow's casual demeanor, the suspicion in Liha's heart was confirmed. He's telling me to shoot that? So it's true that only 2 people have passed. The golden eagle from the other day, at a distance of 100 meters that I calculated, was much bigger than that. That thing is only the size of a mole. It's surprising that 2 people managed to pass. Now, Brow had returned to his observation position and sat down. Begin. Liha tilted his head to look back. There's no other way. He gradually calmed his mood to be able to concentrate easily. There's no turning back now. I have to try shooting. After that, Liha's eyes showed a determined look. There's only one way. Then he spoke. Activate synchronization rate. The system immediately gave a notification. You have activated the synchronization rate. Immediately, his arm gradually glowed with a blue light. Increase the synchronization rate to the maximum. It quickly reminded him. You can change the synchronization rate to a maximum of 50%. Now, there was a surging power gradually transforming Liha's entire body. I've practiced enough. What I need now is a precise feeling. The system panel popped up again, activating synchronization rate to the current maximum. He was feeling his current state. This is as sharp as reality. The notifications continued one after another. Excessive adjustment of the synchronization rate will hinder gameplay. Due to the change in the synchronization rate, the responsibility does not belong to anyone inside or outside this game, and the user must agree to that. Do you agree? Lee Ha answered without hesitation. I agree. Then his whole body was enveloped in a strange sensation. It made Lee Ha unable to hide the look of astonishment on his face. The system immediately reminded him, your synchronization rate is 50%. He calmly felt the transformation of himself. The synchronization rate is only 50%, but my sense of precision is much clearer. When I reach level 100, I want to try increasing this rate to 100. After that, Lee Ha reached out his hand and took out his things. Loading. Witnessing everything, Brow was a bit surprised. Oh, you're pressing the tab key? He didn't intend to hide it. Yes, sir. He calmly commented. It's a good thing you didn't choose the quick shot test. If you had chosen it, you probably wouldn't have passed by now. Lee Ha was a bit flustered. Is that so? He was internally judging the hidden meaning in that sentence. Is he calling me slow? Finally, he had finished preparing and got into an aiming position. The target is about 10 cm beyond 55 meters. Lee Ha was trying to find it. The target is too small. I can't see it. It's okay. I can do it. Just think of this as a very small target at a distance of 250 meters. He was concentrating on controlling his breathing and his state. It will be fine. The target and my breathing are both stable. And I need to have courage too. Meanwhile, Brow was also looking forward to it. Give it a try, kid. After a while, Lee Ha found it. I see it. The silhouette of the small feather appeared in the scope. I see the target. I see it clearly. Once you see the target, it gradually gets bigger. Then Lee Ha calmly spoke. Activate skill. In a flash, roses unexpectedly bloomed into a long line stretching straight to the feather. Even so, he didn't forget to remind himself. Stay calm. Lee Ha's finger was on the trigger, ready to pull. As soon as the opportunity came, the bullet was fired, carrying with it beautiful rose petals. After a moment of concentration, his expression was now just one of bewilderment. Did it hit? As soon as he saw the bullet had gone straight through the purple feather, Lee Ha couldn't hide the joy on his face. It hit. Brow also didn't hold back and frankly praised him. You hit it. Not bad. He immediately turned around to look. He could see it. He wasn't shooting, but he saw it. I only saw it as it. Then Lee Ha became skeptical. Don't you need to go over there and confirm it? As Brow quickly left, are you kidding? I said it hit, so it hit. Contrary to his casual tone, he secretly smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since someone so interesting came here. Meanwhile, Lee Ha was still standing there dazed. I can't see anything. Brow suddenly spoke. Follow me. Now, the system was continuously announcing that he had completed the mission and sending the reward. It also stated that if he achieved this 3 times, his name would be recorded in the Hall of Honor and the honor effect would be significantly increased. The more he read the content on it, the more astonished Lee Ha felt. Agility increased by 15, reputation increased by 20, it can be increased by 200%. Plus, I can get into the Hall of Honor. This is why they put a question mark for the reward. If people saw the reward, they would have rushed in. Seeing him just standing there, Brow spoke up to remind him. What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up. Lee Ha ran over with an excited look. I'm coming right now, sir. After going inside, he leisurely poured water into a cup while probing. Was it fun? He didn't intend to hide his feelings. Yes, it was a lot of fun, sir. As soon as he finished his sentence, Brow gently pushed the cup of tea towards the opposite side. Your talent is something to be proud of. Lee Ha immediately reached out to take it. No, sir. It was just luck. He replied frankly. Luck doesn't follow those without ability. You have to be calm enough to have luck. Then Brow remained silent and calmly took a sip of tea. Lee Ha, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. In the achievement list, it's clear. It says he's one of the 3 most famous musketeers in the Dovin Kingdom. He even founded the academy, so his skills must be excellent. While he was lost in thought, Brow continued to speak. If you can maintain your composure, your thinking can be more flexible. Flexible thinking is. While concentrating on listening, Lee Ha let out a sigh of relief. He was still focused on teaching. The thing that leads to that agility. This kid. I feel like I've heard your name somewhere before. He rubbed his head shyly. Yes, sir. It's nothing. Now, Brow's tone revealed a bit of hesitation. If you had come a year earlier, it would have been worth our while to train you to be one of the 3 succeeding marksmen. It's a bit of a shame. Liha had grasped the key phrase. The 3 marksmen? He leaned back comfortably in his chair. It's a bit of a long story. He didn't ask any further. Yes, sir. I understand. He fumbled in his pocket for something. Now that you're here, I don't need to teach you how much gunpowder to use, or what kind of adjustments are needed, right? Then he threw a bulging bag onto the table. Open it. Liha immediately leaned in to look. This is... The contents inside made him unable to help but be stunned. Gunpowder is 10 silver, so much. The system also spoke up accordingly. You have received 200 bags of black gunpowder. You have received 200 iron bullets. His tone was still very casual. I've already said it. Basic training is meaningless. Liha's current mood was very joyful. He gave me all the rewards for the basic training mission in one go. Look at that big bag. Then he spoke. Thank you, Major General. He pulled the brim of his hat down. What's there to thank me for? You still have a lot of work to do. I have to prepare for those things. Well then, shall we start hunting spiders? As soon as he finished his sentence, the system panel immediately appeared, bringing with it the mission to eliminate 30 red spiders in the lightless forest, along with the reward if completed. After reading it, Liha couldn't help but feel interested. A mission right away? Since it's an academy, I thought there would be a welcome ceremony. A mission right away. Finishing the mission quickly is good, but that spider is a level 15 monster. I'm level 25 now. If the reward is small, the efficiency will decrease. It's also a waste of time. Then he rubbed his head in confusion. Major General, are there bats in that forest? Brow was a bit confused. So what? The negotiation skill has been activated, increasing the ability to persuade the opponent by 23%. Liha made a proposal. Then how about we catch spiders and bats at the same time? Hearing this, he became angry. I praise you a little, and you're already arrogant. He quickly denied it. I'm not being arrogant. I'm not young enough to confuse arrogance with confidence. But if you ask, I'll finish the mission in one day. At this moment, Brow's gaze was calmly facing Liha. Finally, he expressed his approval. All right, if that's the case then. He was extremely surprised inside. The skill worked. I can't miss this. Then he spoke. But, on this occasion, Liha suggested further, I have a favor to ask of you, sir. Brow tilted his head to inquire, what is it? He frankly requested, if I succeed, please teach me your shooting technique. Hearing this, Brow's eyes immediately became sharp. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, making Liha a little nervous. He tried to calm himself. Wait. He told me to wait. If I speak first, will I lose? Brow suddenly reached for the handle of the pot. Then he pointed at Liha. Then how about this? Immediately after, the system panel unexpectedly appeared. Mission content changed. Mission conditions changed. On it, it required the collection of 30 red spider legs and 30 vampire bat fangs, along with the reward, time limit, and failure condition. A series of requirements followed one after another, making Liha stumble. He could only curse silently in his heart. Damn it! Couldn't you give me one day? Then Liha rubbed his head with a flustered look. That, Major General. Brow immediately tilted his head to look back. What is it? Can't do it. He then revealed a standard smile. I will depart immediately. Now, Liha's eyes held a fierce determination. High risk, high reward. This scene amused him. This kid is interesting. Meanwhile, Liha had already run a long distance. It takes 2 to 3 hours to get to the hunting ground. 6 hours round trip. That leaves only 6 hours for hunting. Moreover, it's not 30 creatures, but 30 legs and fangs. No matter how high the drop rate is, I'll have to catch more than 30. I'm looking forward to becoming the 3rd generation Major General, so I'm very motivated. First, I need to get to the West Gate. I don't even have enough time to form a cooperative group. As Liha passed by, a group was recruiting members, looking for teammates to hunt spiders. Down here, the 7 Tiger group is here. Come on over. If you're a tank, bring them here. Looking for 2 attackers to go to Mount GMT. Level around 130. Those people caught his ear. Mount GMT. Liha stopped to observe the crowd next to him. Is anyone going to Oak Tree Village? We're going to the Centina mountain range. We'll assess the situation and then plan to go to Mount GMT. He was a bit thoughtful inside. Mount GMT. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Li Ha suddenly remembered. The Lin sisters. Those two are at Mount Jiamti. Where's Mount Jiamti? I think I have to cross the Sentinel Mountain Range. The Sentinel Mountain Range is at the very end of the west, isn't it? I have to go a bit further from here. It's a bit difficult for Lin Huayan to get here. Since she's the same level as me, it seems Lin Huazhong is power leveling her. I'm a bit jealous. Li Ha increased his speed. All right, I'll just follow her. Then he silently promised, just you wait. I'll catch up to you. When night had fallen, Li Ha had arrived. It only took 45 minutes. Li Ha, you're a hell of a runner. If the return trip also only takes 45 minutes, I can hunt for 10 hours. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. What is this? He raised his head to look in the direction of the sound. On the opposite side, countless people were gathered. Can't aim. Can't catch it. Mages can only shoot when they're close. Attackers, do your best. If it sticks to you, you can't use magic. The bats only aim for the attacker's cloaks. Li Ha was busy assessing. So many people. Miang sighed in frustration. They're pretty agile, so even if you hide and aim, you can't attack. Maver's tone was annoyed. I came here after getting killed by a bear while hunting, but hunting here is also difficult. Dion was calmer. It's difficult at night, but during the day, the spiders will be slower. Let's just chat with each other until morning. Li Ha could only shrug helplessly. Simple. There's no other way. The monsters here cooperate with each other too? Meaning the spiders and bats cooperate. Now, everyone was still discussing. All right, then we'll go in during the day. When the sun rises, the bats will go to sleep. O-Ring suddenly noticed Li Ha's figure. He immediately approached to inquire. Are you going hunting? Kan Bayan spoke up to remind him. Hunting at night is dangerous. Wait until morning and let's go together. He refused without a second thought. That'll be too late. Seeing Li Ha just walk deeper inside, he could only stand and watch. Are you really going in alone? The surrounding crowd started to get noisy. I bet 1 silver that he'll run away before sunrise. You're on. I bet 1 silver he'll come out within 2 hours. I bet 1 silver, just 1 more hour and he'll be out. I bet 2 silver that person will die. When the sun rises, we'll go in and see his corpse, right? We'll go in and confirm then. If he dies in there, he'll be processed and disappear. Their discussions all reached Li Ha's ears. Are you people betting on someone else's life? You're all really mean. But it's okay. He prepared to take his gun and hunt. I can't turn back now. Even though he was entering the deep forest alone, Li Ha was still confident in his own abilities. He stopped to think carefully about his next move. Reload complete. Reloading with my eyes closed takes 63 seconds. That leaves less than 60 seconds to shoot. Suddenly, he started searching for something. Because reloading with my eyes closed takes 63 seconds. Immediately, a new tactic flashed in Li Ha's mind. If there's light, I can shorten the reloading time to a minimum of 15 seconds. And so, Li Ha quickly lit a blazing torch. Unexpectedly, a red spider appeared from the darkness. The flame accidentally burned the silk thread, causing it to fall to the ground with a thud. The cold gun barrel was immediately aimed straight at the target. The bullet fired accurately, embedding itself straight into the spider's body. It only managed to screech a few times before lying still. Li Ha stood there, carefully observing the monster's state. A moment later, an urgent voice urged in his mind as he saw it struggling violently. Reload. Reload. Finally, the spider managed to flip its body over. Then it scrambled to run away as fast as it could. But its fate was sealed. Before it could get far, it was pierced by Li Ha's next shot. After taking it down, he silently estimated. 52 seconds. It's clearly faster. This method is definitely effective for increasing agility. The synchronization rate is very high, so the gruesome feeling is very vivid, to the point where I even feel sorry for them. But an agility of 125 is the standard for level 50. I heard that at level 50 and level 100, the sensory perception is better, but I'm feeling it so clearly now. While collecting the item, Li Ha was still deep in thought. When dealing damage, it's not strange for the spider to die in one shot. But is the synchronization rate too high? Why is it so vivid? And then something happened that was like a bolt from the blue. No item. I can't believe I'm stuck here. I have to collect all the items, no matter what. Otherwise, it's about 50% or less. The 2 I caught earlier had no items. After realizing there was no harvest, he calculated in his head. The remaining time is 10.5 hours. Let's make it a surprising shot. At the same time, at the edge of the forest, there was a lively conversation among other players. It's been 2 hours, right? I lost 1 silver. Don't you know? If he dies, he can't get out. At this moment, Gangtong slowly stroked his chin. Let's go in slowly and confirm. But Kuan-Ba was a little scared. What if spiders and bats appear? However, he didn't care and was determined to go in. I'm not hunting, just going in to see. What's the big deal? Just lower the flame and bring it along. After saying that, Gangtong left first. I have to confirm the body to win a coin, right? Isn't that so? That made Kolbaeon a little curious. I bet money too, so let's go together. Odin offered his opinion. I don't know if he ran away or is hiding somewhere. I'll go in too. At this moment, a cunning smile appeared on Gangtong's face. That guy who went into the forest alone seems to have spent money on the game. If he dies, his equipped items will be left behind, so I won't lose anything. Although I want to wear the most expensive-looking outfit, his hat and shoes look pretty good too. It's good that these 2 idiots are following along. That way, I can dodge attacks. Along the way, Odin's eyes scanned everywhere. I really can't see anything. That made Konbaeon feel something was unusual. This is strange. Then Gangtong slowly made his suggestion. We have to use fire magic to check the surroundings. Without hesitation, he demonstrated the skill. Fire arrow. Flames rushed forward, illuminating every nook and cranny it passed. Then, Gangtong exclaimed in surprise, "Why is there nothing here?" O-Ring clearly agreed. That's right. Konbaeon couldn't hide his surprise. Shouldn't there be a few spiders or bats? To be more certain, he checked again. No one saw any monsters, right? Hearing that, Ozil replied, "Didn't see any." At that time, Konbaeon was still looking around. Why can't I see any? This situation made Kongtong frown deeply and think to himself, it's a bit strange not to see any monsters. But where did that guy from earlier go? Where is he hiding that I can't see any items? Items of that caliber. If I pick them up, I could sell them for more than 1 gold. I have to find it. Unwilling to give up, he suggested, let's go a little further and see. Suddenly, Kolbaeon noticed something unusual. He pointed forward. Everyone, look over there. Immediately, Odin's gaze followed. What is this? In front of them was a pit full of sticky goo. He guessed, a swamp. Gangtong was extremely surprised. There's a swamp in the lightless forest too? Did it originally have a swamp? At this sight, Konbaeon just stared wide-eyed. I don't know. What is this? At that moment, Ozil bent down to get a better look. Is there something slimy down there? After careful examination, his face turned horrified. Wait, this isn't a swamp. It's the corpses of spiders and bats. So this whole sticky mess is monster corpses. Gangtong couldn't help but vomit, making Kuan-Baeon pat his back. This guy? Is this when you vomit? Suddenly, O-Ring felt a sense of unease. I have a bad feeling. Let's get out of the forest quickly. Just then, piercing sounds rang out. Key. On alert. There's the sound of monsters. The creepy sound scared him, and he urged Gangtong, get a grip. As soon as he finished speaking, O-Ring turned around, and his entire expression changed instantly. In the air, many red eyes were staring at them. Suddenly, a red spider jumped down, scaring the wits out of them. Monster ambush. A cold chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out, making Gangtong even more frantic. Why are they all coming at once? Unbelievable. The monsters are attacking all at once. With this many, we're definitely dead. While that place was suffocatingly tense, in another place, a person was gently swirling a teacup. Currently, Brow was savoring the aftertaste of each sip of tea. His lips moved, whispering words no one could hear. Time's almost up. Has he given up yet? He was startled when he detected a sound and immediately became alert. As soon as he detected a stranger, Brow quietly raised his gun and pressed it against the opponent's back. Don't move. He spoke softly, his low tone hiding a cold threat. And don't answer. Just breathe. Otherwise, your head will fly off. In this situation, Liha was not at all afraid. He slowly turned around and spoke in a calm voice. Are you going to make me show you my recommendation letter again? Seeing the person in front of him clearly made Brow's eyes widen in astonishment. How did you? In response, Liha threw the cumbersome bag onto the floor. Well, Here's the stuff you told me to bring back. These are the red spider legs and vampire bat fangs. His smile was so bright it could rival the sun. I'm sure none are missing. Immediately after, he took out all the items from the bag to check. I should praise you for not being late, right? He couldn't help but grumble to himself. Is this attitude considered praise? After looking through all the items, Brow suddenly thought of his first impression of Liha. At this rate, he must have been able to catch over 500. Even if he reduced the reloading time by continuously pressing the tab key. Reloading takes 1 minute. 500 shots equals 8 hours. Even if he pulled the trigger all night, he wouldn't have enough time. So how did he succeed? Did he finish the mission by shooting over 500 times? That little brat. After a moment of silence, he spoke politely. You've worked hard. Now, the system panel displayed a notification of mission completion along with the reward. Liha finished reading and wondered dreamily. What does exceeded the mission's conditions mean? With a nonchalant air, Brow threw the payment over to him. I don't know how many shots you fired, but your practice was effective. He accurately caught it. Thank you, sir. At this moment, the system updated again. You have received 1 silver. You have learned the skill Deft Hands. Liha looked it over, his heart filled with excitement, and immediately read the explanation. The skill I just got. Oh, a skill? It's clearly something a musketeer needs. The reload time is 30 seconds. And it's continuous for 5 minutes? After finishing his research, he didn't hesitate to ask Brow directly. What should I do next? However, he didn't answer right away but asked broadly, before that, how did you catch them? As soon as the words were out, Liha was confused, not understanding what was happening. He immediately changed his attitude and questioned sternly. It's impossible for a little brat to bring back spoils like this. I don't know if you bought them or not. Hearing this, Liha smirked smugly. He directly acted mysterious in front of Brow. I combined techniques. So Liha recounted the process of the mission, from how he killed the red spider, to how he took down the vampire bat. At that time, he was sitting idly against a tree. It's not working. This is driving me crazy. When will I catch one? There was still no progress, so Liha's mood was extremely bad. There are no usable skills. I didn't want it to be like this either. I can't catch them one by one. I only have 3 moves. Calm Soul, Gunblade Assault, and Musketeer Master. 1 shot at a time, I can't attack multiple targets. Should I line them up in a trajectory and shoot through them? No. Before that, how many can a flintlock shoot through? It might not even be able to penetrate one. He berated himself, feeling sorry for himself. Tears were about to well up in his heart. The bigger problem is, I've caught 4, but only collected 1 item. If I just use an area of effect attack skill, it's not like there's no way. A place where many roads lead to one spot. There's no good terrain here to use that skill. In his mind, Liha imagined the scene of Wajong fighting. She probably has 1 or 2 area of effect attack skills in her magic set. At times like this, I feel jealous of other professions. A musketeer has no area of effect attack skills. At least, not at my level. But memories from past battles suddenly flooded back. The gunpowder smoke I created during the Golden Eagle mission wasn't a skill, but the wolves clearly ran away because of it. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. Wait, a new idea had just appeared. A cunning smile flashed across Liha's lips. Should I try using that method? All right, preparations are done. I've confirmed there are no other players around here. At this moment, he was fiddling with something around a tree root. Well, shall we give it a try? After a long while, Liha heard a strange sound and looked up to observe his surroundings. Then he hastily threw a large bag into the hole he had just dug. Before he could rest, he was hit by a surprise attack. It turned out to be a red spider with a very fierce appearance. No need to go through the trouble of searching anymore. Liha quickly rushed to deal with it. First one. Seeing the enemy approaching, the red spider raised its sharp leg, intending to pounce on him. Liha concentrated intensely, predicting its attack direction. Immediately after, it took a leap, intending to finish him off, but Liha easily dodged by leaning back. And he quickly got back up before the beast could react. He immediately counterattacked, not giving the red spider a chance to escape. Gunblade Assault. Without hesitation, Liha used his flintlock to accurately stab its abdomen. Pinned deep into its body by the bayonet, the red spider could do nothing. A sense of satisfaction silently crept into his mind. Scream. Scream louder. Its tragic cries echoed, attracting a series of other monsters. Even the red spider's own kind swarmed over. At the same time, the vampire bats hiding high above were all awakened. Without wasting any more time, Liha quickly ended its life according to his plan. Now, I've deliberately sprayed spider blood. To make it chase me. Jump up. I've lured the whole pack after me. Being chased by a crazed mob made his heart pound with panic. But this is too many. If they catch me, I'm dead. Suddenly, a red spider lunged to attack, forcing Liha to be on guard. At this distance, it can attack me slowly? At this rate, I'll definitely get caught. He couldn't accept it like this. But the only thought in his head was to escape. How can they catch me? He put all his strength into his legs and dashed off. High-speed running. Very quickly, Liha had lured them to the arranged area and thought to himself, almost there. Now I just need to end the game. At this moment, he was extremely tense, tightly gripping the flintlock in his hand. Without a single wasted motion, Liha used it to draw a large circle around the trap. Then he raised the muzzle high. Calm soul. Liha concentrated intensely, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew accurately, hitting the small stone above. Immediately, it shattered, and sparks shot out like fireworks, falling right onto the pre-placed bullets. In a flash, a deafening explosion echoed, blowing up the entire space. At the same time, a series of bullets flew straight to where the beasts were swarming. They had absolutely no chance to turn back and were buried in a sea of fire. Liha watched the explosive scene. He skillfully kept his distance to avoid being caught in the searing heat. The perfect result made Liha unable to help but curl his lips into a satisfied smile. As expected, before the scene of beast corpses piled up haphazardly, a sense of self-satisfaction rose in his heart. I knew it would explode like a claymore. A claymore is a type of weapon that uses the explosive force of gunpowder to fire 700 iron balls about 3 millimeters in size, turning the enemy into a honeycomb thanks to the kinetic energy of the iron balls. His ragged breathing finally subsided. Liha wiped his sweat and let out a soft sigh. I packed it full of gunpowder like last time, so this storm is stronger than expected. I ran 8 meters, so I almost got caught in it too. He nervously tightened his grip on the flintlock. Anyway, joy was evident on Liha's face. It's done. After listening to him recount the entire event, Brown pondered for a moment and then asked, "A bomb?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liha replied sincerely. Then he explained further, detail by detail. It's a bomb, also known as a claymore. Although it was made on the spot, so it's a bit crude, but it's enough to send 100 bullets flying to one place. Hearing this, Brown praised him. Not bad. Then, he slowly repeated the name he had just heard as if he wanted to contemplate it carefully. Claymore. This is really. Brown felt interested in that tactic and praised him. That's really interesting. Hearing this, Liha scratched his head shyly. Thank you, sir. After that, Brown's attitude became much more serious. But, can this be called a musketeer's tactic? The exercise I gave you was to improve the abilities of a musketeer. That's true. But the number of items you got by shooting. At this point, he leaned back in his chair. Even so, you can't be arrogant. Liha smiled brightly and replied politely, Yes, of course, sir. After a moment of silence, Brown slowly stood up. But, what role do you think a musketeer has? Liha was a bit dazed and asked back, In what situation are you talking about, sir? At this moment, he gave a more specific situation. For example, he paused for a moment. Then Brown continued, The great monster invasion 20 years ago, the Second Human-Demon War. In Liha's mind, memories of that time immediately appeared. The war that was posted on the official website. An image like that? From the Central Lands? That was the war 20 years ago between the Monster Army and the Human Alliance. It said that both the human and monster sides had outstanding commanders. Whether it was the Human-Demon War or the monster attack, in the end, the ability of the commander on that battlefield to grasp the situation is the most important. From that data, he silently deduced, if so, the job a musketeer has to do, there's only one. Without hesitation, Liha gave the answer. It's sniping. Brown was surprised to hear that. Sniping? Then Li Ha explained according to his own understanding. If it's a human army, there's an emergency command system. In war, even if the commander is lost, the deputy commander will succeed and continue to lead the battle. Hearing this, he raised a question. And what about the monsters? He immediately gave an explanation. The monsters won't have such a countermeasure. When the commander is eliminated, the troops will fall into chaos. During that time, conducting a large-scale attack is the most effective. Those words made Brown ponder thoughtfully. A moment later, he spoke softly as if talking to himself. That's how this academy could be established. He was startled to hear that. What, sir? What did you just say, sir? Then, Brown just calmly returned to his seat and changed the subject. All right, I was just talking nonsense. Seeing that, he didn't dare to ask further. Yes, sir. It seemed he didn't want to continue that topic. I know, so you don't need to explain anything further. Just then, the system panel appeared, making Li Ha a bit surprised. A mission. The next job he had to do was to eliminate Hisuka, the chieftain of the Cobalt Hisuka tribe, and the accompanying reward. Suddenly, Brown smiled cunningly. That's right. Immediately, a new line of text appeared on the information panel. Mission content changed. Mission conditions changed. That made Li Ha unable to help but worry. The content and conditions changed. He realized that although it was still similar to the original, it now had additional rewards, and the danger level had also increased significantly. Unable to hold back, Li Ha's mouth dropped open while his heart screamed violently. Failure condition? What kind of difficulty is this? No. Before that, I haven't even used the contract skill. How can the mission be changed arbitrarily like this? I'm already going to catch a cobalt. This mission is harder than my level. Is this the time for you to calmly drink tea like that? Forming a group, reaching level 30, or dying even once, means failure. Just thinking about it made Li Ha break out in a cold sweat. That boss monster, you have to find teammates with levels around 30 to attack it. And he's telling me to catch it alone? It's not a normal cobalt either, it's the chieftain. What is Brow's expectation? Why isn't he explaining anything? Don't just blush and look expectant like that. This is truly a nauseatingly difficult mission. Brow saw that he still couldn't calm down and deliberately reminded him. There's nothing to think so hard about, kid. That's the sniping you were talking about earlier. Just shoot the chieftain in the head. Hearing this, Li Ha's heart grew even more bewildered. This isn't an easy mission, it's a dangerous one, but it smells like a great opportunity. After some consideration, he finally made a decision. I'll take this mission. Immediately, Brow was overjoyed and let out a soft cheer. Ooh, as if afraid Li Ha would change his mind, he quickly put on his hat. Then let's set off. He cheerfully picked up his flintlock. Yes, sir. Before leaving, Brow left a sentence. I have high hopes for you. A while later, Li Ha was wandering the streets, whispering to himself. Good thing this mission doesn't have a time limit. I'll catch it when I'm level 29 and at 99%, I guess. Who is Brow anyway? He said the academy was founded because of that. Come to think of it, the achievement mentioned the 3 next-generation major generals. That thought made him immediately want to find more information. Should I try asking Ji Chiol? Li Ha sent a message but waited and waited without a reply. Thus, his patience gradually wore thin. No reply. He must be hunting. Li Ha muttered to himself. Let's see. Looking at the friends list. As soon as he checked, he immediately noticed something strange. Oh hey. A suspicion arose in Li Ha's mind. All 4 of them are in the Tree Canyon. It seems he's with the members of the guild. He touched his chin as if planning for the future. If I join this guild, it will be more convenient for group cooperation. When Li Ha saw the status of 2 other friends also in Tree Canyon, he had a bad feeling. Could it be? No, it can't be. At the same time, in a canyon. The players were communicating with each other. I'm in pursuit. The Lin sisters are fleeing. I'm entering the Tree Canyon. I need your support. Immediately, another voice gave a decisive order. Surround them. Dragon Clan is about to arrive. Hien quickly gave directions. Sasuke, send the special forces to the escape route. He received the order and disappeared. I understand. He added a reminder. Position 5 recovery members at a long distance in each location. Then Hien turned to assign tasks to the others. As for you attackers, go with the tanks. Increase your movement speed. They replied immediately. Yes, sir. At this moment, He was carefully observing the system while not forgetting to entrust a task to the remaining person. Mr. Tane, please help me stick close to them too. Hearing him, he hurriedly rushed off. I know. Hien stayed behind to carefully consider the plan. Chui Canyon has no escape route. The escape route is probably already blocked by Sasuke, so now we have to corner them. After that, he contacted Gi Chiol again. Gi, please choose a formation for the tanks. He replied enthusiastically, I know, sir. A sense of absolute confidence arose in Hien's heart. There are already over 60 high-level players here. Even if it's Lin Huazhong, she won't be able to break through this fortress. This time, I can kill them. The thing to be wary of is that they will use spatial teleportation. Thinking about that problem, he began to cast a spell. You all watch this. Concentrate the supreme energy. Explode, all of you. Instantly, an invisible shockwave slowly expanded, covering the entire area. From a distance, Gi Chiol clearly felt that energy. Good. Hien has blocked the teleportation zone. Now they can't escape. However, at this moment, another player was also reciting an incantation. Crystal light spread everywhere. Everything is nothingness. While hurriedly carrying out the mission, he suddenly noticed something sparkling in front of him. Small ice blocks, like countless leaves, were flying through the air. They shot straight at the group of soldiers led by Gi Chiol. Immediately, cries of pain rang out. Even he was struggling greatly. However, one by one, his teammates beside him were taken down. At that moment, the thin layer of mist gradually dissipated, revealing the hazy figure of the one who had just attacked. When Gi Chiol saw the opponent's face clearly, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Long time no see, huh? Snowflower sorceress, Lin Huazhong. Seeing Huazhong preparing to strike, Gi Chiol anxiously gave an urgent order. 70-meter distance. Tanks, maintain the distance. On the opposite side, she had coldly launched her attack. Ice. Sharp ice pellets continuously shot forward. The dangerous situation made him immediately shout, Defense team. However, a few tanks had already fallen. Besides that, a soft voice of encouragement was heard. You can do it. After a while, the ice attack showed no sign of stopping. Being suddenly counterattacked by the very person he was chasing, a wave of anger surged in Gi Chiol's heart. This is crazy. How many ice spears can she shoot at once? Before he could compose himself, a burst of fire erupted and shot straight towards them. That flame was like a catalyst, causing the ice spikes to explode violently, making the casualties increase dramatically. Witnessing the tragic scene, a vague thought flashed through Gi Chiol's mind. Exploding the ice we were blocking with fire? The only one who can use a fire skill is. At that exact moment, Huayun suddenly appeared and grabbed her sister's hand. Huazhong, hurry up. The one who had just attacked was indeed who he had guessed. Fireflower, Lin Huayun. In the depths of his heart, a spark of caution arose in Gi Chiol. Just a low-level attack, yet it can be this powerful. A member of the guild has already logged out because their character was killed. Not allowing himself to falter, he bravely gave orders to the others. Reform the ranks. The damage is minimal. Defend and attack. While pursuing Huayun and Huazhong, a sense of satisfaction arose from the depths of Gi Chiol's heart. That's right. Good. Even though there was damage, we've cornered them. Just as Hien planned. But I still can't let my guard down. After all, that tiny blue-haired girl is also ranked 9th in the world. Gi Chiol pondered the opponent's strength. I don't know how she could reach rank D. Suddenly, he noticed a wall of ice gradually forming right in front of him. In just a few short seconds, it had expanded at a speed so fast it could be clearly seen with the naked eye, and it successfully blocked the pursuit of Gi Chiol's army. He was a little surprised in his heart. Using ice to block the path behind them? Anger made him grit his teeth tightly. This level, and you dare think you can block me? Without hesitation, Gi Chiol hastily ordered, Give me a shield. Hurry, before they escape. Although he was an opponent, he also secretly admired them. Even while fleeing, I can't believe they can still create such a thick ice wall. Truly worthy of being ranked 9th in the world. Gi Chiol was not one to give up easily and put all his strength into breaking the obstacle. But even so, I'm not to be trifled with either. I already anticipated this much. As soon as the ice block cracked, His mind was immediately plunged into an indescribable state of shock. Lin Huazhong. Why isn't she running away? At that moment, a cold voice rang out. But Jiaiqiul didn't understand what it was and just guessed to himself. Continuing to cast more ice? Suddenly, his face was slashed by a sharp object. Behind him, the tanks were also hit in unison and fell. Jiaiqiul was continuously injured but didn't know the cause. Why? Why is my HP continuously dropping? It was only when he looked closely at those tiny objects that he was shocked. These are the fragments of the ice wall. The fragments of the ice wall I just broke. She was always connected to them. It's hard to believe, but that's why I'm even more unhappy. While the atmosphere here was as tense as a drawn bowstring, in another place, fingers were swiping through the system interface, but Li Ha's mind was in turmoil. This guy? He waited and waited for a reply, feeling a bit impatient. What is he doing that he's not answering me? Li Ha scratched his head, unable to figure it out. Worrying is useless. Being in the same area doesn't mean they'll meet. Even if it's the same area, the central lands are actually very large. It can't be, right? If I think about his reaction, anyway, they probably won't fight. Although I'm quite worried since I can't contact him. I hope everything is okay. At the same time, in Chui Canyon, the two sisters Huayun and Huazhong had been cornered. At this moment, a haughty voice rang out. Just as planned, right? Now we can have a proper conversation. From another corner, Hien stepped out. Let's talk for a moment. Why do you two keep running away? Hearing this, Huayun angrily retorted. Talk? I have nothing to say to you. However, he still maintained a nonchalant demeanor as if he didn't mind. Why wouldn't there be? I sent you many letters about donating to Cattle Castle. Those words made her even more furious. I already said I would donate to Cattle Castle with my own money. What else? Unacceptable. Hien pressed for an explanation. Why? That's the first castle we came to. Why is the guild working for Cattle Castle? You know that. Huayun's expression didn't waver in the slightest. Why should we ignore the famous cities and let ourselves be tied down by that tiny castle? Besides, do we need your permission to do so? At this moment, his voice was clearly threatening. You should be more careful with your words. Do you know how many people have had to gather here because of you? This many people have donated to Cattle Castle. No matter how much you donate to the castle, you'll only be in second place. That's the same as being last. What's the benefit for you? You can't get the winner's rights. But if you continue to spend money on the game like this, we'll have nowhere to go. After hearing this, Huayun's face showed a hint of confusion. Then shouldn't you be spending more money? Those words hit Hien hard. It's not that easy. Then he used what he considered to be correct arguments to justify himself. We need to have understanding and negotiate with each other. Besides, you're using real-life money. Shouldn't you be using the money you earn in the Central Lands? That would be fairer, right? Or is it because you're the daughter of a large corporation that you think you have the right to show off how rich you are in the game? Every word spoken made Huayun freeze. Showing off? What are you talking about? This is business. Have you ever seen a company waste money? Finally, Hien spoke frankly. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I'll give you your money back, and you can hand over the rights to Cattle Castle. But she challenged him with her tone. What if I don't agree? Will you kill me? At this point, he had lost all patience and his face gradually became fearsome. Kill you? This Central Lands is just like reality. There will always be something more terrible than death. Isn't that right, Lin Huayun? Those threats were like adding fuel to the fire, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. Huayun was annoyed. This unlucky bastard. After a long while, Huayun didn't want to argue anymore and cleared her throat. Huazhong. She seemed to understand and immediately reached out her hand to probe. However, Hien mistakenly thought the other party was about to attack and hid behind the line of tanks. A few minutes passed, and he felt embarrassed when he saw no sign of being attacked. I thought she was going to attack again. Damn it, Huazhong's action just now wasn't an attack, but a probe of the opponent. There are 10 people blocking the escape route. Immediately after, she spoke in a light voice. They've all been dealt with. What he had just heard made Hien unable to believe it. A thought of rebuttal flared up in his mind. Dealt with? What is she talking about? They've been here the whole time. Huazhong slowly announced further. In total, there are 44 people in front of us. That made Huayun a little surprised. 44 people. A number that wasn't worth her concern. Not as many as I thought. These Korean guys. The feeling of being looked down upon was like a knife stabbing straight into Hyun's pride. What did you say? Next, from Hyun's small palm, tiny sparks of fire appeared. Don't look down on us. At her command, the flame erupted fiercely. Fire arrow. Then it shot straight up into the sky, to everyone's astonishment. Hyun looked up, and a suspicion immediately arose in his heart. What is she doing? Why is she shooting that up into the sky? Could it be a distress signal? Anyway, I've already blocked the spatial teleportation route. No one can see it. Besides, the one blocking the escape route is Sasuke. She can't possibly handle him. How could she catch the level 212 Night Ninja? Then he spoke with a confident voice, his words ringing like nails being driven into wood to calm the people. You don't need to show off like that. Everyone, don't be fooled. Then, Hyun signaled for the tank team to prepare for battle. All you have to do is obediently accept my offer. It's a great honor. Now, the only way is to let you taste a bitterness and humiliation worse than death. Without hesitation, he aggressively gave the command. All troops attack. Before they could make a move, a sharp voice rang out. Please stop. Immediately, Hyun felt something was wrong. An invisible pressure descended, forcing him to his knees. Both Ji Chul and many other teammates experienced the same situation. It's an abnormal status. The tanks were also panting heavily and crying out in despair. Where are all the healers? At this moment, Hyun's mind was in utter chaos. An abnormal status? He tried to lift his head to look forward, his heart filled with endless questions. Can Lin Huayun do this trick? What is happening? Suddenly, a tank noticed something and shouted in alarm. Look! On that cliff. Everyone turned in the direction he pointed and saw that a formidable army had appeared on the cliff at some point. One person recognized the characteristic symbol of that group. That's the Golden Dragon flag. They are the Golden Dragon Guild. Seeing the majestic demeanor of the leader, Hyun's heart couldn't help but be shaken. The Golden Dragon Guild? Until recently, the Golden Dragon Guild and Lin Huazhang's guild were still in conflict. Why is that guy here? Could it be? Are those Chinese guys planning to team up? At this moment, Fei Yu had already jumped down from above while Hyun was still lost in thought. The Golden Dragon Guild guarantees both quality and quantity. As one of the strongest guilds in Asia, there are currently tens of thousands of people here. 200? No, 300. Their cohesion is also very strong. It's too dangerous. As soon as he landed, Fei Yu greeted them. And I how? Hello. First time meeting, right? My Korean friends. He briefly introduced himself. Martial artist of the Golden Dragon Guild. I am Fei Yu, ranked 4th in the world, 2nd in Asia, 1st in China. As soon as that identity was revealed, a sense of tension immediately rose in Hyun's heart. Fei Yu of the Golden Dragon Guild? Immediately followed by whispers and discussions. Is he Fei Yu? The one ranked 4th in the world. Why is the Golden Dragon Guild here? What's going on? Hyun trembled, only able to grit his teeth and say to himself, it seems they've resolved their dispute. The fire arrow she shot into the sky earlier was a distress signal. Could it be that Lin Huayun bribed them to be able to use the power of the Golden Dragon Guild? No, it seems both sides benefit from this. It's not an agreement through money, but an alliance. A wave of fury rose in his heart. Damn it, but if I retreat now, it would be a waste of effort. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Thinking of that, Hyun immediately changed his attitude and put on a fake smile. Isn't that Fei Yu of the Golden Dragon Guild? What brings you here? It seems we don't have any business to resolve with the Golden Dragon Guild. However, Fei Yu still maintained a polite demeanor. That's true, but we are not pleased with what you all are doing to Lin Huayun and Lin Huazhang. Hearing this, he could only curse silently. Pleased with what? But Hyun also told himself, I must be very careful. Then he forced a smile. What relationship does the Golden Dragon Guild have with the Lin sisters? Suddenly, Huayun interrupted their conversation. You don't need to know that. Just listen to my proposal. First, retreat from here. Second, the matter of Cattle Castle. Don't mention it again. After a moment, she continued in a serious tone. Just agree to these 2 conditions, and that will be enough. In the future, even if you want to attack or launch a full-scale guild war, I will comply. But if you continue to stalk and threaten others like this, I will definitely not forgive you. Though furious to the extreme, Hien remained calm enough to weigh the pros and cons. Damn it. That bitch is acting all benevolent. But with the Golden Dragon Guild here, if I attack, I'll be at a disadvantage. A while later, seeing that he was still silent, Fei Yu urged him. You're thinking for a long time, Hien. Are you planning to confront our Golden Dragon Guild? If that's the case, then we have no choice but to do our best to annihilate all of Starlight Guild, right? At this moment, Hua Yun interjected again, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hey, I just need him to agree to 2 conditions, that's all. What are you doing? Yet Fei Yu replied cheerfully. You're right, Lin Huayan. Meanwhile, a tank timidly expressed his opinion. Anyway, we can't fight the Golden Dragon Guild, right? And the guild members also showed their concern. How can we win against that whole crowd? Hearing them discuss, Hien's blood began to boil. These outsiders, as expected, that girl is not normal at all. It seemed Fei Yu was losing patience and asked one last time. So what is your answer, Master Hien of Starlight Guild? He closed his eyes, trying to suppress the surging emotions. After a long while, he heavily uttered each word. All right, I agree. But at that very moment, a tragic scream echoed. From the cliff, the bodies of the Golden Dragon Guild soldiers were torn apart by countless slashes, and red blood splattered everywhere. Fei Yu and the 2 Lin sisters simultaneously looked up in the direction of the sound with shocked eyes. The tragic scream also attracted Hien. He also looked in that direction, a suspicion arising. Death sentence. No, normally that person would turn gray and then log out immediately. Why is it red? The scene before her made Hua Yun unable to help but exclaim in horror. At that moment, he glanced at her and silently guessed. Could this also be that girl's doing? But when Hien looked more closely, he realized her face was also full of bewilderment. She clearly didn't know what was happening. Instantly, he let out a smug laugh, a scheme flashing in his eyes. Even Lin Huayan doesn't understand this situation. In another corner, Fei Yu hastily shouted, Hua Zhang, get ready. She immediately stepped forward, not forgetting to remind Hua Yan, get behind me. Until this moment, Hua Yan still didn't understand. What's wrong, Fei Yu? His face was grave as he spoke in a heavy voice. That thing has arrived. That answer made Hua Yan even more confused. That thing? Who on earth is it? At this moment, a giant foot landed on the cliff. At this moment, Fei Yu spoke with a voice full of caution. The berserker has arrived. Indeed, from above, Igor, after slaughtering all the Golden Dragon soldiers, looked down with an arrogant gaze. Well, it's quite lively here. The berserker has arrived. Along with that sound was the appearance of Igor, carrying a giant great sword on his shoulder. His entire body was wrapped in a thick, bloody aura like bones and blood. His red eyes, like a wild beast's, flickered with killing intent. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, his voice drawing out a peculiar tone. Well, it's quite lively here. 2 ghostly flames burned in his eye sockets. Igor flashed a gruesome smile, his sharp teeth revealed like blades ready to slice through anyone in front of him. For days, you've been interfering with my hunt. And now you've all gathered here. The ancient characters carved on the greatsword's body suddenly glowed. That magical light contained a terrifying power that made the space tremble. He tightened his grip on the hilt, raised his hands high, and roared like a beast. Ragnaros. The ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the immense gravity and exploded into pieces. Rocks and dirt shot up like a violent tsunami. A blood-red cross tore across the blue sky. The horrifying scene left many people speechless. Fei Yu calmly looked up, his eyes cold. He licked his lips and said mockingly, You just arrived and you've already turned into a wolf. In a corner no one noticed, Hien silently smiled with satisfaction. Starlight, Dragon Knight, Lightning. His index finger pointed straight at the target, his voice a piercing hiss. All troops attack. Just kill Lin Huayan and Lin Huazhong. Kill them now. On another side, Li Ha sat quietly in front of the system screen, his face showing a pensive expression. This, G.I. Chol. He still hasn't replied to my message. He must be really busy. Still in Tree Canyon? I just wanted to ask a little about Brow. Would it be faster to ask an NPC? Thinking that, he immediately stood up and acted, quickly appearing at a bustling bar. As soon as he walked in, the young waiter greeted him with a warm bow. Welcome, customer. Li Ha glanced around, assessing the surroundings. If it's a bar like this, the NPCs probably know a lot of information, right? As he passed by a table, he overheard two people whispering with tense expressions. You heard too, right? The internet is in chaos. There's a big event happening in Tree Canyon. Lin Huazhong, Fei Yu, and Igor all appeared and are fighting like crazy there. Everything is in ruins. The news fell into his hands, and Li Ha's footsteps faltered. His pupils contracted, his breathing became rapid. He pretended to pull up a chair to sit closer, but his senses were focused intently to hear every word. I heard over 200 people died. The Golden Dragon Guild got involved, and the Koreans got dragged into it too. If it's the Golden Dragon and Agri, it's understandable. Lately, the Chinese have been hindering Agri's leveling. The Golden Dragon mobilized a large force, and almost all of them were wiped out. That Korean guild was really unlucky to get dragged into it. Tisk. From the clues pieced together, Li Ha immediately understood. If it's the Korean guild, it must be Starlight. Worry surged. He quickly opened the status panel to check on his brother's situation. Is Jiaiqiol okay? Thank goodness, he's still connected. Still, I'm a little worried. This place is Tree Canyon. His fingers suddenly stopped in midair. A questioning sound came from his throat. Sasuke logged out? He was just here a moment ago. At that moment, a series of urgent notifications popped up from the system. Master Gi, Pinhai, Lin Huayun have logged out. The screen continuously showed the disappearing statuses, making Li Ha's heart pound erratically. A wave of anxiety surged like a great wave. What happened there? First, I need to log out and meet Jiaiqiol in person. Li Ha's figure immediately vanished, leaving only a faint, blurry shadow in the air. In the real world, Li Ha opened his eyes and sat up from the game pod. He took off the helmet and let out a long sigh. Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and dialed a number, calling his brother immediately. Jiaiqiol, what happened? Are you okay? On the other end of the line, Jiaiqiol's voice was weak, like a whisper. Sorry, I can only whisper right now. I'm so tired. Li Ha unconsciously raised his voice. The internet is going crazy. Were you in the battle too? Are you okay? In the dark room, Jiaiqiol was huddled under a blanket. The dim light from his phone cast a glow on his pale face. They're strong. They're world-ranked, after all. It was really scary. His eyes were empty, his lips moving as if he were in a trance. You should level up quickly, Hyung, if you don't want to see painful things. From now on, I won't pay attention to anything else but trying to level up. I'm tired. That's all for now. I'm hanging up. Li Ha remained silent, knowing that Jiaiqiol needed time to process the event himself. Instead of asking more questions, he opened his computer to search for information himself. What on earth happened to Jiaiqiol? Fortunately, it didn't take much effort. A series of hot topics appeared right before his eyes. Killed over 100 people by himself? Haha. Fei Yu has started playing for real. Lin Huazhong is so cute. Her movements are like a real goddess. Full battle in Tree Canyon. Li Ha identified his target and clicked the mouse. A video? Let's see. The screen was black, with only chaotic sounds. Then a huh was heard. What is that? Isn't that a death sentence? It's the berserker. It's Agri Igor. Igor leaped down from the cliff, his greatsword swinging down heavily. In an instant, he had cleaved a person in two. Fresh blood splattered. A piercing scream mixed with the clash of metal. Ah! The others retreated in fear, each one trembling, not daring to breathe loudly. It's the red light of death. All the red light has been absorbed by Agri. The body under his blade crumbled into bone and blood. The wisps of bone dissolved and were immediately sucked into the sword. His face was hidden in shadow, only his eyes glowing like a beast's, locked on its prey. The members of the Golden Dragon Guild stood frozen on the spot, cold sweat running down their backs, their bodies stiff. They could only let out trembling sounds. Igor's pupils burned, exactly like two hellfires flickering, wanting to burn everything. He raised his greatsword, leaped, and shot towards the Golden Dragon members, making their hearts jump. Their faces were pale, drained of blood. He saw me. He's coming this way. Just as they thought their lives were over, a strong hand suddenly grabbed their shoulders. In a hair-raising moment, Fei Yu grabbed them by the collar and pulled them up high. The blade slashed down just below, and the ground exploded. Smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring everything. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Feiyu increased the distance and landed lightly. And what are you? Igor's voice was calm, but every word was laced with killing intent. You want to interfere with me too? Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, stopped, and hesitantly turned his head elsewhere. Humph. Below the cliff, Hua Yun and Hua Zhang had taken the opportunity to deal with the opposing group. One ice, one fire. They coordinated seamlessly, easily controlling the chaotic situation. Igor suddenly bared his teeth in a grotesque smile. Kaka, daring to look around like that in front of me. Feiyu was immediately startled, realizing something was wrong. A sense of unease rose. As expected, Igor paid him no mind, but suddenly disappeared and teleported straight down. He deliberately provoked, his tone icy. Are they your weakness? Hua Yun's intuition immediately warned her. The killing intent hit her straight on, making her shiver and turn around. As soon as she saw Igor rushing towards her, Feiyu, unable to stop him in time, shouted, "Damn it! Danger!" Lin Hua Yun. Hua Zhang calmly pushed her sister aside. "Stay behind me." She raised her hand high, her magic power exploding. She chanted, "Frost Willow." A cold stream of magic power condensed, and a giant ice willow grew in an instant, its branches surrounding Igor in midair. The air around her changed, the temperature dropping so sharply it made flesh numb. Igor gritted his teeth. For the first time, he had to be wary of this unexpected power. His expression changed, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. He immediately accelerated, using his strength to dodge the fatal attack. The members of the Dragon Knight Guild also hastily discussed how to deal with the situation, shouting in confusion. "It's Lin Hua Zhang's ice magic. What's with this giant willow tree? Break it first." "Why? Stand close together." Igor gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his arm, and swung his sword down fiercely. Hiya! The knights all shivered, their hair standing on end. They froze due to the suffocating pressure. Hien was tense, his mind a tangled mess. What is that again? Why did it suddenly attack us? Wasn't it fighting with Feiyu? Igor landed, creating a terrifying explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere, obscuring the view. The muscles all over his body tensed, his power erupting. Half of the giant blade was embedded deep in the ground. He muttered in confusion, his eyes fixed on the opponents. These Eastern kids, why do they all look the same? Igor pulled the giant blade from the ground, looking annoyed and muttering. It's all mixed up. Hey! He suddenly swung his arm horizontally. The sharp sound whistled through the air, as if tearing it apart. The serrated edge of the blade struck the ice surface hard, leaving a shallow crack. Shards of ice fell like snow, sparkling in the dim light. Seeing this, he didn't get angry. He calmly slung the sword over his shoulder and turned to walk away. Can't break it in one go. Tough one. I have to break that to get to the Easterners behind it. G.I. Chol stood in front of his people, calmly commanding the formation. Where are the tanks? All of you, protect Zima. Hien had been scared from the start, hiding behind his teammates, letting out a whimper. G.I. Chol shouted an order. Quickly turn and... But before he could finish his sentence, the greatsword in Igor's hand had already slashed down. The bodies of the tank group were cut in half, fresh blood splattering everywhere. No one escaped the tragic fate. G.I. Chol's heart skipped a beat, his pupils contracting. Just one spin and all the tanks are, as fast as a whirlwind, tearing through everything in its path. Igor laughed loudly, each slash finishing off a target. He was like a man in an empty field, reaping lives without mercy. Their bodies turned into a mist of blood that wrapped around his greatsword. Gulp! A sense of satisfaction filled his heart. I will absorb everything. The scent of blood made Igor lose his reason even more. There was only one thought in his head. Blood. At that moment, Feiyu delivered a kick to the middle of Igor's back. There. He couldn't react in time and was sent flying, crashing hard into the cliff face. The entire scene was in extreme shock. The witnesses were stunned, terrified. Lying amidst the rubble and dust, Igor gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous killing intent. Feiyu took a deep breath and then exhaled. He beckoned with his hand, provoking with a confident gesture. Agri Igor, come here. He stood up, but first cracked his neck. A crisp cracking sound was heard. And what are you again? Without any delay, He immediately closed the distance, each foot digging deep into Igor's bicep, causing him to let out a pained groan. The crowd around them watched the aerial battle intently, marveling. A grinny Igor and Fei Yu are fighting. The world's third and fourth ranked are fighting? So fast, I can't see anything. Ian clenched his trembling hands, sweat beading on his forehead. He stammered, We should go. Now is not the time to watch them fight. Everyone, quick, catch the Lin sisters. Chaotic sounds filled the entire area. But that willow tree, what's falling? Damn it, I can't get close to her. Ian nimbly used his sword, breaking the sharp ice fragments flying towards him to approach the target. However, he still couldn't completely avoid them. The sharp ice fragments grazed him, cutting his skin. Fresh blood dripped, making him grit his teeth in pain. Just a little more. After much strenuous effort, he successfully got close to the two Huayan sisters. He poured all his strength into the sword in his hand, preparing to finish off the target. Sorry, girl. Please die for me. Fei Yu, who was dealing with Igor, noticed this situation and was distracted. No. Lin Huayan. Lin Huazhong. Taiyan's sword had already descended. The sound of metal clashing rang out, deafeningly. But immediately after, his entire body stopped moving, his face showing clear panic. The sword had been tightly wrapped by the tough willow branches, making Tin unable to move. His legs trembled as he strained, realizing, was it a trap? Damn it! I can't believe she could create such delicate stone branches. While he was still struggling, a voice filled with anger came through. How dare you? Have you no gratitude for them at all? Fei Yu clenched his fist and walked in front of Tan. I helped you attack Igor, and you aim for Huayan on my side? How's that? The willow branch wrapped around his sword suddenly loosened. He thought of a countermeasure. I've become Fei Yu's target. Anyway, he's ranked third in the world. I'm a hinderer. Just as Tan raised his sword, his side was hit by Fei Yu's kick. The bones felt like they were cracking, affecting his internal organs, causing him to freeze. His face turned purple, and saliva drooled from the corner of his mouth. The sword also slipped from his hand. Seeing this, Jiaiqiol hurriedly rushed over to help. Taiyan Hyung. Fei Yu's leg was planted as a pivot, his tone calm. I hope you will become more polite. One of his legs was raised high. From Taiyan's perspective, his tall figure blocked out the sun. Fei Yu's toe was aimed straight at his head. Please. A loud clang echoed. A strong gust of wind blew away the dust, forcing him to raise his hand to shield himself. In front, dust obscured the view. It turned out Jiaiqiol had managed to use his shield to protect Ten in time. His hands were still trembling. He also knew this was not a long-term solution. I blocked it, but if he attacks a second time? His body's instincts reacted faster than his thoughts. Jiaiqiol immediately wrapped his arms around Taiyan's waist, then hoisted him onto his shoulder and dashed through the dust to escape. First, let's get out of here. Fei Yu lowered his center of gravity into a defensive stance. You dared just now. Igor's figure suddenly appeared beside him, his eyes blazing as if to burn everything. That's right. In another place, thanks to Igor, he had safely escaped with his teammate. He put him down on the ground and called out, Taiyan Hyung, wake up. His eyebrows were knitted tightly, and he groaned in pain. He encouraged him, just wait a little longer. I don't believe I can't find a healer somewhere. I will. Behind him, suddenly, a terrifying explosion cut off his words. Smoke billowed up, and Fei Yu's body was pinned against the cliff face. Jiaiqiol tensed and looked across. A beastly foot with sharp claws was imprinted on the ground. Igor bared his teeth and smiled. Ka. Because of you little rats, I'm running very low on blood. Igor slung his weapon over his shoulder, smirked, and cursed. Because of you brats, I'm low on blood. He looked towards Jiaiqiol and calculated, I need to fill up on blood. His brutal eyes turned crimson. Igor hissed through his teeth, blood. Seeing his gruesome appearance, Jiaiqiol angrily shouted, shut up. But as soon as the words were out, his opponent had already closed the distance. Igor powerfully launched a blow that sent the shield in his hand flying. His hand, as fast as lightning, choked Jiaiqiol's throat, causing his breathing to become ragged. He struggled helplessly. Damn it. My defense skill ran out at this moment too. Anyway, the difference in strength is huge. Igor's overwhelming power made Jiaichul grow weaker and weaker, his eyes gradually becoming dull. Seeing him raise the weapon in his hand towards his body, his mouth constantly screaming, "Blood! I need more blood." Jiaichul realized the imminent danger, his eyes suddenly widening in horror. His voice came out in ragged gasps. No. In an instant, his life was decisively ended by Igor. Basic information of the one who caused Jiaichul's death. Moscow, Agri Igor, level 260. He has transformed into a werewolf. In his transformed state, his stamina is constantly being consumed. That consumed stamina is absorbed from monsters or players. At this moment, Liha held his head and sighed to himself. I'm only level 26. I'm still not strong enough to face Igor, who is 10 times stronger. I didn't expect Jiaichul to end up so tragically. A 50% synchronization rate is already very painful. I was so desperate because I couldn't walk, but Jiaichul led me to the world of the Central Lands. And yet, the moments the two of them had spent happily together flashed through Liha's mind. He angrily clenched his fists and told himself, and yet Jiaichul was killed so tragically? Agri Igor, I will catch you. Liha looked at the helmet that brought players into the virtual world in his hand, his heart silently determined. From now on, I will grind to level up. Sitting in a ready position, he was resolute. Only then can I catch up to that Moscow guy. Very quickly, Liha immersed himself in the virtual space while constantly reminding himself, Agruni Igor, just you wait. Scene change. Ahead, many chaotic screams were heard. Over there. Run away. Save me. Save me. Wajong at this time was just silently observing. Waiyun, on the other hand, was extremely worried. So, how do we get back? Where did Feiyu go again? She remembered Igor's tyrannical image and exclaimed angrily, Damn it! Why did that ridiculous guy interfere? Feiyu in Moscow? If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be worth a try. But now, surviving and returning is the most important thing. Looking towards her sister not far away, Waiyun spoke up. Wajong, to get out of here. Her words were cut off when she saw Wajong was concentrating on chanting. Her body gently floated into the air, and a stream of spiritual power gradually appeared in her hands. Wajong was a bit reluctant, hesitatingly speaking. Sister, I'm sorry, but... Waiyun froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. When she heard the rest of the sentence, Please die for me. She was speechless, biting her lip, not knowing how to react for a moment. But then Waiyun slumped to the ground and cried out in protest. Oh my God. Fine. It's better if I die, right? Her eyes suddenly became cunning, and she made a suggestion. Instead, you have to handle everything for me. Wajong lowered her eyes and softly hummed in understanding. Very quickly, her spiritual power was summoned to its maximum. Such a large movement immediately attracted Igor's attention. He gritted his teeth, silently and carefully observing from a distance. The incantation echoed, and immediately after, the ice system's spiritual power in Wajong's hands rushed out like a storm. He screamed in terror, Stop it! If it reaches here, we'll all die. Waiyun, on the side, let out a sigh of relief, happy. Too late, you fools. Wajong controlled the powerful spiritual power to attack a wide area. Many people were immediately annihilated. Their bodies were quickly frozen, and desperate screams filled the space. Behind, Waiyun silently watched her sister overwhelmingly dominate the opponent. She let out a soft sigh. Waiyun chuckled softly and casually said goodbye. See you all in 48 hours. As soon as her words were out, she immediately vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace behind. Scene change. At a shop in Alex, the voices of the shop owner and a customer were heard at the same time. Please come again. Yes, I hope you sell a lot. A foot stepped forward with the thought. After selling all the items I received before, I got 4 gold. Liha looked at the money bag in his hand and calculated silently. It costs 3 gold to buy all the musketeer items. It's too much. I just need to upgrade my weapon. Suddenly, someone from behind called out. Hey, you there. Seeing no response, the call continued. You in the red leather jacket. Liha was startled. Red leather jacket? Me. Very quickly, a person appeared in front of him. Kimhwa smiled and pointed at his own face, then asked, I finally found you. Do you remember me? Liha hesitated. Who is it? He immediately performed an action and then reminded him. If I do this, do you remember? Liha seemed to have a sudden realization, his eyes widening in surprise as he uttered a few words. His mind recalled. He was at the bear hunting area. He had 2 shields. The image from the past matched the present. Seeing no response from the other party, Manhwa took the initiative. You ate everything and ran away, right? Not understanding what was happening, Liha heard him list clothes. Hat. These are all items from the Agonia Oso bear, right? Manhwa suddenly became angry, his words carrying an accusation. And the items of the other players too. You took everything, right? After hearing this, Liha was completely confused. What are you talking about? Showing up out of nowhere. He turned to leave and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. He was furious and pointed his finger, scolding. You little brat. Do you know how hard I looked for you? I was treated like a bastard. A low-level musketeer ate everything and ran away. He must be hanging around near the academy or the item shop. Liha was quite indifferent. So what? How should I put this? At that time, I clearly proposed to cooperate in catching the monster first. He was surprised by this answer and exclaimed, What? Remembering the situation at that time, he continued, When I told everyone to come back and help me. You abandoned me and ran away. Liha turned his head, his eyes showing anger. The two argued fiercely. He let the other person know, When you brought your group, I was fighting for my life alone and caught it. Manhwa spoke with a contemptuous tone. How could a low-level guy like you catch that thing? Liha pointed at the spoils, the cloak. Do you need more proof? If you want to say I couldn't have caught it, then bring out the proof. Otherwise, shut up. He was at a loss for words and started to get flustered. All right. Although I've heard a lot of lies, I'll admit that you caught the bear. Manhwa tried to control his emotions, gritting his teeth and suggesting, But you have to share the other people's items with me. Looking straight at him, Liha said, If you die, your equipped items will be unequipped, and you can't enter the game for 48 hours. So why should I share ownerless items with you? At this point, he really couldn't hold back anymore. Manhwa shouted in order, Hey, you little brat. What's your level? How can a low-level guy pretend to know so much? If I tell you to give it, you should just shut up and give it. He coldly warned. If I don't, I've already seen what happens. Stop playing games. Get lost. Manhwa, after hearing Liha speak, was so angry he gritted his teeth. He turned his back, deliberately revealing the symbol on his cloak, and shouted, What guild do you think I'm from that you dare to speak like that? Without flinching, he immediately retorted, I'm not curious. Get lost. After that, Liha calmly walked away and didn't forget to remind him, If you bother me again, I'll call the secret knights. Manhwa, behind him, was so flustered and angry he was about to blow a gasket. What? The secret knights are your friends. He saw that the other party seemed to be wary of that name and chuckled to himself, then let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, Liha told himself, Friends? Not really friends. Taking the opportunity, 1 foot quickly gained momentum. Quick as a flash, he dashed away. But I don't think I'll have to call him. Manhwa roared, You bastard. He immediately gave chase at top speed, his mouth constantly ordering, Hey, stop right there. Liha didn't pay him any mind and just ran in a straight line, even whistling to provoke him. Manhwa, seeing that his opponent had quickly pulled away from him, became frantic. That bastard. Where are you going? He stopped, panting heavily, and helplessly exclaimed, If I catch you, damn it. What's wrong? I can't catch up to him. Looking at his level on the notification panel, Liha couldn't help but marvel. Speed is 247. Unbelievable. He told himself, That's why he can't catch up to me. You'd have to be level 47 to get 246. Thinking of Igor, Liha was a bit apprehensive. Even so, the guy who killed Ji Chol, his level is 260. I'm only at level 26. He silently calculated. Now I have to find a way to level up. Then his feet continued to gain momentum to run. Liha headed towards the towering mountain in front of him. First, to Mount Sam. Then I'll figure out a way. Remembering the mission he had accepted, he sighed. But when will I solve this lunchbox mission? The time for this mission is 1 month. It should still be enough. The sky above was beautiful today. In the space, many calls were heard. To Mount CU. Tank, level 31. Any invites? Liha looked at the crowd in front of him, bustling to find teammates. Recruiting mages. It's the Gamut Guild nearby. Hunting Cobalt Warriors. Delicious guild here. Level 35. He heard someone's voice. Level 40. Just need one more person to depart immediately. And he was momentarily confused. After that, Liha scratched his head for a while and then sighed to himself. Come to think of it, where does that Cobalt chieftain live? I don't have any information and just came straight here. I completely forgot. He remembered Brow's order. Catch the chieftain of the best hunting tribe before reaching level 30. What was Brow thinking? Liha looked around while planning. I'll probably have to get to level 29 before I go looking for the Cobalt. Not far away, someone shouted loudly, to Hisuka village. The person's voice suddenly reached his ears clearly. Hey you, wanna go with us? There's a beautiful healer with us too. Before he could react, the person continued, You're carrying a weapon that looks like a stick. Liha was startled and asked himself, A stick? Me? Very quickly, the person who looked like a tank appeared in front of him and said enthusiastically, It really is a gun. You're a sniper, right? He replied, Ah yes. He asked cheerfully, What's your level? I'm planning to form a 3-person party and set off right away. You must have reached a high enough level to climb Mount Khmoy, right? Liha was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Then his voice rang out, I'm level 41. As soon as he heard that, he exclaimed, Wow, 41. Level 41 is perfect. Hesitating a bit, Liha voiced his question. What about the others? If I'm the dealer, and you're the tank. His voice rang out as if he had read his mind, making him flustered. That beautiful healer. Facing the crowd, the tank called out loudly, Hana-chan, I found a dealer. A hand immediately shot up in response. Watching the person who had just responded quickly approach, Liha was curious. Hana-chan. Very quickly, the other person appeared before his eyes. She introduced herself cheerfully. Hello, just call me Mame Hana. He stared at Hana without blinking, his heart full of surprise. She's a nun. This party seems great. The person playing the tank teased. I wasn't lying, right? Hana also chimed in, right? Liha replied shyly. Ah yes. He thought again. It must be because the girls I've met so far have all been too strong or cold. This is really magical. From middle school, high school, to the army, I've hardly ever been around girls. The other two cheerfully said, Then I'll formally introduce myself. I'm the guard, Matsushige, level 42. I'm the nun, Mame Hana, level 40. Liha quickly shook hands with them. I'm the sniper, Liha, level 41. The three of them had completed forming a party. Shige put his hand on his hat and spoke up to get things started. Well then, shall we go? The three of them moved together through a field of tall grass. Suddenly, he raised his hand as a signal and ordered in a low voice, Stop. Everyone immediately hid in the dense grass. Shige said, At 10 o'clock, there are 2 kobolds working. In the direction just indicated, there were indeed 2 kobolds taking turns observing the surroundings. He proposed a plan. We'll take a detour. Liha was surprised. Aren't we going to catch them? Shige replied softly. That would be a waste of stamina. After hearing the answer, he calculated in his heart. I need to gain experience. Then he said softly, Wait. Hana and Shige didn't understand what was happening, so Liha continued. You two have never seen a sniper fight before, right? The other two looked at him curiously and then silently shook their heads in response. Liha tactfully suggested, But we still need to coordinate our movements smoothly. I think so. While he was trying to persuade them, Hana turned to Shige and exclaimed, This is taking a long time. He just smiled helplessly. The muzzle of Liha's gun quickly rose, pointing straight ahead. Hana, seeing his serious demeanor, became curious. How far is the range? Liha, while aiming at the target, replied, 100. No, 50 meters. Shige, beside him, exclaimed in surprise, Is a gun's range shorter than a bow's? He was hurt by that statement and stammered, So, I guess so. Amused by this situation, Hana gently reminded him, Markan. That's rude to him. He realized he had misspoken and hurriedly said, Sorry if I made you unhappy. Liha focused on the target, telling himself, That's why snipers aren't popular. Carefully observing the situation, Shige reassured him, Don't worry, I'll catch those aggro. He was silent and then chuckled to himself. He repeated the name in his mind. Aggro. His index finger gently placed itself on the trigger and squeezed hard. Liha's voice was soft. Let's see. He squinted, and immediately a loud explosion rang out. The bullet left the barrel and flew forward. Shige and Hana were momentarily startled. They both gasped in astonishment. Liha shyly scratched his head and explained, "Sorry, I should have told you beforehand that the gunshot is a bit loud." Your reaction was quite surprising. Readjusting his spirit, Shige smiled and replied, "Yes, it's okay. But my goodness, have you ever seen this before, Hana-chan?" She quickly turned to look at him and asked back, "What?" At this moment, in front of the three of them was the corpse of the monster Liha had just killed. Hana exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, he took down a kobold in just one shot." Shige cleared his throat and then hesitantly spoke. "Ahem, Mr. Liha." Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked directly, "Is your level really 41? That innocent question made Liha freeze, as he had a guilty conscience. He stammered, "That." His mind became chaotic. "Did they find out I lied about my level?" Assuming he was right, Shige continued, "Mr. Liha, your level is very high, but you let us ride in the same car because you were bored and had nothing to do?" Hana exclaimed excitedly, "Markan, this is the first time I've seen someone take down a kobold with just one shot. Did you see the other kobold run straight away without even looking at us?" Seeing them like this, Liha sighed in relief. Good, they didn't find out. On the other side, she cheerfully asked her teammate, "But what do you mean?" Shige quickly said, "It means we're being supported by a high-level person." Hana's voice immediately rang out with admiration. "Mr. Liha," he broke out in a sweat and silently told himself, "I'm not a high-level person or anything." She did her best to speak, entrusting him with the task. "Once again, please help us." Amidst the peaceful scenery of the mountains and forests, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Shige was extremely alarmed and warned, "Be careful. The Mole King is coming." From underground, the monster with a mouth full of gruesome fangs powerfully emerged. Then it immediately turned its head to attack Liha. Hana hurriedly shouted, "Protect!" The cross-shaped artifact in her hand immediately created a circle of energy, and in an instant, the protective circle had blocked the mole's attack. Her voice was full of worry. "Mr. Liha." Liha looked at the monster opening its wide mouth full of jagged teeth as if it wanted to swallow him, and quickly raised his gun to aim. Very quickly, a gunshot rang out. The mole's head had been shot by him, leaving a large hole. Liha saw the monster collapse in front of him, and a suspicion arose in his heart. How is that possible? As he watched the mole disappear, he thought to himself, how did he know in advance which monster would come? He even gave a warning right before the mole emerged. Could it be? His train of thought was cut off because Shige from behind spoke up. "Mr. Liha, are you okay?" Looking at the other person's honest appearance, Liha's voice made a suggestion. "Mr. Matsushige, can we talk for a bit?" He was embarrassed and surprised, exclaiming, "Wait." When the three of them had gathered, he seriously asked a question. "Mr. Matsushige, you're a tank, right?" Shige replied. Liha questioned in a cold voice, "But why have you been avoiding the monsters all this time?" He was so scared he broke out in a sweat, unconsciously raising his hand to scratch his face and stammering, that. Looking at the mole on the ground, which was now just a dry corpse, his voice continued, "It's fine if you avoid them, but you didn't even use any of your skills. Why would a tank not dare to face a monster?" Suddenly, Liha's voice deepened. "Could it be, you're trying to kill me?" When Shige heard that, he jumped up, firmly denying it. "No, absolutely not. It's not that I didn't use my skills." Liha couldn't believe it, his face gradually turning grim. "So you really didn't use your skills?" He stammered, my skills." Shige's voice trembled as he explained, "Even though I'm a tank, I don't have many skills." He was so angry he was gritting his teeth, but he had to stop. "Can't you think of any other reason?" He shyly said, "Originally, I was a guard, not a pure tank. Personal skills like provoke or something like that, I don't actually have." Liha collapsed, sighing in his heart. "Oh my god, so not everyone with a shield is a pure tank." Shige continued, "I only have 1/skill to attack monsters, but the preparation time is a bit long, so..." He was frustrated and helpless. "Only one, and it even needs preparation." Not to lose face further, he quickly showed off his advantage. If other members of the party are attacked, I have a skill to prevent their stamina from draining too much. It's a shield called the Chiwen Crest. Li Ha let out a sigh. It's a good thing you still have that skill. However, his mood, which had just improved, was short-lived as he heard Shige hesitate. But that skill can only protect women. He exclaimed in surprise. What? What? Hannah shyly explained. Because that's the nature of the clima. Li Ha turned his back to the two of them and said in disappointment. So you only have the slash skill that you can use, right? I hope you can be sure you can control it. He said, I'll also try to adjust my attack rhythm to be a little slower. Shige and Hannah replied shyly. We'll try harder. Chuckling softly, Li Ha felt reassured. So I don't need to pay attention to them during battle anymore. The other two were constantly praising him. Li Ha-kun is really a good person. Thank you for forgiving me. After a long journey, the three of them finally reached their destination. Looking at the scene in front of her, Hannah exclaimed, This place is really big. There must be more than 100 houses. In front of them was Hisuka village. Carefully observing a kobold on guard, Li Ha suddenly thought, This village is so spread out. If the commander disappears, this place will surely be in chaos. He suddenly saw a tunnel and asked, Is that an old mine over there? Shige immediately replied, That's a metal warehouse where they store things. It's quite heavily guarded. It's very difficult to break through without a coordinated attack. Li Ha carefully calculated. That place is very suitable for hunting, but it's not a prime location for sniping. And there are layers upon layers of guards. I have to carefully examine the surrounding areas and find a suitable place to shoot. After thinking, he quickly stood up. Well then, dashing ahead to lead the way, Li Ha cheerfully gave the order. Let's start hunting. Hannah and Shige were both surprised and hurriedly followed. The sky above was beautiful. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed in the space. A kobold, attacked unexpectedly, cried out in alarm. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. One down. Shige swung his sword at that kobold and said excitedly, The second one is about to go. That kobold was immediately seriously injured by his slash and flew backward. While he hadn't yet withdrawn his sword, two kobolds suddenly swooped down from above to attack Shige. He immediately used his shield to block, and at the same time, the cross in Hannah's hand also joined in. She recited the incantation, Protect. The energy circle from her quickly spread, expanding to create another, even larger shield, giving Shige more strength to face the attack of the two kobolds. Supported, he gritted his teeth, silently gathering his strength. Then Shige decisively and powerfully launched a blow that pushed back both kobolds, and then called out loudly, Mr. Li Ha, that way. Focus on the direction of those kobolds. Seeing the muzzle of Li Ha's gun pointing in this direction, he silently exclaimed. The two kobolds very quickly returned. They nimbly rushed forward to attack again. Shige shouted in panic, realizing the danger. Use a skill now. Before the words were even out, a straight line of bullets pierced through the bodies of both kobolds at the same time, leaving him so astonished he couldn't speak. Shige's face suddenly darkened, his thoughts becoming cautious. With just one shot, he killed two. Li Ha watched the defeated kobolds fall to the ground and exclaimed happily. He suggested excitedly, Shall we go to the next location? In his heart, he was calculating. Quickly find a suitable place to shoot. Hannah asked in surprise, How did you kill two at the same time? Holding his weapon in his hand, Li Ha said casually, Because this is a gun. Of course, it will easily penetrate them quickly. Hearing him share, luckily, those two kobolds were right next to each other at that time. Because they were close, the shooting efficiency was quite good. Hannah and Shige were silent for a moment. In their hearts, both seemed to have their own calculations. Li Ha noticed not far away, the kobold that had been seriously injured earlier was lying on the ground, crying out with difficulty. Looking toward Shige, he spoke up. Mr. Matsushige, do you have a rope? He was curious. A rope? I have one, but what are you going to use it for? Smiling with great interest, Li Ha said, This kobold is probably smart enough to lead us around the village without being detected. Very quickly, the kobold was tied up tightly. It knelt on the ground and cursed loudly. Die, humans! What are you doing? His voice rang out. As expected, it can talk. Li Ha approached with a cunning look on his face. Well, then can you answer my question? He touched its body and warned, "Before you answer, you should taste my skills first." Shige couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Is he tickling a monster, Hana-chan?" She stammered in reply, "It seems he's happy about this." While comfortably torturing the kobold, Liha explained, "This method is quite effective. No matter how uncomfortable it is, it won't die. It won't faint either." The monster was writhing and laughing until it couldn't breathe. "Stop, stop it. I am a proud kobold of the Hisuka tribe." With a fierce expression, he spoke. "Then let's get to the main point. How do I get to the village chief?" Although it was so uncomfortable it was crying, it only replied, "Stop it. Human. I am a proud kobold of the Hisuka tribe." Liha picked up his gun. "I thought you were quite smart, but you keep repeating the same sentence. This isn't working." Immediately after, he held the kobold's head tightly and pointed the muzzle of his gun straight at its skull. "Then I'll have to kill you and find another one." At this point, it trembled and confessed, The village chief. Unless it's for a special job, he won't go out." Liha questioned in a sharp voice, "A special job? What is it?" The kobold was scared and immediately confessed, It's a matter related to the survival of the tribe. Because humans will never leave this place." As a proud Hisuka, it helplessly screamed its last words. In the air, a loud gunshot echoed. The monster's blood splattered. The kobold in Liha's hands had its life ended decisively. He replied coldly, "I know. You are a kobold of the Hisuka tribe." Shige voiced his question, "Why did you suddenly ask about the kobold chieftain? Inside this Hisuka village, there's a mountain full of mineral ores." Hana added, "I've also never heard of anyone catching the chieftain." She asked softly, "We're all quite tired, aren't we?" Liha was pensive. "The kobold chieftain is definitely inside that, or mine. But he's never been caught by anyone. Until now, there are still many people using that or mine. Could it be the kobold chieftain only appears when players meet specific special conditions? A special job, a matter related to the survival of the tribe. Humans will never leave. These 3 keywords are all specific conditions. And that is the mission Brow assigned me. If I add the keyword shooting to it, then..." He carefully considered for a long time. "I think I know what it is." Suddenly, Liha became curious. "I wonder if either of you has gone deep into the village." Hana thought for a moment and then answered, "I went through it once before." He shyly suggested, "I'd like to try going in once too." She looked at Shige worriedly. "What should we do, Markan?" He was a bit hesitant and softly hummed in agreement. After that, Shige said, "There will be a lot of kobolds inside the village. If the 3 of us stay close together, we'll definitely be safe. But what do you think if we find a few more people to join the party?" Liha was quite surprised and immediately agreed. "Oh, that's a good idea." He was excited. "So we'll hunt around here while waiting for other players, okay?" Then he calculated. "It's also convenient for leveling up." The other 2 whispered to each other, "Will it be okay?" "It'll be fine." A kobold was hit by a bullet and only had time to let out a sharp cry before falling. Liha looked at the level up badge on the system screen and was happy. "All right. I've reached level 27. Shige was surprised. "Level 42? No, it must be higher, right?" Hano admired him. "You level up so fast." He could only smile awkwardly and softly say, "Thanks. These people still misunderstand me." She leaned closer and then cheerfully expressed, "Anyway, I want to see the kobold chieftain soon." Liha was flustered. "Is that so?" With sparkling eyes, Hana looked at him and encouraged, "Mr. Liha is really strong. I have a feeling we'll definitely catch him." Liha laughed loudly, but his heart was in turmoil. How should I respond at times like this? This is so embarrassing. Seeing that he didn't answer, she praised him. "You're so humble." Shige was surprised and said, "Oh, it seems there's something up ahead." Following the direction he pointed, "Over there. Are those other players?" Hana exclaimed, "It really is." Liha was secretly happy. Finally, other players have come here. Looking at the group in front of him, Shige was curious. So many people. Are they all an attack team? Hana guessed. It seems like people from the same guild are hunting together. They all have the same pattern on their cloaks. At this moment, Liha was a bit startled. When he saw the symbol on the cloak clearly, that pattern, that sun shape on their cloaks is suddenly so blinding. He was dejected. They're really hunting. Not hunting kobolds, but hunting me. Suddenly, Kimhwa tilted his head slightly and glanced in this direction. After that, he immediately turned around and cursed loudly. I finally see you. The thief who ran away. Hana and Shige were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape. Kimhwa's voice rang out very loudly. You think you can run? Shige was flustered. Are they talking to us? Liha held his forehead and sighed to himself. This is so annoying. Hana just shrugged. Who knows? He looked at the team leader and pointed at the three of them. Boss, it's the one standing in the middle. The other person exclaimed, Oh, is that so? Observing Liha from head to toe, his voice rang out. The cloak, the hat, are all part of the Agonia Oso equipment set. Kimhwa impatiently reported, Yes, that's right, boss. That bastard stole all the equipment because he runs fast. He rambled on. I'll give all that equipment back to you, boss. Liha told himself, Don't listen. 10 people just ganged up and cursed. His mind had to exclaim, To catch a guy like me, he brought the whole guild here? What a scumbag. I don't get it. The team leader, named Taigen, silently calculated. I think that person, Liha, has the highest level. He said coldly, The Agonia Oso equipment set is very expensive. Although I'm not sure, if that weirdo is level 30, then the levels of the rest of them must be from 40 to 50. Kimhwa roared a threat. You people over there, disband the party and hand him over. Hana was a bit panicked. Why? What did he do wrong? He immediately started to complain. That bastard is a famous thief who runs away. He'll just wait for you guys to die and then loot your equipment. His only purpose is to steal and run. Shige and Hana were momentarily lost in thought. Making an enticing offer, Kimhwa suggested. So before both sides get tired, you two should disband the party, okay? Hana asked Liha in a soft voice. I don't think Mr. Liha would do that. Shige spoke up. Do you need our help? He looked at them and considered in his heart. You two have nothing to do with this. I can't harm you. After that, Liha withdrew from the party and replied, Mr. Matsushige, Miss Mame Hana, thank you for your help. He let out a sigh and then spoke coldly, provoking them. So what? Now that you know, what are you going to do? Taigen said, It's simple. You leave all your equipment and money and go. We'll let you live. Don't make me raise my PK stats. Think carefully. Otherwise, I will kill you, then kill you, and then kill you again. Take off all your equipment. When I raise it to rank 5, you won't stand a chance. Liha closed his eyes and carefully calculated. PK stats. Except for one-on-one duels that both sides agree to, you will receive penalty points if you attack someone else first. If that PK stat increases, your reputation will decrease. I don't want to attack him first. If my continental reputation drops, that's not good. He took another step and taunted his opponent. Why are your tongues so long? You don't have the ability to fight one-on-one, so you have to struggle like this? All 10 of you are attacking me. Are you gangsters? Taigen angrily roared. What did you say? You want to die, don't you? Kimhwa quickly grabbed his arm. Calm down, boss. He reminded the others. Hey, that's enough. Let's get started. Hana was worried. Mr. Liha, are you really going to fight these people? There are 10 of them. Run. Shige suddenly grabbed her wrist. Let's go, Hana-chan. He hurriedly pulled her away while looking helpless. Sorry, Mr. Liha. Hana-chan, hurry up. They were a good distance away and could still hear Hana's worried calls. Mr. Liha? Mr. Liha. Liha told himself. I'll find you two later. Taigen was contemptuous. You fool. Still pretending to be arrogant at a time like this? Then he ordered the person next to him. Charner. In that guy's game. He immediately replied, yes, and took out an artifact from his sleeve, raised it high, and recited an incantation. The system sent a notification. A player has attacked you. A hostile relationship has been formed. When you attack a person with a hostile relationship, your PK stats will not increase. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Liha gripped his gun tightly and cheered silently. Good. He attacked me first. He smirked slightly. Now I can fight without worry. Suddenly, a horse's hoof appeared and stomped hard on the ground. Immediately after, its large skeleton loomed in the air. Liha's eyes widened, his heart a little panicked. What is that? Looking closely at its skull, he was skeptical. A horse skeleton? The skeleton fiercely raised its 2 front legs, creating an oppressive attack towards Liha. He was momentarily overwhelmed by this aura, his body uncontrollably trembling slightly. That, Liha's mind recalled, I've seen this once before. It's fear. Taigen, seeing his opponent standing still, was smug. What's wrong? Have you seen this before? Charner and the turtle? Of course, boss. Isn't it fear? A guy like him won't be able to move. He calculated. If I get that kid's equipment, my level will also increase. Then I can lead 20 people and have a lot of fun. Hunting monsters, finding equipment. No one can touch a hair on my head. Stealing and running is the best part of this game. Thinking of this, Taigen became excited. I have to let each one of them hit him once. Don't let him die too easily. The underlings immediately clamored. Yes, boss. He closed his eyes and thought about the plan. Ahead, with the first one. Just then, Charner next to Taigen suddenly fell backward because he had been shot. Seeing him killed in an instant, his eyes became terrified. The horse skeleton also immediately and quickly disappeared along with its master. Liha smiled mockingly. What should I do? What if I can resist it? At this moment, behind him, the majestic phantom of a large bear appeared. The system sent a notification. Agonia Oso effect in 3 sets. Resisted 50% of fear. You have resisted the fear. This requires great finesse. Liha spun his gun artfully. The system sent a message. Reloading in 5 minutes. 30 seconds fixed. Seeing him retreat, Taigen roared an order in anger. That bastard is running away. What are you doing, Quandu? Shoot him. Seeing his captain shouting, he hurriedly drew his bow. I know, sir. I'll shoot. But before he could finish his words, and took a bullet right between the eyes. Taigen's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with a fear that left him speechless. Then he frantically arranged his formation. Where are the tankers? Form a shield wall in front of me now. Kim Waran and 2 other tankers responded in unison. Taigen ducked behind them, his heart pounding with anxiety. His level is still low, yet he took down 2 level 50 players in a row with just 2 shots. Even I can't do that. Liha ran, while looking back to observe. A bunch of idiots. You should be advancing while forming a shield wall to chase me. Regaining his composure, he immediately ordered. What are you doing? You idiots. He's getting further and further away. Catch him now. His underlings immediately charged forward. Kim Waran spoke up to reassure him. Boss, his reload time is quite long anyway. I've seen it myself before. His words suddenly got stuck in his throat. His eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost. Another underling in the team was shot and fell right before his eyes, leaving Kim Waran and Taigen stammering. Well, what was that? His collar was immediately grabbed by a strong hand. Taigen repeatedly yelled, What did you just say about his reload time? Kim Waran fearfully tried to explain. No, boss. It was clearly. He looked at his underlings and quickly gave another instruction. Hurry up. Chase after him right now. Someone immediately replied. Yes, sir. Taigen's eyes were bloodshot, his eyebrows furrowed fiercely. Because of you, 3 of them are already dead. If we fail this time, you're dead too. Kim Waran was terrified into silence. He let him go while shouting. Chase after him now. He immediately replied. Yes, sir. And ran headfirst. Suddenly, one of the team members pointed ahead and said, Boss, it seems that sleeping kid is gradually entering the Kobold village area. Taigen stomped his foot in anger. Do you want to die? There's a whole bunch of level 50 people here. Can't you even fight the Kobold tribe? No, sir, the underling stammered. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Hannah's voice echoed in the air. Markin, it seems they're going deep into the village. Sai reminded her. Speak softly, Hannah-chan. He put his finger to his lips as a signal. I'm watching them too. She then hummed in agreement. Sai revealed a pleased smile. I was just about to ask him for help, but I didn't expect it to be this convenient. Hannah was excited. What? He's pretty cool, isn't he? I thought I was watching a movie. She showed a look of regret. Anyway, there's no way we can help him anymore. He cheerfully said, Why not? I've brought quite a few things. Sai's expression became sinister. Those people over there. 5 minutes is enough for me to wipe them all out. Hannah, while observing the situation ahead, asked curiously, What did you get from Okasan's place, Markin? He replied perfunctorily, This and that. If Hannah-chan is in danger, I'll use it. She saw Taigen still angry over there and wondered, That rising sun symbol is the sun, right? It's the Rising Sun Guild, isn't it? The place where Kyokojitsu is the guild master. Sai's voice was cautionary. UT, it's not our business to interfere. Our mission is to monitor them well. That's enough. He stood up and stretched. Let's just slowly follow them, Hana-chan. Hana continued to ask another question. Markin, do you think there's some hidden danger inside? After a moment of thought, Sai gave a mischievous smile. Definitely. That Lee Ha is the most dangerous character of all. Scene change. The sun was about to set. Curses echoed endlessly in the air. Another kobold. Damn it. Just catch it. A kobold was split in two. The voice of the one who just killed it was harsh. I'm going crazy. Lai John swung his sword down in a single stroke, furious. Why did that sleeping kid run into an area full of kobolds? Are we really hunting something useless? Just catch him. I'll make him quit this game for good. Lee Ha coldly and silently observed everything. He sheathed his sword and asked, Where's Boss Taigen? A tanker with him predicted. He's still following the trail of kobold corpses. He should be here soon. Hearing that, Lisa sighed. Oh, damn it. If I had known, I would have found a way to escape and hunt some lizards. I heard the A-rank short sword has been released. Lee Ha sat calmly on a tree branch, silently listening to their conversation. The tanker also agreed. That's right. We really shouldn't have followed Taigen. It's so tiring. Finding an ally. He chattered on without noticing someone approaching from not far away. I only came here because I heard the brown bear's equipment was pretty good, but I really stepped in a pile of crap. Just then, a foot stepped forward, heavily breaking a dry branch on the ground, and a voice rang out. What? Taigen suddenly appeared with a very angry expression. Who stepped in a pile of crap? You bastards. The two of them cried out in alarm. Taigen Hyung. He put his hands on his hips and shouted. Are you complaining? Is it that annoying to follow me? Lai Dan and the tanker bowed their heads and mumbled. No, sir. Taigen continued. Kids these days are really something else. Are you tired? What about work? Are you planning to do nothing in this guild? When an elder speaks, you should listen. You should know to say yes. The two underlings were silent, feeling wronged. We're being scolded. He still wouldn't stop and raised his voice even louder. Right? Answer me. You guys. Is that right? Seeing Taigen go on and on, Lee Ha felt annoyed for them. The more I listen, the more outrageous it gets. He raised his gun from the treetop and aimed. When an elder speaks, you can only listen and do as you're told. That's not right. Adjusting the scope to aim right at his head, Lee Ha cursed silently. You old man who only knows how to lecture people. A loud gunshot suddenly echoed through the forest of Hirith village. In the quiet mountain forest, Taigen's voice shrieked in pain. He fell to his knees, clutching his wound and screaming, My leg! His underlings frantically ran over. Boss! Taigen pointed towards the sound of the gunshot. Damn it, over there. Just head towards those trees. The system immediately announced, Player Lee Ha has attacked you. His voice rang out. His name is Lee Ha. At this moment, Lee Ha, perched on the tree branch, thought to himself, If I had known, I would have shot your head off. Both my position and name have been exposed. Taigen's words sounded like they were being hissed through his teeth. I will definitely kill him later. Post a notice on the Rising Sun Guild right now. An underling immediately replied, Yes, sir. And very quickly, the group announcement was updated. Lee Ha raised his gun, aiming and mocking. So the name of that thing is Rising Sun? A bunch of thugs like high school students are also Rising Sun. A passing dog would have to laugh. He sensed danger and became scared. Hey, what are you doing? He's aiming at me again. Surround him. The tankers quickly raised their shields. Yes, sir. Taigen ordered loudly. You three in the front. Go catch him now. Lai Du hesitated, but he can. He shouted, So what? Can't three of you beat one? Hearing that, a tanker silently felt resentful. And he just stands there and does nothing. Only knows how to order others around. Lisa frowned and calculated. If all three of us go up, we might be able to catch him. Kuro thought to himself, but I only have this armor. If I get shot, I can only endure it. Damn it. Lee Ha aimed his gun straight at the three people and warned, Don't move. Whoever moves, I shoot. In his heart, he carefully considered, All right, this way they won't dare to move. But the problem is, how do I get out of here now? Before those three move, I have to think fast. It'll take me a while to reload. Most of the time when I was killing those kobolds earlier. Suddenly, the space seemed to shake. From the kobold village, alarm bells rang out. Taigen's underlings were bewildered. Kuro stammered, "So?" The tanker was scared. "Why is there an alarm?" A giant foot suddenly stepped forward powerfully in the air. Then the owner of that foot appeared. His appearance was incredibly majestic. A large body with a long saber in hand, standing like a monument. The system sent a notification. Chief of the Hirith tribe, Hirutka, has appeared. Liha's eyes lit up with both joy and worry. These idiots. He watched it majestically lead its army forward, excited. Is that a kobold? The system sent more information. Hirutka has appeared. All remaining kobolds in the tribe will have their power increased by 10%. Chief Hirutka is roaring. After that roar, everyone present was terrified. Kuro cried out helplessly, "I can't move." Their system informed them. HP has decreased by 10%. Speed has decreased by over 30%. Currently in a state of fear. Unable to move for 2 minutes. Liha raised his gun, gritted his teeth, and exclaimed, "That's Chieftain Hisuka." The system displayed. 3 pieces of Agonia Oso equipment have helped you resist fear. If he's just the deputy commander of this monster horde, how strong must the commander be? Taigen thought in terror. What is that? The Cobalt Chieftain? When I was leveling up, these things didn't appear. Hisuka spoke in a deep voice. You human over there. Did you come to destroy our tribe? He explained in a panic. Wait, Chieftain, please listen to me first. It paused for a moment and then asked, what else do you want to say? Seeing Hisuka constantly advancing towards him, Taigen was frantic. We didn't come to catch you all. We were just chasing a human to this place. He backed away while trembling. We'll leave right away. Please let us go. Chieftain Hisuka suddenly fell silent and then coldly uttered, Is that so? He pointed towards the cobalt corpses not far away. Then these bones, who did this? Taigen was startled, fumbling for an excuse to cover it up. It was the guy with the gun we were chasing. Hisuka shouted loudly. Nonsense. The wounds on the dead kobolds are not from a gun. Humans are always liars. And you dare to attack our tribe. He gripped the long saber in his hand and slashed down. This is unbearable. The slash was so fast that Kuro didn't even have time to cry out before being split in two. Lisa, seeing the 2 kobolds rushing to attack, cursed, Damn it. The kobolds are fighting back. The fear is gone. Get ready. As he quickly killed a kobold, he said contemptuously, There's no way a level 40 can't beat these monsters. Tenki agreed. We just need to be careful of that big guy. Approaching Hisuka, he said in a loud voice, Get ready. Liha got into a stance and replied. Before the words were even out, the tank's body was split in 2 by a single slash right before his eyes. Chieftain Hisuka continued to swing his saber towards him, and his heart was filled with terror. What? So, it killed a level 50 tank with just 1 blow? This monster. What should I do? Lisa's thoughts were cut short as a streak of light, as fast as lightning, struck down. Taigen, seeing Hisuka finishing off his underlings like chopping wood, panicked. Hey, do something. Kimwa was just as panicked. Yes, me? He was angry. You're a tank. Why don't you know how to use your shields to block on both sides? He quickly replied, I know. Then he quickly recited an incantation to strengthen his defensive power. Kimwa rushed towards Hisuka. Chieftain, my ass. You're just a kobold. Another gleaming slash, as fast as lightning, came down. His hands and 2 shields were instantly severed and flew into the air. A piercing scream rang out. Kimwa roared in pain. My hands. He fell to his knees, trembling, his words becoming broken and difficult. Suddenly, Kimwa was stunned. Without even seeing the opponents move, his body was split in 2. Red blood splattered everywhere. His life ended just like that. Taigen was terrified to the extreme. He didn't even get to scream once. Liha, witnessing this scene, was just as shocked. His mind had to silently exclaim, so strong. Before, many kobolds were killed in this village. The pressure of the tribe's survival was always looming, and the humans never left the village. At that time, Hisuka appeared and punished all the humans. He, on the tree branch, observed the situation and silently assessed. The members of Rising Sun have full equipment and weapons for defense. It can be said they are an attack group as strong as a level 60. If I were Hisoka and attacked such a strong group, then that level 30 guy is clearly not suitable to fight me. He's really a monster. Hisoka reminded him in a deep voice, "You're the last human." Taigen trembled, glanced around, and then accused, "Listen to me. There's still the sniper." He turned his head towards the forest and roared, "That's enough. Sniper, you saw everything, right? I know you're nearby. If you help me this time, I'll forgive you for everything." Lee Ha was alarmed and hit himself. What is he doing? At a time like this? This guy. Taigen's voice became urgent. "Where are you hiding? Come out and help me." Hisoka was silent and then looked up to observe. There was a human here. Its eyes turned bloodshot, its voice full of anger. And there's still another one? Lee Ha's back went cold. Damn it. Taigen became more and more panicked. That shooter. Quick, help me. Lee Ha did his best to hide behind the tree trunk. He still hasn't discovered my position. As long as I don't attack, I'll be safe for now. The gun is loaded. The distance is also good. But Hisoka's aura made him not dare to act rashly. But if one shot doesn't kill him, the one who will die is me. Even if I die from a single shot, I will also die at the hands of the Cobalt Chieftain and the other Cobalts. Carefully calculating, he suddenly became pensive. So if I shoot now, I'll die either way. Lee Ha bent down, intending to leave. I have to move very gently and slowly. It's okay. If I don't shoot, he won't hear me. Meanwhile, Hisoka was swinging his saber and threatening. You human, if you're smart, don't step in here again. Taigen was scared but still cursed. Get away, you bastard. Fear made him go crazy. Is being the chieftain a big deal? If I die, you won't live in peace either. The saber in Hisoka's hand decisively slashed down. A severed foot flew past his face, causing Taigen, who was rambling on, to immediately fall silent before the words even left his mouth. His eyes suddenly contracted, and then a desperate scream echoed through the space. Trembling on the ground, Taigen cried out in pain. My leg. Seeing Hisoka approaching, he helplessly dragged his body on the ground in panic. Taigen tried to control his fear and begged, Spare me. Please. I won't come back here again. Chieftain Hisoka's voice rang out. Humans are a species that specializes in breaking promises. Then it didn't hesitate to swing its saber. In an instant, his panicked face was split in two. Lee Ha, who was hiding, broke out in a cold sweat witnessing this scene. He watched Taigen disappear and couldn't help but exclaim, If that arrogant guy dies, Rising Sun will be completely wiped out. It's a good thing he's dead. But the problem is, the Cobalts are now agitated. Even if there are other people in the tribe, they won't help me. I have to save myself. The Cobalts angrily shouted, You human, where are you? Find that hiding human. Seeing them split up in different directions to search, Lee Ha was secretly happy. Those Cobalts are spreading out to find me. But it's a good thing. If they spread out, there will be an opening. But Hisoka is the scary one. I can't treat it like a monster. It's an NPC that simulates a human. Suddenly, Hisoka turned his head, his attention completely focused on the right side. Its nose twitched, and it sniffed a few times, then silently sniffed the air. Gritting its sharp teeth, Hisoka spoke. Here. It roared to inform the soldiers of the tribe. There's a person. Hearing that, Lee Ha was startled. I'm screwed. I've been discovered. He was gradually approaching this direction. As he aimed, he hesitated. Should I wait for him to get closer before firing? Or should I fire now? At this close a distance, he can see me just as I can see him. Lee Ha carefully watched Hisoka's every move and then reassured himself. Calm down, Lee Ha. Calmness is flexibility, and flexibility is calmness. Adjusting his breathing and aiming at his head, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. However, suddenly, Chieftain Hisoka's eyes flashed. His expression seemed very angry. He shouted an order. Summon all the guards back here. There's a person. A person. Lee Ha was alarmed. Crap. I've been discovered. It's too late to shoot now. Just then, Hisoka's voice continued. Everyone, to the entrance. Protect me. The human is at the entrance. As soon as the words were out, it led the Cobalt army forward. The sudden turn of events left him bewildered. The entrance? Hurrying to jump down to the ground, Lee Ha quickly calculated. Although I don't understand why, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have to move to a favorable position for aiming immediately before the Cobalt chieftain comes back here. As he arranged some branches for camouflage, he thought, but what about the person at the entrance? Could it be that besides me, there's someone else? Who distracted them for me? I'm very grateful, but... Very quickly, Liha had put on his leaf camouflage and rushed off. I won't give up the Cobalt Chieftain to that person. In the dark night, a panicked voice was suddenly heard. Markan, Markan, run. In the distance, the figures of two people were running for their lives. We've been discovered, Shige complained. That's why I told you to be careful when we went in, Hana-chan. Hana was excited, but I was curious. This is the first time I've seen the chieftain. As she ran, she exclaimed, the chieftain is so strong. Shige was worried. He took down that rising sun guy in a flash. It would be hard for us to last with just this. Behind them, Chieftain Hisoka and the Cobalt Army were in hot pursuit. Humans, catch them. Shige, while moving, was skeptical. Did Liha really lure the chieftain away? Recalling when Liha questioned a Cobalt upon entering the village, he was doubtful. Could it be that he knew just from those few clues? Hana, beside him, suddenly cried out, Markan, Markan, which snapped Shige back to reality. She was gradually falling behind, her breathing ragged and chaotic. I can't take it anymore. Shige quickly took out a talisman and tore it in half. I have no choice. In an instant, a large wall of fire erupted in the air, separating the monsters from the two of them. The kobolds shouted in fear, a wall of fire. Chieftain Hisoka was angry. You humans, daring to set fire to the kobolds of the Hisoka tribe. Grabbing Hana's hand and pulling her away, Shige shouted a reminder. Hang in there, Hana-chan. We just need to run out of the village. She replied with difficulty. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, a pair of large hands easily pierced through the wall of fire. Immediately after, Hisoka tore through the barrier and strode out majestically. Hana cried out in surprise. Markan, the chieftain has torn through the wall of fire. Shige took out another talisman, while instructing. We're almost there. Hold my hand, Hana-chan. She immediately. Quick as a flash, he shouted, return, and used his mouth to tear the talisman in his hand. At that crucial moment, Chieftain Hisoka suddenly froze as if stunned. His face showed pain, and then suddenly, Hisoka's knees buckled and he fell to the ground, his arms hanging limp. The other two were momentarily stunned. However, before they could understand what was happening, Shige had already taken Hana and quickly flew up into the air to escape. He wondered to himself, what was that just now? Why did the Cobalt Chieftain suddenly collapse like that? At the same time, Hisoka's body was gradually disappearing. A few minutes earlier, while the wall of fire created by Shige was blazing, Liha's foot had gently landed on the Cobalt's watchtower. He observed Hisoka and the Cobalt army in the distance and carefully calculated. Although it's not a prime location, this position is also very good. Moreover, with that fire magic, I can predict the wind direction and speed from the smoke. Once again, thank you to that stranger. Raising his gun to aim, Liha calculated. The wind has almost stopped blowing. Speed is 1 meter per second, direction is south-southwest. The bullet's trajectory won't be affected by the wind. The distance is 150 meters. However, when adjusting the scope and target, it was a bit inconvenient. At first, it was 166 meters, then 172 meters, still not right. Liha's voice was a bit irritable. Damn it, it's getting further and further away. When the distance reached 180 meters, the image of Hisoka was very clear in the scope. He was excited. Got it. Liha quickly released the safety and then decisively pulled the trigger. A loud explosion rang out. The bullet left the barrel, tearing through the wind. Hisoka thus took a full, painful blow. Before it could regain its balance, the next series of bullets rained down like a storm, giving it absolutely no chance to retaliate. The kobolds were dazed, watching their mighty chieftain being suppressed. Soon, Hisoka's giant body collapsed to the ground. The entire Cobalt pack immediately fell into chaos. Chieftain, this is bad. Chieftain, the chieftain has been defeated. Meanwhile, the system announced a level up because Liha had just completed the mission. He clenched his fist in excitement. A surge of power filled his entire body, causing Liha to suddenly curl up. Then he jumped up in victory. This is the feeling. The system said, you have defeated Chieftain Hisoka. Therefore, for the next hour, all kobolds will have their power reduced by 50%. Li Ha was still amazed. A full 50%. The kobolds that Rising Sun killed earlier haven't even respawned yet. So the remaining ones will only be level 15 to 20 monsters, right? Moreover, they killed the monsters without taking any items. Items from monsters and from players will all drop. First, I have to confirm the achievement. The system popped up and updated the achievement. After reading it, Li Ha couldn't help but be excited. Just speed alone has increased by 30 points. The Hall of Fame representative is great. This. Next, he continued to review the content sent by the system and commented, "It seems to be getting more serious. What's this about a new light of the Central Lands? From now on, I'll meet people with higher levels. Can I kill them with just one shot? I'm even listed in the Hall of Fame." Even so, Li Ha thought, but if it were those top-ranked people in the world, they could probably handle it in one blow. He let out a relieved sigh. So lucky. The achievement panel appeared again. After reading it, Li Ha sighed in relief. If it weren't for these two achievements, it would have been impossible to defeat Hisoka at my level. After that, he pieced together what he had just done. From Achievement B, I've already gotten 12 points. I put everything into the bullet right before I shot it. Through that, Li Ha suddenly took a paper packet from his bag. From now on. Then he decisively bit off a corner with arrogance. Is my hunting time. Under the dark purple sky, a small village nestled at the foot of the mountain gradually appeared. At that moment, the system reported another level up. Li Ha happily held the newly enhanced flintlock in his hand. Alright, level 32. Since all the kobolds are weakened for an hour, I can take them all down by myself. And he wanted to see more information. That's enough hunting. Status window. The system immediately updated the player's status. But Li Ha felt something was off. Achievement is 18, Stanford is 35. The highest stat is still speed, as always. Wait a minute, stamina is also important, right? Because it increases survivability. But if so, isn't strength the same? I need to increase it a lot more. Li Ha's tension thus arose. And MP2. It determines how many times I can use skills. It's too complicated. A sniper is not a simple player. Basically, it all depends on the distance, but depending on the situation, it's not like that. One shot, one kill. Whether it's the enemy or me. That's the nature of a sniper player. After some consideration, Li Ha finally made a decision. I'll keep 5 points and put the rest into speed. After finishing, he could also rest assured. Alright, speed is 327. If I calculate it, a speed stat like this is equivalent to level 63. A name suddenly appeared in Li Ha's thoughts. Agruni Igor. His motivation surged from that. Just wait a little longer. I'm coming for you. But currently, Li Ha was facing a difficult situation. Well, I have to go deep into Yelp now, right? According to the mission, I have to sell these items. Oh, I'm so busy. That's right. I still have to decide one more thing. Time is almost up. Should I send it? Or should I just sell it? To avoid as much trouble as possible, Li Ha decided. I'll probably just give the reward to Madame Cho. A simple decision. After reading the content on the notification panel, he couldn't help but be bewildered. The reward for success is an invitation to the grand opening of Holly Grill 2? What kind of weird reward is this? Anyway, it's the Central Lands. It's really strange. Under the gentle sunlight, a small house appeared amidst the green trees. Someone was tapping their fingers on the table and letting out a tense sigh. Madame Cho is driving me crazy. Why hasn't she contacted me? Last time, I only received one letter. It's been 3 months with no news. Is it just empty this time too? Or did something bad happen? At the same time, Li Ha was trying to find his way. He decided to open the system window. The road to Yelt. Where can I go? Or should I see what equipment is available first? I don't know what equipment drops from hunting kobolds. What did that uncle from Rising Sun drop? Suddenly, his face showed great surprise. This is... An item was appearing before Li Ha's eyes along with its attribute panel. It even has a skill? In Li Ha's mind, Taigen's words suddenly flashed. If all enemies can approach and it can absorb all attacks, then isn't it almost like having another life? Thinking back made him laugh with amusement. How could that uncle be killed with such an amazing skill? Why didn't he use the skill? Immediately, Li Ha remembered. I still have 2 special pieces of equipment from Hisoka. That's the necklace from the Cobalt Chieftain's tusk. and the Cobalt Chieftain's greatsword. Even so, Li Ha had to let it go. But it's a bit of a shame I can't use these weapons. I have to wear this necklace. A 10% increase in critical hit rate is really the item for me. Even without the full set effect, this is still pretty good. Finally, Li Ha gathered his spirits. All right. Now, his gaze turned towards the wooden house. I have to go complete the mission. Standing in front of this somewhat shabby building, Li Ha couldn't help but judge. Our academy really looks like the most rundown building in the capital. Or am I mistaken? Even so, he still approached and pushed the door open. Why does it look even more depressing than the buildings in Simul? Li Ha announced in a bored tone, I'm back. The scene inside made him bewildered. Gunshots. Following, that was a loud scream. Ah, I'm done for. Meanwhile, Li Ha was still dazed. What is happening here? An NPC shouted a warning. You think you can still get away with this? Li Ha immediately pointed his gun at him to be on guard. An intruder. Another NPC was trembling with fear but still tried to threaten. If you make a scene in the capital like this, then... And Li Ha could clearly feel the current situation. There's another person inside too. More gunshots. The NPC screamed loudly. Boss. His voice was so loud it echoed outside. The NPC who had Li Ha's gun pointed at him panicked and assured. I know. I'm going. I already said I'm going. It seems the war hero is still alive. We'll see. Suddenly, something distracted Li Ha. Unbelievable. He looked towards Brow and was stunned. A total of 3 gunshots. How could that person use a gun so quickly? After dealing with the other NPCs, Brow let out a sigh of relief. Just got back, kid? Li Ha hesitated a bit and then replied. His attention was again on the gun that he was holding. The scene from just now suddenly appeared in Li Ha's mind. 3 shots in about 20 seconds. That's absurd. With just 1 gun. Brow definitely used 3 bullets. With just that 1 gun. Later, Brow requested, sit. Meanwhile, Li Ha was still immersed in his thoughts. 3 shots in 20 seconds. It takes 10 seconds for the first bullet to be fired. A revolver doesn't take that long. Only 7 seconds. That's just a rifle. It can't be used that quickly. A bolt action with no bullets. It would still take 3 to 5 seconds. With a rifle, if you can increase the speed of the bolt action, that's truly world-class. Li Ha's eyes opened to see the scene around the room. Seeing what was in front of him, he could be sure of his conclusion. 3 gun racks. It really is the 3 musketeers. Because Li Ha was staring intently at the gun rack, Brow asked, does it look that bad? Li Ha was startled and quickly denied it. No, it's not that. After that, he revealed some information. Last night, Sir Du came here to let everyone know that Hisoka's mana has disappeared. Hearing this, Li Ha just faintly responded. Brown didn't forget to praise him. Even though you had to go quite far, you came back faster than I thought. You've worked hard, kid. Li Ha scratched his head and said, it was nothing. At the same time, the system announced the mission was complete and updated the affinity level. Li Ha was secretly overjoyed. Suddenly, Brow spoke. As expected, Li Ha was momentarily confused. Brow didn't explain and even bared his teeth in denial. Ah, no. Better than expected. The system immediately showed the mission progress. After reading those lines, Li Ha couldn't hide his joy. Thank you, sir. Then Brow shared. It will probably take some time for me to gather the bare equipment. Even so, Li Ha could affirm. It's okay, sir. I'll be right back. Brow had already gone to get a book at some point. Too noisy. I don't want to waste it like that. Finally, he got to the main point. You have other things to do. Li Ha had noticed a change. Oh, kid has changed to Ute. Then he raised his hand and politely suggested. May I ask a question? Brow replied in a deep voice. What is it? The issue from earlier had made Li Ha very curious. How can you use a gun so quickly? Yet Brow seemed not to acknowledge it. You think that's fast? You're still green. You're still just a kid. His words made Li Ha raise a question. Could it be that it can be even faster? Finally, he couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out. Is it a skill? Brow immediately denied it. No way. Li Ha continued. Or is it magic related to guns? Brow continued. The fact that you're still sitting here is magic. Li Ha was very focused on extracting information. Then, is there something in that black gun? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Li Ha silently pieced things together. There's definitely something. It's not a skill, and it's not magic. The keyword of this conversation with Brow. Familiar daily images flashed through his brain, from the shooting target to even the scarecrow. From those things, Liha asked a question in his head. The system just updated the Three Musketeers achievement. With all my guesses and intuition, I'm certain there's definitely something. Suddenly, Liha's eyes widened in surprise. He had just thought of something. That gun, isn't it related to the founders of this academy? While Liha was still in a tangled mess, Brow slammed the water cup down on the table, and he spoke in a deep voice. Have you ever heard of the Three Musketeers? At this moment, Liha snapped out of it. All right, I have the keyword. Even so, he didn't forget to answer the question. If it's the Three Musketeers, are you talking about the three people who founded the Browbeth Academy? Through that, Brow listed the function of each person. Brow of speed, Brow of penetration, Elizabeth of accuracy. No, it would be more correct to call her Missy Brown. There was something that made Liha wonder. Then the name of the academy. Before he could finish, Brow had already answered. That is, of the kingdom. That was a wonderful time. The academy was full of energy. Many students came. Every time the story of the Three Musketeers on the battlefield was passed around, everyone brought their guns to this place. It was shining and crowded everywhere, with no place to stand. A long line of training schedules. Can you imagine? And Liha confirmed, yes, I can. Brow returned to the main story. Those two were different from me. From the way they treated others to how they ran the academy. He himself had to admit it again. Very different. From the details Brow had just revealed, Liha fell into a moment of silence. While he was still continuing the story, those other two, they disappeared on the battlefield. And then everything was over. At this point, Brow's voice became serious. I'm entrusting this to you. The legends have disappeared. At that moment, the system showed the main content and assigned the mission. Liha filtered out the most important keywords. Search for Brow and Elizabeth. The legends have disappeared. The content of the mission notification just now made Liha extremely bewildered. What is this? Is it really just confirming whether they're alive or not? No way. How could those googles give such an easy mission? If they went missing during battle, it's normal to receive a memorial and be listed as a legend, but to have a mission to find them like this, they must be more than just a memorial. If I give up, I won't complete the mission. If I don't complete the mission, I'll be punished somehow. So I'll just give it a try. It was a while before he responded to Brow. I'll look into it. Therefore, Liha wanted to know more information. How are those two now? But Brow didn't answer. He even showed clear suspicion. You? Your face hardened. Can you do it? Faced with that powerful aura, yet Liha was not at all afraid. How will I know if I don't try, right? Suddenly, Brow gritted his teeth and let out a sigh. He questioned, if Mrs. Elizabeth heard an answer like that, she would probably be very angry. Liha was thus dazed. Not only that, but Brow also emphasized, this is not simple. But Liha was particularly calm. Of course it's not simple. After that, he accepted the mission. Therefore, Brow had no choice but to share information about the battle on the plains. He explained everything clearly. At that time, we didn't have the luxury of observing each other. Brow and Elizabeth went to find a suitable place for sniping. I, on the other hand, moved with the joint special forces of the two countries, Boo Bill and Minnie. Hearing this, Liha stamped his foot, silently assessing. How outrageous. Marching on the plains, a sniping point. So the information is only these two things. I have 20 days according to the time of, and now almost 4 days have passed. One mistake, and I'll be back to square one. And most importantly, Liha remembered Brow's words. The number of successful people is 2. From that, he told himself, before me, 2 people have already completed this mission. I have to get my act together too. According to the provided materials, Liha considered and made a decision. All right, first, I'll go to the nearby shops to get some information. Just after setting foot in the first location, he was already complaining. There's nothing easy in this world. The shop owner, after receiving the supplies, politely expressed his gratitude. Have a safe trip, customer. Thank you for selling this shield to us. See you again. Yes. Liha only gave a perfunctory response. His bargaining level had reached level 5. In his heart, there was a little hope. Anyway, selling the shield helped increase my bargaining skill. I hope I can get some information at the weapon shop. The voice from another shop rang out. Please come in. Recognizing a familiar face, Kavo showed clear joy. Oh hey. Liha. What are you looking for? A new weapon. Liha briefly explained the situation. Kavo immediately realized. You're talking about Mr. Brow and Mrs. Elizabeth, right? They were a famous couple during the war. Seeing his enthusiastic attitude, Liha guessed. There must be some useful news here. Kavo tried to recall what he knew. I've heard many people rumor that they are no longer alive. But the first rumor was not that. That surprised Liha. The first rumor? He took the opportunity to try to get more information. What was that rumor? Kavo looked mysterious. That, come closer. He covered his mouth and whispered something as if he were about to reveal a shocking secret. As soon as Kavo's words were out, Liha shouted in surprise. Really? He was still very calm. It's just a rumor. Even so, he couldn't put all his hope in these things. This is the most specific information I've found so far. And it's also the most unbelievable rumor. Liha scratched his head tiredly. It's too hard to believe. Anyway, humans won the human-demon war, right? Haha, just kidding. But Kavo's face was clearly serious. The fact that humans won was a miracle. Faced with his serious attitude, Liha had a doubt. The NPC has already confirmed it like that. Should I just investigate it more thoroughly? After that, Liha probed further. But I still find it a bit hard to believe. Do you have any other rumors? Unexpectedly, Kavo gave a blunt reply. Oh hey, if you don't want to believe it, then don't. Liha spoke hesitantly. These rampant rumors like running away from love, they come and go. The shop owner cut him off. The people who used to say that, half of them have already been dealt with by your major general. Even so, Liha was determined not to give up. Who did you hear that first rumor from? After some hesitation, Kavo revealed, You're that curious? Because it's a story told by the last person who saw them. At this moment, Liha could be sure. The person who directly saw them last is this person. Though busy chatting, Kavo didn't forget to sell his goods. That person's name is, if you buy a gun, I might remember. Liha gritted his teeth in frustration. Oh, for real? Why are the NPCs here so multi-level? It was the same at Candle Castle. Then Kavo took out a weapon. Come on, come on. This is a flintlock I'm recommending for you, Liha. It's cheap, 18 gold. This number shocked him. 18. He reminded him. Oh, hey. Pronounce it carefully. Suddenly, Liha became pensive. I was also planning to change my weapon gradually. He reviewed each item Kavo presented. The first one he suggested is too expensive. The Spid. Fill, attack power 1270, but it costs strength. The Needle Gun. I don't like the name, but it's suitable for someone from level 35 to 45. I've decided. For now, I'll use this one. After much thought, Liha made a decision. Boss, sell me this needle gun. Yes, I'll choose this one. In the next sentence, his voice suddenly changed unusually. But boss, it turned out he had activated the bargaining skill again. How much are you going to sell it to me for? After negotiating, Liha happily left. Good luck with your business, boss. Only Kavo was heartbroken. It's no different from daylight robbery. In contrast to him, Liha was very proud of his achievement. I got a 70 silver discount. And I even bought a new, discounted flintlock. Most importantly, I found the whereabouts of the person who saw them. In Nitai. It's located below the vast plains of the new marching plains. Now he was more excited than ever. I found a clue. Liha eagerly went to the teleportation support area. 1 ticket to Nitai for 1 person. Luna, the staff member here, said, 80 silver, dear customer. Liha shouted, 80. Luna was impatient. First, use the scroll. Next person. Liha quickly stopped her. Ah, no, wait. He painfully reminded himself. This is not the time to be stingy. In the end, he had to reluctantly hand over the money. Here you go. Luna confirmed. Thank you, foreign customer. I have received 80 silver. She quickly brought Liha into the space. Have a pleasant trip, dear customer. Liha was in the teleportation space. However, he couldn't stop feeling the sting. The best thing money can buy is time. But everything is so expensive. The front is intact, but the back is stripped clean. In a flash, he heard the staff's voice. Welcome to Nitai. Standing on this land, Liha silently guessed. The veteran Kute participated in the Great War. This village is small, so I should be able to find him quickly, right? Next to him, some kids were playing. There. The kids are attacking a strange person. Wah? Go away, monster. Tainayan. Go away. This weapon won't harm his body. Meanwhile, Liha didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Lupanto, all alone, shouted. My sword. I have to find the archer, okay? The kids shouted at each other. Run? The crazy old man is here. Liha stood there in a daze. I don't know why. If I help him with these kids, the NPC's mission for me would be too simple. After that, he chose to turn away. Since I have 2 time-limited missions, I'll come help you later. Wait for me, Lupanto Kute. Liha continued his journey. All right. First, the tavern in the village. He maintained a cheerful spirit and pushed the door open. Excuse me. But as soon as he saw the gloomy scene inside, Liha held his breath. The atmosphere seems dangerous. Just then, Bali, the tavern owner, greeted him with a serious face. Welcome, customer. Liha quickly regained his composure. Ah, yes. I'd like to ask a few things. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel dejected. Since this is a border area, there are often many rough-looking people here. Some even have 1 arm. Maybe it's because they're in the tavern so early in the morning that I'm so nervous. And so, Liha began to probe the situation with each person in Nitai. Adam, hearing the name just mentioned, asked back, Lepanto, the one who always duels. Mason didn't know for sure, but his face was excited. That Lepanto? The one who uses a rapier, right? In contrast, Tanoon spoke in a cold voice. Lupanto is in this village. Even if he had both hands cut off, it would only be the police chief. No one in this village has that kind of ability. With that vague information, Liha had to leave again. They answered me about Lepanto, but I didn't get anything out of it. The current trend made him feel even more stressed. Damn it. If so, there's no other way. Lupanto is a rapier user and was very active on the battlefield of the human-demon war back then. What Liha knew flooded his mind, and the rumor about Brow and Elizabeth betraying humanity. At that moment, Kavo's whisper flashed through his head. Someone saw them go directly to meet the Demon King. He even emphasized each word. Lupanto, the one-armed man of Nitai, that's him. However, the problem at hand was making Liha even more tired. Even if that's true, if I say it out loud, everything will end. There's no more time. At that moment, the system announced that the deadline for the Holy Grail was 12 days. 19 days for the disappeared legends. After reading it, Liha felt re-energized and hurriedly pushed himself. Today, I have to search all the shops in this Nitai. He continued to gather information. Owen, when asked, said, Lepanto? I've never heard that name. Even though he was a resident here, Walter was also helpless. Who is that? If you're not buying anything, please leave. But is there such a person in Nitai? I've never heard of him. When Liha arrived at a shop, the owner politely responded, Sorry, but we're about to close. Even so, he persisted. But the answer when he met Victor was similar. Lepanto? Lepanto? There's no customer with that name. Going from morning to night without getting anything useful, his heart was burning like fire. He's clearly a famous person. The one who uses a rapier. There aren't many people like that in this world. Then he looked up at the sky in frustration. I don't even know what he looks like. After a short rest, Liha stretched and stood up. Oh my, I have to find a few more places. Suddenly, a hand touched him, making Liha scream. Ah! His whole body trembled. He quickly turned his head. Who is it? The person in front of him let out a mischievous laugh. Hi. Lupanto excitedly requested with a strange hand gesture. Do you want to play war with me? Recognizing the familiar face, Liha remembered. I saw him this morning. It's that crazy guy, right? Then he scratched his head and refused. No, it's already sad. Let's do it next time. But he had no intention of giving up. Hee. Playing at night is more fun. You don't know, right? Suddenly, Liha froze with wide eyes. No, wait. He noticed something unusual. My synchronization rate is 50% right now, but I didn't notice that beggar's footsteps. Looking at the man who had no image of a soldier made Liha guess if it was just a crazy NPC. Unable to bear the curiosity, Liha decided to ask directly. Hey, uncle. With a little hesitation, he finally continued to speak. Excuse me, uncle, but one of your arms. As soon as the wind blew Lupanto's robe up, Liha could see clearly. It's gone. At that moment, he could be sure that the person he had been looking for so long, so far away, was right in front of him. I finally found him. Lupanto. But he was currently like a fool and uttered strange words. Forward, Sky. Follow my blade. As if he were still on the old battlefield. Follow my rapier. Follow Lupanto. Seeing the other person acting like a clown, Liha could only hold his breath. After that, he put aside his awkwardness and focused on the most important thing. I found Lupanto. I can ask about the truth of that rumor. Uncle Lupanto, my name is Liha. I have something to ask you. Are you? Before the words were out, Lupanto's shout drowned out Liha's voice. Forward, Sky. The battle is not over yet. Not only that, but he also laughed heartily and ran off to play. Hi. Liha struggled to chase after him. Wait a minute. Uncle Lupanto. However, the distance was getting further and further, making him struggle greatly. Damn it. Why is he so fast? Even with my speed, it's not enough. He's a veteran of the war, right? But I'm sure it's the other way around. He's not just an ordinary madman. I can't miss him. Therefore, Liha became even more determined, to the point of shouting loudly to question him. I want to ask something. About Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth. Mentioning these two names made Lupanto involuntarily stop. The lively atmosphere from before automatically disappeared. He slowly turned his head with a reminder. Run away, you fool. Lupanto's face at this moment was clearer than ever. If you just sit there like that. The astonishment was clear on Liha's face at the moment he continued to speak. You'll be shot by Brow. Not only did he not gather anything, but Liha also had more questions. Shot by Brow? What are you talking about? After that, Lupanto continued to run off. Hi. Run away. Run away. If you want to block Brow's bullet, you'll need at least 5 shields. Liha wanted to go crazy with this person. Where are you going again? Lupanto's voice echoed from afar. Run. Run further. Elizabeth is watching from a distance. That made Liha pay attention. Elizabeth. So he quickly chased after him. As expected, he definitely knows something. But halfway through, Lupanto suddenly sobbed. Hoo-hoo. Liha was like a cow being led by the nose, not understanding what was happening. What? Why? Why are you suddenly crying? Lupanto held out a trembling hand forward, his voice whispering. Mister, don't go. Don't abandon us. Following that was a mournful sob. The sound echoed, leaving Liha stunned. His round eyes clearly showed his shock, frozen by Lupanto's developments from before. Through this, Liha finally realized. That is post-traumatic stress disorder. This trauma is extremely serious. I was taught this in my unit before. People who have gone through fierce battles often have these symptoms. And he could confirm. Lupanto is still living in the war. In the end, after all, Liha's body finally turned away, his robe fluttering in the wind. He clearly understood that he could no longer rely on him. In this state, asking more is useless. I have to find another way to approach this. On the small fire, a few pieces of grilled meat gave off a fragrant aroma. Liha held some seasoning and raised his hand high, along with a paper fan to blow air into the small stove. Grilling level 5. He looked no different from a witch cooking. Come here. You're hungry, right, Lupanto? Chef Liha. He was drooling so much. This is... With his keen nose, it didn't take Lupanto 3 seconds to recognize it. The smell of delicious food. Seeing that attitude, a bad idea popped into Liha's head. Got him. He took the opportunity to deliberately tease. Smells good, right? Who am I grilling this meat for? Who should I feed this to? Hey, are you listening to me? Lupanto couldn't hold back any longer and immediately started eating. The meat is cooked. Scott. The words just spoken made Liha pay attention again. Who is Scott? He took advantage of the situation. Mr. Lupanto, let's eat this meat deliciously and then have a chat. Because Liha thought, when the stomach is full, the mind will also be clearer. Lupanto commented and said, You talk like a fool, Sky. The Demon King's army is still piled up over there. Your cooking skills have improved a lot, SQA. In just a blink of an eye, the food was all gone, surprisingly Liha. It's all gone already? After a delicious meal, Lupanto continued to cause trouble. We have to destroy the remnants of the Demon King. Hurry up. To the battlefield. Liha quickly stopped him. Let's talk for a bit, Sir Knight. He pleaded earnestly. That battle is dangerous, isn't it? Please support me. Those words made Lupanto wonder. Support? Aye. Liha's voice was serious. He read out two names, Mr. and Miss Elizabeth. Lupanto was stunned for a moment and then reminded him, Brow and Elizabeth, they won't come back. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. That's what they said. I reported it to my superiors, but instead, I was the one who was punished. It's only natural. How can you tarnish the nation's hero? From what Lupanto just said, Liha could confirm. This person doesn't just know about it. He was the last one to talk to them. I can get accurate information now. Not long after, Lupanto was foolishly running and jumping again. Bring me my cloak, SQA. We have to deal with the traitor. Liha was speechless. Is that all? Do I have to cook for him again? Where did he go again? I have to talk to him a few more times. I have to stall for time. At that moment, the system appeared. Liha finished reading and deduced. A new mission? If I don't find the rapier for him, Lupanto won't live. If I succeed, I only get +1, but if I fail, it's -30? What kind of weird condition is this? Just as he was thinking, Lupanto had already run a long distance. Wait for me. There was something Liha still hadn't figured out. Sir Knight, where are we going? He replied matter-of-factly. To the battlefield, of course. With the information he had, Liha confirmed. This is the plains of the marching army. It's outside the Puvin border. It's where Mr. Brown and Mr. Elizabeth left. A desolate field where even monsters are never seen. Lupanto squinted one eye and looked into the distance as if he had discovered something. The cursed ent and the dark, sorry legion. Liha repeated in a daze. The cursed ent, the Der Legion? Considering the current situation, he calculated. I can't check the level of these monsters. I can't just fight them unexpectedly like this. I only have 100 bullets left. I have to go back so the monsters don't notice. In such a difficult situation, Lupanto boldly declared, You people, this Lupanto will face you. Bring me my rapier, SQ. Liha's tears wanted to flow. We came here to find your rapier? Mentioning this, Lupanto looked around, searching. Where's my rapier? Liha immediately rushed into battle. If you don't have a weapon, then step back. Two monsters, a cursed ent and a dark fairy, were in front of him. This time, Liha had no choice but to make a decision. The monster has seen me. I can't let Lupanto be killed before I find his rapier. It's a bit annoying, but I have to use it now. Immediately after, Liha took out the Dankate rock gun. He got into a ready position and dealt with them one by one. From the biggest one first. The bullet just fired pierced through a hard wooden tree trunk. It turned out that was part of the ent monster's body. But the current situation was pushing Liha into a difficult position. Attack power is tripled, but can I still use it like this? Not only that, but as soon as he turned around, he saw a dark fairy. Damn it, when did this guy get here? At this rate, Liha had no choice. I have to retreat first. Everything was already complicated, and Lupanto, who knew no fear, added to it. Such weaklings. I just need to stab them once, and it's over. Liha helplessly reminded him. You don't even have a sword. Run faster. After a struggle, he prepared to return to the attack. Reloaded. Liha focused his gun muzzle on the monsters. This time, starting with the small one first. The dark fairy was spreading its wings and was about to rush towards him. Immediately, Liha planted his feet firmly and attacked. Bayonet. The attack pierced through the dark fairy's body. Assault. Meanwhile, Liha didn't need to move another step. But things didn't stop there. The small one just needs to be dealt with one slash. Those slow-moving logs. I have to shoot them until they're no longer alive. Just a few minutes later, the monsters were lying all over the ground. Lupanto was very excited. Amazing sky. And Liha looked at his weapon and acknowledged. So far, it's the one with the highest defensive capability. Lupanto praised him endlessly. With just one gun, you can command an entire army of snipers. Liha, on the other hand, silently judged, if I didn't have skills, I wouldn't be standing here right now. He exuded a murderous aura all over his body. Then he threatened in a deep voice, Mr. Lupanto. The training soldiers scored 7 points. The support archer shot the bow. Please shut your mouth for a bit. Let's talk. This time, Lupanto was a bit cautious. I know. Liha whispered a warning. You can't rush at the monsters first. That made Lupanto wonder. Why? And Liha explained. We have to move secretly to avoid being seen by them. Only then can we win. Finally, Lepanto understood. Oh, so that's it. That makes sense. All right. Not only that, but Liha also revealed more. If you report this to the regimental commander, he'll be very interested. Lepanto agreed. Then let's move in silence. While the two of them were chatting, someone's voice called out. Haliha. Bilin pointed at the other person, wanting to confirm. Is that you, Haliha? Seeing a familiar face, Liha's face showed clear joy. Is that Bilin? He let out a cute laugh. Long time no see. Liha chatted warmly. It's great to see you like this. But why are you here? Bilin said. I'm just hunting. When? That made Liha stunned. Huh? Wait a minute. Hunting? I know he has a lot of experience, but hunting in a place where you can easily lose your life like this? While Bilin remained as innocent as a child, a doubt lingered in Liha's mind. How did he do it? Even Lepanto knew the identity of the person who had just appeared. A kinsman of this Lizardia. What a surprise. Liha burst out laughing. Haha. Immediately after, his eyes returned to a state of scrutiny. The suspicion inside him had not diminished in the slightest. Bilin's academy is on the opposite side of this place. Why is he here? Moreover, he doesn't have a guild and is hunting alone. Finally, he couldn't hold back and spoke up to inquire. You came here to hunt? Your level must have increased quite a bit, right? Bilin replied leisurely. It's just normal. You also have new equipment, Haliha. Meanwhile, Lepanto was excitedly jumping back and forth. I touched his tail and jumped back and forth. Wah! In the very next sentence, Bilin made Liha freeze in astonishment. It looks like boss equipment. Because according to what he knew, even level 200 players can't identify my equipment in a flash like that. But Bilin can talk about my equipment so quickly and accurately. To extract more information, Liha extended an invitation. Just in time. Do you want to come with me? I'm also on a mission. Bilin scratched his head shyly. That would be nice, but I'll run into some trouble. Liha was a little surprised. Oh, what's wrong? As expected, everything was as Liha had deduced. Trouble. So there really is something. Bilin's voice suddenly became dangerous. It's nothing special. But then he immediately agreed. I'm also curious about what mission you're on. I'll go with you. Liha cheerfully continued, and so the two of them formed a team. Lepanto shouted excitedly. Great. One of the strongest in the Demon King's army is Lisa Miz. If we have them with us, we don't have to worry about anything. Now Bilin finally noticed his existence. Why is there a Demon King here? Liha laughed awkwardly and explained. Haha, an NPC. His mind is a bit. Before he could finish, something else distracted him. There are enemies ahead. There must be a cursed ant and a dark fairy legion like this? Yet Bilin still maintained a calm demeanor. He even reminded him, get ready, Haliha. He was momentarily unable to process the situation. As soon as he saw Bilin's bold action, Liha panicked. Bilin, you're not a tank. What are you doing? They have armor. Bilin showed no signs of worry. Haliha, you just focus on that ement, okay? You're pointed with interest. Look, Liha, it's been a long time since I've seen Lisa around here. His underling mimicked. Long time no see, Lisan. Long time no see, Lisa. Bilin stretched his neck high and took a deep breath. Then he blew with all his might to attack the dark fairies. Poison breath. Witnessing this scene, Liha was even more bewildered. What was that just now? He just had to breathe, and the dark fairies were wiped out. Bilin turned his head and signaled. Haliha, now's the time. Only then did Liha regain his composure. His fire arrow shot straight towards where the ement was standing. At the same time, Bilin launched an attack on the remaining one. Poison spit. In just a moment, the ement's body was pierced through. Its entire body gradually faded and disappeared. Liha had his eyes opened. I have to shoot 5 times to kill one. But he just did that, and it was over. Bilin's poison has surpassed the power of a gun. Just how strong has Bilin become? After finishing, Bilin suggested, let's take a break. Lepanto was just waiting for that and laughed heartily. Hi. While he was playing mischievously in a corner, Liha was holding his gun, on guard. Finally, Bilin surveyed the situation. Seeing him so focused, Liha couldn't help but wonder. He said we're taking a break, but why is he looking around like that? I've reached level 33 just by hunting. Anyway, the level of the monsters on this plane is not something a level 30 or 40 can handle. I wonder what level he's at now. In the end, he couldn't hold back and asked, We just parted ways at Cattle Castle not long ago, but what level has Bill Lin reached? He turned his head. Are you curious? And then Bill Lin revealed, I just reached level 51. This shocked Li Ha. What? I'm only level 33, but he's already level 51? He exclaimed in disbelief. Unbelievable. Level 51. From Billin's perspective, where to hunt and how to hunt. Just knowing these two things is enough. First, we have to finish this mission quickly. I'm a bit busy. Shall we move on? Suddenly, Lu Panto said in a loud voice, the 7th Infantry Division of the Central Lands and the 3rd Allied Corps. He touched the ground. This place is where my comrades are buried. While everyone was running from the enemy, the Corps, the 7th Platoon, I will be at the front. Li Ha called out in confusion. Knight Lu Panto. Even Bill Lin found it strange. Isn't this a bit dangerous? His attitude changed again. Not only that, Lu Panto also ran frantically forward. My rapier. I'm at the front. I will be at the front. He ignored Li Ha's helpless calls. Knight. This made him raise a question. Has he remembered? It seems like he just arrived at the battlefield and realized the battle was over. While chasing after Lu Panto, Bill Lin revealed, this is also difficult. The undead are ahead. Li Ha wasn't quite sure. Undead. And Bill Lin confirmed, I don't think my poison will work on the skeletons. Right now, Li Ha only had one goal. Anyway, Lu Panto is regaining his memory. I have to find the location of the rapier. Escorting the veteran is also about to end. It was a long time before Lu Panto finally stopped. Found it. SQUA. I see my sword. He trembled as he reached out his hand forward, pulling an old image from his memory. On that day of victory, at the place where those two left. As soon as he saw it, Bill Lin guessed. Your mission is probably his story, right? And Li Ha said, it's a mission specifically for snipers. Lu Panto's emotions grew more and more intense. I have to stop those two from leaving. I have to report it. Report it. Did I report it? I did report it. Magic. Who was controlled by magic? Seeing the situation before him, Bill Lin advised, Li Ha, don't let the NPC make any more noise. At that moment, Lu Panto screamed loudly, then read out two names. Mr. and Mrs. Elizabeth. At that moment, the ground showed signs of cracking, carrying with it a strange light. A horrifying zombie suddenly emerged. Bill Lin was a bit annoyed, because another monster came out. Damn it, that's why I said we need to be quiet. Li Ha could tell their species. The Clayton and the zombie are undead. He fired a shot at the zombie's skull, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Even so, he still took responsibility. Leave the Claytons to me. Don't think about one-shotting them. Just cut off their lower bodies. This time, it was Bill Lin's turn to wonder. Cut them off? How did you know that? Then he held out his sharp claws. Anyway, and rushed forward. The leg is this part, right? The zombie just kept growling fiercely. Now it was getting close, but Li Ha was in a difficult situation. Damn it, I don't have time to reload. At this point, he had no choice but to risk it. Then, Li Ha stabbed the muzzle of his gun straight into the zombie's stomach. Assault blade. He gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. I've come this far, I can't fail. After a struggle, the zombie was defeated and lay on the ground. Through that, Li Ha could let out a sigh of relief. This is the last one. At the same time, Bill Lin reported, this side is done too. Immediately, a voice rang out, affirming, it's not over yet. So I can't forgive you. You think we wouldn't find you if you left the border? They even cursed. You damn lizard. Li Ha's eyes widened as he saw the familiar symbol. That guild's pattern. This appearance really surprised him. Rising Sun? Why are they here? Seeing the group before him, Bill Lin immediately warned. Li Ha, while you can still run, you should run now. Of course, in the current situation, Li Ha couldn't agree. You see the NPC's condition. It's hard to run even if I want to. Besides, I have a debt to repay them. Bill Lin was a bit surprised. A debt? Then he got into a fighting stance. Anyway, they're not the type to let us go, even if we give them what they want. So, Li Ha, I'll need you to attack them first. Taking this opportunity, Li Ha set a condition. In return, you have to help me with something later. The people from Rising Sun started to act arrogant. Choose quickly. Hand it over now, or you're going straight to hell. Killing OS outside the border won't increase your stats for points. Not only that, but brands also declared, No matter how many times you log in, I'll kill you that many times. As soon as the words were out, he was immediately hit by a bullet through the brain, leaving the rest of the group in confusion. Well, what was that? The boss was killed. At the same time, Lin quickly made his move. Poisonous mucus. The people from Rising Sun were thus thrown into chaos. It's poison. Antidote. Give me the antidote. They were filled with hatred and intended to retaliate. This damn lizard. Observing the opponent's attack speed, Lin silently assessed. Fast reflexes. Are all these guys level 60? On the other side, Liha was a bit tired. Fighting and retreating to buy time like when I fought the general is really tiring. If Lepunto is dealt with, the quest will be over. Just then, one of them charged forward, aiming for him. Go to hell, you sniper. Liha reacted quickly and immediately blocked the attack. Lure attack. The clash between the two was so powerful that the space seemed to want to explode. Fong, knowing he had the upper hand, smirked smugly. Meanwhile, Liha was struggling to resist. He's strong, even stronger than the monsters. Surprisingly, one of the Rising Sun members charged forward to attack Lepunto. We have to take out some of their people. That bastard will go to hell first. Dayton BAS. The ground was kicked up with dust, proving the attack was very strong. Liha panicked and screamed silently. No. Seeing the chaotic situation before him, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. My quest, has it failed? As the dust gradually settled, a familiar figure appeared. Leave them. Lepunto appeared with a completely different aura than before. His whole body radiated a great power, accompanied by a greeting. Who is it? Then he spoke in a deep voice. Eski? Hey, foreigner. Is this your enemy? Liha replied awkwardly. A bald man was about to charge forward for a sneak attack. Where did another one come from? Double slash. With just a wave of his hand, Lepunto stopped him. Run? Add a simple. Kuro. In no time, the bald man was gone. Lepunto coldly uttered. No need to ask. The people from Rising Sun realized the current danger and shouted to each other. Kill him first. However, they only received a disdainful reply from Lepunto. You think you can kill me? The Demon King's army is truly ridiculous. In less than 5 seconds, the two who had just aggressively charged forward were eliminated. Not only that, but Lepunto also frankly criticized, too slow. Witnessing the magnificent scene just now, Liha was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Even Lin had to admire him. He defeated them all without a weapon. Where did you find such a quality NPC? I want an NPC like that too. Liha replied in a daze. He's just a quest NPC. Suddenly, Lepunto carefully knelt before Liha. It turned out he wanted to express his feelings. Thank you. Thanks to you. I sincerely thank you. Without you, I would have surely lived like that for the rest of my life. Despised by the world, having lost my memory and my sword, Pier. This brooch, without you, I would not have found it. Liha was once again astonished. That light is a magic sword? At that moment, the system announced that Liha had completed the quest and leveled up. Looking at the achievement he just received, he had to marvel. Intimacy with Lepunto reached 100 points, and my reputation across the continent also increased. There are also contribution points for Pubble. So Lepunto is a very famous person on this continent. The rewards are really generous. But my main goal has not yet been achieved. Lepunto slowly spoke. Memory control magic. He explained the whole story. You shouldn't listen to what I have to say about Sir Brow and Elizabeth. They were the ones who put me under the memory control magic. The strategist of the 3rd Legion, the wizard Rossage. He erased our old memories. Hearing this familiar name, Lin suddenly remembered. The wizard Rossage? The head mage of PL? Lepunto continued the story. But in the royal records, there will be a record of the battle. That record can only be edited and deleted by the king, so our report must also be recorded there. Actually, there was another problem that was troubling Liha. In the royal family, the records have their whereabouts. But my reputation stat is not high enough. If I can't find the evidence, the Major General will go crazy. Suddenly, Lepunto lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Liha. I can't meet Mr. Brow. I'm not alive anymore. Why did they have to cast this magic spell on us? So that I could be eliminated from this world without being tainted. So I can't return to the capital. I can't stay in Pubble. If Rosage finds me, both I and the other knights will be in danger. Then Lepunto offered a coin. Take this. Brown knows how to use it. Liha didn't quite understand. This. Lepunto didn't explain further, only leaving a message. The evidence I've given them is enough. Seeing him turn around, Liha wondered, Knight, where are you going? And Lepunto said, I have to chase after them. Now Liha remembered. Sir Brow and Mrs. Elizabeth. Lepunto continued to speak. For the comrades who have fallen, you must hear the answer I have yet to say. Thank you, Liha. I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Billin also didn't forget Lepunto's contribution. Anyway, thank you. Thanks to you defeating the Rising Sun Guild, we can relax a bit. Liha announced some news. I've completed the quest, so I have to return to the capital. Billin continued. What a pity. It was fun leveling up together. His tone suddenly became serious. Liha. Billin smiled foolishly and said some strange words. You should grow up. Grow up really fast. But Liha couldn't understand. Billin, why are you helping me? He was confused. Did I do that? He listed each event. The most important thing in Middle-earth is information. Information about monsters, how to complete quests. High-level information is bought and sold. You're the one who gave me a lot of that information. But Billin thought, it's because you have potential. Give a lot to get a lot back. Because I see a lot of potential in you. However, Liha was a bit hesitant. But, I'm just a gunman who hasn't even reached level 40. Billin replied matter-of-factly. First, you should work hard to get promoted. Then it will be my turn to receive back what I've given. Jing Gong is level 23. Try to catch up to him. Liha was slightly surprised. Jing Gong is already level 23? He's surprisingly good at games. In the end, he had to say goodbye. I know. See you later. Level up a lot, and let's meet again. Billin waved. Take care, Liha. Sonda Liha added. And next time, don't hide good weapons from me. Brazil chased us all the way here for that short sword, right? Billin didn't expect his secret to be revealed. When did you see that? I've been caught. The system updated the achievement list again. Following that were a few more lines of encouragement. Currently, Liha was very expectant. I've already gained 22 stat points from the achievement rewards. The final reward must be very generous. But the game is only just beginning now. Persuading the Major General is the hardest part. No, I don't have to worry about that. I must convince him. But as soon as he opened the door, a shout echoed from inside. Silence. Honestly, he wasn't surprised. I knew it. At the Brown Bear Musketeer Academy, Brow's thunderous shout echoed. Betrayal? What betrayal? And what's this about a demon king? Faced with this disbelief, Liha tried to explain. I'm telling the truth. I also brought evidence. But Brow decisively pointed his gun straight at him. That evidence, bring it out now. This swift action made Liha marvel. 3 seconds. What kind of monstrous speed is that? Finally, to save his own life, he took out the check-in coin. If it's you, you'll definitely know what this is. Seeing it, Brow's face immediately darkened. A few seconds later, he managed to utter a sound. Lepunto, that kid is still alive. Hearing that, Liha immediately pressed. You know what this is? Brow answered decisively, without ceremony. This is a check-in coin. We can know the owner's location through the amount of mana poured into this coin. It doesn't betray comrades, and it can be used to check if the plan is being carried out justly. The owner of this mana belongs to the 3rd unit, the regiment in charge of the front line. It's that kid. As he was speaking, he suddenly hesitated. Anyway, Mr. and Miss Elizabeth went towards the Demon King's castle, and Lepunto and the other witnesses were hit with memory control magic. Seeing this, Liha quickly replied, That's right. No longer with his previous imposing manner, his voice suddenly became earnest. Captain Rosage, why to me? Brow continued to talk to himself as if he had realized something. It seems that's why. Then he turned to ask Liha's opinion. Do you have time for dinner with me? Being asked so suddenly made him jump. Dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly appeared in front of him, while Brow was engrossed in conversation. You have to work with me. On the screen now were information. Quest content and conditions have changed. The quest is to find documents recording the disappearance of Mr. Brow and Miss Elizabeth in the palace. You need to be careful to avoid being detected by the guards, or you will fail and your reputation will decrease. Do you want to accept the quest? After reading that information, Li Ha tore at his hair. What kind of quest is this? Not only will my intimacy with all NPCs of the Pubble Kingdom decrease by 50%, but I also won't be able to live here anymore. Am I a sniper or a spy? Before he could regain his composure, he was crushed by Brao's aura. If you confirm that what you and Lapunto said is true, then I also want to confirm it directly through the recorded documents in the royal family. Li Ha was still cowering and stammered in reply. Then, wouldn't it be better if you went alone? I don't have the authority to enter the royal palace yet. Commander Rossage tried to hide it like that. What if no one in the royal family tells me? I don't want to know about that either. However, Brao flatly refused. I can't do that myself. Hearing this made him feel helpless. So from the beginning, he was sure that I would have to do this ridiculous thing. However, Li Ha's mood suddenly changed when he heard his next words. You are the one I trust to be able to find the recorded documents. Therefore, Li Ha, there is no one else but you. Faced with that sincerity, he suddenly smiled. Li Ha. Then he no longer pushed it away and accepted the quest outright. I'll do it. He called me by my name like this. How can I refuse? At the foot of the Eelstock Royal Palace, a conversation took place. Please enter, Sir Brao. What brings you here? Brao quickly replied. I have business with the chariot division. But the other person continued to press. The person behind you is. However, his face remained unchanged as he replied smoothly. That is my attendant. Li Ha behind him was still thinking carefree thoughts. I can enter the royal palace this way. When they passed through the gate smoothly, Brao politely bid farewell to the guard. You've worked hard. After leading Li Ha around for a tour, he asked, have you memorized the layout of this place? And as expected, he did not disappoint. I've memorized it all. I need to go to the east wing of the palace after getting what I need, and I'm not to go near the central palace. At this point, Brao was at ease but still carefully reminded him, all right, you also have to remember the paths you've taken. If you go to the wrong place, you'll be caught in a trap. Looking at the scene before him, Li Ha was stunned. Why did the people in the palace build such things? As he led him along, he reminded him, remember this. You must be out before 9 o'clock at night. Li Ha obediently followed. Then, for the last time, meet me at the west wing of the palace. A moment later, after going through the entire staircase path, the two arrived at a place with a glowing orb. Li Ha was still looking around in a daze. Suddenly, Brao placed his hand on the orb and whispered, there's only one chance. Right after that touch, a brilliant light radiated throughout the space. A door suddenly appeared behind them. Then he turned his head and said to Li Ha, begin. After that word, he quickly and nimbly hid in the nearby potted plant. But before he could do anything, a voice interrupted. Is someone in here? The opponent was the chief secretary, named Clark. Isn't that Sir Brao? Seeing him, he immediately greeted him politely. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Ah, no. I should call you Mr. Chief Secretary. He replied humbly. What's so important about that? But what brings you to this place? Even Sir Brao can't enter here without permission. You know, I'm only letting you in because you're Sir Brao. If it were anyone else, I would have ignored them. Faced with this probing, Brao calmly gave a reason. On the occasion of visiting the palace, I wanted to visit an old friend for a while. Hearing that, Gak put on an exaggerated expression. Oh, is that so? But this is the first time I've met Sir Brao. Since you came so unexpectedly, you probably didn't come to see some recorded documents, did you? His eyes suddenly became sharp. How strange. Gak seemed to add more fuel to the fire. Of course, if you came here, you should meet someone else, not me, right? Maybe the commander of the secret knights, or the captain of the guard or something. I can think of many things. Every word he said made Li Ha break out in a cold sweat. For example, you brought another person in here. As he spoke, Gak directly lifted the potted plant and hid that person in a place like this. After that action, both of them fell silent. To salvage the situation, he explained awkwardly. It would be more fun if someone actually appeared, right? Not like this. Brao, at his side, remarked, your imagination has become more vivid, Secretary Clark. While Clark was busy regaining his image, Li Ha had already dashed behind him. Perhaps so. But hearing you call me chief secretary like that makes me very happy. After a struggle, he finally got past his scrutinizing gaze and successfully stepped through the door. Li Ha immediately flew down the stairs. There's still enough time to carry out the plan. I just need to find it within 2 hours. Facing the deep darkness. But why is this staircase so long? And so he ran continuously for an unknown number of steps. Suddenly, Li Ha's body floated as if flying in space. Observing everything here, he was extremely amazed. This is the universe? It seemed as if Li Ha could walk freely, but his feet touched some kind of limit. Only then did he look down. The feeling of stepping on stairs was still there. You should have told me about this strange structure beforehand. Li Ha looked around in a daze, and then began to focus. In a place like this, you want me to find information about Mr. Brow and Miss Elizabeth in 2 hours. I also have to find a time to escape from this place. While he was still confused, his eyes suddenly stopped at one place. Is that bookshelf glowing on its own? Floating over there, Li Ha was surprised to realize, map of the continent and the current state of exploration. There must be something in here. It's impossible for a glowing bookshelf like this to have nothing. I also don't know when I'll be able to return to a royal library like this again. Then Li Ha directly reached out his hand to the shelf. Let's try reading one. As soon as he touched it, the item turned into a screen of light in front of him. It couldn't help but amaze Li Ha. A map. It's a map of the entire continent. And then a series of spam messages from the system rang out about him having collected exploration data from the eastern continent, 1 through 4. So someone's already explored this area. And there's even information about this place. Li Ha couldn't hide his joy. Monster types, habits, levels, it's all here. Just having the map is a huge help. It's almost like I can take the initiative when hunting. Has Pillin seen this? West, south, north. It was all written by someone named Fernan. The term level is clearly used only by players. Come to think of it, I've seen a post about the person hailed as the king of adventurers. He noticed something. This is the new continent exploration plan. And then, the quest board to bring Fernan back to the capital, Elt, suddenly appeared. Fernan went to explore the new continent and didn't return. The reward is the right to explore the new continent and 50 value points. Witnessing this scene left Li Ha utterly astonished. Why is there a quest here? Isn't Fernan a normal player? To find a player and bring him back with this kind of reward, it's clearly forcing me to start the quest right now. If I can get Fernan to join the new continent exploration team, perhaps that's when the real quest will begin. A quest like this from the Royal Library is a quest with no time limit. His train of thought was cut off as the system popped up again. You have received Fernan's last letter. At this point, Li Ha was resolute. There's no reason not to do it. The system suddenly appeared with a message. The explorer requested funding from the king and permission for 10 people to explore the new continent, a vast land he had seen to the east. Knowing this, Li Ha was deep in thought. Instead of agreeing, the king refused Fernan's proposal. Only when he was gone did the king realize his importance. So all kings are the same. Locking the barn door after the horse has bolted. I've learned more than I expected. Time to move. In a less noticed bookshelf, he saw it. Found it. Monsters attack in herds depending on the appearance of the Demon King's soul fragment. Why is the text in this record of the second human demon war so small? It's so hard to find. There's so much I want to know, and I only have 30 minutes. I have to find what I need first. After some research, Li Ha finally found his answer. Here it is. Lebanto of the 67th Assault Squad, 3rd Army. The battle where Sir Brow and Lady Elizabeth were both dispatched. But the next second, his expression changed completely. The operation was called Crush the Fragment. Amazing. They made full use of the terrain. They knew that if the enemy leader was eliminated, the entire army would quickly weaken. I want to read it carefully, but Lebanto's report is somewhere in this section. I'm about to find it. Li Ha kept flipping through and finally found it. Here it is. He then summoned the item. The mirror the Major General gave me. If I reflect the page onto the mirror, the content will be recorded. At the same time, the system appeared again. Plan disrupted. Reason, missing a crucial element. Appendix, collection of oral reports regarding the disappearance of the crucial element. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. What a waste of time. It's been a long time since Brow's words were recorded in history. Hearing the sound, Li Ha whipped around. Why now of all times? The voice rang out again. Just check the whole bookshelf on the second human demon war. It'll be faster. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. Damn it, right where I am? Meanwhile, on the other side, Cluck was walking and announcing, "Roses told me to go check." The librarian walking in front of him obediently followed. "Sir." Suddenly, he turned back and asked, "But what are we checking for, sir?" He answered honestly, "To see if anything's missing." Hearing that, a series of scenarios flashed through his mind. An uninvited guest broke into the royal palace? Documents from the royal archives were stolen? This wild imagination left Cluck speechless. That's not going to happen. But what if it does? I told you to check, so just check. He quickly complied. Let's see. First, Human-Demon War mini-wars. All the reports are here. It wasn't long before the librarian returned to report. Sir Secretary General. Seeing him, he immediately asked about the situation. His face was filled with panic as he held up 2 books. Here, the book numbers have been changed. The order of the last 3 books is wrong. This made Cluck extremely shocked. What? The man continued to point out the error. Someone definitely touched it. There are 3 books where there should only be 2. As a librarian, I cannot accept this. It's the section about the battle on the marching plains. While the 2 were talking, a sound cut them off. Cluck speculated, was that the sound of a door opening? Cluck finally realized and became furious. Damn it. Immediately give the order. Alert the guards. The footsteps of this person grew faster and faster. Allah. In his heart, Li Ha cried out, I'm screwed. I'm really going to get caught this time. If I get caught, the quest is over. After running for his life, he finally made it outside. Good. I escaped safely. Now I have to act normal. But before he could act, a voice from behind froze him. Get him. Hey, what are you standing around for? Go find him. Split up. Teams of 2. He couldn't have gotten far. Li Ha hid in a corner, carefully observing his surroundings. Besides the guards, I'm the only one here. Right after, a decisive command was heard. If you see anyone suspicious, arrest them immediately. The subordinates quickly complied. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hearing this, he felt as if he had fallen into despair. Damn it. In that case, I can't get to a safe place to hide. I have to find the shortest way out of here. I have to jump over it. That road will lead outside the East Palace. Please don't catch me. Please. But it seemed Li Ha's plea did not come true. Because Dugas suddenly appeared in front of him. Neither of them could avoid it and collided straight into each other. Ouch! He held his head and shouted, Who's running around the palace in the middle of the night? The Royal Archives just issued an emergency notice. He stopped mid-sentence as if he recognized something. Huh. Li Ha. At this moment, Li Ha looked up and realized, Sir Dugas? Seeing him, his attitude completely changed. Haha. Long time no see. You made it all the way to the royal palace, huh? Li Ha also politely greeted him back. Ah, yes. Hello, sir. The sound of his armor clanking. While the 2 were shaking hands and greeting each other, a voice interrupted. As expected of the Holy Knights. We've got you now. He could do nothing but stand there stunned. A man from behind pointed straight at him. It's him. He's the one who broke into the royal archives. Faced with this situation, Li Ha told himself, I have to pretend. I must fool them. I took the shortest escape route, and they still caught up? Huh. Then he spoke up, trying to explain. What do you mean? But Dugas, who was beside him, cut him off. How can that be? I know there's an emergency, but you can't just arrest people without cause. Besides, this man is a partner of our holy knights. This is the man who recently shot down the kobold chieftain, Thruz. Being praised like that made Li Ha a bit embarrassed. This again. However, Cluck remained stubborn. So what? He's the most suspicious person here. Dugas firmly protected him. Being suspicious isn't enough to arrest someone, Secretary General Cluck. Furthermore, he is a comrade of the Holy Knights. I am not pleased to see you suspecting my friend like this. These words moved Li Ha deeply. Sir Dugas is defending me. I'm so touched. It's not much, but, it's very sincere. After a while of arguing, Cluck had to scratch his head. I understand. Then I'll go find evidence. And you? You shot down the kobold chieftain, so you must be a musketeer, right? Are you an acquaintance of Sir Brow? Faced with this probing question, Li Ha quickly realized. He's trying to drag the Major General into this. He then firmly denied it. Of course I'm not a musketeer. Seeing that he couldn't get any information, Cluck angrily turned away. If he really is the one who illegally entered the royal archives, I will hold the Holy Knights responsible as well. Dugas didn't yield and retorted bluntly, so be it. Well, let's go, shall we, Liha? He followed. Yes. But in his heart, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If I'd been caught by the guards or soldiers, this quest would have been a failure. I was lucky to be caught by a friend from the Holy Knights, so it turned out okay. Then, Liha shyly turned to express his gratitude. Thank you, Sir Dugas. He replied cheerfully. It's nothing. I'm glad I could help you. The people from the archives are very sensitive. They're always on edge. You should be careful. Then he asked carefully, what brings you here? Before Liha could answer, a shadow spoke up. To meet someone. The person who appeared was Brow. My disciple got lost. I came to pick him up. Seeing him arrive, Liha's face lit up. Sir Brow. He came before the two and spoke. Thank you, Dugas. I owe you one for this. But he acted modestly. You're too kind. Just helping a friend. It's no favor. As soon as the words were out, Liha managed to express his gratitude. Thank you, Sir Dugas. Now that I've met the Major General, I'll be on my way. Dugas waved goodbye. See you later. In the future, please continue to contribute to Pubble. When only the two of them were left, Brow got to the main point. Did you meet Roses? Liha answered frankly. No, I didn't see him there. You said the head mage is always in the palace, but he wasn't there, which is why I had so much trouble. He spoke with a hidden meaning. But, did you get it? After hearing him, he couldn't help but purse his lips and smile. The two of them high-fived in perfect sync, like comrades who had known each other for a long time. In the quiet night, under the bright moon, the Browbeth Musketeer Academy appeared magical and mysterious. A hand gently touched a glowing mirror. Is this it? It copied the reports from the Royal Archives. As Liha touched it, countless images flashed out. I was in such a hurry to copy it that I didn't read the contents carefully. What did it record? Top secret document. At 2100 hours, Rygas left the camp and discovered two people heading towards the Demon King's army. When I shouted for them to stop, a gun was pointed at me. I was shot in the thigh and couldn't fight anymore. At 8 o'clock the next day, two people were spotted 20 kilometers from the camp. Since we hadn't received orders to engage, the soldiers approached and were shot repeatedly. After the surprise attack, the soldiers couldn't pursue the two because they were in too much pain. Due to gunshot wounds to their arms, shoulders, and pelvis, they were unable to fight. At 10 o'clock, a squad was neutralized by the two shooters. Then at 1300 hours, I noticed Sir Brow was having trouble moving and was about to report it when he shot me in the knee, causing my leg to be amputated. Unable to fight. Knowing these events, Liha couldn't help but shudder. How terrifying. Among all the people who reported back, not a single one returned with an intact body. According to this report, it's true that they sided with the Demon King's army. And from here is Lebanto's report. Then the mirror continued to show. At 2300 hours, I had not yet received the order to capture Sir Brow and Lady Elizabeth alive, and two members of the 67th Assault Squad had already arrived. After receiving basic supplies, just as I left the camp, I received the order from headquarters to capture them alive. Although I pursued them closely, I failed to capture them. They fled with an elf seed, believed to be part of the Demon King's army. The next time we met, they left a message saying, "You will not find me, and Roses, be careful." Once again, Liha fell into deep thought. Brow and Elizabeth directly warned Roses? I suspected Roses because he covered up the fact that they had fled. But this warning was before Roses covered for them. Roses, be careful. They said that before they left. Not only him, but Brow's face also darkened. But just a second later, his eyes lit up with a burning thought. A line of text appeared on the screen again. Additional testimony. Before the operation fell apart, Elizabeth's health check showed that she was pregnant. There was a report noting this before she was sent into battle. This truly stunned Brow. This is it. Saying that, he couldn't help but vent his anger on the table. Even Liha couldn't believe what he had just seen. Pregnant? They sent a pregnant woman to fight the demon race. Before he could recover, he spoke up. How could they? Why didn't they tell me? That resentment made Brow grind his teeth until they bled without him realizing. Then he mocked himself. How ridiculous. We were the trio. We were together for so long, and I didn't even know she was pregnant. Faced with this situation, Liha could only gently comfort him. Major General. However, he cut him off. But, I feel relieved. Hearing that, Liha thought he had misheard. Relieved? Brao's eyes were filled with sorrow. I'm glad they're still alive. While reading this tragic report, I feel relieved knowing they're not dead. Because this is a report saying they betrayed their race and shot their comrades. What a joke. Can I still be the Major General of the Musketeer Academy like this? Seeing this, Liha spoke up to defend them. Maybe they had a reason they couldn't reveal. They even warned the head Mage Roses to be careful. They surely weren't joking. However, he still didn't turn around and just replied, there's definitely something going on. There's still something I don't know. Saying that, Brao suddenly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Before his eyes, the screen lit up again. You have completed the quest, The Vanished Legends. You have been promoted. You have been promoted. And he continued his train of thought. Thank you so much, Liha. Right now, you're the only one I can trust. While speaking, Brao suddenly hesitated. In a few days? Will you come back in a few days? Just then, the system appeared again. A character is tormented by the inability to meet his friends due to the demon race lurking everywhere. General Brao needs 3 days to think about his betrayed comrades and will share his thoughts. Liha gently pushed the door open, but his heart was still in turmoil. This is the first time I've seen the Major General like this. Well, it makes sense. 2 of the 3 musketeers are traitors. But this isn't the time for me to worry about others. Looking at his treasury balance, he cried miserably. The reward for this spy quest. They should at least give me some money. All I got was a promotion. Although I gained the Major General's trust. I play this game for money. Why can't I seem to make any? I'll sell this dual-wielding sword. Liha's attention was drawn to the back. That level 50 dual-wielding sword. The shop's price is cheaper than the auction. Sell the level 60 flute. Make an offer. Instead of selling it cheap at the auction, sell it for 1 gold. Sell me the teleport scroll. Or buy the whispering potion for a profit. Find a weapon with normal stats. Looking at the scrambling crowd, he made a judgment. An auction? Then everyone continued to shout. If anyone knows the entrance fee, we'll sell directly. Sell me the level 130 magic wand. Witnessing this scene, he finally understood. They're trying to avoid the fees by buying directly. Both the seller and buyer have to pay a fee. The fee is up to 5%. These old foxes really know how to make money. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Liha's mind. Come to think of it, I still have one item I haven't sold. The crescent moon blade I got from the Kobold Chieftain. Kobold Chieftain's crescent moon blade. Attack power, 105 to 120. Requires 150 plus strength, 110 plus agility. Set bonus. Increases critical hit rate based on the number of set pieces. Observing it, Liha suddenly became thoughtful. Selling directly to save on fees takes too much time, so I should put it on the auction house. Before that, I need to check how much it'll sell for. However, just a second later, his face changed completely. What? What? An excellent grade dual-wielding spear has an average price of 60 gold? Sold for cash. That's 6 million won. If an excellent grade weapon sells for this much, how much will a special grade weapon be worth? Plus 6 agility, plus 15% critical hit rate. If it's a weapon that increases stats. Along the road, everyone's eyes were on Liha, who was laughing heartily. I'm selling it right now. At the same time, in a certain restaurant. I'd like to order. Ah, yes. One moment, please. Junho sat on a chair and gave orders. Ms. Kim, go see what the customer wants. And clear table 2. Kim Yu still politely followed. Yes, boss. He thought disdainfully. It's busy. You should be watching the counter too. Suddenly, her eyes stopped somewhere. Hearing a noise, Junho showed his disgust. Focus on your work. At this moment, Kim Yu seemed a little annoyed. Yes, I'll be more careful. The person calling her was none other than Liha. Turning on the phone, a text message appeared. Mom, have you had lunch? You always eat alone. It makes me worry. Looking at it, she thought to herself, worry about what? You should worry about eating your own meals first. Then Liha suddenly asked for Kim Yu's account number, even lying that she had won a prize to transfer money. Even so, she didn't pay much attention to this. Probably won some small prize again. But what kind of prize needs a bank account number? Let's see. Open the banking app. But as soon as she opened it, the number on the screen stunned Kim Yu. Her eyes tried to make out each number. 10. A trembling voice escaped her lips. 10 million won. At the same time, on the other side, The hand holding the phone was still thinking. It's been a while since our family had a good meal. At this moment, Liha was very happy and calculated. After the fee, I have 170 gold left. It sold for more than I thought. Profit of 11.64 million won. Transferred 10 million. Balance 1.64 million won. Then he encouraged himself. I've only been in the central continent for 2 weeks, and I've already made this much. Not bad. I can do this. From now on, I just need to get out there. It's been a while since my mind was this at ease. It's all thanks to this. Saying that, Liha gently touched it and said words of gratitude. Thank you. Then, a series of old memories suddenly flooded back to him. Looking at what his friend had been through, Liha was deeply moved. His mood at this moment was hard to describe in words. Thanks to it, I was able to stand up again. Then, Liha started to plan. There are 4 days until I meet the Major General again. Until then, I only have one thing left to do in the central continent. The lunchbox is about to expire. As soon as the thought passed, he smiled brightly like a flower. In that case, after a moment of hesitation, Liha continued, before dinner, I'll be back. Every word was extremely decisive. Central continent, here I come again. In an atmosphere filled with tension, beads of sweat dripped down his face. Kijong powerfully deflected the saw blade in front of him with his shield, but that only enraged Igor more. He mercilessly slashed through his last line of defense. This sudden turn of events stunned him. His body froze for a moment. Now, in Kijong's eyes, there was only the ferocious figure of Igor. Then, back to reality. In a room in an apartment building, a roar suddenly erupted. Art, Kijong, who was lying in bed, shot up in alarm. Although it was a dream, he still felt it was too real. Looking at the game capsule beside him, Kijong stood frozen for a few seconds. Then, his whole body began to tremble violently, as if he was afraid of something. Seeing himself like this, Kijong quickly turned his head away. His expression suddenly became extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! But then the sound of the phone ringing broke the tension. Kijong immediately picked up the phone to answer. Hello? Hyung. On the other end of the line, Liha suddenly spoke up. Kijong, are you busy? After that greeting, his mood improved a lot. No, not at all. Since I can't log into Middle-earth, I'm more relaxed. What's up, Hyung? Hearing that, Liha's eyes lit up. Nothing special. I was just going to invite you over for some beef. Kijong immediately switched to a more comfortable position to talk. Tonight? You're treating me to beef. Those words gave Liha goosebumps. Cut it out, that sounds gross. 8 o'clock. Are you coming? Kijong answered decisively. Of course I'm coming. I'll be there on time. The other end of the line happily confirmed. All right, I'll be waiting. After the conversation, Kijong was the first to end the call. He suddenly let out a long sigh. Beef, huh? Looks like he's made some money from Middle-earth. Well, of course. He's always been very good. He's done so many amazing things in such a short time. Thinking that, Kijong decisively got out of bed. He just entered the game world. All right, he must be waiting for me, right? On his face, he clearly showed his determination. I can't fall behind. At the same time, on Liha's side. In that case, I can't waste any time. I have to hurry. I need to decide before dinner. Then he clicked to see his current equipment inventory. A moment later, something appeared. A 100 million won lunchbox. I have to see if it's really worth that much. Liha just sat there, deep in thought. The answer to this quest will be from Madame Lu's younger sister. Madame Lu's own sister, Madame Cho, is holding it. Arriving at the door of a certain house, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Is this where Madame Cho lives? To confirm his thoughts, Liha boldly knocked on the door of that house. After a while, the door suddenly opened. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. Only the other person's voice was heard. Who are you? Looking for someone this late at night. Who is it? Facing Madame Cho, he had only one thought. So tall. To not be rude in front of her, Liha hurriedly greeted her. Nice to meet you. Are you Madame Cho? But in his heart, he was still in turmoil. She's huge. Is she Madame Lu's older sister, not younger? At that question, Madame Cho bowed and replied, This is the first time I've seen someone come to meet me at night. This straightforward statement made him not know how to react. Liha's mind suddenly became chaotic. What should I do? Did I come too suddenly? I should have thought about what to say to get the information, right? Suddenly, at that moment, an idea flashed in his head. Then Li Ha quickly summoned it. Smoked rabbit meat item. Next, he awkwardly expressed himself. I came because I need a favor from you, Madam Cho. However, her attitude was still a bit haughty. Although he was very worried, Li Ha continued to present his case. I brought some snacks. Since your sister asked me to, I had to come. Hearing that, her expression softened a little. My sister. First, come in. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Li Ha was secretly pleased. All right. Then, Madam Cho politely brought out water. What is it? It can't be just this, can it? Being served so attentively made him a bit embarrassed. How embarrassing. But whatever. It's a good thing I learned to cook. The NPCs here are no joke. By normal standards, they're way too relaxed. If I want them to react, then I have to mention a special keyword. Having experience with the previous 3 people, this time he was a bit more skilled. Li Ha had to rack his brain again. What is Madam Cho's keyword? Without thinking for long, he quickly spoke up. Madam Lu asked me to tell you that the lunchbox has been dispatched. Hearing this word, Madam Cho was a little surprised. The lunchbox? What did she say? Was the delivery good this time? Being asked like that made Li Ha even more certain. The keyword is indeed lunchboxed. Then he replied very naturally. Yes, I heard it's very reliable. However, Madam Cho was not very excited. I received a similar letter last time, but it's been over 3 months and there's still no news. How many times has this been? While drinking tea, Li Ha readjusted his thoughts. That's right. I can't be the first one. All the ones before me must have prepared it themselves. Then he acted friendly and asked, Is it that hard to open a shop in the capital? She also enthusiastically replied, Oh my. It seems my sister hasn't told you anything. This made Li Ha so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Told me what? Besides needing a hall and a corridor, I haven't heard anything else. There must be something hidden behind this, right? This is clearly a characteristic hint of Middle-earth. What is it? Is there something more important than the lunchbox? Seeing him hesitate, Madam Cho spoke up. Don't you know English? Why are you thinking so hard? This lunchbox is more precious than you think. The monster of Candle Castle is famous for its unique flavor. Moreover, this is a magical lunchbox made by my sister herself. Perhaps those who know about cuisine will want to send it to discover its delicacy somehow. That's how it is. After a moment of hesitation, Madam Cho spoke while looking straight into Li Ha's eyes. Or perhaps people with money, for example. Li Ha was shocked by this information. Once again, he fell into thought. Many powerful people want it, but only one lunchbox is brought to the capital. So, among those powerful people, the strongest one will get it, right? Then an image suddenly appeared in his head. Could it be? Perhaps afraid that Li Ha would say that person's name, Madam Cho stopped him in time. I'm just doing what my sister told me to. Are you curious about anything else? I bet you are. Because I'm worried about this capital. This is where the most people in the Pubble Kingdom gather. The strongest kingdom on the continent. Those people, what would happen if they all gathered at one restaurant? This hint made Li Ha continue to speculate. A lot of people gathering? If they gather like that, what else does the restaurant have besides money? A moment later, his eyes widened as if he understood. Li Ha drained the cup of water and said, It's getting late. It wouldn't be right to disturb you any longer, would it? I've brought the meat. Then he stepped out and slammed the door shut. I'll be going now. Those actions happened so quickly that Madam Cho could only sit still like a statue. A long while later, a faint smile appeared on her face. As expected, just as my sister said, he's a very interesting person. At this moment, Li Ha had returned to his own world. He reached up and took off the game helmet. Madam, isn't she just an NPC in the beginner's village? His expression became incredibly complicated. What Madam Cho and Madam Lu are aiming for? Could it be that, while he was still pondering, his mother walked in from outside the door? Li Ha. Seeing them, he was somewhat bewildered. He was quite suspicious. Mom and Kijong came together? Did you meet on the way? But she reacted very intensely. Son, being hugged so tightly made Li Ha cry out. I can't breathe. And his mother was so moved that she shed tears. It's good that you're healthy. Why did you send money back like that? You're not doing anything bad, are you? Faced with this situation, he didn't know where to start explaining. No, Mom. I'll explain it with Kijong now. Then, when only the two of them were left, Kijong showed a satisfied expression. Ah, that was delicious. Auntie went to buy fruit. Probably watermelon, right? Suddenly, Liha called his name. Kijong. She only replied softly. He slowly brought up the main topic. There's a quest about the lunchbox I mentioned before. I think I'll just break it open instead of selling it. That intention of Liha's made Kijong tremble so much he couldn't speak. A long while later, he managed to let out a sound. What? Liha scratched his cheek and laughed awkwardly. Huh. A shocked voice came from the room. What? You want to complete the quest? You haven't sold it yet. Then his hands, unable to stay calm, placed themselves on the other person's shoulders. How much is that worth? Didn't I tell you? Seeing Kijong's tearful expression, Liha quickly advised. Calm down, calm down. Let me explain. After explaining the situation, he spoke up. That's why what Madame Lu wants to achieve with the lunchbox is to establish an information guild disguised as a restaurant. Kijong seemed to not believe his ears anymore. What? Really? An information guild, disguised as a restaurant? Next, Liha immediately switched to asking about other things. So what do you think of the experts in Middle-earth? Is something like that possible in this game? Hearing that, he seemed to be deep in thought. It's not entirely impossible. If it's true, it's amazing. I've been to an information guild before when I completed a quest for the mercenary guild, but it required 30 gold coins. Without a good reason. No matter how useful the information is, who would pay 3 million won like that? This made Liha terrified. 30 gold coins. Honestly, even the secret investigation office can't make 3 million won. Hearing that, Kijong nodded vigorously. Providing such useful information, whether it's the Thieves Guild or the Mercenary Guild, they have no choice but to give up on the Information Guild. It's that useful. Plus, it's run by an NPC. It's like a paid strategy guide provided by the system. Liha suddenly became confused. There's no Information Guild in the capital, Elt. Faced with that question, Kijong answered directly. No, the capital is directly managed by the government. Because if dangerous people could ask the Information Guild how to assassinate the king, it would be a huge problem. Knowing that information, he finally understood. So that's why you have to give the lunchbox directly to the king? After that, Kijong naturally asked, if you felt that way when talking to the NPC, it's probably true. But what's the quest reward? Liha answered bluntly. An invitation to the restaurant's opening meal. After thinking for a while, Kijong couldn't help but be curious. Isn't that a trap? But he still didn't quite understand that thought. A scenario flashed in his mind. Using the capital's information guild. If they offer a reward like that, everyone will try to complete it. Actually, I was suspicious from the moment you told me. A lunchbox, such an amazing item. How could they create it for you to use? Anyone can see it's a non-tradable quest item. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. When he had heard everything, Liha spoke up. You're right. His mind was now a tangled mess of thoughts. This quest is actually a much more difficult quest. So it's highly likely the reward won't just be an invitation to the opening meal. If my prediction is correct, my choice will affect Middle-earth. If so, it will also benefit me. Hearing a knock on the door outside, Madame Cho quickly tidied up. Come in. After those words, a hand slowly pushed the door open. Seeing the person who entered was Liha, she couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my. The errand boy, from a few days ago, right? As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Madame Cho. I've brought the lunchbox as Madame Lu requested. Finally, he didn't forget to introduce himself. I am Musketeer Halaha. But Madame Cho just smiled brightly. I already knew. He still didn't see anything strange and continued to speak. I'm truly sorry. A long while later, Liha finally came to his senses. What? Seeing that expression, she was amused. Very interesting. You're very interesting. The box is still intact. Those words from Madame Cho made Liha freeze. Interesting? What are you talking about? So the two of them officially sat down at the table. Since she was the host, she politely asked for his opinion. Coffee? Tea? However, he just hummed non-committally. Is there nothing else besides drinks? Even though Liha made such a demand, Madame Cho was still polite. Then what do you want? Suddenly, she spoke, hitting the nail on the head. Information. As expected, he was taken aback by her directness. You know, Madame Cho had to let out a long sigh. Anyway, you predicted what Lu and I would do. which is why you brought the lunchbox. Didn't you come here to see what the reward is? Li Ha quickly avoided her gaze. Well, it's awkward to say it directly. It's not exactly like that. However, in his heart, he was constantly scolding. She's an NPC, all right. Where's her reasoning ability? Then Madame Cho sat down at the table. It's fine. No one who doesn't know brings the lunchbox to me. She already said so. Mentioning that person, Li Ha hurriedly asked, Madame Lu? She didn't hide anything and answered decisively. Of course. Lu knows that most people won't bring the lunchbox. If someone actually does bring the lunchbox, they can only be one of two types of people. A complete fool with no greed. Madame Cho's eyes looked at him sharply. Or someone who knows the plan and is using it. Interesting, isn't it? People who only think halfway would never come here. Li Ha at this point could only stammer a reply. I see. Then he fell into thought again. Is she talking about seeing an object creates desire? A fool who knows the value of the lunchbox but has no greed. Or a quest that can only be completed by those who pursue benefits beyond greed. But for some reason, the way she's talking and the atmosphere feels strange. Suddenly, Madame Cho stood up and spoke. And she added one more thing. Her vagueness made Li Ha extremely anxious. What was it? She turned away, looking mysterious. Whoever brings the lunchbox. As soon as the words were out, a series of arrows were aimed straight at him. Will die. Being attacked so suddenly, Li Ha couldn't react in time. His face was unfortunately grazed by an arrow, and it started to bleed. Even the house shook from that terrifying power. Looking at the wall crumbling into pieces, Li Ha couldn't help but be astonished. What the? Finally, he had a chance to ask. What are you doing, Madame Cho? But it seemed she had no intention of answering. Oh, you dodged it. Just take it easy. After those words, another earth-shattering sound echoed from outside. Right after that, a group of people of unknown origin stormed into the house and attacked Li Ha. Damn it. In a life-or-death situation, he still managed to remain calm. There are too many of them. First, I need to create some distance. Fortunately, he had already reloaded. Next, it was Li Ha's turn to counterattack. An unlucky guy was hit right by his bullet. Suddenly, a sword from nowhere lunged straight at Li Ha. However, with his quick reflexes, he swiftly parried the blow and gave the guy a painful kick. Faced with this situation, Li Ha reassured himself. I have to stay calm and deal with them one by one. The space is too narrow. I can't fight my way out. In that case, he suddenly shouted loudly, Nobody move. Anyone who doesn't listen, I'll put a bullet through Madame Cho's head. And I'll take the lunchbox. Order them to get out now, Madame Cho, if you don't want a hole in your head. Even with a gun pointed at her, Madame Cho remained calm. Aren't you being too rude to a woman? But Li Ha was determined not to go easy anymore. Anyway, with the sound of gunshots like that, the knights will come soon. If you don't give the order quickly, you'll be taken to the knights immediately. That threat still didn't make her flinch. The secret knights will come later. That's right, they have to come. But, don't you think I've already bribed the secret knights? Don't forget that I have a very wide network of connections. People who work in the capital always have countermeasures. But, the choice to bring the lunchbox in such a dangerous situation is also quite novel. The way you handle things is also quick. Madame Cho's reaction made Li Ha even more confused. Is there something else? What does she believe in that makes her so smug? Then her voice rose, full of ambiguity. If it were my sister, she would have given you 100 points. But for me, as she spoke, Madame Cho snapped her fingers. Right after, a series of blue lights appeared. 80 points is enough. The more it went on, the less he understood this action. What does that mean? She said with a relaxed demeanor. Just a test. You didn't predict it? I guess I'll have to deduct another 5 points. The test is over, Mr. Li Ha. Please sit down. However, Li Ha's eyes still showed a look of disbelief. That's it. It's over. Now I just have to say yes and shake Madame Cho's hand. The new Master of the Information Guild? No. Now I know a little more about Middle-earth. Li Ha suddenly raised his gun and threatened. Who said you could end it? Then he calculated in his mind. Now it's my turn. He continued to threaten. From now on, don't move a single finger. Seeing that Li Ha was not acting as usual, Madame Cho began to worry. What are you doing? Didn't I say the test was over? But he was determined not to let it go. Don't talk nonsense. To you, it was just a test, but to me, it was a matter of life and death. Shouldn't you compensate me for that? Provisional Guild Master. After Li Ha's words, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Then, Madame Cho's lips curled into a slight smile. After that came a hearty laugh. You do that to all Guild Masters? This move of hers made him even more certain. As expected, this is the answer. When she regained her composure, Madame Cho made a suggestion. Then let's start with the first deal. Here's your good news. The screen immediately displayed the content. You have completed the quest in the hall to open a location in the capital, Sagrad. You have leveled up. She generously announced to him. This is the information that capable people like you, Li Ha, need the most. 2 days later, at Qingyan Pass, a person was picking medicinal herbs while breathing heavily. Looking at the results in his hand, Li Ha was extremely happy. Is this the price for information? There are so many herbs. It's really as Madame Cho said. The system suddenly appeared. Achievement recorded. Elf warning F+, 4 hunting 500 elves. Reward. 1 strength, speed, intellect, and 15% defense. Achievement. Elf nose collector E+, 4 hunting 1000 elves. Reward. 2 strength, speed, and intellect. Standing on top of a high rock, he exclaimed, this is a good spot for a musketeer to level up. Then, Li Ha suddenly turned his head and spoke. So now, it's time to go see Brao. At this moment, at the Braubeth Musketeer Academy, Brao was looking outside with a very distant gaze. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Is the Major General home? It's Haliha. After introducing himself, he directly opened the door and went in. At the same time, he also turned to face him. As soon as he saw Li Ha, Brao's face looked much more lively. Come in, Li Ha? It seems something has changed. Faced with that assessment, he was extremely surprised. Huh? Did Sir Brao always have such an expression? He seriously inquired about the situation. Have you been training for the past 4 days? But Li Ha was still lost in thought. Have I changed so much that even an NPC can notice? Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. That's right. When I broke into the Royal Archives, my level was 36. And now he has reached level 48. Then Li Ha honestly explained. Actually, I was fighting with the elves. But he kept the following words to himself. The commotion helped me gain more than 10 levels. Of course, I'll look different. Hearing that, Brao's eyes suddenly became sharp. Humph. So that's why it could be done faster. Faced with the vague question, Li Ha unconsciously asked back, what's faster? Seeing his confused expression, he directly presented it. What else could it be? Isn't it obvious? A bright screen was unexpectedly brought before Li Ha. I have to train you, of course. Then Brao continued to announce. For you to become one of the 3 new generation musketeers. On it were written the words. You have received the quest, Intensive Marksmanship, Training 1. This quest requires you to defeat the Brad Demon Worm within 5 days. The reward is a hidden skill. If you fail, you will lose your life. After reading, Li Ha suddenly became thoughtful. The 3 new generation musketeers. That's right. All the quests I've encountered are not musketeer quests. A stream of memories flooded back to him. At this rate, this made Li Ha even more confused. In the end, will I be trained to become one of the 3 musketeers? But why does it have to be Lady Elizabeth? Besides Lady Elizabeth, there's also Sir Brao. In the end, his thoughts lingered on the person in front of him. And there's Brao too. Well, I'll probably find out soon. Because this is the central continent. Pushing aside his concerns, Li Ha suddenly asked, will I be able to catch that demon this time, Major General? Brao immediately replied, have you ever caught one before? He also honestly confessed, no, but I've heard about them. Li Ha secretly guessed, Golem. I saw it on Fernand's map. They are monsters that live in the Arok mountain range. After he finished speaking, his face lit up. I see. If so, it will be very interesting. Much more interesting than Thru's. In contrast to his mood, he was dejected. I don't find it interesting at all. Suddenly, Brao's attitude changed, and he threatened in a stern voice. In that case, maybe you shouldn't do it. Seeing that, Li Ha struggled to explain. How can that be, Major General? Getting a satisfactory answer, he finally let him off. That's more like you. At the same time, in a village at the foot of a high cliff, the sound of people bustling filled the area. I'm going to the Stone Golem Road. I will only support warriors with blunt weapons. Promotion is waiting for me. It's level 70. Looking for a mage who can use fire or ice to catch a gray chap. Mages can't go. Witnessing this scene, Liha judged for himself. Just like online. Looking through the crowd, he said politely, "Excuse me." And in his heart, he continued to think. The monsters from the Rock Mountain range are mainly stone golems and man-eating gray chaps. Golems have a very scary appearance, so dealers consider them the #1 monster to avoid. As for gray chaps, although they are not clearly visible, they will cling to players, and they are the monsters that warriors hate the most. So that means two opposing monsters in the central continent live in the same place. There are no ideal hunting grounds here for specific professions. Recalling the past, Liha couldn't help but feel helpless. Of course, no matter which hunting ground a musketeer like me goes to, I will face disadvantages. But if it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't have chosen this path. The phrase 3 new generation musketeers is enough to understand what it means. This is a quest for the first 3 people to pass browse test. Suddenly, Liha remembered Kim Yu with a grateful expression. "Mom, thank you for choosing the musketeer class for me when I chose my profession. Life is truly unpredictable." Then he was suddenly attracted by a noise. "Kill it. Slash it. Slash it. I think we must aim for its weak spot." "Don't call it that. It sounds weird." Looking at the scene, Liha's face was full of sarcasm. Are these guys perverts? When you meet these things, running is the best option. Leaving that place, he walked alone leisurely. It seems that golems only know how to do simple hitting and smashing movements. As he walked, Liha kicked the stones on the side of the road. All right, it's worth a try. Suddenly, he stopped as if he had detected something. A rock flew past his face like a bullet. It stopped at one spot, and that place cracked open as if something was about to emerge. As expected, the next second, a golem burst out from that spot. Facing the golem, Liha was extremely calm. Okay, I've got a supporter to practice with. His reloading motion was extremely skillful. It only took a few seconds to complete. After that, Liha raised his gun and was ready to attack at any moment. 42 seconds. Distance 50 meters. Wind speed is 6 meters per second. Pretty strong. Not stopping there, he also paid attention to the details. The wind is blowing from the southeast. Finally, when he waited for the right opportunity, Liha didn't hesitate to pull the trigger and fire several shots in a row. As expected, those bullets hit the golem straight in the head. Nice. Seeing that it was successful, Liha was extremely excited. Even if it's a golem, one shot should be enough to take it down, right? But before he could be happy for long, the sight in front of him made him freeze. The golem that had just been hit by a bullet was now standing up as if nothing had happened. This made Liha even more confused. Huh? It's not dead? It was hit in the head, wasn't it? Damn it. Does the difficulty increase with just a little level up? So one shot isn't enough to take down any monster. After a moment of internal struggle, Liha made a decision. Let's go again. He quickly got into a ready-to-attack stance. This time, the force of the bullet fired was much stronger than before. Even a golem as big as that was pushed back far away. After that action, Liha suddenly closed his eyes calmly. Mind unshaken, he stood still like a statue, ignoring all the events happening around him. Then suddenly, Liha opened his eyes and spoke mockingly. I thought you wouldn't die. Then, the muzzle of his gun appeared, aimed straight at the golem in front of him. With that terrifying speed and power, the golem couldn't withstand it anymore and directly shattered into pieces. After dealing with it, Liha felt extremely refreshed. Let's start with one golem first. The bullet has been fired. Liha smiled smugly. I thought you wouldn't die. Meanwhile, the shot had approached the head of the stone golem. A collision occurred. The sound from his attack shook the surroundings. It finally collapsed. Liha hugged his gun and told himself, it took 3 shots just to hit the head. It's not easy at all. The body of the stone golem behind him was slowly recovering. While he was still planning his strategy, I wonder what it would be like to face a golem. Is there no safe place for me to camp? I also have to pay attention to the gray chaps. Finding himself suddenly standing in a large shadow, Liha exclaimed. Instantly, the giant hand of the stone golem was about to slam down on him. In that case, I'll just run. Right after that, the entire ground seemed to shatter under its attack. The shockwave from the slam threw Liha away from the stone golem. Shielding himself from the flying debris with his hand, He was stunned by its power. I didn't expect it to have a slash attack skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ha raised his gun to aim. There's no time to think anymore. What I need to do right now is get ready. He pulled the trigger decisively. A very smooth motion. It seems Li Ha succeeded in this shot. The stone layer on the golem's body was broken. Witnessing what had just happened, Li Ha was surprised to discover something. Inside the rough stone layer was a glowing object. A super sticky mana orb appeared. That was the golem's heart. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly reloaded his semi-automatic gun once more. That's right. Even though its exterior looks like a lifeless block of stone, it must have a core like a heart. Aiming, another bullet was about to be embedded in the stone golem. If you reveal your weakness, you're dead for sure. Surprisingly, new layers of stone began to grow around the glowing orb. They just kept piling on top of each other until its weak point was completely covered, as if nothing had happened. What is that? Li Ha looked at the unscathed stone golem and wanted to cry. Ah, really? Don't do that. How can there be a monster that can recover instantly like that? He had to run for his life. Finally, he stopped at the edge of the forest to catch his breath. My HP has dropped by 50%. Recalling his escape from the golem, Li Ha couldn't help but shudder. It's a good thing my stamina is unlimited. Otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. The first attempt failed. Okay, I'll accept that. Both skills need time to cool down. Then, he opened the system panel. Review the quest and intensive marksmanship training. Things that can't be seen from a distance are just that. Looking at the content on the board, he began to analyze his next move. The title is still the same. Of course, you can't see it from afar. The golem's heart. So this quest is not like the Hidge quest. That quest only required sniping to eliminate him. If I only snipe, I won't be able to see the golem's heart. So I can only shoot off its hands or head, the parts that can regenerate. In the end, this quest seems impossible to complete yet. Indeed, I still need a little more information. Suddenly, several noises from behind attracted Li Ha's attention. Going to the edge of the hill, he looked down to find the source of the sound. It's almost out. Just a few more hits. Meanwhile, the body of a stone golem had exploded, revealing a super sticky mana orb. Noticing that the monster had revealed its weak point, the tanker shouted a signal. Now's the time. Hearing that, Tankule immediately swung his hand to finish it off. Swinging his sword powerfully towards the golem's body, he shattered the mana orb in a single blow. Witnessing the battle before him, Li Ha couldn't believe his eyes. The stone golem has been defeated. Everyone now began to dance in celebration. Okay, everyone worked hard. He only now came to his senses, still feeling surprised. Golem, it only takes one hit? Is that it? After speaking, he approached Tankule, who was celebrating. Haha, so we've. Li Ha called out. Hey you. Then Li Ha asked a question. Can I ask you something? That thing that looked like a ball just now, is that the golem's energy source? Tankule was surprised by his question. He smiled cheerfully before answering. Is this the first time you've seen a golem? He obediently replied. Slowly, Tankule began to explain to Li Ha. The golem's weak point is its orb. Just one hit there, and it dies instantly. So his guess was correct. It was just a little off in the name. Isn't it a heart? He tried to remember. What's its exact name? The tanker passing by answered for him. Super sticky mana orb. Tankule immediately remembered. That's right. That's why everyone calls it a testicle. He laughed heartily and said, and we call it a bee, because it's attached there. Tankule's answer made Li Ha's face turn pale. Indeed. If you just hit it there, no one would survive. Li Ha continued to wonder. In short, when its testicle appears, the golem will regenerate. Tankule patiently explained to him. That's right. So you just have to hit it really fast, which is why we warriors love hunting them. But, which informant group are you with? Not everyone knows about golems. Li Ha introduced himself to Tankule. Yes, as you can see, I'm a long-range dealer. This startled him. Oh my god. Then why are you trying to kill it? Go home. Still not satisfied with the information he had, he tried to get more from him. Yes. But, do you know about the Brad golem? Without any suspicion, Tankule continued to explain. The Brad golem? Of course, I know about it. Every time it appears, everyone living on this mountain runs away. After that, everyone will either die together or survive together. This made him feel very interested. How do you know when it will appear? He frowned in concentration. Tankyul thought carefully about Li Ha's question. Well, the golems. Then a sudden noise from behind interrupted their conversation. A stone golem is here. Focus. Focus. Preparing to rush into the next battle, he reminded him before leaving. You'll know when it comes. Now, don't go wandering around, or you'll lose your life. Li Ha politely greeted Tankyul. Thank you. While focusing on the new battle, he didn't forget to make sure he had run away from this place. Then Tankyul silently commented with a rumbling in his stomach. A lone long-range dealer coming here to kill a golem? Does he like to throw his life away, or something? A moment later, Li Ha had run to the edge of the hill. I just need to touch the orb at the golem's waist, before it regenerates, then one shot is enough. Suddenly, the piece of rock where he was standing cracked, and then completely fell into the abyss. Li Ha almost became a victim of gravity. Looking down, he wrinkled his nose and grumbled. I understand why there aren't many users here now. Dealers who rely on quick wins can hardly crush a stone golem. A dealer who is strong on the first hit has a hard time killing it. Looking at his own profession, he couldn't help but wonder, what should I do? Suddenly, a shadow flew past Li Ha's line of sight. Another player fell from above where he was standing. What's going on? The body hit the ground with a heavy thud. No chance of survival. Li Ha was surprised by what was lying in front of him. A corpse. Not only that, a blood-curdling scream from afar made Li Ha turn his head to look. It's Brad. The massive object slammed down on the hard ground without any damage. With its majestic body and appearance, the roar from the players facing it reached its peak. The Brad Golem has appeared. As soon as it appeared, the giant Brad Golem began to roar. All of Li Ha's stats immediately decreased. Your strength has been weakened. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 4 minutes. Stamina reduced by 50%. Defense reduced by 10%. Looking at the system panel, this truly surprised Li Ha. This golem can debuff me? A cluster of blue fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky. The surrounding players took this as a huge warning bell. The Brad Golem is here. The battle began. A series of special moves were unleashed and aimed at the boss. Ice Storm. Fire Arrow. Despite facing a large number of players, it stood tall without flinching. Witnessing the chaos below, he watched it fight on all sides and commented to himself. It takes 10 groups working together 5 minutes. So that means, if I solo the Brad Golem, I have to finish the fight in 5 minutes? What method should I use? How long is its respawn cycle? If I defeat it this time, when will it appear next? While he was thinking, a shout attracted Li Ha's attention. Oh! It turned out the witch was screaming in a hurry. Don't use lightning. The archer replied in confusion. Why? Lightning will paralyze it. When the recovery time stops, we have to quickly break the orb. After speaking, he shot the lightning arrow despite the witch's shout right next to him. Hey, you idiot. Its whole body is made of copper. Why would you shoot lightning at it? The energy from the lightning arrow was absorbed by the Brad Golem and concentrated at the sharp point on its head. Right after that, it unleashed its power, frightening all the surrounding players. Then, the monster's giant fist spun fiercely. Ready to attack, a lightning vortex rushed straight towards everyone below. Silence enveloped the space right after the explosion. Witnessing everything from a safe distance, Li Ha could only stand frozen, until the dust and smoke cleared. Besides the scattered corpses, there was nothing left. I have to defeat that thing alone. A few days later, in a village where many players gathered, I'm looking for a group to hunt golems. Is there anyone at level 60 who can dual-wield blunt weapons? Minjae walked around looking for someone to carry him. I have a level 40 hammer. Who wants to join my party? Finally, he really wanted to give up. Why can't I find anyone? This is so boring. Suddenly, he saw Li Ha walking by. Hey, that weakling is here to hunt too? Seriously, and he didn't even tell me. With a sly smile, Minjae thought to himself, hee hee, that bastard. He's definitely going to run into a gray chap. I'll follow him. If he dies, I'll get a lot of items. After following for a while, Minjae finally saw him stop. Strange. The place he's going to is this dangerous stone golem area? I have to be careful not to get killed too. Instantly, a bright light emanated from where Li Ha was standing. Covering his eyes, Minz worriedly asked himself, what's going on? followed immediately by an earth-shattering explosion. It turned out the source of it all was the very first gunshot fired by Leah. Only then did he dare to peek out and assess the situation. Mins trembled, hiding carefully behind a rock, and heard his voice ring out, "Awesome. Everything is going exactly as I planned." 9 days later, at the rest stop near the copper mine, Mount 10 Peak. Munching on his bread deliciously, Leah said happily, "Take your time respawning, you golem." Thanks to his skillful pathing and using other players as bait, he had easily escaped the gray golems. But why couldn't I dodge it? Because he obtained the title of musketeer captain, Leah acquired the calm mind skill, increasing his hit rate and vision. I can see this clearly. Meanwhile, the others were unlucky enough to get hit. Whoa, I'm grabbed. Let go. Suddenly, the scene ahead made him stop eating and focus. The brass golem and its army of stone golems had appeared. Ready for battle, he raised his gun and took aim. It's here. I've been waiting 10 days for this. The battle began with the brass golem's roar. A series of system messages popped up. Your strength has been weakened. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 4 minutes. Stamina reduced by 50%. Defense reduced by 10%. A player cried out in terror. It's a field boss. The remaining players were equally terrified. Aren't we going to take them down? Didn't you see that recent video where 50 people got wiped out? Mess with it, and you're dead. Run. Meanwhile, Leah quickly opened his bag and took out a strength-enhancing potion. Chugging it as he dashed forward, he returned to his normal state. Weakness resistance increased by 20%. Then, Leah raised his gun and aimed. Consider this my greeting, you giant bastard. Novice Sharpshooter. In an instant, he successfully activated the skill Novice Sharpshooter. Level 8. Reload time, 30 seconds. Firing time, 370 seconds. However, his bullet dealt absolutely no damage to the brass golem. No damage at all. Bring it on, all of you. I've got something to show you too. Pulling out an item, Leah swung his arm, ready to hurl it at the stone golems. You pathetic scumbags. He let go, and the object in his hand flew out like an arrow. Vanish. Just as the monsters looked up, the bag of explosives reached their heads. Roaring, huh? Instantly, it detonated, blowing up 4 stone golems around it, and sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Satisfied, Leah smirked. The attack range is unbelievably wide, isn't it? If I don't have it, I just have to make it and use something similar. Seizing the moment when the stone golem's weak points were exposed, he leaped up and shot straight at their super sticky mana cores. Am I right? Leah's plan was an initial success. I even managed to make a claymore without any prior preparation. If I just combine it with gunpowder, I should be able to make a grenade launcher or shotgun, right? As long as I have money, there's no problem at all. The brass golem raised its massive hand, ready to attack. It tried to grab him, but he was one step faster than the monster. Seeing not a single scratch on the monster's body, Leah was completely shocked. The grenade I just threw didn't do any damage to it. Then I'll shoot it again. However, the next wave of stone golems had already closed in on his position. Gritting his teeth, Leah was determined to overcome this adversity. That's right. With that, he charged at them with resolute momentum. Let's see who the real winner is. He was exhausted, and the smoking gun barrel was clearly blackened from overuse. Standing before the brass golem, Leah struggled to stay on his feet. Damn it! Damn it! Gripping his weapon tightly, he calculated his next move. This is ridiculous. I can't die, and I can't let anyone else get here either. If I run away this time, I won't make the next deadline. There's no turning back. Leah stepped forward. This was his final chance. A life-or-death battle was about to unfold. Leah's gun barrel was heavily damaged by now. It's definitely injured. I just need to land one solid hit. Suddenly, the brass golem spun its giant fists continuously and raised them into the air. Its roar mingled with his panicked scream. In a split second, the spot where they stood was engulfed in dirt, rocks, and dust. It seemed Leah had luckily dodged the boss's attack. With little time left, he needed to come up with a new approach. Damn it, if that's the case. First, I need to widen the gap. I have to get as far away from it as possible. Once again, the brass golem raised both of its bronze fists. As far as possible. Instantly, The ground beneath its feet was smashed to pieces. The shockwave from the attack sent Liha flying away from the brass golem. Under its immense power, his body was easily blown away, crashing straight into the cliff behind him. Liha cried out in agony. His vision began to blur. The situation was now incredibly dire. Liha's health was in the red. My HP. Then, he forced his eyes open to locate the brass golem. Suddenly, something caught Liha's attention. Realizing a breakthrough, he laughed triumphantly. Haha. It turned out that large cracks had begun to appear on the brass golem's core. You bastard. Flexed too hard and blew yourself up, huh? It raised its fist to finish him off, but this time, Liha had a countermeasure. Force barrier. Right as the boss's attack reached Liha, it was blocked by a sturdy sphere. What? His new skill had taken effect, a magical illusionary barrier. Unless you have enough overwhelming power to break through the force barrier, no one can pierce it. The moment had come. It was time for Liha to return the favor. Farewell, bronze robot. With that, the gun in his hand fired the finishing bullet. On this day, the day his bullet pierced through the brass golem's mana core, was the day a firearm was fired in Middle-earth for the very first time. Having defeated the giant boss, Mins, who witnessed the whole scene, gasped in shock. Oh my god, that's insane. Did he really shoot it down all by himself? He took down a brass golem. I was just looking for people to form a party, but I felt the ground shaking nearby, so I came to check it out. What kind of crazy storm is this? Alright, this should be enough to pocket some cash. The mission was completed perfectly. Liha began his journey back. Upon arrival, his face seemed more dazed than usual. In Elt, other players were chatting nervously, urgently looking for members for a golem hunting party with a monitoring staff. Is anyone going to the Emerald Forest? In the bustling crowd, Liha started to laugh uncontrollably. Ha! Then, Liha cheered with joy. It's broken. I broke it. His cry made everyone around him notice. Is he crazy? Hugging and kissing his gun, Liha silently thanked it. I did it. I finally took down a stone golem, and I even managed to take down the brad golem by myself. Thanks for enduring the illegal modified bullets. It was all thanks to the gun barrel holding up. If the muzzle had broken, the bullet would have expanded immediately, and if it had hit the golem's testicle like a button, it would have been over. As long as it was exposed, the bullet's attack power wouldn't have mattered. Whistling, Liha strolled around the town. When the blacksmith opens, I'll log out and have them fix the gun. Suddenly, he remembered something important. And now, I have to confirm this. The system panel opened. Congratulations on defeating the leader of the golems, Brad. The shell of the copper golem, and the reopening of the copper mine for continued or extraction will greatly benefit the kingdom. Besides that, Liha also achieved an accomplishment. Reward for the solo player. Liha has achieved the record of being the third person to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. You will be able to use over 200% of your available stat performance. Not only that, Liha also has the Crafting Star D+ achievement. Looking at the pile of rewards he received, he trembled with excitement. Just looking at it makes me overflow with happiness. I've achieved the King of Solo Players achievement before. This time it's for solo players. To get the King achievement, the enemy has to be 50 levels higher than me, and the reward is for 40. So besides me, there are 2 other users who have defeated an enemy 40 levels higher than them. Understanding the issue, he smiled with satisfaction. I know how they did it. Just like how I created the bomb. They spent money to make something. The proof is getting the Crafting Star achievement but not being listed. After thinking for a while, Liha decided to stop and check his information. Well, that's enough thinking about others. Open status page. The system panel appeared again. His stats at this moment looked very good. Feeling surprised, Liha exclaimed in amazement. 880. This is insane. Major General Brow's quest is truly insane. Its difficulty was much harder than imagined. So once the quest is completed, the level of development is also completely different. Agility 473. It's thanks to this agility that I was able to complete the quest. Because the iron cannonball shattered into many pieces, but its power did not decrease. And the fact that I shot them is also thanks to the agility stat. So should I focus on increasing my agility stat this time? After a moment of calculation, Liha began to use his skill points. Add 66 points to agility, and 16 points to intellect. He carefully calculated the stat point allocation. This time I created a handgun bullet and completed the quest. The fact that the bullet penetrated is related to crafting. So the fact that intellect got extra points, there must be something related to intellect. I've understood the concept of crafting now. It would be a waste to just focus on increasing agility points. Then, an idea appeared in Liha's head. How about trying a new skill? Naming. Liha can name the item you made yourself. Every time you call its name, it will come closer and give you power. Performance. This new skill also made him scratch his head. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. What skill is it? This skill has no rank or level. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, Liha immediately used it. Naming. If I have it, I'll use it. Liha has used the skill. You have named the item Odeg. Decision made. Excited by the new skill, he enthusiastically told himself, "This is so cool." Meanwhile, the system panel was analyzing the data. This homemade bomb. I'll use it and then sell it when I don't need it anymore. If I name it something like Sky-Shaking Thunder Kick, it'll probably sell like hotcakes. Unexpectedly, it had automatically named his weapon Low-Grade Triple Detonator. Boiling with anger, Liha clenched his fists and screamed in his mind. Wait a minute. What the hell is this? It automatically named it, and I have to wait 24 hours to use the skill again. I wanted to name it Bomb, but why did it name it Detonator? Finally, he had to accept the truth. That's right. This is the Central Continent. How can everything go my way? Leaving the computer, Liha tiredly went to bed. It seems I've also received another item. I'm so tired. I'll check tomorrow. Then, he gradually fell into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, the breakthrough that Liha had been waiting for was spreading elsewhere. In the spacious apartment, a long, tired sigh was heard. Liha had slept for 12 hours and was now waking up groggily. This is crazy. How long did I sleep? He tiredly opened the refrigerator and told himself, I'm so hungry. I have to eat. Looking at the refrigerator full of supplements, he fell silent. Liha couldn't help but think about his mother. Mom told me to take supplements and bought all these nourishing things. I should buy something she likes too. I have to make a lot of money quickly and get well soon. If I can continue to monopolize like yesterday, I'll soon earn 20,000 won. Placing the rice tray firmly on the table, he renewed his determination. Before I log in, I have to check the information. Opening his computer to check, he carefully reviewed it. The rankings haven't changed. Liha's attention was drawn. A video of a solo player defeating the Brad Golem. It made him curse in surprise. Holy crap. He read the video description with suspicion. This can't be. The question was answered immediately when his image appeared on the screen. Is that me? But, that's not important. Who would just post this video online? Reading each comment on the video, his face turned pale with fear. I want to tell them to take the video down immediately. Liha slumped onto the table, his face red with embarrassment. If I tell them to take it down, my identity will be revealed. I still have a lot of things to do. What's so good about using my face to make money? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be someone recognized me? Shameful sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought of a solution. Ugh, now what? He left a comment under the video before turning off his computer. Hey uploader, where is this video from? I want to know the location and time you saw this video. Please write it down for me. Back in the game, Kijong cheered happily. I knew it was you, Hyung. Crafting star? What's that? So a guy like me who just picks up monster drops is an idiot? Liha sat on the chair and replied, Well, I've always been better than you. He thought carefully. As expected, anyone who knows me will recognize me immediately. I have to be more careful in the future. He commented, You've gotten better at telling funny jokes lately. He smiled politely. Thanks, Kijong. Do you need a shield? I'll sell it to you cheap. Kijong asked curiously. A shield? The system displayed detailed information about the special shield made from the shell of the copper golem. Kijong read for a while and then thought. Let's see him. Liha smiled smugly. This shield always has a defense of up to 410 points. Kijong won't be able to find a shield like this anywhere else. Contrary to his expectations, Kijong refused. It seems good for PvP. But right now, I like my shield more. He was immediately startled. Liha shouted in shock. This thing costs 180 gold to buy? And the one you're using is even better than this. She replied nonchalantly. Liha looked at the chat box in horror. What kind of shield is better than this one? Is it because he's my cousin that I'm so easy on him? Kijong had no idea how panicked his brother was. He was still smiling foolishly. That's right. Thanks for thinking of me, Hyung. Haha. The day we two brothers team up is coming soon, right? Well, I'm off. I suddenly feel like hunting. Liha could only agree perfunctorily. Oh yeah? Go on. And closed the chat window. Thinking about his mother and his cousin, he finally made up his mind. Both Mom and Kijong, they trust and support me. Stomping his foot firmly on the ground. Everyone, just wait. I will definitely repay everything you've done for me. He checked his inventory again. Great. The auction price was 188 gold. But the money I had to spend here, and there was more than 10 gold. Money for paper, for medicine, for bullets. My luck will only turn when I can sell this shield. The young man tearfully recalled the old blacksmith's words. Your repair fee will be at least 4 gold. Liha silently regretted it. In the end, I couldn't bring it to him to fix. I'm sorry, buddy. When I sell the shield, I'll definitely take you to get fixed. Lost in thought while walking, he didn't notice a sharp branch sticking out. Just then, a thwack sound caught his attention. Liha cried out in alarm. What the hell was that? Looking at the torn piece of cloth that was his cloak just a few seconds ago, he angrily ran his fingers through his hair. What the hell is this? How did I manage to tear this cloak so badly? He froze in realization. Now that I think about it, when I was fighting the Brad Golem, I was rolling all over the place. My clothes should be durable, right? Seriously, this is driving me crazy. I'm already broke and don't have money to fix my gun. How am I supposed to endure this until I get new equipment? After thinking in silence for a long time, Liha sighed wearily. In the end, do I really have to do this? Hello? Kijong. I'm really sorry, but... In front of the tailor shop, the gentle voice of the shop owner said goodbye. Thank you, customer. Please come again. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Luckily, Kijong answered the phone. How embarrassing. Both Liha's armor and clothes had been renewed. Well, but this is worth the money. Luckily, I used my haggling skill to pay less than 3 gold. I'll pay Kijong back double later. The cloak is also fixed. Time to go see Brow and get the next quest. At the academy, Brow's voice rang out. You're here. Liha raised his hand in a formal salute. Yes, I've returned, Major General. He stood with his arms crossed, looking at him. You look a little different. He nervously ran a hand through his hair. Haha, really? Huh. He didn't notice his expectant expression, waiting for a compliment. He just commented simply, yes. You've worked hard. Liha was stunned. Is that all? You don't want to say anything about my clothes? But cutting off his train of thought was Brow's outstretched hand. As expected, you are a talented person. The two happily shook hands. Thank you, sir. The notification board immediately popped up. Intensive marksmanship training. Things that can't be seen from afar, quest completed. You have been rewarded with 30 silver. Receive the skill Eagle Eye. Liha joyfully read the notification board. This is it. I've been curious about it since the first time I saw it. What does the Eagle Eye skill do? As if knowing his thoughts, Brow spoke up. When you look from afar, you can't see it, right? I gave you this mission this time, just so you would realize this. After all, our job is sniping. To shoot accurately, you need to simulate a few scenarios. Those scenarios where there are things you can't see from afar. Hearing that, a question arose in Liha's mind. So this mission was for sniping training? He carefully asked him. So this time, Brow didn't deny it. That's right. Another quest interface popped up. Intensive marksmanship training, along with its specific content. When he saw it, Liha was momentarily stunned. The ferocity of the target made him a little scared. A thick-tailed pheasant. He looked closely at the training quest board, which clearly stated Intensive Marksmanship Training Number 2. Liha asked Brow in confusion, Major General, do you know what a thick-tailed pheasant is? He didn't even need to think and answered quickly, it's a bird. Hearing that, he was momentarily stunned, and in his mind, the image of an unidentifiable monster flashed. A bird? Yes, I know it's a bird, but... Trying to compare it to a more familiar creature, he became suspicious. Is it like the golden eagle at the castle? A short silence enveloped them, then Brow slowly spoke. It's similar, but if you compare it to a golden eagle, the golden eagle would cry. Liha froze on the spot, feeling even more confused. What does that mean? Even though I have to do this quest, even though I'll fail if I die, luckily there are no mandatory conditions. So a thick-tailed pheasant, huh? It's simple enough. What's the next quest? Suddenly, the data panel in front of him lit up and displayed a line about Lady Elizabeth's legacy, along with the reward of a black base gun and the musketeer achievement, which made Lee Ha freeze. This is... At that moment, Brow spoke slowly. We all know she's not dead. Using the word legacy isn't quite right, but these are indeed the words she left behind. If anyone asks what kind of person is worthy of being a successor, she always answers this way. If anyone can hit a target from a distance of 444 meters. The image of Lady Elizabeth from the past came back vividly. Her authoritative voice seemed to still echo. I will accept that person as my successor. The conditions sounded simple, but it made Lee Ha's whole body stiffen. 444 meters. He screamed wildly in his heart. You're telling a musketeer to shoot with the range of AK-2? Is she crazy? In the midst of his confusion, he hesitantly confirmed. Do I have to do this quest right now? Brow just calmly shook his head. You can do it whenever you want. However, as soon as the words were out, he cast a meaningful glance in one direction as if to suggest something. And if you become Elizabeth's successor, you have to bring that with you, right? As soon as he heard this, Lee Ha hurriedly turned his head to follow the direction. His pupils suddenly stopped when he saw the sight before him. Right on the sturdy wooden rack in the corner of the room, an ancient musket named Black Base was neatly hung. The metal was faded but still exuded a breathtaking majesty that left him standing silently, unable to utter a word. After a heavy silence filled the air, Lee Ha slowly asked, The gun that Lady Elizabeth used? Brow confirmed, That's right. He hesitated slightly, his fear not completely gone. If so, then, the other two are. He fully understood what he wanted to ask, so he answered immediately. Without letting him ask further, he slowly continued. They have found new owners. A doubt arose in Lee Ha's heart. Is it Sir Brow's gun and Major General Brow's? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, Lee Ha realized the truth. The new generation of musketeers must also inherit what came before. That's why he keeps making me do these marksmanship quests. Seeing him silent and unresponsive, Brow narrowed his eyes, full of scrutiny. What do you think? He had already started talking about a target that was currently impossible for Lee Ha. 444 meters. Can you do it now? He bit his lower lip hard, standing motionless without saying a word, as if calculating every move in a difficult situation. However, after a long silence, it wasn't surprising when Lee Ha decided to refuse. How can that be? I'll start with the pheasant quest first. I'm going to catch it right now. Hearing that, Brow understood and didn't stop him further, only slowly reminding him. Remember to come back. Amidst the vast blue sky covering the small house, that deep voice still lingered like a reminder etched deep in his mind. I'll always be here. And so, time quietly passed. Golden sunbeams poured down, stretching across the fields and the desert where the thick-tailed pheasant lived. At that moment, a pheasant was cheerfully walking on the dry, sandy path, its steps leisurely, completely unaware of the lurking danger. At the same time, Lee Ha quietly hid in the shadows, silently calculating. I just need to shoot it down, right? Then there's no need to worry. Thinking that, he immediately focused all his breath on the energy flow in his body and activated the skill. Eagle Eye. The next second, the aiming screen appeared, locking onto the pheasant, which made him let out an interested "oh." With the ability to adjust the zoom as he wished, Lee Ha felt even more excited. It's just like when I tried it. This is a dedicated sniper scope. Muttering to himself as he gently adjusted it with 2 fingers. Then why do I need to zoom in so much? It'll just make it harder for me to observe. Lee Ha slowly raised the silver semi-automatic rifle, which sparkled under the sun. Then he fixed his aim on the body of the beast that was leisurely walking. Farewell, thick-tailed pheasant. However, as if a wild instinct warned it, the animal suddenly turned its head towards him. And instantly, its 3-to-lone foot dug deep into the hot sand. In a fleeting moment, before he could even blink, the pheasant suddenly shot off, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. It even galloped past Lee Ha, leaving him stunned like a wooden statue. Besides letting out a bewildered, huh, he didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Looking at its long shadow that had already disappeared into the distance, he could only exclaim in shock. What the hell was that? On the other side, a group of players was heavily affected by the creature's destructive power. It's a thick-tailed pheasant. When it appears, you have to stop hunting immediately. Amidst the lingering thick dust, Liha gritted his teeth. That's right. This is the central continent. Time continued to flow relentlessly, without a moment's pause. 3 days had passed under the night sky. In that moment of exhaustion, he wearily chewed on a piece of hard, dry food. I have 17 days left. Chewing and muttering in his mouth with frustration. For 3 days, I haven't even collected a single feather. That damn bird. As soon as he caught a glimpse of the pheasant, Liha hurriedly raised his semi-automatic rifle to aim, while silently praying in his heart. Please let it hit this time. But fate was cruel. The long-feathered creature shot off like a super-fast race car, making him furious and scream. That damn bird. He angrily rolled on the ground, kicking his feet repeatedly and screaming loudly. Can't you just let me catch you for a second? Let me catch you, and you'll be a 7-course chicken dinner. While his anger was still raging, another unusual movement flashed by, making Liha stop. He quickly sat up, staring at the blurry figure amidst the shimmering smoke that sped through the forest. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. I've only seen the desert so far, so I didn't notice. That chicken, observing its winding path carefully, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is following a predetermined route. That thought shocked Liha. His heart pounded with tension. Once again, he slowly raised the barrel of his semi-automatic rifle and told himself, calm down. At the same time, far away, a figure in heavy iron armor was walking when he was suddenly attracted by an explosion that tore through the air. The sound made him stop. His whole body froze for a moment. Then he slowly made a guess. A musketeer. Liha hugged his gun tightly and focused on the information panel about the B-rank faceless with +8 strength and +18 agility. Picking up the fallen pheasant feather, he muttered, as expected. Holding it up to examine it carefully under the moonlight, he confirmed with certainty. Before me, there were 2 other people. In the quiet night, a series of explosions echoed throughout the forest. The pheasants had no chance to escape and fell one by one in his sights. Liha tightened his grip on the semi-automatic rifle with a pleased smile on his lips. Good. This is the last one. Looking at the motionless body of the prey on the ground, he muttered. So sniping and hunting are so different. The thick-tailed pheasant has a habit of often running into the forest even though it's running in the desert. If you know this habit, you just have to follow it. EA Games. Recalling the content of the quest given by Brow. I'm not a hunter, I'm a marksman. The fun of hunting is following the prey, but the fun of sniping is waiting. So even though there's a time limit, this time it's easier than the Brad Golem mission. That thought made Liha even more pleased. It's a good thing I'm smart. A normal person would be exhausted or wouldn't finish on time if they kept getting confused like this. The Major General really wants a lot of things. Lost in his thoughts, a sudden roar was heard. Hey Liha! A hand, clearly showing resentment, pointed straight at him. A voice tore through the air. You bastard! Did you think I couldn't find you? Taigen screamed madly, advancing menacingly step by step. Give me back my ring, you scumbag! At that moment, Liha immediately turned to observe the situation. Then he quickly identified the person who appeared before him. It's the Vicing. As soon as he saw the Vicing group appear from a distance, Liha immediately fell into deep thought. I thought, after being defeated by Virus K, they couldn't come back. They have a total of 10 people. Luckily, no one here knows my level. If they're only on the same level as the ones I defeated on the marching plains. Thinking that, Liha affirmed in his heart while activating his semi-automatic rifle. Then most of these guys have a lower level than me. Seeing that Liha was not only calm, but also caressing his weapon with composure, Taigen was furious. Why do you look so relaxed? Aren't you going to put down your weapon? I'll pull out all your hair right now. Then he snapped his fingers with interest. To compensate for the suffering you've caused us, you have to give something back. Like that Brad Golem shield you put up for auction. The subordinate standing behind him immediately tore a piece of paper. A powerful streak of light shot straight up into the sky, spreading a terrifying energy that made Liha stand stunned with wide eyes. Seeing it cover everywhere like an impenetrable barrier, he gritted his teeth with some apprehension. Damn it! This is a precious forbidden scroll. Seeing this reaction, Taigen was so pleased that he gave an order. At this rate, you won't be able to run. Brothers, they replied in unison. Yes, boss. As the situation became extremely unfavorable, Liha hurriedly tried to contact his relative, Kijong. As soon as he saw his cousin online, he immediately reported the situation in detail. Kijong, have you seen my location? Come here right away. The Vising are here to get me. I can't run right now. Hearing this news, he exclaimed in panic, Oh my God. Then he hurriedly reminded him, while Liha still held on to his weapon. Every word was filled with pressure. I know. Stall for some time. By the time the call ended, Liha and the Vising were still at a standstill. A thick silence enveloped them. His mind was in a chaotic whirl. How am I supposed to stall until Kijong arrives? In that case, the next second, he should change his tactics, put away his gun, and shout loudly. Okay, I get it. I'll give you back the ring. So let's end it here for today. Hearing these words, Taigen crossed his arms in front of his chest, furious. That ring was mine to begin with. It's only natural that you give it back to me. Everything that belongs to me has been. While he was still lost in his anger, Liha immediately seized the precious opportunity. His hand swiftly drew his weapon and pulled the trigger in one decisive motion. Just as the bullet whizzed through the air, Taigen could only grit his teeth, widen his eyes, and roar, What? In that life or death moment, Kimhwa suddenly appeared and deflected it. I knew it. He roared in anger, his arm pointing straight at Liha. This coward. Then he resentfully pointed out, I saw you fidgeting just now. And he could only sigh in frustration. So annoying. Taigen's face turned pale. I ate a flower petal? I thought I was going to meet my ancestors. Because of his attitude, he no longer held back and ordered his subordinates. From today on, we must kill him. Kill him. Without any panic, Liha bit into a bag of bullets while calculating. There are 2 long-range dealers. The rest are all close-range dealers. Seeing them rush towards him, he couldn't help but sigh. These guys are fast. If I load my gun now, I won't make it in time. Thinking this, he threw the whole bag of homemade explosives at them. In that case, seeing the item fly over their heads, the whole group suddenly stopped and looked up. In just a split second after it landed, a hard-to-predict explosion immediately occurred. The lucky survivors of the Vising had to be terrified. An explosion? The incident threw them into chaos. It wasn't an explosion. Without a mage, how could it explode? Liha took the opportunity to raise his semi-automatic rifle. The explosion just now bought me time to reload. Now, I just need to aim carefully. I can't die here because of these weaklings. When a voice suddenly cut in. Everyone, get out of the way. A man who appeared out of nowhere used his sword to create a streak of light that shot forward. It flew as fast as a rocket and was clearly aimed at Liha. Seeing the worrying development, he immediately raised his hand and shouted. A powerful shield immediately appeared along with his call. Pole barrier. While struggling to defend, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Impossible. A close-range dealer attacking from afar. Facing Jocko, who was full of momentum, Liha couldn't help but wonder. Does the Vising school have someone this strong? Who is it? Taigen, on the side, rubbed his hands together fawningly. You're just too good, Jocko. He sneered contemptuously. You guys were defeated by this street kid? While he was constantly flattering him. Yes, yes. When we get back to the guild, I hope you'll put in a good word for us. A bag of explosives suddenly flew towards them, making Taigen's face turn pale. The explosion roared like thunder, tearing through the space. The violent shockwave sent everything flying, accompanied by desperate screams echoing everywhere. Taking a painful hit, Jocko roared in anger. Damn it! This damn street kid. Taigen hastily gave an order. Regroup first. Hide behind the trees. Kimhwa, protect me and Jocko. Seeing that the opponent was still safe, Liha gritted his teeth in frustration. I should have used the last grenade to take out that Jocko guy. They all quietly hid to one side to observe, while he couldn't stop fuming. The post barrier only lasts for 5 minutes at most. Once it disappears, you're dead for sure. Standing in the middle of that encirclement, he was so tense he could barely breathe. Damn it! Can I take them all out before the barrier disappears? If not, will Kijong get here in time before I die? A single name echoed in his head. Kijong. Please hurry up and get here. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by the sound of footsteps. Hearing the unusual movement, Taigen and Liha both turned their heads in surprise. Nara, in her shining iron armor, slowly posed the question. What is going on here? Amidst the thick, explosive atmosphere, Nara glanced around and quickly recognized the group of people. Vicing. Her cold voice carried a hint of contempt. Ganging up on someone, huh? How pathetic. Taigen gritted his teeth and shouted at her attitude. Look, can't you see? Get lost. While he was still growling, Nara didn't even bother to look at him and turned to ask Liha, right? You're a musketeer, aren't you? Hearing this, he was a little surprised. That's right. Receiving confirmation, she continued. If you're a musketeer, do you know slipping kick? But Liha quickly dismissed it and warned in a stern voice, I don't know. But it's dangerous now. You should run. She nodded. I see. But anyway, seeing you getting ganged up on like this, I can't just turn a blind eye. When she saw that Nara didn't pay any attention to them and didn't even bother to move aside, Taigen roared in anger and gave an order. Why did some crazy person suddenly interfere in our business? Shoot. His subordinate immediately drew the bowstring, and an arrow shot through the air towards them. In that life or death moment, Liha panicked and grabbed her, pulling her to the side, shouting, It's dangerous. But it was too late. He ended up taking the damage himself. His body swayed in sharp pain, and he fell, pulling her down with him due to the momentum. He coughed violently from the wound, while Nara rushed to support him. But Liha didn't forget to scold her. I told you to run. You'll be in danger here. She hesitated as if she couldn't believe her eyes. You just saved me. Amidst the chaotic scene, a pair of feet slowly appeared, accompanied by a chilling mumble. You came out of the barrier yourself. Jocko growled, drew his blade, and swung it hard. A blast of air tore through the space, rushing towards them. Explode. The firebird roared as it flew, mingling with his crazed shout. Explode and die. At the moment of near annihilation, Nara calmly stepped forward with a determined look. Step back. This caused no small amount of confusion for Liha. Hey, if you don't dodge, you're going to meet your maker. At that moment, she suddenly raised her hand with swift and bold movements. In a flash, the flames were guided by Nara and gently gathered on both sides. Seeing this scene, both Liha and Jocko had to stop immediately, so shocked that their throats went dry. Seeing that both sides had finally quieted down, Nara let out a sigh of relief and raised her hand to remove her iron helmet. At that moment, a beautiful face was revealed, along with a powerful declaration. I hate attacking others, but I can't let you people go. Tonight is expected to be an interesting battle now that Nara has appeared. Her round eyes stared intently at the young man in front of her. Liha's face was blank, as he still didn't understand what was happening. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, she pointed. He grumbled in annoyance. Hey you. Feeling completely ignored, Kimwa rushed towards the two with his eyebrows furrowed, shouting, Go to hell. Liha was startled when he heard it. Whoa. Kimwa. At the same time, Nara also turned her head to face the other guy. Her face showed no expression, only her lips were slightly pursed. Before Kimwa could even reach them, he was pierced straight through the chest by a ray of light. He stared in shock, looking down at his wound. A second later, feeling the pain spreading, Kimwa collapsed to the ground, screaming tragically. Gasping in despair, HP. Nara showed no emotion. She said very indifferently, As expected, it's still a long way to go. After speaking, she kindly asked Kimwa, How does it feel to be hit? Does it hurt? The people with him, especially Jocko, were standing there, gritting their teeth in fear. He stared without blinking, his mouth agape. It was just to turn on her heel, and she closed the distance in an instant, then stabbed Kimwa. Nara then turned back to ask Liha, Right. You were injured just now, weren't you? He stammered in reply, Well. Before he could finish, Nara shoved a healing potion straight into Liha's mouth. Being suddenly force-fed like that made him tremble. What? Nara giggled. Drink it. You got hurt protecting me. As the potion was absorbed into his body, Liha immediately felt a clear change as he saw his wounds glowing faintly. After just a few seconds, the effect was so amazing that he had to exclaim, This is really good stuff. She asked back excitedly, right? Now that the wound was healed, It was time to deal with the main issue. A clicking sound was heard. TSK. Well then. Nara just kept giggling with her friend. If I could, I'd tell them to go back like that. In the blink of an eye, her expression changed 180 degrees. Her voice was also full of danger. But I can't do that, can I? Jocko, standing far away, grimaced. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Bastard. I was so close. Why did someone so strong suddenly show up out of nowhere? Should I retreat now? However, he had made a firm decision after some thought. I can't do that. His pride swelled, and he immediately gave the order. Everyone charge. The opponent is just one person who is bleeding and a girl. Nara saw the aggressive crowd rushing towards her and said calmly, I have no choice. The tip of her foot slid lightly on the sand. Then, it was unclear what Nara did. Only a line of light was seen going straight and then diagonally, attacking each player one by one. Even Liha was confused, not understanding what was happening. The light passed through each subordinate and finally the leader. Jocko opened his mouth and screamed in pain. Liha stood there like a statue, not hit but scared in his heart. That's brutal. They're not weak either. When only Jocko was left, he was stunned. She single-handedly swept across the continent. Nara ended her attack with a calm but firm gaze. Liha looked at her and couldn't stop thinking. That person, her decisive and resolute figure raised countless questions in his mind. Who is she really? After neatly dealing with her opponents, Nara returned to her innocent, laughing demeanor. Phew, it's done. That person looked like that, but it seems he has some ability. Why did he do this? Liha now took out the half-full healing potion, intending to return it. Hey you. This. Nara cheerfully waved her hand. You can have it. I want to give you a gift. He asked awkwardly. A gift? She confirmed. Nara's cheeks flushed slightly. Her shy eyes looked down at the ground. This is the first time someone has taken a hit for me. Her confession unintentionally made the atmosphere between them awkward. No one dared to say anything more. Too embarrassed, Nara later hurriedly said, Anyway, just drink a lot of that. It will definitely help you. Liha didn't know what to say other than a familiar phrase. Thank you. And then Nara's horse suddenly pricked up its ears as if it heard something. Seeing her worrying about her horse, Liha felt flustered. The Vicing people are all gone. You saved me, too. Are you just going to leave like that? Thinking that, he gathered all his courage and called out loudly, Hey you. Nara looked at him and asked, What's wrong? He walked up to her and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Can you tell me your name? Nara hesitated. My name. The gentle atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a loud shout from afar. Hyung. Liha was startled and immediately turned to look. He saw Kijong rushing towards them. Nara said warmly, It seems to be your companion. Liha replied awkwardly, Wait a minute. Just wait for me for a moment, okay? Then he tried to say as gently as possible, Kijong, it's all over. I'm not dead. This person saved me. Stop. But he just stared wide-eyed and rushed forward, completely not hearing anything. Nara giggled and asked, Are you whispering? It seems like he can't hear you. Annoyed, Liha had to speak loudly. Kijong, I told you to stop. She's a good person, not one of the Vicing. He not only didn't listen but also roared fiercely. You dare touch my brother? Oh my god. Next, Kijong drew his sword and shield, looking very aggressive. Charge. Liha panicked and could only raise his hand to shout a warning. Kijong. Nara saw how determined the opponent was and stood still to face him, letting him know his place. She said softly, Dodge the attack. A second later, when he was right in front of her, she immediately raised her leg and kicked his shield. Kijong knew this was a tough opponent. He frowned and clicked his tongue. Nara only defended and didn't do anything excessive. She cheerfully suggested, Shouldn't we talk first? For some reason, after that, Kijong's eyes widened. His mouth stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. No, wait, could it be? Liha asked impatiently. What's wrong, Kijong? He turned his head and asked back, Why are you with this person? He panicked. With her? What about her? Kijong knew more about Nara. He said in one breath, She's ranked 6th in the world's Central Continent rankings. Ranked 1st among female players. Just that much information was enough to make Liha's jaw drop and look at the other person with different eyes. Nara could only smile awkwardly. Then, without her needing to introduce herself, Kijong automatically said her name. Fesna. Liha opened his dark eyes wide to see clearly, while his lips trembled slightly. Shin Nara, the gold medalist in fencing from South Korea. She smiled shyly and replied wittily. Hee hee, you found me out. Liha's face sparkled with admiration. Is that Shin Nara? I've seen her on TV before. He remembered every detail. Her sword is long and slender like a rapier. Her speed and agility are far superior to a human's. Finally, he gave her a winged compliment. Just like Lebanto. Kijong was now stunned and pointed his finger. Oh my god, you said the Vising were here, but now Shin Nara is here? But, have you two known each other before? While Nara smiled without answering, Liha's face was blank as he stammered, Huh. Nara now raised her hand to hold her sword and spoke up. I came nearby to do a quest and happened to pass by. And he saved me from that Vising group, so I also did a few moves to repay him. Kijong's face turned pale in disbelief. A few moves? Nara suddenly remembered and quickly asked, What are your names? Kijong quickly answered first. I'm a musketeer of the Bayalko Guild. Liha replied briefly. My name is Halaha. Kijong looked down with a puzzled expression. Huh? But, I just noticed Shin Nara's weapon. You usually use a different weapon, right? She squinted and smiled, explaining to him. That's right. Actually, it's because of this that I left the capital. Until I find the whereabouts of the magic sword, I have to use this staff. Kijong and Liha, without planning, showed surprised expressions. I see. The magic sword. Liha scratched his chin thoughtfully for a moment and then said, Is it similar to brochet? Nara was overjoyed when she heard him say that. She grabbed his hand and exclaimed, That's right. It's brochet. How did you know? My current quest is to find the whereabouts of brochet. Its blade can pierce through 5 layers of steel. Rapier brochet. Do you know where it is? If I can find its whereabouts, I can break the seal on the sword. Where is it? Where is it now? Liha had a headache with Nara's barrage of questions, and he could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. No. That's, actually. Under the moonlight, Liha recounted the story to Nara. She seemed a little disappointed, her face downcast. I see. So you know about it because it's in a quest for musketeers. He nodded. So right now, I don't know where it is either. I'm sorry for not being able to help you. Just a second later, Nara's face brightened up again. It's okay. If it's near the mini border, I know where to go. I just need to go through Scrawn. After Nara finished speaking, she immediately stood up to leave. She waved cheerfully. I'm really going now. Thank you, Liha. And you, musketeer. See you later. At this moment, she suddenly used telepathy. Liha, if you don't mind, can you be my friend? Please keep it a secret from your friend next to you. When Kijong saw Nara leave, he laughed teasingly. You're really head over heels for her. Liha's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. What are you talking about? It's not like that. When Kijong saw him getting flustered, he teased him even more. Hee. This is the first time I've seen this expression on your face. But you've always been single. Liha stomped his foot in anger and shouted. You little. Have you run out of things to say to me? Do I look that single? Kijong replied in a high voice. What do you mean? Look. It's true, isn't it? I think you've told me before. Liha stopped arguing. He muttered to himself, but his cheeks were blushing. But she told me to contact her if I go to the capital. The rankings consider the capital their home, right? Kijong put his hands behind his head, looked up, and smiled. Well, of course, because Shin Nara belongs to the Holy Knights. Hearing that, Liha whipped his head to look. What? Kijong knew his brother didn't know anything, so he explained. Shin Nara is the first user and the only one to be granted the title of knight. She's famous for a reason. After hearing that, he was stunned. She's even more amazing than I thought. Kijong then asked, But what about the Vising? What happened with that? When Liha heard that, his face fell like a deflated balloon. That incident. It seems they saw the video of me fighting the golem and then tracked me down here. Kijong scratched his head in frustration. These bastards are really, but with just one piece of information, they shouldn't be able to find you. To come in such numbers. Liha was silent. He gratefully admitted, This time, if Nara hadn't come, I would have been dead for sure. When Kijong heard his potential sister-in-law's name, he said cheerfully, That's right. Hyung, for now, until you reach level 100, You should choose a place with the fewest people. Li Ha's next words made him freeze. But Qizhong, this time, I'm not going to do that. He exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? Li Ha said seriously. However much I've suffered, I'll pay them back for all of it. Even if I pay them back completely. As King said, the Vising are as numerous as cockroaches, and that's the problem.